0165 Night Discussion. At night, the bright moonlight and the waves that constantly hit the cliff have accompanied Hogwarts Castle for thousands of years like a day. The first week of school is about to pass, and the energetic young wizards have passed the initial excitement period. Tonight, except for the clanging armor in the castle, the occasional portraits who stayed up late and whispered, and the peeves who patrolled the territory as usual, it was quiet and peaceful. You know who that person is, don't you? In front of the two ugly gargoyles on the 8th floor, Professor Snape asked Dumbledore expressionlessly. His black cloak fluttered behind him as he stood in the dim corridor. His cold eyes gazed through Dumbledore's calm face, as if trying to read his mind. What made you have such a misunderstanding, Severus? Dumbledore shook his old face in surprise, his long beard that reached his waist shone with silver light under the moonlight shining through the window, and his eyes looked innocent. He wore a purple robe with golden stars, and a matching hat that tilted slightly to one side. He smiled gently, as if he had nothing to hide. Snape pursed his thin lips and did not say anything more but turned and left directly. He knew that Dumbledore was playing dumb, and that he would not admit anything. He also knew that arguing with Dumbledore was futile, and that he would not get any answers from him. Dumbledore stood still and did not move. He stared at Snape, who was leaving quickly until his back disappeared at the corner of the corridor, then lowered his silver eyebrows and walked into his office. Fawkes, who rarely moved around, was perched on the golden branches in the fire basin and had fallen asleep. His red and gold feathers glowed faintly in the dark, and his long tail swept the floor. Dumbledore leaned on his office chair, his slender fingers crossed and placed on the desk, silently looking at the portraits of the Hogwarts headmasters hanging on the wall. According to the usual habits of these portraits, they should also be asleep at this time, but tonight, none of them were asleep. They stayed quietly in their own frames, and their eyes were all focused on the empty frame behind Armando Dippet. They were waiting for the return of the former headmaster who had gone to investigate the Black Manor. The waiting process was extremely long. The former headmasters couldn't stand the loneliness and talked to each other in a low voice. Some of them discussed the latest news from the wizarding world, some of them reminisced about the old days, and some of them complained about the current situation of Hogwarts. Only the only living person in this office, Dumbledore, maintained admirable patience. He listened to their conversations, but did not join them. He waited quietly and calmly, his eyes fixed on the empty portrait. It has been confirmed, Dumbledore. Finally, the original owner of the empty frame came back. Without waiting for anyone to ask, he said in a jubilant voice. No, during this period of time, there is none alive in the Black Manor except for an old house elf. My clever great-grandson has never gone back. Clever. Armando Dippet's portrait exclaimed in a very stiff and sarcastic voice. He was a bald, wrinkled man with a long, silver mustache and a pointed beard. He wore a high-collared, black robe and a pince-nez that magnified his small, beady eyes. He had a severe and strict expression, and he spoke in a pompous and authoritative tone. Black, I think you must know that your clever great-grandson is a dirty, stinky traitor, right? Armando Dippet's naked mockery was like stabbing a hornet's nest, and Phineas immediately yelled. He shook his goatee and rushed into Dippet's portrait to argue with him, shouting something like, Noble black family, the Wizengamot must have made a mistake, the child is innocent, you are targeting me and so on. If it weren't for Dilys Derwent's timely intervention, there might have been a wonderful duel between ex-headmasters in the office. Ding, ding. Please keep quiet, everyone, I can't let this historic office be ruined in my hands. Dumbledore tapped the table with his fingers and said calmly. The command of the current headmaster of Hogwarts had a strong binding effect on these portraits. Under Dumbledore's intervention, the portraits returned to their own frames. Armando Dippet and Phineas Black's portraits were next to each other, but they looked in different directions and ignored each other. They were like two proud lions who refused to admit defeat. Even after her death, the respected Dilys Derwent asked the key question on behalf of all the headmasters. Do you know what the purpose of that kid breaking into the Black Manor is, Albus? Oh, this question. Dumbledore took off the half-moon glasses on his nose, rubbed his brow lightly, and smiled helplessly. I have some guesses, and I think my guesses are very close to the truth. What is it? Dilys Derwent asked eagerly. She was a woman with a kind face and a neat bun. She wore a white nurse's uniform and a red cross on her chest. She was the only headmaster who had also been a healer at St. Mungo's Hospital. It doesn't matter, Dilys. Dumbledore, who got the answer, leaned back on the chair and said tiredly, what matters is that he did it. The topic of Brian Watson seemed to have been discussed more than once in this office. The portraits knew how much Albus Dumbledore valued the young man. Seeing Brian make another almost crazy move, their hearts were covered with a layer of gloom. By the way, the kind Dilys Derwent hesitated, could it be a mistake, Albus? According to what you said, the dark wizard hid his magic very well. Maybe, I mean, you have to admit, everyone has a blind eye, right? I don't have to rely on appearance and magic to recognize who a person is. Dilys Dumbledore's deep blue eyes sparkled, and he said gently. He put his glasses back on his nose, and looked at the photo frame behind Armando Dippet. The office fell silent again. According to the opinions of most headmasters, they all thought that Dumbledore should take action and send Brian to Azkaban, but in fact, they all knew that even with the Dementors guarding, Azkaban might not be able to hold this level of wizard. Evil is evil, Albus. Armando Dippet said firmly, we should strangle the evil in the bud while we still have the ability to do so, Albus. If Azkaban can't hold that disobedient brat, then you should kill him directly. I see it now. Dippet's suggestion immediately detonated Phineas, and he sprayed saliva at Dippet. You are jealous, right? Jealous that the great Slytherin house has produced another outstanding genius, you want to destroy him. Phineas Black in the portrait was a middle-aged man with a thin face and a goatee. He wore a green robe with silver snakes, and a ring with the Black family crest. Phineas's defense hit too many people, and many headmasters stood up and accused Slytherin, and Armando Dippet was even more straightforward. Great Slytherin house? Hey, I think you must not forget the panic that the Chamber of Secrets left by Slytherin brought to Hogwarts last year. He pointed at Phineas with his finger, and reminded him of the incident that had almost destroyed the school. That chamber is not that simple. Phineas retorted, Albus has told us that the chamber has a different magical environment. To be honest, I am very grateful to Brian Watson. He cleared the slander that has been circulating in the wizarding world for 1,000 years against Salazar Slytherin himself. Slytherin himself left the chamber and the basilisk for a different purpose, not to slaughter the young wizards in the school. Phineas's statement was the conclusion after a joint discussion, not his own opinion, so Armando Dippet did not refute, but remained silent. He knew that Dumbledore had indeed confirmed Phineas's words, and that he had found evidence to support them. As if he had won a holy war, Phineas straightened his chest, looked at Albus Dumbledore with gleaming eyes, and said proudly, Do you want to hear my opinion, Albus, about Brian Watson? I look forward to hearing your insights, Phineas. Dumbledore smiled sincerely and said, I'm sure your wisdom will show us the way. Phineas, who was praised by Dumbledore, was inspired. He seemed to return to the days when he was the current headmaster of Hogwarts and had the power. He glanced at Armando Dippet, who was also looking at him coldly, cleared his throat. First of all, there is a question that needs your honest answer, Albus. After getting Dumbledore's nod, Phineas Black's small eyes showed a shrewd light. Up to now, Albus, can you still deal with Brian Watson? 0166 Air. As the first headmaster from Slytherin in many years, and the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history, Phineas Black's question was not only curious to himself, but every former headmaster on the portrait showed a strong curiosity. They all stared at the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, who was sitting behind his desk, waiting for his answer. Dumbledore was not surprised by this question, and he also knew very well what Headmaster Black would say to him next. He had a calm and serene expression on his face, as if he had already anticipated everything that would happen tonight. If you mean to suppress him in a duel. After thinking for a moment, Dumbledore still answered the question, maybe I can still do it for now, but I'm afraid this situation won't last long. He spoke in a low and gentle tone, without any arrogance or fear. Only suppress. Armando Dippet frowned and said dissatisfiedly, we all know your humbleness, Albus, but you don't have to be like this in front of us. He was the oldest and longest-serving headmaster of Hogwarts, and he had worked with Dumbledore for a long time, so he had high regards for Dumbledore's abilities. Not humble, Professor Armando. Dumbledore said gently, with a touch of appreciation in his tone, he has improved a lot compared to a few months ago. To be honest, I didn't expect him to improve so fast. Brian's Inferno curse was very impressive tonight. The extremely stable spell structure made the Inferno, a difficult-to-control flame, show a shocking structural stability. Even I can't easily eliminate such an Inferno. If his magical attainments can maintain such an astonishing speed of growth, I'm afraid it won't be long before I run out of tricks. Dumbledore's answer satisfied Phineas in the frame, but the problem was that he was too satisfied and felt uneasy. He knew that Dumbledore was not exaggerating, and that Brian Watson was indeed a formidable wizard at a young age. So, Albus, Phineas said uneasily, what about the young man's soul? He wanted to know if Brian had succumbed to the dark side. Still intact, Dumbledore smiled inexplicably, this is the only thing that makes me feel relieved tonight. He did not explain how he knew this, but he seemed to have a secret way of detecting Brian's soul state. There was another brief silence. The former headmasters of Hogwarts on the wall were all powerful wizards with extensive experience in their lifetimes. They were all thinking, among the outstanding young people they had seen in their days, which one could compare with Brian Watson. They could not think of anyone who had such a talent, such a potential, and such a mystery. So, Phineas was proud and showed a sense of wisdom. We don't have much choice, do we, Albus? Winning over that young man, and let him join our cause, is the only choice. Otherwise, oh, forgive me for being blunt, Albus, if we anger that young man, he decides to join forces with the Dark Lord whose name is not even dared to be mentioned, then we are doomed. One of them has won over the direct descendants of most of the pure-blood families in the wizarding world, and the other is notorious in the underground world where the ancient secret witchcraft sects are active. To be honest, if they join forces, they can walk into Hogwarts openly, and you can't stop them, Albus. He painted a terrible future, and moreover, the possibility of this terrible future happening was not low, if they mishandled it. That child is very kind. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Dilly spoke up for Brian. We all know that child's style. He has almost no opponents in the wizarding world, but he has been restraining himself for years, trying not to hurt others. And, he has been supporting the Muggle orphanage that raised him. The only reason he keeps restraint is Albus Dumbledore. Armando Dippet said sharply, he respects and fears Dumbledore, but he does not trust or follow him. He has his own agenda and his own secrets. He is a wild card, and we cannot afford to lose him to the other side. Not so. At this time, a hoarse and husky voice sounded slowly in the office, attracting everyone's attention to a shelf behind Dumbledore. Brian Watson, that child, I remember very clearly. The ragged and wrinkled sorting hat on the shelf shook its tip and said slowly. He was probably the most difficult child to assign in my 1,000 years. A small body, but with an unimaginable mature mind. It was difficult, really difficult. The sorting hat's speech aroused Dumbledore's great interest. He turned around and facing the sorting hat, he eagerly said. Can you please tell me more? Of course, no problem, Headmaster Dumbledore, the sorting hat muttered in a mumbling tone, as if he was reluctant to reveal his secrets. We all know what qualities the four founders value. Gentlemen, for 1,000 years, I have peered into the souls of countless little wizards. Most of the children, their thoughts and qualities are very easy to figure out. I don't have to spend much effort to send them where they belong. There are also more difficult ones, such as Harry Potter. Slytherin and Gryffindor will both help him have an unlimited future. However, that Potter can't be compared with Brian Watson. What do you mean? Dumbledore's curiosity became stronger, and he realized that he had made a mistake. He had been trying to see through Brian Watson's layers of disguise to see his soul, but he had overlooked the fact that he had already had a chance to glimpse the real Brian Watson. The sorting hat had seen him more clearly than anyone else, and he could share his insights with others. Very interesting, extremely rare, unprecedented, headmasters. The sorting hat chuckled, his voice full of wonder and amusement. Gryffindor's courage, Ravenclaw's wisdom, Hufflepuff's kindness, Slytherin's ambition. He has them all, gentlemen, Brian Watson has it all. It's a wonderful thing, Dumbledore, if Potter can pull out the sword of Gryffindor from me, proving that he is a true heir of Gryffindor, then Brian Watson should be called the heir of Hogwarts. He has all the qualities that the four founders value. There was silence in the room after the sorting hat's speech. The headmasters were stunned by his words, and they looked at each other with disbelief. All the qualities that the four founders value. Dumbledore also fell into some kind of surprise, his eyes became hollow, and he whispered softly, as if he was talking to himself. Yes, this is indeed surprising. But you put him in Slytherin, didn't you? Armando Dippet, who had the lowest tolerance for evil, once again sharply expressed his opinion, his voice full of accusation and resentment. This means that in that guy's heart, ambition always outweighs everything. Not so, respected Headmaster Dippet. The sorting hat once again refuted Armando's words, and he said with a hoarse voice and a chuckle, as if he was enjoying the debate. At that time, I mean, when a child from the Muggle world enters the wonderful magical world for the first time, he needs ambition, that ambition for power, to protect himself from harm. But this does not mean that ambition dominates in that child's soul. His entry into Slytherin is just a specific choice at a specific age. If that child is sorted again today, he could be anywhere, gentlemen. 0167 Dumbledore's reflection. He could be anywhere. Dumbledore looked thoughtful and solemn as he repeated the words of the sorting hat. Although the portraits on the wall were eager to discuss the inexplicable concept of Hogwarts heirs, it was a title that sounded both ridiculous and intriguing, but they all tried hard not to speak, afraid of disturbing Dumbledore's thoughts. I must thank you. After a long time, Dumbledore's tone became cheerful again, and he nodded to the sorting hat from his chair. The wisdom of the four founders is the most precious treasure of Hogwarts, and tonight, it prevented me from making a terrible mistake. After saying these words, Dumbledore got up from his chair and walked around the table, pacing in the circular office. He looked at each portrait with a thoughtful expression, as if he was trying to find something in their eyes. A specific choice at a specific age, those are really wise words. Dumbledore smiled and said, even I can't completely avoid being prejudiced, can I? He didn't need anyone to answer, Dumbledore was just talking to himself. Brian and Tom are very similar, this is what I have been worrying about, this worry is so strong, that even though I know that he and Tom are completely different people, but I dare not completely let go of my heart. I have to admit that Brian being in Slytherin House magnified my attention to the similarities between him and Tom, but in fact, this is a terrible prejudice. That's the truth, Albus. Phineas took advantage of the opportunity and said happily. We all know that powerful wizards have privileges, that Kid sometimes despises the law, and disdains the rules, but he is always kind, and what happened tonight is a strong proof that those increasingly incompetent guys in the Ministry of Magic can't stand his toss. Phineas had a notorious reputation in his lifetime as a former headmaster who was known for his eccentricity and arrogance. He often clashed with his colleagues over trivial matters and insulted them behind their backs. However, he did have some truth in what he said about Brian Watson's rebellious nature. The young wizard had been involved in several incidents that challenged the authority of the Ministry of Magic and caused trouble for Hogwarts. But he was also a talented student who had shown great potential in magic. So the former headmasters kept silent, neither agreeing nor refuting his words. And this was very encouraging for Phineas. He looked around triumphantly with his black eyes spinning around. For such a talented young man, we should forgive his trivial mistakes, and patiently guide him back to the right path. What makes you so tolerant and friendly tonight, Headmaster Black? Dumbledore stopped at the golden branch where Fawkes was perched. He looked up at Phineas's portrait with a gentle smile. My meaning is very clear, isn't it? Phineas felt confused by Dumbledore's sudden change of attitude. He forgot to respect Dumbledore and shouted. As long as we can be lenient with Brian Watson's mistakes over the years, then Albus my unworthy great-grandson. Aha! Armando Dippet, who had been sneering at Phineas for a long time, exclaimed, I knew you were plotting this. The conspiracy is exposed. Phineas's attempt to confuse the audience aroused anger among some of his colleagues who felt insulted by his words. They started to hurl accusations at him. You are jealous, gentlemen. The noble Black family will last forever. The noble Black family will never have traitors. Please calm down, everyone. If you continue to quarrel, Argus will come to our door. Dumbledore shook his silver-white eyebrows, looking a bit helpless. I think you must understand, Headmaster Black. Dumbledore, who had regained his calm, said in a stern tone, the sins committed by Sirius are unforgivable, right? I was just about to talk to you about this. Phineas was squeezed by his colleagues on both sides, blurted out, trying to defend himself. He carefully and smoothly said to Dumbledore. My great-grandson, you all say that he joined the Dark Lord who can't be named, betrayed the Potters, but you can't produce any evidence, can you, Dumbledore? That kid grew up under your eyes, you know what kind of person he is, you see how close he is with that Potter, he can't betray the Potters, there must be a misunderstanding. The voice of Phineas Nigellus Black was loud and hoarse, echoing in the circular office of the headmaster. His face was twisted with anger and pain, as he glared at the portraits of former headmasters. Ridiculous. Unsurprisingly, the person who refuted the words was Headmaster Armando Dippet, who had a long white beard and a pointed hat. He looked furious and disgusted, as he snapped at Black. Your great-grandson sent away 13 innocent souls with a curse in broad daylight, one of whom was his best friend. Effective communication and exchange stopped, and meaningless conflicts broke out again. More than a dozen former headmasters crowded into Armando's painting frame and wanted to separate Dippet and Black, but somehow, this fight turned into a melee. They shouted, pushed, and pulled each other, creating a chaotic scene in the wall of portraits. This time, Dumbledore didn't stop them immediately. He frowned and muttered softly, even in that era full of lies and betrayals, this is a puzzling thing, the truth? But the crime facts are clear. Albus. Dilys Derwent was the only headmaster who didn't join the portrait melee. She called Dumbledore's name. What are you going to do about Brian Watson? Dumbledore's eyebrows relaxed, ignoring the portrait's melee, and returned to his seat, resuming the posture of clasping his fingers and staring at the dome, falling into a long thought. Brian didn't expect that the wall of fire could completely stop Albus Dumbledore and his phoenix, he just hoped that the magic could buy him a few seconds. In the next 5 minutes, he almost didn't stay in one place for more than 3 seconds, constantly operating, constantly erasing the traces of magic, until the end. Even he, who had a considerable amount of magic reserves, was exhausted by this crazy apparition. They really didn't come after me. Brian stopped in a jungle that he had been to during his previous missions, leaning on a towering giant tree and panting slightly. He felt a surge of relief and disbelief, as he checked his surroundings for any signs of pursuit. Humph, what if they know? Brian straightened up and smiled slightly. They were still deceived. The dazzling starlight from the infinite starry sky and the cool air of the original jungle at night calmed Brian's slightly agitated mood, and after thinking about it, he changed into his usual wizard robe and operated back to Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade in the night was looming in the thick fog, and on the commercial street that runs through the center of the village, there were many vague shadows in the fog. Most of these guys were also regulars in the underworld, and they came here for trading or commissioning, but they didn't want to be exploited by brokers like Folly, so they hoped to use Albus Dumbledore's name to deter the trading partners from messing around. Brian ignored these wizards. He walked past the elegant wizard clothing store and residences, and headed towards the 3 broomsticks. Heek, Woo woo. Just as Brian was about to reach the alley of his temporary residence, he heard a humming sound from the dark alley on the other side of the pub, and the voice sounded strange but familiar. After thinking for a moment, Brian walked towards the alley where the sound came from, and saw a huge and honest figure who was drunk leaning on the edge of several trash cans, groaning and mumbling. Hagrid, how come it's you? Brian looked surprised. He ran over, held his breath to cut off the stinky smell, and then bent down and lifted Hagrid's furry beard, which was stained with beers and tears. What made you drink so much at night? And what made you cry alone? 0168 Comparisons and Aftermath. Ever since the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts frequently had accidents, no wizard could hold the position for more than a year and retire safely, which became a consensus among the young wizards. At the beginning of each new school year, identifying how good the latest defense against the dark arts professor is has almost become a reserved program at the start of the school year. It was a topic that sparked heated debates and lively discussions among the students, who eagerly awaited to see what surprises the new professor would bring to them and how long will he be able to teach. As usual, the popularity of this topic would last until the end of the first month of school, before gradually having a conclusion that everyone agrees on. But this year's situation was different from the past. Before the class started, Professor Lupin, who showed his hand on the Hogwarts Express by saving Harry from a Dementor, received widespread praise within a week after the class started. He was calm, gentle, and knowledgeable, and he taught the students how to deal with various dark creatures, such as boggarts. He also gave them the rare practical class on how to defend themselves against the dark arts and creatures. Of course, the least popular Slytherin house still maintained the style of the past. They couldn't find any fault with Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts class, so they simply made an issue of Lupin's plain dress, which they thought was shabby and poor. They also spread rumors about it, but they could only amuse themselves, and not many people would have any opinions on Professor Lupin because of this. Most of the students admired and respected him, and some even had a crush on him. Now, among the young wizards, the most popular topic was Professor Remus Lupin and Professor Brian Watson, who of them was the most professional professor in the past decade. This was not something that could be clarified in one or two sentences. Even within Gryffindor, there was a lot of controversy on this topic. Some preferred Professor Lupin, who followed the curriculum and taught them the basics, while others favored Professor Watson, who was more adventurous and creative, and taught them some simple but advanced and unconventional magic. There is no doubt about the professionalism. Fred, who had been silent for the whole night, leaned on the cold fireplace and said, "But obviously we value more. Professor Watson." The twins exclaimed in unison. Fred and George were proud of their silent communication. They sprang up and bumped their elbows in the air with a grin. They liked Professor Watson more because he was more adventurous and thrilling. He often brought strange and dangerous creatures to the class, such as eight-eyed spiders and Inferi. Harry, Ron, who was sitting on the sofa, and Hermione, who was lying on the wooden table and previewing several subjects at the same time, were not surprised at all. They all knew why Fred and George liked Professor Watson more. For them, boggarts were obviously not as interesting as eight-eyed spiders. Neville and Dean liked Professor Lupin more. Ron carefully fed the strengthening potion especially made for magical beasts to the listless Scabbers in his hand, but Scabbers seemed to dislike it very much. He twisted and turned in Ron's hand, trying to escape, causing most of the potion in the small bottle to be spilled on his wizard robe. Ron cursed under his breath and tried to wipe off the sticky liquid, but it only made it worse. He looked at his robe with dismay and sighed. At least they can deal with the boggarts in the closet, but Professor Watson. Ron suddenly shuddered and said with lingering fear, "During the summer vacation, Mom and Dad took us to visit the mummies in the pyramids. That night I had a nightmare. I remembered the Inferi that Professor Watson brought. The rotten flesh and bones, that was so creepy and disgusting. They tried to grab me and drag me into the water. I will probably never forget it in my life." Hermione, who was writing quickly at the desk, suddenly smiled with her lips pursed. She lifted her hair and looked at Ron. "Seriously, Ron, I thought when you went on stage, the boggart would turn into an Inferi or a basilisk, but what you are most afraid of turned out to be a spider." The deep conversation on this issue lasted for about 10 minutes. In the end, Harry and Hermione both figured out the reason why Ron was afraid of spiders. It turned out that when Ron was 3 years old, his brother Fred had turned his teddy bear into a giant spider, and Ron had been traumatized ever since. In a burst of cheerful laughter, the unhappy Ron accidentally poked the mouth of the strength potion into Scabbers' nose. As a result, after a series of painful screams, Scabbers gave Ron a bite, which made Ron even more depressed. He looked at Harry with a slumped face and said, "It's time to talk about your opinion, Harry." Harry hesitated and didn't speak, but this was completely pretended. Hermione appreciated Professor Lupin, who taught according to the formal textbook step by step, while Ron liked Professor Watson more. This is not surprising. Professor Watson almost saved half of Ron's brothers and sisters, and gave him a very exquisite commemorative coin of Merlin. How to say it, when facing Professor Lupin, Harry would feel a strange sense of intimacy from his actions, and that was very different. He didn't know what the reason for this feeling was. Maybe it was because Professor Lupin saved his life on the Hogwarts Express, or maybe it was because Professor Lupin's gentle temperament that was popular among others, but even so, if he had to choose a winner between Professor Watson and Professor Lupin, he would undoubtedly choose Professor Watson. The reason for making this decision is not only because of Professor Watson's help in the Chamber of Secrets incident last semester, but also because during the summer vacation, he accidentally learned of Professor Watson's life experience, which made Harry feel that he and Professor Watson had a similar fate. However, this reason cannot be said to others. He cannot reveal Professor Watson's important past and his privacy without permission, even to Ron and Hermione. The next morning, as soon as they entered the hall for breakfast, all the young wizards felt an indescribable depression. Soon, the young wizards realized that this depression came from the front of the hall, the professor's seat. Except for the absent headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Lupin, almost every professor who came down for breakfast had a newspaper in hand. They ignored the various breakfasts piled up in front of them and only focused on the spread-out Daily Prophet. They looked worried and angry, and some even muttered words under their breaths. Is there anything new that we don't know? Harry and Ron, who were late, quickly noticed something was wrong. They lowered their heads and ran in from the hall, and sat directly on the empty seats next to Hermione. They looked around and saw that the atmosphere in the hall was too weird. Everyone's face was heavy, and the young wizards were discussing in groups of 3 or 2 with suppressed voices. The professors also expressed their opinions in low voices. Only the beloved potions professor was expressionless and calmly dealt with the white porridge on the table. He seemed to be indifferent to the news, or perhaps he was secretly pleased. The Ministry of Magic found Black. Hermione said solemnly, but seeing these two stunned and stiff, she quickly added, but he ran away again. Seamus told us yesterday, oh, he saw it from the Daily Prophet. A muggle nearby saw Black. Hermione shook the latest edition of the Daily Prophet in her hand, and pointed to the headline that read, Sirius Black escapes again. Underneath the headline, there was an art picture of a gaunt and ragged man with wild eyes and long hair, who looked like a madman. He was surrounded by several hooded figures, who were shooting spells at him. Today's newspaper says that according to the Muggles' report call, the Ministry of Magic's hitman went out and found clues. Last night, the hitman blocked him in front of the Black family's manor and fought a fierce battle with him. Harry snatched the Daily Prophet from Hermione and read it with Ron. The caption said, Black was seriously injured and fled in embarrassment. The Ministry of Magic's Auror office's Dawlish was injured in a duel with Sirius Black. At present, the Aurors and Dementors are still pursuing. Please keep calm, the residents of the wizarding world. Ah. The Daily Prophet is still the same, always vague when it comes to major issues. Ron turned his face away with disgust, and said, they don't tell us anything useful. Where did they find him? How did he escape? Hermione rolled her eyes and said, the problem is not here, Ron. Look at this. Hermione carefully took out a copy of the Times and stuffed it under the table to Harry, whose face was a little dark. Harry, who was curious and anxious, took the copy of the Times from Hermione and looked at it. He gasped when he saw the front page. There was a large photo of a huge explosion with flames and smoke rising from a building. The building looked like a mansion, with a large gate and a coat of arms on the wall. The caption said, Gas explosion destroys historic manor in London. No casualties reported. Hermione nodded and said, except for me, I'm afraid no one in the school is subscribing to the Muggle newspapers. Hermione pointed to a small article on the side of the photo, which said, Witness claims to see strange lights and sounds before the explosion. Police dismisses it as a hoax. Hermione said, the Daily Prophet did not publish the details of the arrest last night, but the Muggle newspapers recorded the scene. The Muggle government claimed that there was a gas explosion. This excuse is not new, but look. In the picture, the huge searchlight made the dark night bright, and the ground around the deserted small square cracked open with shocking cracks. The edge of the crack showed a melted crystalline state, and faint smoke could be seen. In the distant alley, a large section of the road surface was blown up, and next to the alley, there was a house with a roof blown off. The scene was like a war zone, with debris and dust everywhere. The Muggles who lived nearby must have been terrified by the sudden explosion, and the Ministry of Magic must have had a hard time covering it up. Did Black cause all this? Ron stared at the Muggle newspaper, so shocked that his eyes were about to bulge out, but the Daily Prophet said that no Muggle died. The Muggle newspaper also said that. Hermione pointed to a line of text under the picture and said, then she looked at Harry, who was silent, and said solemnly. With the power of one person, he can fight against most of the elites of the Ministry of Magic, and cause such huge destruction. Now, we finally know why the Ministry of Magic is so panicked about Sirius Black's escape. 0169 Lupin's visit. Before Black is caught, Harry, you should stay in the Gryffindor common room every night, and never sneak out of the castle at midnight to find Hagrid, or break into the Forbidden Forest. Hermione glared at Harry sternly, her bushy brown hair framing her worried face. She was clutching a thick book titled Hogwarts, a History in her hands, as if it was a shield against any danger. You talk as if we didn't take you with us when we went to see Hagrid. Ron retorted, his freckled face turning red with annoyance. He glanced at Hermione with a bit of displeasure, feeling that she was being too bossy and nagging. He was holding a piece of toast with jam, which he had snatched from the breakfast table before they left the Great Hall. Harry didn't intervene in Ron and Hermione's argument, although his eyes only fell on the photo in the Muggle newspaper, which he had found in his dormitory. It showed a gaunt man with long black hair and a wild beard, who had a crazed look in his eyes. The caption read, "Sirius Black, the most wanted man in Britain." He felt a few strange gazes looking at him. The owners of those eyes were the same as Ron's pure-blood heirs. They had already known Black's purpose of escaping from prison, but they didn't publicize it in the school because of the warning from their families. "I know." Harry interrupted the argument with a dull voice, tearing his eyes away from the photo. He folded the newspaper and stuffed it into his backpack, hoping that no one else would see it. He knew that Black was after him, and that he had to be careful. Black's horror reminded Harry of the place that Professor Watson had taken him to during the summer vacation, which made Harry realize that the wizarding world was not only beautiful and magical, but also had the darkness and filth that the Muggle world had. "I'll try to stay in the castle after dark," Harry said, trying to sound calm and reassuring. He didn't want to worry his friends, or to let them know how scared he was. Harry's performance satisfied Hermione, who nodded approvingly, while Ron seemed very surprised, but he also knew that this was not something to joke about. He shrugged innocently and didn't say anything, burying his head to deal with the rest of his breakfast. The first class of the third year this morning was the herbology class shared by Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Because the conversation at breakfast delayed a little time, this resulted in Harry and the other two having to run all the way to Professor Sprout's greenhouse, which was located at the edge of the school grounds. They had to cross the large lawn, where they could see the Quidditch pitch, the Black Lake, and the Forbidden Forest in the distance. Harry felt a pang of longing, as he remembered the times he had flown on his broom, or explored the forest with his friends. He hoped that he would be able to do those things again soon, without having to worry about Black or the Dementors. On the lawn of the schoolyard, the first-year freshmen were learning how to control flying brooms under the guidance of Madame Hooch, the flying instructor. She was a strict and stern woman, who had short grey hair and yellow eyes, like a hawk. She was blowing her whistle and shouting commands, as the students tried to mount their brooms and lift off the ground. Harry looked at the younger wizards who were swaying in the air 10 feet above the ground, and couldn't help but recall the situation when he first touched the flying broom in his first year. At that time, he made Malfoy suffer a big loss in front of everyone, when he had caught the Remembrall that Malfoy stole from Neville. He was also invited by Professor McGonagall to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a seeker, the youngest in a century. He felt a surge of pride, as he remembered the thrill of flying and catching the golden snitch. "I hope Black can convince Wood." The past good memories made Harry feel better, and Harry muttered softly, as he neared the greenhouse. "Harry." Just then, Ron, who was following him like a bodyguard on his left and right, suddenly stopped and pointed in a direction and exclaimed. He had spotted Hagrid, the half-giant gamekeeper, towards his hut. "Oh, I'm going to see what's going on," Harry said, feeling a sudden curiosity and excitement. After looking around to see if anyone was paying attention to him, he bent down and ran towards Hagrid's hut, which was a small wooden house with a pumpkin patch and a vegetable garden. He hoped that he could get there before the class started, and that Professor Sprout wouldn't notice his absence. "You just promised us, Harry." Looking at the quickly disappearing figure, Hermione shouted angrily. She felt frustrated by Harry's recklessness and impulsiveness. She couldn't believe that he would just run off like that, without thinking of the consequences. "It's daytime, Hermione, not night." Harry didn't look back, just waved his hand. He knew that Hermione meant well. He didn't think that anything bad would happen to him in broad daylight, and he trusted Hagrid. Ron shrugged innocently again and followed Harry, while Hermione, stomping her feet in anger, sneaked a glance at the thin and long gold chain exposed under her collar, looked around guiltily, and ran towards Hagrid's hut with her bulging backpack. She didn't want to leave Harry and Ron alone, and she also wanted to see what was going on. Brian pushed open the window of his bedroom, squinting his eyes against the cool breeze in the morning, and the fatigue of not sleeping all night gradually left his body. He felt refreshed and energized, ready to face the new day. He looked out of the window, and admired the view of the small and quaint village of Hogsmeade, the only all-wizarding settlement in Britain. Although it was still early in the morning, the hard-working local villagers of Hogsmeade had already started their day's work. Across a few houses, he could clearly hear the footsteps and the sound of wooden wheels on the stone slabs on the commercial street. He could also hear the chatter and laughter of the customers and the shopkeepers, who were exchanging greetings and news, and the occasional cry of a child or an animal. The hillside in the distance was still shrouded in a hazy white mist, but the mist was quickly melting under the increasingly dazzling sunlight. A house standing on the gentle slope with a hint of mystery was looming in the mist. Brian, who had sobered up a lot, withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the half-blood giant who was sleeping on his bed, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Late last night, Brian, who had escaped from the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore, dragged his tired body back to his temporary residence in Hogsmeade, but unexpectedly found that Hagrid, who was drunk, was lying next to a trash can in another alley. He had seen him stumbling and mumbling, with a bottle of fire whiskey in his hand and tears in his eyes. That grey hippogriff, Draco, did he forgot all my advice from last year? He should be grateful that Buckbeak didn't go for his neck. Perhaps because Hagrid, who had giant blood running in his veins, had a different physique from normal wizards, the sobering potions that Brian concocted couldn't make Hagrid fully awake, so he had no choice but to let Hagrid stay in his small and shabby room for one night. After retrieving the daily profit from the mailbox, Brian returned to the dark and narrow living room, flipping through the newspaper while eating alone. He had paid a subscription fee to the newspaper, and had asked the delivery owl to bring it to him every morning. He wanted to keep up with the news and the events in the wizarding world, and to look for any clues or hints that could help him in his commissions. Black escaped with serious injuries. Elite Auror of the Auror Office, John Dawlish, was wounded bravely, and is currently recovering at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Brian spread raspberry jam on the soft and yellow toasted bread, then rolled it up and put it in his mouth. When his hungry stomach felt the filling of food, the comfort feedback made Brian sigh with relief. He bought the bread and the jam from the bakery, and toasted the bread with his wand. He wanted to have a simple and quick breakfast, and to save his time and energy for more important things. Elite Auror Dawlish. Brian chewed the bread while rolling his eyes, recalling when he had injured this guy named Dawlish last night. Knock knock knock. The knocking on the door outside the hall suddenly brought Brian back to his senses. His penetrating eyes saw through the walls and found out who the visitor was. He walked quickly to open the door, looked at the warm smile of Remus Lupin, squinted his eyes, and asked calmly. What, is there any emergency in the school? And, how did you figure out that I live here? Although he was still wearing the washed white, patched wizard robe, Lupin's complexion was much better than 2 or 3 weeks ago, which finally made him look more like an energetic middle-aged wizard, rather than a beggar who had no next meal. Don't be nervous, Brian. Remus said gently, everything is normal in the school, and Harry's side is also fine. Won't you invite me in to talk, Brian? I'm just afraid you'll find it not decent enough here. Brian, who knew that Potter's father had cuckolded Professor Snape, and that Lupin had been James Potter's friend, so he had a bit of coldness in his tone, but he still turned around and walked back to the living room, inviting Remus in. Lupin, who had lived a difficult and dirty life as a werewolf for half his life, was accustomed to the wizard's resistance and disgust. He was not offended by Brian's slight coldness. He only felt a bit strange. The last time they met, Brian was very cordial to him and spoke politely. It was probably because of the huge bounty of 50,000 galleons on Sirius Black's head. As a werewolf, Lupin's manners and etiquette were already considered elegant and noble. He walked into the house and stopped at the junction of the hall and the living room, smiling at Brian who continued to eat. He noticed the newspaper on the table, and the headline about Black's escape. Actually, it was Albus who told me you live here. Oh, really? Then did Headmaster Dumbledore kindly tell you how he knew I lived here? He was not surprised that Dumbledore could figure out where he lived. Hogsmeade was under his eyes. If he couldn't figure out even this, then Albus Dumbledore wouldn't be feared by so many people. Rosmerta, the owner of the Three Broomsticks pub, is a friend of Albus, Remus said gently. Brian rolled his eyes, choked by the dough in his throat, which meant that as soon as he rented the house here, Albus Dumbledore knew the rent for the house. Actually, I came here for another reason as well. Remus pointed to the bedroom and said, he hopes I can help bring Hagrid back to school. Brian put down his fork, raised his eyebrows, and smiled mockingly, is that all? 0170 favor. Lupin gave a bitter smile and looked at the young wizard across the table with admiration. He knew that Brian had seen through his intentions, but he still hoped to persuade him to accept his request. There is one more thing I need to ask you, Brian. Lupin said earnestly, waiting for Brian's response. Let's hear it, Remus. Brian said, gesturing to the empty chair in front of him. He poured a cup of tea for Lupin and offered it to him. Although he had some resentment towards the man Lupin wanted to avenge who had cuckolded Professor Snape, whom he respected, Brian did not want to be too narrow-minded. He was willing to listen to what Lupin had to say. Lupin hesitated for a moment, then nodded gratefully and took the seat opposite Brian. He felt the warmth of the tea in his throat, which calmed his nerves a bit. Although he was respected by the children in the school, he was well aware that he was an unwelcome werewolf in the wizarding world. He appreciated that Brian, who knew his secret, was still able to talk to him civilly. There were not many wizards who would do that. There is something that worries me, Brian. I hope you can do me a favor. Lupin said in a low voice, meeting Brian's gaze. Brian leaned his chin on his hands and listened quietly, without giving any indication of his thoughts. You know, Brian, I turn into a werewolf every full moon night. Lupin said matter-of-factly, as if he was talking about the weather. I know that, Remus. And I also know that you can't teach when that happens. Brian said, raising his eyebrows. Do you want me to take over your classes for a few days every month? No, that's not it. Dumbledore has already arranged that. Professor Snape will temporarily replace me during those days. Lupin said quickly, as if he was afraid that Brian would refuse him because of that. Brian smiled, thinking that his old professor would finally get to teach defense against the dark arts. He wondered how Snape would cope with the curse that seemed to haunt that position, and whether he would last a full year. The first full moon after I joined Hogwarts will be at the beginning of next month. In a few days, I will start taking small doses of a diluted wolfsbane potion, as prescribed by Professor Snape. But he told me that since I have never taken this potion before, it might not work as well as expected. It might not suppress my aggression completely. So I told Dumbledore about this, and you can imagine, Brian, how terrible it would be if I lost control in the school. I can't take that risk. Lupin said calmly, as if he was not talking about himself. Brian was silent for a moment, then gave a slight smile and narrowed his eyes. So, the clever Dumbledore must have given you a good suggestion, right? Brian asked sarcastically, as he leaned back on his chair and looked at Lupin with a mocking smile. Albus suggested that I find a powerful wizard to watch over me for those 2 days. Lupin said, hoping that Brian would catch his hint. Lupin gazed at the young wizard sitting opposite him with a sincere expression. You see, Brian, I thought you would be the best choice. Minerva and Phileas are both excellent wizards, but to be honest, they might get hurt if I lose control of myself. Albus has too many things on his plate already, I don't want to trouble him any further. Lupin hoped that Brian would understand his situation and agree to help him. Brian rolled his eyes inwardly. Too many things on his plate. More like too many candies in his mouth or too many schemes in his head. Wait a minute, isn't this another one of his schemes? He's not trying to pawn me off to Remus, is he? Brian thought cynically, as he saw through Dumbledore's ulterior motives. Lupin was a kind-hearted werewolf, and he did not like to think ill of others. He believed that Dumbledore's words were just thoughtful suggestions, but Brian, who was also very clever, saw through them at once. He realized that the headmaster was not only trying to help Lupin, but also trying to test him, to see if he was willing to get involved with Hogwarts again. Please, Brian, if you could come to my office and watch me on the full moon nights every month, Lupin said with a pleading tone in his voice. I would be very grateful to you. He added sincerely, looking like he had quickly adapted to his role as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. He did not want to lose this opportunity because of his condition, and he did not want to harm anyone because of his carelessness. He trusted Dumbledore, but he also knew that the headmaster had his own troubles, and he could not depend on him entirely. He needed someone who was powerful enough to restrain him if he went wild, someone who knew him and his situation well, and was not afraid of him or disgusted by him. Brian was quite impressed by the junior's dedication, but he was also cautious of the possible consequences. He was not as skilled in potions as Professor Snape, who had spent most of his life mastering this field. But he had also learned a lot of potions in his years of making money, and he had never given up this skill after graduating. He suspected that this was a prank by Professor Snape, who wanted to see how Lupin would react. And he did not expect that Dumbledore would use this as an opportunity to test him. I refuse. Brian said lazily, but before Lupin showed any disappointment, he continued, I don't think I need to go to Hogwarts. You can stay with me for those 2 days of the full moon. He said casually, as if he was inviting Lupin for a cup of tea, not for a risky beast taming. Lupin's face brightened, and his expression became as radiant as the sun. He had a defense against the dark arts class for the 5th grade this morning, and he had to walk a distance with Hagrid. After thanking him profusely, Lupin followed Brian to the bedroom. He hoped that he could make it in time for the class. Wingardium Leviosa. Lupin took out his wand and pointed it at Hagrid on the bed, and then Hagrid, who was sleeping soundly, was lifted up from the bed by his wrist, neck, and knee as if he had invisible ropes tied to them. Brian looked at the obviously sagging bedboard, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He wondered how Hagrid had managed to fit in the bed, and how much weight the bed could withstand. By the way, Brian. Lupin said, as he glanced at the Daily Prophet spread out on the table. He saw the headline that caught his attention. Dumbledore told me that the wizard who tried to break into the Black family mansion last night was not black, but a dark wizard who was after the Ministry of Magic's reward. I agree with him, we both know Black, and we know he doesn't have that skill. Lupin said, as he looked at Brian. Oh. Brian replied, as he met Lupin's gaze, smiling calmly. Then, who does Headmaster Dumbledore think that Dark Wizard is? Brian asked sarcastically, as he leaned back on his chair and looked at Lupin with a vague smile. Dumbledore has no idea either. Lupin said honestly, as he shrugged his shoulders. But he confirmed one thing, Sirius Black is not hiding in the old manor of the Black family. Lupin explained before Brian could ask any questions. Phineas Black was a former headmaster of Hogwarts, and his portraits are in both the headmaster's office and the Black family mansion. Last night, Dumbledore asked Headmaster Black to go back to the Black Manor and check, and he confirmed that there was no one alive in that house. Lupin said, as he pointed to the Daily Prophet that had a picture of the Black family crest on the front page. Thank you for sharing the news, Lupin. I was planning to ask my friends at the Ministry of Magic about Black's incident last night. I think working with you is a smart decision. Brian said, as he picked up the bitter tea to refresh himself. He took a sip, and nodded at Lupin, as he appreciated his honesty and cooperation. The sun rose higher in the sky, and cast its golden light on the land. In the alley in front of the house, an unlucky wizard who had violated the temporary management regulations en route to Hogsmeade was cursing and paying a fine to an official of the Magical Law Enforcement Department that Brian had never seen before. But as soon as he turned his head, the officer pocketed the money for himself. So what if you know? Brian said indifferently, as he shrugged his shoulders and walked to the door. He looked at the distant hill that had become clear under the sunlight, and his eyes sparkled with a faint light. He saw the isolated house on the hill that had lost its gloom and revealed its shabbiness. Brian's brow moved slightly, and he suddenly felt that the Shrieking Shack was a good place for that soul curse research. It was quiet, remote, and he did not have to worry about anyone breaking in, nor did he have to worry about Dumbledore spying on him in that house. What does it matter? Brian returned to the bedroom, ready to repair the bedboard that was crushed by Hagrid. As he turned around, he muttered again, as if he was talking to himself, or to someone who was not there. Please tell me. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, in Hagrid's hut, the gentle and elegant Professor Lupin frowned. He had just finished tucking Hagrid in with a blanket, who had drunk himself into a stupor after raiding half of the wine cellar of the Three Broomsticks pub. He could hear Hagrid's loud snores, mixed with occasional sobs and murmurs of his beloved hippogriff, Buckbeak, who was doomed to be executed by the Ministry of Magic. He turned to look at Harry and Ron, who were as quiet as mice, and Hermione, who was mortified and wished she could disappear. He saw their guilty faces, and he felt angry and disappointed, as he knew that they had skipped their herbology class, and had broken the school rules, to visit Hagrid. If I remember correctly, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, you three should be in Professor Sprout's herbology class, not Hagrid's hut. 0172 help. It took about 10 minutes before Hermione, who was sweating profusely, finally came in from outside with her backpack and a bucket of water, staggering. As soon as she entered, she saw Harry and Ron sitting on the edge of Hagrid's bed, looking at her with a strange expression. They had been waiting for her impatiently, wondering what had taken her so long. Hermione felt a wave of panic wash over her, hoping they had not noticed anything unusual. Oh, why are you looking at me like that? She tried to sound casual, but her voice was slightly hoarse. She casually threw her backpack at the foot of the table, and slowly approached them with half a bucket of water. Did you get lost in the water tank, Hermione? Ron frowned in surprise, looking at Hermione's cheeks wet with sweat, trying to control her breathing. He could not understand why she was so exhausted, as if she had just run a marathon. He also noticed that her hair was more bushy than usual, and had some shiny things stuck in it. We just called you a few times, Hermione, and your hair. Harry also raised his eyebrows, pointing to the shiny things in Hermione's messy hair. Don't mind that, Harry, it's just a few beans from the bubble branch. Hermione quickly fiddled with her hair, trying to remove the beans without drawing too much attention. She cursed herself for forgetting to check her appearance before coming in. She had been too busy hiding something else in her backpack. Bubble branch beans. Ron and Harry looked at each other, puzzled. They had never heard of such a thing before. However, realizing that the more she said, the more flaws she would reveal, Hermione changed the subject. She took Hagrid's dirty handkerchief from Harry's hand, washed it in the bucket, and wiped Hagrid's saliva with one hand while pushing away his beard with the other. This might have tickled Hagrid, who gasped a few times and then sneezed violently. His sneeze was so loud that it shook the whole hut, and made the three friends jump. Hermione hoped that this would distract them from asking more questions. Oh, this is really... I mean, kind of disgusting. Ron touched his robe and face with the shiny sticky substance, looking like he was going to throw up. It took some time for Ron to clean himself up, but by then, it was too late to catch up with Professor Sprout's herbology class. When Harry and the others returned to the greenhouse, there was not a single student in the large greenhouse, and even Professor Sprout had returned to her office in the castle. Having missed the whole lesson, they knew they would have to face the consequences. They hoped that Professor Sprout would be understanding, and that she would not give them a hard time. This morning, the third-year Gryffindors had 2 classes. In addition to Professor Sprout's herbology class, they also had to take a charm class with Professor Flitwick, along with the Hufflepuffs. In order not to get 2 detentions from 2 professors on the first Friday of the school year, they had to postpone the apology. They decided to go to Professor Flitwick's class first, and explain their situation later. It was not until lunchtime that they saw Professor Sprout at the staff table in the Great Hall, but they never had a chance to go up and explain, because all the professors, including the 4 heads of houses and Professor Lupin, were craning their necks towards Dumbledore. They seemed to be discussing a very serious matter, and they did not notice that almost all the young wizards were attracted by their discussion. The students could not hear what they were saying, but they could sense the tension and urgency in their voices. They wondered what was going on, and if it had anything to do with the news they had read in the Daily Prophet that morning. "I didn't hear very clearly," Neville whispered to them, as they sat down at the Gryffindor table. Neville had been sitting near the staff table, trying to eavesdrop on the professor's conversation. He had a worried look on his face, and he kept glancing nervously at the headmaster. Neville was easily frightened, and he often imagined the worst possible scenarios. Until the Great Hall was almost empty, the professors did not end their discussion. Harry and the others had to leave the Great Hall first and look for another opportunity. As they were making their way back to the common room, Neville said to them, "I only heard a few words from Professor Dumbledore, young wizards, safety, and something about negotiating with the Board of Governors. Maybe the Daily Prophet this morning made Professor Dumbledore think that Black could break into Hogwarts and slaughter us at any time," he said in a trembling voice, remembering the headline that had shocked the whole wizarding world. The short article also said that the Ministry of Magic had failed to recapture Black, and that they had no clue about his whereabouts or his plans. The article suggested that Black was a master of disguise, and that he could be anywhere, even inside Hogwarts. "Don't be silly, Neville." Hermione glanced at Harry's gloomy expression and quickly said, "Black can't break into Hogwarts," Professor Dumbledore said on the first night of school. "No disguise can fool the eyes of the Dementors. As long as we stay in school, no one can hurt us." Neville blinked his white eyes, and from his expression, he seemed to think that the person who did not understand the situation was Hermione. It was not until the evening that Harry and Ron, who had finished their day's classes, finally managed to rush to Professor Sprout's office. They had been busy all day, attending lessons, doing homework, and practicing Quidditch. They had almost forgotten that they had missed the herbology class in the morning, and that they had to apologize to the head of Hufflepuff. Because Professor Lupin had warned them beforehand, Harry and Ron did not dare to make up any excuses to deceive the head of Hufflepuff. They honestly confessed why they missed the herbology class, and this honesty also earned them a bit of luck. Professor Sprout did not give them detention, but she asked Harry and Ron to find a way to complete the papers on bubble branch cultivation and how to safely extract the fruit from the pink pods. She also gave them a stern lecture on the importance of herbology, and the consequences of skipping classes. Bubble branch and fruit. Ron looked confused as he came out of Professor Sprout's office. He scratched his head, trying to remember what they had learned about bubble branch in the previous classes. He had a vague impression that it was a plant that produced bubbles when touched, and that the fruit was edible, but he could not recall any details. He wondered how they were going to write the papers, and how long it would take them. "If my brain wasn't muddled by Hagrid's alcoholic breath, Harry, wasn't Hermione with us to visit Hagrid this morning? How did she get herself covered in beans?" he asked Harry, who was equally baffled by Hermione's strange behavior. They had no idea how Hermione had gotten herself into such a mess, and she went straight to the library after dinner. She didn't seem to care at all that Professor Sprout might give them 3 detention, that's not her style. And, she went straight to the library after dinner. Harry's face was no less puzzled than Ron's, he added. She didn't seem to care at all that Professor Sprout might give us 3 detention, that's not her style. Hermione was usually very conscientious and diligent about her studies, and she hated to miss any classes or assignments. She had acted very oddly today, and Harry and Ron could not figure out why. They discussed for a while at the office door, but they couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. It was still early, and after a brief consultation, they decided to go to the library to find Hermione and ask her. In order to take care of the flowers and plants, Professor Sprout arranged her office on the first floor of the castle, which was quite a distance from the library. Harry and Ron ran along the corridor on the first floor, and when they reached the entrance hall, Harry's eyes were drawn to the courtyard, where the moonlight cast a silver glow. Just one glance, he stopped, looking surprised. He saw something that caught his attention, and made him curious. "Oh, watch out, Harry." Ron, who was following Harry, did not notice, and his freckled nose and Harry's back of the head had an intimate contact. He rubbed his sore nose and said unhappily, "What's the matter, Harry? Why did you stop so suddenly?" He looked at Harry, who was staring at the courtyard with a fixed expression. He followed Harry's gaze, and saw what Harry had seen. He was also surprised, and a bit suspicious. "Look, Ron." Harry ignored Ron's grumbling, and quickly pulled him to the side of the door, pointing to the two figures under a large tree with lush branches and leaves in the courtyard, who were talking. They were two people that Harry and Ron did not like at all, and who did not like them either. Snape and Malfoy. Ron was not surprised. "Are they plotting something?" he asked Harry, who nodded in agreement. "We can find out." Harry quickly pulled out his heirloom invisibility cloak from his backpack. He had inherited the cloak from his father, who had used it to sneak around the castle and play pranks with his friends. According to his usual habit, Harry would usually hide his invisibility cloak under his bed in the dormitory, but the failed experience of tracking Professor Watson during the summer vacation and Professor Watson's instructions before the start of school made Harry change this habit. Harry had tried to follow Professor Watson one night, using his invisibility cloak, but he had been discovered and caught by Professor Watson, who had scolded him and warned him. He told Harry that his invisibility cloak was not perfect, and that there were ways to detect it, or to see through it. He had also suggested Harry to carry his cloak with him, instead of leaving it in his dormitory, where it could be stolen, or tampered with. Harry had taken Professor Watson's words to heart, and he had started to keep his cloak in his pocket, where he could access it easily, and where he could protect it better. Taking advantage of the wind in the courtyard, which masked the sound of their footsteps across the grass, Harry and Ron crouched down and walked lightly and quickly. They did not want to alert Snape or Malfoy, or anyone else who might be around. When they got close enough, Malfoy's figure became clear, and Harry's face immediately turned pale with anger. "See, Ron, Malfoy is really just pretending," Harry said through gritted teeth. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of rage and disgust. "Shh, Harry, be quiet." Ron nudged Harry's ribs, signaling him to shut up. He also saw Malfoy's fake injuries, and he also felt angry. But he knew that they had to be careful, and that they had to listen to Snape and Malfoy's conversation. The conversation in the courtyard was coming to an end. Harry and Ron held their breath, and only heard Snape's final question from the faint wind. They strained their ears, trying to catch every word that Snape and Malfoy uttered. "If you still refuse to tell me who is threatening your parents, Draco." Snape's tone was a bit impatient, but still more humane than when he spoke to other young wizards. "Then what do you think I should do to help you?" 0173 The Shrieking Shack. Friday was a very important day for the residents of Hogsmeade, especially the first Friday of the new term. Because tomorrow, it was the first weekend after the summer vacation, the senior students who had saved up their pocket money during the holidays would flock to the magical village as soon as the castle gate opened, eager to enjoy its delights. The villagers were ready to make them spend every last nut in their wallets, and they had prepared various goods and services to attract the young customers. Brian, who had stayed indoors all morning, could hear the bustle on the main road a few dozen feet away, where the shopkeepers and vendors were busy setting up their stalls and displays. Madame Rosmerta, the landlady of the Three Broomsticks pub, was busy filling the wine cellar that had almost been emptied by Hagrid. The owners of the Honeyduke's candy shop, Ambrosius Flume and his wife, were changing the billboard of their products, adding some new flavors and discounts to entice the sweet-toothed students. Mr. Bance, who had lost to Brian in a game of chess, sat on a carriage passing through the street, transporting the latest magic items from his family's alchemy workshop, such as potions, fireworks, and prank gadgets. The whole village was bathed in a joyful and prosperous atmosphere, and even the tedious work of repairing the house made Brian do it with enthusiasm. The previous owner of the house was the supplier of food for the Hogwarts kitchen, and before he left, he gave Brian some of the food stored in the cellar, which saved him a lot of trouble. The house was spacious and cozy, but it needed some renovation and decoration to suit Brian's taste. When Brian fixed the last piece of broken glass on the window, he turned around and saw the Shrieking Shack, standing on the hillside, looming in his sight. Brian, who was covered in dust, thought for a moment and decided to take advantage of the momentum and tidy up his reserved research base. The breeze in the late summer and autumn was no longer as hot as during the summer vacation, and Brian, who felt like he was on a picnic, climbed up the green grassy hillside with a relaxed mood. The wind that brought the fresh smell of grass and earth refreshed him, who was slightly tired. He enjoyed the view of the village and the surrounding landscape, which was a mixture of natural beauty and magical charm. The Shrieking Shack, according to the rumors, was the most haunted house in both magical and non-magical Britain. It was built higher than the other houses in the village, and because of those distorted legends, this dilapidated house looked a bit creepy even in the daytime. The windows on all sides of the house that only had frames left were all sealed with wooden boards, and the small garden surrounded by fences was almost the same as the Potter's old house, with weeds and nettles growing. The paint on the walls was peeling off, and the roof was covered with moss and bird droppings. The door was hanging from one hinge, and the sign that read Shrieking Shack was barely legible. Except for some curious young wizards, the local residents hardly ever came here. Brian circled around the house and found no footprints of anyone. He was glad that his secret base was safe, and that no one would bother him when he was working on his experiments. The house was isolated on the highest hill nearby, with a wide view. Except for the village on the south side, the northwest direction until the end of the horizon, were all endless mountains that had lost their vegetation cover, and 10 miles away in the northeast direction, was a vast, dark forbidden forest, where many dangerous creatures lurked. Brian nodded his head in satisfaction. In this kind of open terrain, it was not easy to hide, and any wizard who tried to approach would not escape his eyes. He had also cast some protective spells and wards around the house, to prevent any unwanted visitors or intruders. When he was studying at Hogwarts, Brian had heard many times the horror stories of the Shrieking Shack. It was said that sometimes on every full moon night, the house would emit a terrible scream of a female ghost and a whisper of a male ghost, but Brian was not one of those troublemakers from Gryffindor, who liked to sneak out of the castle and explore the forbidden places. Out of respect for those horror stories, Brian still took out his wand, removed the door panel, and waited until the dust settled before putting on the bubblehead charm and walking in slowly. He did not want to inhale any harmful substances or particles that might be in the air, and he also wanted to be prepared for any possible dangers or surprises that might await him inside the house. The situation inside the house was almost as Brian had expected. The room was messy and grey, and most of the wallpaper on the walls had fallen off. All the furniture and furnishings seemed to have been badly tossed by someone. There were scratches and bite marks on the floor and the walls, and some blood stains that had dried up long ago. Brian focused his eyes on the wooden floor that was still intact, and his eyebrows raised slightly in curiosity. The floor covered with a thick layer of dust was imprinted with a lot of messy footprints, and it seemed that there were quite a few rats living here, making this place their home. After thinking about it, Brian squatted down and lifted a broken board to observe the situation under the floor, hoping to find something useful or interesting. "Oh, my God!" he exclaimed in surprise and disgust. As soon as the floor was lifted, a dozen frightened rats made a terrified squeak and ran around crazily, trying to escape from the sudden intruder. Those gnarls that were corroding the foundation of the house also wriggled their bodies and fled desperately, their eyes full of fear and hostility staring warily at Brian. Brian waved the wand swiftly, and the invisible wave swept through the air, and those fleeing rats were locked by Brian in a wooden cage that he had changed from a lamp holder. In the case of tight funds, these rats were very good experimental materials, and Brian was not going to let them go easily. Afraid of having the same fate as the rats, the gnarls fled even more frantically, and Brian was a bit annoyed by these little creatures that looked like large chunks of fungus and smelled of stench. They were not only ugly and smelly, but also destructive and invasive. He knew that there was a scouring charm that could effectively deal with the gnarls, but this was only limited to the case where their number was limited, and from the small space exposed by the lifted floor, it was estimated that the dark places of this house were already full of gnarls, and Brian was afraid that a spell would bring down the whole house, which was already in a bad shape. After thinking for a moment, Brian still decided to coexist peacefully with these little guys. Since this house had persisted for so many years, there was no reason why it couldn't hold on when he moved in. He could always find a way to get rid of them later, if they became too troublesome. A great project. Brian muttered to himself sarcastically, as he looked around the dilapidated house, wondering how much time and effort it would take to make it livable. The wine rack that separated the living room and the kitchen had collapsed, and the claw marks and tooth marks left on the broken board seemed to be left by a canine animal, and Brian guessed that it might be the work of a stray dog or a wild wolf nearby, who had wandered into the house in search of food or shelter. After throwing a spider as big as a teapot into the wooden cage, Brian took back his eyes and continued to walk into the house, ignoring the animal traces. The only bedroom on the first floor was blocked by a few rotten wooden boards, and the room was full of furniture debris, and the gorgeous chandelier on the ceiling had also fallen down. Brian stood at the door and glanced a few times, noticing a big hole in the floor at the innermost part, which was probably the work of the gnarls, who had gnawed through the wood and the stone. The situation of the whole room was roughly like this, and Brian, who returned to the living room, glanced at the staircase that was about to collapse, leading to the second floor, and had no interest in going upstairs to check. He doubted that there was anything worth seeing there, and he did not want to risk his life for nothing. Brian's requirements for the environment of the research site were not high, as long as no one disturbed him, and there was a test bench and a chair. He did not care much about the aesthetics or the comfort of the place, as long as it was functional and practical. Snap! The crisp sound of the fingers fell, and a whirlwind appeared out of thin air, sweeping up the fallen wine rack, and in a flash of rapid rotation, a wooden chair with a backrest appeared in front of Brian, and, following Brian's footsteps with a tap dance-like step, walked into the kitchen behind him, as if it had a life of its own. Unexpectedly, the monster-like dripping mouth in the kitchen could still spray out brownish-yellow dirty water, and Brian let the cold water columns wash the stone basin that was entangled with cobwebs, and his eyes fell on the only furniture in the room that was probably intact: the kitchen counter. It was a sturdy wooden table with several drawers and cabinets, and it looked like it could serve as a decent test bench for Brian. "Oh, a boggart." Brian squatted down and glanced through the gap of the sliding door, and muttered to himself. He recognized the magical creature that was hiding in the cabinet, waiting for someone to open it and reveal their deepest fear. Brian was not afraid of boggarts, he had faced them before and knew how to deal with them. He backed up 2 steps, gently flicked his wand, and the sliding door with rusty wheels opened with a series of harsh squeaks, and a black shadow rushed out of the compartment filled with moldy dishes, but before the boggart could show off its power, Brian waved his wand again, without hesitation. Bang! In the sound of a balloon bursting, the unlucky boggart was blown to pieces by Brian, who did not even bother to use the ridiculous spell. He did not want to waste time on this annoying creature, and he did not care what form it would take. He just wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. So, his eyes wandered, and after confirming that there were no other living things in the kitchen and the hall, Brian shook his neck and rolled up his sleeves, ready to start his work. He had a lot of things to do, and he did not want to be disturbed by anyone or anything. House elf Brian Watson is online. The night was not deep yet, and the bright Gryffindor common room was still noisy, full of laughter and chatter. Wizard chess, gobstones, Weasley twins joke products, Quidditch, Professor Lupin and Professor Watson, and Sirius Black, who had escaped from the Ministry of Magic again, and, at lunchtime, the matter that Dumbledore and the professors discussed secretly. These topics were everywhere among the little wizards of Gryffindor, who were eager to share their opinions and gossip. You mean? Under the gorgeous chandelier near the fireplace, Hermione, who had not had time to unload the pile of thick books on her back, had a serious look on her pretty face, as she listened to Ron's words. Malfoy's parents were threatened by the Dark Wizards. 0174 Playwright. Harry and Ron were obviously overjoyed about what happened to Malfoy, but they had different expectations for the outcome. Ron had had enough of Malfoy's constant mockery of his family's poverty, so he hoped that this would bankrupt the Malfoy family once and for all, so that Malfoy would never be able to show off his family's wealth and status in front of him again. Harry's idea was also very simple and straightforward. He just wanted Malfoy's parents to be uneasy and afraid of the consequences, even planning to flee from magical Britain, so that Malfoy would not be able to stay at Hogwarts, and Hagrid's crisis might be resolved. This is not that simple, Harry. Hermione slapped a thick pile of documents related to magical creatures injuring people on the table, her expression very serious and stern. We all know that Malfoy's father is not an ordinary person. Last year, if it weren't for Professor Watson's timely resolution of the basilisk and the diary left by you-know-who, Lucius Malfoy, who had the ability to control the entire board of governors, might have really driven Professor Dumbledore out of Hogwarts, but Professor Dumbledore would never lose to that kind of scum. Harry said dismissively. Let me finish, Harry. Hermione glared at Harry, who was unconvinced, and spoke quickly and urgently. Anyway, we have to admit that Lucius Malfoy is an important and influential person in the wizarding world. He has a close and intimate relationship with many Ministry of Magic officials, including the Minister of Magic himself. Now, the Malfoy family is in trouble, but he did not ask the Ministry of Magic for help, nor did he report it in the newspaper. Instead, Malfoy came to find Professor Snape for help. So what, Hermione? Ron puffed his cheeks and said unhappily and impatiently, Fudge and his gang are greedy and corrupt politicians. They are friends with Malfoy's dad only for the Malfoy family's money and power. I bet, if they really offended someone powerful and formidable, Fudge and his gang would definitely stand by and watch the Malfoy family suffer. The problem is, Hermione, who was provoked, had her bright yellow pupils shining and sparkling. She crossed her arms and asked back. What kind of wizard do you think can make the Minister of Magic afraid, Ron? Did you two think that the person who threatened Lucius Malfoy was Professor Dumbledore? There are many powerful wizards who are not famous. Ron took out the silver coin from his pocket and shook it in front of Hermione. If Malfoy's father offended a wizard of Professor Watson's level, I think the Ministry of Magic can play a limited and insignificant role. Ron wished that Malfoy would be unlucky. This desire was too strong and intense, so he didn't care who threatened Malfoy's parents and what the purpose was. Seeing this, Hermione sensibly closed her mouth and quietly thought about why Malfoy would secretly find Snape. Maybe. After thinking for a while, Harry's emerald eyes began to shine and glow, and he said with a hopeful and eager tone. Could it be Black? Harry's idea was too far-fetched. Hermione and Ron looked at each other and didn't know how to answer. They wanted to support their friend, but they also wanted to be realistic. How could Black, who was on the run from the Dementors and Aurors, have the time and the means to threaten Lucius Malfoy, who was well protected and influential? Harry looked at Ron and Hermione, who were still silent, and said. Think about it, Ron, Hermione. But Harry obviously thought he had come up with a guess close to the truth. He said enthusiastically and passionately. Black escaped from that prison called Azkaban to avenge Voldemort. To achieve this goal, he suffered a lot for 12 years, and tried to slip away from those Dementors. He wanted to kill me, there is no doubt about that, but when he found out that his former colleagues, you know who I mean, lied to the world with lies, pretending that they had never followed Voldemort, and still lived a glamorous and comfortable life outside. I guess he couldn't bear it, dash. Harry paused, and said to Ron and Hermione, who were still silent, Black probably wanted to come to me first, but he didn't find a chance. I stayed with Professor Watson during the summer vacation. After entering Hogwarts, he found that he couldn't break through those Dementors. So, he turned to Lucius Malfoy, the influential pureblood wizard, and asked him to order his son Draco Malfoy, to find a way to get me out of school. But Lucius, who was kicked out of the Board of Governors by Dumbledore, obviously didn't have the courage to do so, so Black, he threatened them that if they didn't do as he said, he would kill their entire family with his dark magic. Today's newspaper report, the Daily Prophet, made Malfoy realize that the Ministry of Magic had no way to deal with Black, so he secretly asked Snape for help. Man, I just found out. As Harry spoke, Ron interrupted him with a loud exclamation. His mouth gradually opened as he stared at Harry, his expression was very funny. You have inherited Lockhart's legacy, that big liar, your storytelling skills are much better than him. Puff. Ron's words made Hermione laugh and feel angry at the same time. She glared at Ron, who had a mischievous grin on his face, and looked at Harry, who was still insisting on his theory, and said sympathetically. Black has put too much pressure on you, Harry, I think you should go back to the dormitory and rest. Theoretically speaking, Harry's guess was not impossible, but based on guesswork, this was something that could not be confirmed or falsified, unless, the three of them were ready to continue to go to the bathroom of Moaning Myrtle, the ghost who haunted the second-floor girls' lavatory, and boil a pot of polyjuice potion there. By the way, the little wizards in the Gryffindor common room, the cozy and warm place where the members of Gryffindor House gathered and relaxed, had almost dispersed, and Ron, who was walking to the dormitory with a sigh, suddenly remembered something. He stopped at the corner of the spiral staircase, and looked at the opposite girls' dormitory staircase with a puzzled frown. How do I feel like we forgot to ask Hermione something? As the sun ascends and descends, the clouds drift and fade, time flows in silent weariness, and the years carve eternity in simplicity. The bright and complete moon last night, which illuminated the night sky with its silver glow, was missing a corner when it hung on the branch today, but the stars that were embedded in the endless abyss and emitted mysterious magic were still bright and twinkling. On the high slope, taking advantage of the bright moon and stars, dozens of rat families, carrying their belongings and offspring, were moving away from the hillside overnight, fearing that they would be wiped out by the madmen who stayed in that broken house all day. Countless sheepskin papers filled with formulas and diagrams, which looked like ancient and arcane runes, became the new floor of the Shrieking Shack's living room and kitchen. In the hall, the trash can that was almost as tall as a first-year wizard was full of slime made from the corpses of rats, frogs, spiders and some vixens, which gave off a foul and nauseating smell. The room that was originally dusty and cobwebbed was now replaced by a strong blood smell that could not be diluted. The souls and evil resentment of the countless dead creatures made this house called Shrieking Shack truly live up to its name, as eerie and horrifying screams could be heard from time to time. A wave of faintness that swept across the living room in the blink of an eye and the faint roar in the air indicated that a new round of attempts had begun again. In the kitchen, the rat whose limbs were brutally nailed to the stone platform with iron nails had fear stuffed in its black eyes. It stared in horror at the terrible tentacles formed by the gathered black smoke that were approaching it, and let out a mournful cry. Bang! As with hundreds of previous attempts, the experiment failed again. Clang! Brian, who was pale and exhausted, threw his wand on the table and kicked the door between the bowls and plates, which shattered into pieces. Compared with a month ago, Brian, who had almost not slept for 40 hours, looked much worse. His original soft and clean grey hair was like glued together, forming strands of interlocked hair that stuck to his forehead. The light purple pupils were stained with crisscrossing bloodshot eyes, dark circles, dry lips, and a wizard robe stained with dried blood. He looked like a vagrant who had wandered for a long time. Where did it go wrong? Brian scratched his itchy hair, his tone unwilling and frustrated. He had disassembled and studied every detail of the calculation principle and practice, and he could not find any problems, but he just couldn't engrave the curse into the soul of the creature, which was the key to his ultimate goal. Ever since he started practicing spell modification and research alone, without any guidance or assistance from others, including the time he studied the magic of storing magic in the eyes, a rare and powerful technique that he had learned from an ancient book, he had never encountered such a difficult and frustrating situation. 0175 Cat and Dog. On the road of magic for more than 10 years, Brian had never encountered such a difficult obstacle. The research that had made no progress for more than a month even made him doubt his own magical talent. He looked again at the stack of manuscripts that he had already memorized, and sighed deeply, with a hint of helplessness in his sigh. The yellowed papers were covered with ancient runes and symbols, some of which were faded or torn. They were the only clues he had to decipher the mysterious curse that had fascinated him for so long. If it was just an ordinary spell or curse, and there had been no breakthrough after researching it to this point, he might have given up by now, but this curse was different. Ever since he figured out the content recorded on the manuscript, and learned that it could magically and irresistibly stuff the cursed soul into another person's soul, Brian knew that he had to master this magic. The hunger and protest of his stomach told Brian that he urgently needed to eat and rest. He stood silently in the kitchen for a while, dispelling the sense of decadence in his heart, and then began to deal with the slime and blood stains on the stone platform. He had experimented with various animals, trying to transfer their souls to each other, but none of them had succeeded. The only result was a pile of corpses and a horrible smell. He had to dispose of them quickly, or he would attract unwanted attention. The trembling tip of his wand emitted a dazzling galaxy, and Brian once again used the illusion magic to restore the house to its original appearance when no one was there. He scratched his itchy scalp, which was covered with greasy and tangled hair, and looked around the house. He made sure that he had not left any traces of his presence, and then he headed for the door. He was planning to go back to the village, and to buy some food and supplies. But as soon as he opened the door, he heard a rustle and a squeak from outside. He narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Come out!" After a shout, Brian quickly extended his right hand towards the source of the noise, and a small creature flew out of the bushes and landed in his hand. The shrieking shack was located on the hillside of the northeast of the high slope, where the ground lost the protection of vegetation, and large and small, oddly shaped stones were scattered on both sides of a winding and steep path. This path extended from the main road of Hogsmeade village, crossing several large fields of vegetable gardens and a few wooden houses in the wilderness. The end of the path was a strange and rugged stone mountain. The shrieking shack was the only building on the mountain, and it looked like it was about to collapse at any time. Under a rock wall that faced away from the moonlight, a ginger-colored cat peeked out from behind a stone. It looked around cautiously, and after confirming that there was no sign of life, it jumped agilely on the stone, and disappeared into the dark shadow. It was carrying something in its mouth, and it made a soft meowing sound. Meow. The cool and dry cave was almost completely bathed in the deep darkness. Crookshanks looked around, meowed a few times, and then dropped something from his mouth. The piece of cheese rolled to the ground softly and stopped near a pile of bones. It was a yellowish-white color, with some holes and mold on it. It smelled sour and pungent, but it was better than nothing. It was stolen from the Hogwarts kitchen by Crookshanks, who had sneaked in there. Whoosh! A gust of wind appeared out of thin air, and a huge figure suddenly pounced on a stone platform protruding from the rock wall above. It easily picked up the cheese with its teeth, and without any hesitation, it swallowed it whole. Gulp, gulp, gulp! The sound of a hungry stomach digesting food was very clear in this silent cave. Crookshanks crawled on the ground, squinting his eyes and looking at the beast that was eating gratefully with his weird pansy face, and licked his cat paw contentedly with his tongue. That was a skinny dog that could clearly see how many ribs it had. It was about the same size as a young black bear. Its black fur was covered with stains that were hard to clean. When it licked the cheese crumbs on the ground, its grey eyes flickered with not only desire, but also a human-like madness. Woo-woo! The big dog spit out its tongue, unable to find any more food from the ground, and whimpered at Crookshanks a few times, expressing gratitude. Crookshanks rubbed his head against the dog's leg, and purred softly. The night was deep, and the moon with a missing corner climbed to the zenith of the sky like a giant millstone. Its pale light cast a faint shadow on the barren and rocky landscape below. The mountain wind that had grown colder with the passing of time made the black dog squatting on the large stone curl up its body, trying to preserve some warmth. The sad whimper that escaped from its throat revealed its loneliness and longing. From a distance, the shrieking shack on another peak looked as dark and eerie as usual, but the black dog knew that the house was not empty. There was a madman who was obsessed with magic research occupying the house day and night, cutting off his safest and most reliable path back to Hogwarts. The black dog had been waiting for a chance to sneak into the school, where he hoped to find his old friend and expose the traitor who had ruined his life. Meow! Crookshanks, the ginger-colored cat who was sitting next to the black dog, lazily called out twice, giving his suggestion. He pointed his nose towards the Forbidden Forest, which was a dense and dark area full of magical creatures. He thought that they could go around from there, and enter the school from the other side. Hesitating for a moment, the black dog shook his head and rejected the suggestion. It was too risky to go through the Forbidden Forest. There were many intelligent and dangerous creatures living there, and they were all loyal to Hagrid, the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. If they saw him, they would surely report him to the headmaster or the Ministry of Magic. In addition to this method, the black dog also knew some secret passages that could lead him into the school, but the entrances of those passages were mostly in the Hogsmeade village. Now the village was full of patrolling Aurors, the elite wizards who worked for the Ministry of Magic, and the Dementors, the soul-sucking creatures who guarded the prison of Azkaban. Unless he had no choice, he didn't want to take this risk either. The black dog thought, when that madman returns home to rest, he will sneak in. Crookshanks looked at the shrieking shack with a thoughtful expression, and after a while, he gave another suggestion. He thought that they could wait for the wizard in the house to leave, and then use the secret passage that connected the house to the school. The passage was hidden under a loose floorboard in one of the rooms, and it led to the Whomping Willow, a violent and sentient tree that guarded the entrance. The man in the shack was Harry and his friend's teacher, a very powerful wizard. Because he had no way to communicate without barriers, the black dog could only get this information from Crookshanks, who had seen him before. Woo! After a long silence, the black dog once again rejected Crookshanks's proposal. A powerful wizard, conducting secret magic experiments in a hidden place, could only mean that there were many taboo and dangerous things involved in his research, and this also meant that the Shrieking Shack was likely to be set up with some wards or warning spells. The black dog didn't have a wand in his hand now, and he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't trigger these spells. He didn't want to alert the wizard or the Ministry of Magic, and he didn't want to endanger Crookshanks either. The black dog kept whimpering, and tried hard to express his thoughts to Crookshanks. Steal the fake rat from the school. This was Crookshanks's third suggestion. This method was somewhat feasible, but the black dog didn't have much hope. He knew that the fake rat was cunning and cowardly, and that he had some tricks up his sleeve. Crookshanks was very smart, but he was unlikely to deal with him alone, especially since the fake rat was protected by his owner and his friends. But this was the least likely to expose and worth trying plan at the moment. Crookshanks, who received approval, stood up, and his face that looked like it had been run over by a wheel also didn't look so gloomy. He faced the direction of the Shrieking Shack and called out softly. By the way, want to see what the wizard in the house is doing, and test if there are any traps? Crookshanks added another suggestion, which was more of a curiosity than a necessity. He wanted to know what the wizard was doing in the house, and if he could find a way to avoid or disable the possible traps. He thought that it would be useful for their future plan, and also fun to explore. The black dog fell into hesitation again. He was not particularly curious about what the wizard was doing in the house, but if Crookshanks could help confirm whether there were any traps in the Shrieking Shack, it would be helpful. That wizard was the teacher of Harry, and he had seen Crookshanks before, so if he really found Crookshanks, he shouldn't be in much danger. He might even be friendly to him, since he was Harry's friend's pet. Meow! Before the black dog could figure out whether this matter was worth taking a risk, Crookshanks, who couldn't wait, stood up and ran towards the green hill. He was agile and swift, and he soon disappeared from the black dog's sight. The black dog squatted on the stone and watched Crookshanks go away quickly, and his grey eyes showed intense worry. This very smart big ginger cat had given him a lot of help during this time, and he was already his friend. In this moment when everything was against him, if he lost Crookshanks's help, revenge would probably become more difficult. After hesitating for a while, the black dog made up his mind and howled, bathed in the bright moonlight, and ran towards the Shrieking Shack as well. You are. In the hall of the Shrieking Shack, Brian squinted his eyes and looked at the ginger-colored big cat that was struggling fiercely in his hand, and his face looked a bit strange. If I remember correctly, you are Hermione's pet cat Crookshanks. By the way, what are you doing here? 0176 Weird. Everything in the room was covered by an illusion magic, only a candlestick that was about to tumble from the wall was still emitting a dim but stable candle light. The flickering light cast eerie shadows on the dusty furniture and the cracked walls. Brian lifted the fur behind Crookshanks' neck, fearing that his face would be ruined by the big cat's sharp claws. What are you doing here, Crookshanks, instead of staying with Hermione? Brian asked curiously, frowning. When he heard this wizard who had met him once call out his and his master's names accurately, Crookshanks calmed down a bit. Looking around the gloomy room, he faced Brian and tried to make an innocent look. Meow meow! Crookshanks raised a front paw and gestured at Brian twice, as if asking him a question. Are you asking me what I'm doing here? Brian raised his eyebrows in surprise, impressed by the intelligence of this big yellow cat. He could tell that this cat was not an ordinary one, but he didn't know how much he could understand. After a brief hesitation, he put Crookshanks on the ground and shrugged his shoulders. I need a quiet place to do my magic research. As you can see, little guy, this place is very remote, no one bothers me. By the way, you haven't answered my question yet. Crookshanks moved his gaze away, raised his nose and sniffed around, then ran into the kitchen and jumped onto the counter with agility, meowing excitedly at an empty spot. He seemed to have found something interesting there. Sharp little guy. Brian smiled warmly, he snapped his fingers, and then the space there faded away like a mirage, revealing a huge wooden cage that held several large rats. The rats squeaked in fear and tried to hide in the corners of the cage, but they couldn't escape Crookshanks' hungry eyes. So. Brian walked into the kitchen again, he chuckled softly and looked at Crookshanks who was lying on the cage with his two front paws, and turned his head anxiously and meowed impatiently. He wanted Brian to open the cage and let him have a feast. You smelled the rats, so you came to find something to eat? Don't tell me you've wiped out all the rats in Hogwarts, and Ron's rat named Scabbers also fell into your stomach. Brian teased playfully, knowing that Crookshanks had a history of chasing Ron's pet rat. Crookshanks blinked, lowered his head and avoided Brian's gaze. All right, Brian muttered, reaching into the cage and picking out the fattest field mouse, stuffing it into Crookshanks' mouth. He had raised these rats for his experiments, but he didn't mind sharing some with the cat. That's it, I have to go back to rest, you better hurry back to school. Brian said gently, patting Crookshank's head. He was tired after a long time of research, and he wanted to sleep in his cozy bed. He also worried that Hermione would miss her cat, and that Crookshanks would get into trouble if he stayed here too long. Crookshanks jumped off the counter, but he didn't leave right away, his eyes still pointed at the wooden cage, and after making a few whines, he ran to Brian's feet and rubbed his head affectionately against his ankles. This funny performance amused Brian. He squatted down and gently rubbed Crookshank's fluffy and soft ginger fur, and joked. Do you take this as a cafeteria, little guy? Crookshanks didn't make a sound, just looked at Brian with longing and pleading eyes. He hoped that Brian would let him come back again, and maybe give him more rats to eat. Brian scratched his itchy hair, pursed his lips and thought for a moment. He pushed the wooden cage on the kitchen counter into the dishes, and lowered his head and smiled warmly at Crookshanks. Okay, I'll leave the cage here. If you really can't find anything to eat, you can come here for a visit. But I suggest you better come when I'm here. When I leave, the warning spells around the house will work, and any living thing that comes in and out of here will alert me. Brian warned, knowing that this place was not safe for anyone who didn't know the secrets. He had set up many protective wards and traps to prevent intruders from discovering his research, and he didn't want Crookshanks to get hurt by them. Meow! Crookshanks' eyes flashed, and he nodded his head under Brian's gaze. What a smart cat! Brian marveled at Crookshanks' cleverness again. He just casually mentioned it, and didn't expect a cat to understand him, but he didn't expect this cat to actually understand. By the way, Brian suddenly whispered and instructed, you better not lure Hermione and those adventurous little wizards here to explore. Waving his wand to seal the door, he felt the cold mountain wind and the dazzling starlight that stung his eyes. He rubbed his sore eyes, and suddenly, a faint feeling of being watched came to his heart. Who's there? Brian glared at a certain place down the hill, his eyes narrowed, and he shouted sharply. Under the clear moonlight, a black dog as big as a black bear sprang out like a bullet from behind a raised mound of earth half a mile away. His fur was shaggy and matted, and his eyes were glowing with a fierce light. As soon as he realized that he had been discovered, he turned and ran away without any hesitation. His speed was comparable to a cheetah. At the same time, Crookshanks, who had been staying peacefully in Brian's arms, suddenly jumped to the ground, his yellow fur exploded, and he snarled at Brian with his teeth and mouth, making a fierce gesture. Brian scratched his suddenly itchy hair, and looked at Crookshanks strangely. Did you make a good friend? He joked, not understanding why the cat was acting so hostile. Crookshanks clamped his limbs on the ground like a guard dog, without any wavering, firmly blocking Brian's front. Brian shook his head and smiled, turned and walked towards the village, but after a few steps, he suddenly stopped, and looked at the direction where the big black dog escaped with doubt. Did I run into something weird? More than a month had passed since Black's escape from the Ministry of Magic, and the rumors of prophecy that the savior Harry Potter might die had lost their market in Hogwarts. Only Draco, who was still hanging around the castle with bandages all day, reminded the young wizards of the first week of school, Hagrid's disastrous care of magical creatures lesson, where he had introduced a hippogriff named Buckbeak, who had injured Malfoy's arm, but this topic also quickly faded with the first Quidditch match of the new school year. Meanwhile, the night was clear. Under the supervision of Madame Hooch, the Gryffindor team members trained until almost 10 o'clock, and then dragged their exhausted bodies back to the castle. They were preparing for their next match against Ravenclaw, and they wanted to improve their skills and teamwork. Harry, who was the seeker of the team, had flown very well, and had caught the snitch several times, earning the praise of his teammates and his captain, Oliver Wood. As expected, the Gryffindor common room was still lively at this time, and there were chattering discussions everywhere. Can anyone tell me what happened? The weather turned cold, and the fireplace welcomed them with warm flames. Harry walked to Hermione and Ron, who were lying on the wooden table next to the fireplace, completing the Star Trek map of the astronomy class, and asked curiously. He wanted to know what they were talking about, and if there was any news that he had missed. A minute later, Harry, who was very happy because of the very good training effect, collapsed on the chair, his face gloomy. He had learned that the reason why everyone was so excited was because they had received a notice from Professor McGonagall, that they could go to Hogsmeade for the weekend, if they had a signed permission form from their parents or guardians. This kind of interesting thing obviously had nothing to do with him whether Black was caught or not, since he knew that the Dursleys would never sign anything for him, and he didn't have any other relatives who could do it for him. Harry looked at the flickering flames with drooping eyelids, thinking listlessly. He wished that he could go to Hogsmeade with his friends, and see the magical shops and pubs, and have some fun. He felt that he was missing out on a lot of things, and that he was being treated unfairly. Since the Ministry of Magic has found Black once. Hermione saw through Harry's thoughts. She pursed her lips and said. Then he will be caught soon, Harry. I dare say you will definitely be able to go with us next time. She tried to cheer him up, and to make him feel hopeful. Next time who knows what will happen. Ron glared unhappily at Hermione. I think, Harry, you should go and ask McGonagall, ahem. Professor McGonagall, she can't just let you, a third-year student, stay in the castle, right? And, if Black has any brains, he won't run to Hogsmeade and act rashly. He suggested eagerly, not agreeing with Hermione's cautious approach. Did you forget what Professor Lupin said, Ron? Hermione argued, Black is a madman, but since he can escape from Azkaban, it proves that he is a very cunning dark wizard. He will definitely choose a time that we think is impossible to attack Harry. However, Harry hesitated, because Ron and Hermione's words both made sense. He was not sure who to listen to. If it was in the second year, Harry thought he would most likely follow Ron's opinion, and try to sneak out of the castle and go to Hogsmeade, but some things he experienced during this period made him change a bit. Harry had to admit, Professor Watson's advice at the end of the summer vacation and Professor Lupin's warning before still made him a little cautious. By the way, Professor Watson. Harry blinked in surprise, his expression suddenly relaxed. Professor Watson told him that he would stay in Hogsmeade until Black was caught. Hogwarts was safe not because of the Dementors and those ancient magics and wards, but because Dumbledore was here, so by the same logic, Hogsmeade with Professor Watson must also be safe and nothing bad would happen, right? 0177 failed exchange. Okay, Ron, I'll try to find a chance to ask Professor McGonagall. Encouraged by the presence of Professor Watson, Harry made a decision that was more in line with his wishes. Hermione's beautiful eyebrows furrowed together, she glared at Ron dissatisfiedly, opened her mouth as if to refute, but before she could speak, Crookshanks, who appeared out of nowhere, jumped onto her lap with a fat, stunned rat in his mouth. The ginger cat looked proud of his catch, as if he had brought a precious gift to his owner. Does it have to eat that thing in front of us? It will make the common room stink. Ron frowned, showing his disgust. He hated Crookshanks for always chasing his pet rat, Scabbers, and now he had to watch him devour another rodent. You can go to the courtyard to eat this, Crookshanks. This was a good idea. Even Hermione didn't want her clean wizard robes to be stained with rat guts and blood and such. She said gently, trying to pick up Crookshanks and send him out of the Gryffindor common room, but unexpectedly, Crookshanks, who was squatting on her lap, suddenly jumped onto the coffee table, dodging Hermione's hand, a pair of yellow eyes staring straight at Ron. Get rid of it, Hermione. Ron was annoyed and pulled his planetary orbit map, which he had worked hard all night to make, from under Crookshanks' feet, glaring at Crookshanks and said. It almost ruined our astronomy homework, and, Scabbers is sleeping in my bag, do you want him to watch this cat eat his own kind? Crookshanks stared motionlessly at Ron, but after hearing this, his fluffy tail tip shook, he glanced at Ron's bag, raised his chin, as if to show Ron the rat in his mouth better, his yellow eyes shining with a strange light. What are you trying to do? Crookshanks' appearance made Ron more wary, he hugged his bag impatiently and asked, but Crookshanks did not waver, just stretched his neck forward, and lightly bit the rat in his mouth. I think. Crookshanks' appearance confused Hermione too, but Harry suddenly laughed, he couldn't help but look at Ron and said his thoughts. He probably wants to trade the rat in his mouth for your Scabbers, Ron. Ron was stunned, and then glared at Hermione angrily. See, Hermione, this brainless cat wants to kill Scabbers, I really don't understand, why do you have to bring this beast back? Don't talk nonsense, Ron. After silencing Harry with a haughty look, Hermione impatiently said, Crookshanks has no reason to do that, he might just want to introduce a friend to Scabbers. As she said, she stood up and tried to hold Crookshanks again. Crookshanks dodged Hermione's embrace again, he seemed to realize that the trade had failed, the little boy in front of him was not willing to exchange the fake rat in his bag for the real one in his mouth, so he jumped to the armrest of the sofa, slowly squatted down, his eyes flashed with a fierce light. What happened next could probably only be described as a disaster. Crookshanks turned his head and threw the fat mouse that had already regained consciousness high in the air, and by a stroke of luck, it hung on the bow of Hermione's roommate, Lavender Brown, who was worried about Professor Trelawney's prophecy. Lavender had been sitting by the fireplace, reading a book about divination, and she had tied her long blonde hair with a pink bow hairpin. She had no idea that a live rat was about to land on her head. Lavender, who looked bewildered, took off the mouse on the bow hairpin and put it in front of her eyes. Ah! She screamed in horror, louder than anyone had ever heard her scream before. The ear-piercing scream of horror made the noisy common room quiet down in an instant. Everyone turned their heads to see what was going on, and saw Lavender holding a mouse in her hand, her face pale and her eyes wide. Hermione hadn't had time to apologize for Crookshanks. Lavender threw the mouse out before throwing herself into Parvati's arms. Parvati hugged her and tried to calm her down, while looking at Hermione with a reproachful expression. After drawing a beautiful arc in the air, the mouse fell on the chessboard of Neville and Seamus. The mouse reacted quickly, it quickly left the overturned chessboard, climbed up Neville's chest along his knee, and then, with a leap, hooked his nostril with its paw. Neville felt a sharp pain in his nose, and his eyes watered. He tried to pull the mouse off, but it clung to his nostril stubbornly. The sudden shock made Neville look like he was suffocating. He couldn't breathe, and he couldn't speak. He could only wave his wand wildly, hoping to get rid of the mouse. Rictum sempra. Fortunately, at this time, on the other side of the common room, Ginny, who was talking to Colin about something, was quick and agile. She saw Neville's plight and cast a tickling charm at him. A tickling charm flew over and hit Neville's nostril accurately. In the midst of everyone's hard laughter, Neville, who had a round face and was red, stood up tremblingly. The mouse felt a tickling sensation in its paw, and it let go of Neville's nostril involuntarily. After a snap, it fell heavily to the ground, making a thud sound. Hearing this sound, Neville's chubby cheeks trembled again, and he remembered the night after the final exam in his first year, when he was unconscious by the petrification curse. Sorry, Neville. Hermione hurriedly walked past one student after another, came to Neville, who had collapsed on the sofa again, and her sweaty face was full of apology. It was just an accident, Neville, Crookshanks didn't mean it. Neville hadn't had time to speak, when a furious roar came from the direction of the fireplace. Hermione quickly turned her head and was shocked to see that, taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn by the rat, Crookshanks suddenly pounced, his foreclaws dug deep into Ron's bag, tearing it viciously. The bag was ripped open, and its contents spilled out on the floor. Get off, you stupid cat! Ron tried to pull his bag from under Crookshanks, but Crookshanks held on, baring his teeth and tearing. He seemed determined to get Scabbers out of the bag. Don't hurt him, Ron! Hermione screamed, because Ron was unable to drive Crookshanks away, so he was frantically swinging his bag like a windmill, but even so he still couldn't get rid of Crookshanks. Instead Scabbers flew out of the open bag. Scabbers landed on the floor with a squeak, and tried to run away, but Crookshanks was faster. He chased after Scabbers, his eyes gleaming with malice. In order to catch these two crazed animals, all the young wizards in the common room moved, and finally, Scabbers was pulled out from under an old cupboard by Ron, and Hermione, who had messy hair and was embarrassed, threw herself on the ground, holding down Crookshanks who was struggling hard. You're happy now, aren't you? Looking at the skinny, trembling Scabbers in his palm, Ron was furious and yelled. He glared at Hermione, who was holding Crookshanks, and said, Look at what your cat did to my bag, and to Scabbers. He's terrified, Hermione, can't you see that? Crookshanks was just. Hermione's eyes were shining with tears, she weakly tried to explain for Crookshanks, but her words were rudely interrupted by Ron. That cat just wants to eat Scabbers, when will you admit it, Hermione? He raised his voice, and his face was red with anger. How can you talk to Hermione like that, Ron? Ginny hurriedly ran over from the other side of the common room, gently hugged Hermione's slender trembling shoulders, and glared at Ron, who was trying to coax Scabbers back into his pocket. Ron, she's your friend. You can't shout at her like that. It's not her fault that Crookshanks is a natural hunter, and Scabbers is a natural prey. Ron, who was still fuming, looked up and opened his mouth to retort, but after seeing Hermione, who had tears in her eyes, he hesitated. Keep that beast away from me, Hermione, or else. Ron muttered something that only Hermione and Ginny heard, then walked away angrily, leaving only a more angry Ginny and a sad and helpless Hermione. Ginny hugged Hermione and comforted her, while giving Ron a dirty look. Ron was just too worried about Scabbers, Hermione. Harry hesitated and said, he looked at Crookshanks in Hermione's arms. Rationally he agreed with Ron's view, this slightly strange big ginger cat seemed to be targeting Scabbers, but he couldn't say that in front of Hermione. Don't worry, I'll go talk to him. Harry, who was already depressed by not being able to go to Hogsmeade, sighed heavily and dragged his tired steps to the dormitory. He hoped that Ron and Hermione would make up soon, and that Crookshanks would stop chasing Scabbers. 0178 Crookshanks's new home. The first rays of dawn broke through the dark sky, and the massive gate of Hogwarts Castle creaked open with a sound of rusty hinges. The pale pink sun, tinged with a hint of gold, cast a soft glow over the dim hall. The ancient castle was slowly waking up from its nocturnal slumber. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the sound of frantic footsteps echoing in the empty hall. Hermione emerged from the shadows, clutching Crookshanks to her chest. Her face was pale and weary, and her eyes were red from crying. She glanced around nervously, making sure no one was watching. Then, she bent down and gave Crookshanks a gentle stroke on his head. He purred softly, oblivious to her troubles. His fur was orange and fluffy, and his eyes were bright and curious. With a determined look, she dashed out of the castle and headed for the misty lawn. At the edge of the forbidden forest, Hagrid, who had calmed down a lot after more than a month, was busy in the field. The pumpkins planted in August and September were now ripe in October. The lush vines had lost most of their flowers, and the basin-sized pumpkins were everywhere in the neat field. They were round and smooth, and some of them had funny shapes and bumps. Hagrid gestured with the pink umbrella in his hand. Although he had cleared his innocence, Hagrid, who had been sneaking around in order to cast spells for most of his life, was used to hiding his wand in the umbrella. The umbrella was old and worn, and had a few patches on it. Looking at the fruits, Hagrid showed a happy expression. The swelling charm he had used last year worked very well. He planned to do the same in a few days and make the pumpkins grow bigger. Buckbeak, who had not realized that he had gotten into trouble and also caused trouble for Hagrid, was crawling under the shade of a tree on the other side of the house, eating the nutritious breakfast that Hagrid had prepared for him, a large basin of ferrets. The ferrets were wriggling and squeaking, and Buckbeak's beak made a crunching sound as he bit into them. Fang lay at the door, drooling at the worm-like things that were eating lettuce in the wooden box like a beehive. The flubber worms, which were as big as a toddler's arm, were also coveting them, but they obviously knew that those things were not their food, so they could only stare at them with envy. The flubber worms were slimy and green, and they made a slurping sound as they munched on the lettuce. The lettuce was fresh and crisp, and had a few drops of dew on it. Suddenly, the thick morning fog surged a few dozen feet away. Fang, who smelled it first, immediately pricked up his ears and barked happily. His bark was loud and deep, and it echoed in the forest. "Don't bark, Fang, the little wizards haven't got up yet, don't disturb their sleep," Hagrid scolded, straightening up from his pumpkin patch. He looked at Buckbeak, who was tearing apart a ferret with his sharp beak. "When he's done, I'll let him leave the bones for you," he added gruffly. His voice was loud and booming, and it startled some of the birds in the forest. Buckbeak flapped his wings a few times, snorted at Fang, and then threw the ferret bones on the ground with his claws. Hagrid. Hermione, who was covered with dew on her hair and eyebrows, like a drowned chicken, rushed out of the fog. When she saw Hagrid, who was stunned by her appearance in the pumpkin field, Hermione couldn't control her emotions anymore. She ran into Hagrid's arms and cried like a child who lost her candies. Her tears were hot and salty, and they soaked Hagrid's shirt. "Either let Crookshanks disappear, or let yourself disappear," Hagrid roared angrily. He picked up a towel and wanted to wipe the dew on Hermione's hair, but almost took off her head. "That little bastard dared to say that, Hermione, don't stop me, next time I see him, I have to teach him a lesson. Ask him if he still remembers how much you helped him." "Don't be like that, Hagrid, Ron is just too worried about Scabbers, he didn't do anything wrong." Hermione, who still had red eyes, but was much better after releasing her emotions, defended Ron for a moment, stroking Crookshanks, who was lying on her lap. "But I really can't keep Crookshanks in the castle. I have so many classes to attend, I don't have time to discipline him properly, I can only leave him here with you, Hagrid, at least Fang can be Crookshanks's friend." "No problem, Hermione, I have plenty of space here, enough for him and Fang to have fun." Hagrid brought a cup of steaming tea to Hermione, who still looked sad. He hesitated for a moment, and said worriedly, "But I don't think this can solve the problem, Hermione, you have to talk to Ron, people often make mistakes and can't manage their pets, but it's not right to blame their friends for that." Hagrid's tea was strong and bitter, and it had a few weird leaves floating in it. "Thank you, Hagrid, I'll find a chance to talk to him." Hermione wiped the tears on her eyelashes and tried to squeeze a smile, but both Hermione and Hagrid knew that this was just an excuse. There was still some time before class, and Hagrid warmly prepared rock cakes and bath buns for Hermione, who hadn't eaten breakfast, but Hermione didn't touch them, she just hugged Crookshanks reluctantly and sipped the hot tea. "I've been studying some cases of magical creatures injuring people, Hagrid, and I'll sort out the arguments for the cases where they were released. When you and Buckbeak go to trial at the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, you can follow the words on it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do, Hermione." Hagrid's nose was red and runny, and he used a handkerchief to wipe it. He blew his nose heavily and said gratefully, "These days, I often dream of the verdict coming down, and Buckbeak being. Oh, anyway, thanks to you, I still have a glimmer of hope." Hermione smiled, and this time, her smile was more sincere. "By the way, Hagrid, I've always been a bit confused." After clumsily patting Hagrid's arm, which was as thick as her waist, Hermione pouted, looking a bit puzzled. "Why don't you go to Professor Dumbledore for help? If you go to him for help, he won't mind giving you a word with the Ministry." "I don't want to bother him," Hagrid sighed and sat down. "Professor Dumbledore has so many things to deal with every day, I don't want to cause him any trouble." Hermione looked like she wanted to argue, but Hagrid said again. "And he can't really interfere with this matter." Of course, as long as Dumbledore is willing to send a formal message, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures won't ignore his words, but the problem is here, Hermione, Dumbledore has been trying to avoid interfering with the normal operation of the Ministry of Magic, because he knows very well that Cornelius Fudge is always wary of him. Although it's ridiculous, Fudge is worried that if Dumbledore changes his mind one day and wants to be minister for a while, he can easily use his prestige to drive Fudge out of office. So, to prevent Fudge from making the wrong judgment, Professor Dumbledore is restraining himself, even when he doesn't agree with many of the decisions made by the ministry. I know Professor Dumbledore can help Buckbeak out of trouble, Hermione, but I don't want to see Dumbledore embarrassed. Looking at Hagrid, who suddenly became eloquent, Hermione asked incredulously. Did you come up with this yourself, Hagrid? Hermione asked in astonishment. Oh, you're not the smartest little witch in Hogwarts for nothing, Hermione. Not wanting to trouble Dumbledore is indeed my idea, but the rest of it. Hagrid scratched his hairy beard and smiled sheepishly. Do you remember the morning when Remus sent me back? Actually, the night before, it was Professor Watson who picked me up and took me to his temporary residence in Hogsmeade. He's a good man, isn't he? Otherwise I would have to sleep with the trash can that night. Later, I picked a time to go and thank him, and while we were chatting, he talked to me about Buckbeak's problem. I was a bit hesitant about whether to go to Professor Dumbledore or not, and Professor Watson told me these things. 0179 Halloween. Click. The dazzling lightning that tore through the silent sky like a jagged knife, illuminating the dark clouds that hung over the shrieking shack. The old house was shaking in the thunderous roar, as if it was about to collapse at any moment. The rainstorm was like a sword of silver, shooting the earth with relentless force, raging and roaring towards every corner of the village. The wind howled and whipped the trees, making them sway and creak. A large group of bats conjured by magic stretched their wings and soared in the fierce rainstorm, defying the natural elements. They flew over every household's door, where pumpkin lanterns with candles flickered and cast eerie shadows on the walls. The mysterious singing echoed in every street and alley of Hogsmeade Village, creating a spooky atmosphere. Even the thunder and rainstorm could not stop the joy of Halloween for the villagers, who dressed up in costumes and masks, and celebrated the night of magic and mischief. I have to leave early today, Crookshanks. The sky was dark, but it was actually only evening. Brian, who had packed everything up, looked at the ginger-colored big cat squatting in the corner of the living room, on a rotten sofa that was covered with holes and stains. He smiled warmly, as he always did when he saw this furry companion. Since the last time Crookshanks got a sweet deal from Brian, he was very fond of running to this shack, and Brian, who was alone all day, didn't mind having a little guy to talk to, so he didn't deliberately drive him away. Meow. Crookshanks made a soft sound, not as usual, obeying the order to leave the shrieking shack. He looked at Brian with pleading eyes, hoping he would understand his request. Today is Halloween. I'm not sure if those naughty kids in the village will suddenly have a whim, and want to come to this haunted house to play an adventure game, and I have an appointment with a friend for dinner tonight. Brian walked over, squatted down, and rubbed the fur on Crookshanks's head, and said gently, feeling a bit guilty for leaving him alone. Halloween Eve's dinner is very rich. If you run fast, maybe you can still catch up with Hermione and get some good food and drink. She always spoils you, doesn't she? Meow. Crookshanks lowered his head even more, apparently not wanting to leave. Facing Brian's puzzled eyes, he raised his paw and pointed at the sky, then scratched at another mountain, and kept repeating this action. He tried to convey his message with gestures, hoping Brian would get it. It took a while for Brian, who was half dazed and half guessing, to barely figure out Crookshanks' meaning. You want to invite your stray dog friend to come here and avoid the rain. Crookshanks put down his paw and clasped the sofa tightly. He nodded his head, his body tensed, and a trace of nervousness flashed in his bright yellow pupils. You're quite loyal. Brian laughed, but he didn't agree immediately. He looked at the ceiling, where water was dripping from a crack, and wondered if the roof would hold up. If Crookshanks' friend was a cat, Brian wouldn't care, but if it was that black dog that was too big and he had seen from a distance that night, he was a bit worried, because this house was after all a dangerous house, and if he let an energetic big dog run around here, Brian wasn't sure if he would only see a pile of ruins when he came back tomorrow. He also wasn't sure if the dog would be friendly to him, or if he would bite him or bark at him and disturb him during his research later. All right. After hesitating for a bit, Brian nodded and agreed. He said in a slightly serious tone. The stairs to the second floor are about to collapse. I hope you two can stay honestly on the first floor. Also, the spiders and rats in the cage can be your Halloween feast, but you have to tell that dog not to make a mess, otherwise, I'll use you two as materials for experimenting magic. He tried to sound stern, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He knew Crookshanks was smart enough to understand him, and he hoped the dog would be obedient enough to follow him. Hogsmeade. Zonko's joke shop was the most eye-catching magic shop this Halloween. The owner of the shop got some inspiration from somewhere. He put an engorgement charm on a pumpkin lantern, making it swell to the size of a house, and used a spell to control it floating in the air. It was a spectacular sight, that attracted many curious eyes and admiring comments. The pumpkin lantern had a carved face, that changed expressions every few seconds, sometimes smiling, sometimes frowning, sometimes winking, sometimes sticking out its tongue. Under the thunder and lightning, such a huge pumpkin lantern swayed with the wind and rain. This scene was undoubtedly very visually effective. Even Brian, who came down from the mountain, couldn't help but stand on the street and look at it for a few more seconds. A few little kids in raincoats ran out of Brian's house happily, each holding a handful of fancy-wrapped candy. Brian smiled and stepped aside, giving way to these little guys. He had prepared some treats for them, knowing they would come to his door, as they did every year. Turning his head, Remus was standing at the door, looking at him with a smile. "How's the research going, Brian?" Lupin asked kindly. "It's the same as before, no breakthrough," Brian said lazily. He strolled past Lupin and walked in first, and when he caught sight of the scene inside the house, he halted in his tracks, looking utterly astonished. The original dim and dilapidated living room was transformed into a dazzling spectacle by hundreds of neatly arranged candles floating in the air, casting a warm and flickering glow on everything. The walls were covered with twisting golden ribbons that sparkled like stars, and the ceiling of the living room was also crudely enchanted like the Hogwarts Great Hall, reflecting the stormy sky above, with dark clouds rolling and thunder and lightning flashing. The house's original square table soaked in grease and stains was replaced by Remus with a brand new long table that occupied half of the living room. The table was piled with mouth-watering dishes that appealed to the senses, such as succulent lamb chops, sizzling sausages, crispy grilled eels, creamy chocolate pudding and other scrumptious food that made Brian's stomach growl. Looking at all this, Brian was speechless for a few seconds, turned his head and looked at Remus, who was gazing at the shrieking shack in the rain, with a perplexed expression. "Did you prepare all this?" "Actually." Lupin took back his uneasy gaze and smiled sheepishly. "It was Albus who ordered the little elves in the kitchen to prepare it for us. According to him, he wanted to invite you to the school for dinner, but he knew you would refuse this request, so he let me bring it over directly." Brian chuckled dryly, raised his eyebrows, and nodded slightly. "Anyway, thank him for his kindness, and help me bring him the money for the meal later." "Why, Brian?" Remus, who was pulling the chair and sitting down, heard this and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "If you say that you were wary of Albus before because of the Golden Viper identity, but obviously he doesn't intend to pursue anything because of it, why do I always feel that you seem to be very resistant to having anything to do with him?" Brian sat on the other side of the table. Lupin's question didn't make him react much, but smiled and pointed his eyes at the wine bottle on the table, and asked softly, "Do you know what kind of wine this is, Remus?" "Ogden's Fire Whiskey, at least 80 years or more." Although poor and destitute, Remus, who had been walking in the magical world for half his life, was obviously a knowledgeable wizard, and he quickly answered the question after his eyes settled on the bottle. "That's why I don't like to have too much involvement with him, Remus." The bright golden candlelight danced in Brian's pale purple eyes. He maintained a faint smile, and said to the puzzled Remus, "Dumbledore is a very wise wizard, but the problem is, sometimes, he is a bit too smart. I keep my distance from him, hoping that Albus Dumbledore will maintain a relatively friendly relationship. If we get too close." Under Remus' thoughtful gaze, Brian smiled coldly, and stopped talking. Since leaving Hogwarts, this was the first time Brian had a proper Halloween. No matter what the relationship between him and Lupin was, mutual use, or a little appreciation, he still thanked Remus Lupin tonight. Time passed by. The atmosphere on the table was very pleasant. They didn't talk about anything related to Sirius Black, nor did they discuss Dumbledore. As the former and current defense against the dark arts professors of Hogwarts, they spent most of their time talking about the young wizards in the school, and Lupin also told him about the situation when he met Harry today. The sudden rainstorm made the temperature at the end of October even colder, but Brian and Remus, who had drunk a lot of strong alcohol, didn't feel anything. "By the way, the table was a mess," Remus, with a blush on his cheeks, casually asked. "Why did you choose to go to the Shrieking Shack for magic experiments, Brian?" "I went there with a bunch of friends when I was in school, and the environment inside was very bad, and it seemed that there were often beasts around." "I haven't encountered any beasts." Brian shrugged. He picked up a piece of chocolate pudding and put it in his mouth. He savored the sweet and smooth taste, and said indifferently, "I chose the Shrieking Shack because it was secluded and quiet, and no one would bother me there. Besides, I don't mind the bad environment, I've seen worse places in my life. And as for the beasts, well, maybe they sensed my magic and decided to stay away from me." Brian, who was feeling a bit dizzy from the alcohol, continued, "But there is a cat who likes to run there to find rats to eat. It's very quiet there, Remus, no one will bother me." Hearing this, Remus, whose eyes were hidden by a strand of hair that fell over his forehead, breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and raised his glass to Brian again, hoping to ease the tension. Boom! The deafening thunder made the earth tremble slightly, as if announcing the arrival of something ominous. Brian also picked up his glass and returned to Remus, but when the glass was raised, his movement suddenly stopped, and he turned his head to look outside the door, with a sharp and alert expression. "What's wrong, Brian?" Remus asked, feeling a chill run down his spine. The abyss-like eyes of Brian made him shiver, and in a trance, the young man opposite him had changed from Brian Watson to Golden Viper. Thump! Brian put down his glass, and he calmly said, "Something's wrong." 0180 The Raging Storm. Sirius Black's daring escape from the high-security prison of Azkaban was like a menacing sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of most of the wizarding world, bringing great trouble and anxiety to their daily work and life. For Harry, this feeling was especially profound, as he was the target of the notorious fugitive who had betrayed his parents to Voldemort. The first week of school, after Black eluded the Ministry of Magic again, Hermione, who had been quarreling with Ron for a while because of Scabbers, his old and mangy rat, always reminded Harry not to do anything adventurous or reckless. Even Hagrid, the friendly half-giant, forbade him to visit him after dark, fearing for his safety. Outside, it was still stormy, with thunder rumbling and lightning flashing, but the dome of the Great Hall was a pure and flawless starry sky, enchanted to reflect the weather outside. Harry turned over in his sleeping bag, feeling no fear in his heart, but rather a sense of relief that the boot hanging in the air had finally landed. Hermione was explaining to everyone in a whisper why Black couldn't enter Hogwarts by apparition or flying, while Percy, Ron's pompous brother, who had been promoted to head boy this year, walked briskly past the rows of sleeping bags, ordering the chattering little wizards to shut up and go to sleep in a stern voice. The professors were busy searching the castle, and every hour, one of them hurried back to the Great Hall to make sure nothing happened here. They looked tense and worried, as they knew that Black was a powerful and dangerous wizard, who had once been a loyal follower of Voldemort. At 11 o'clock at night, after checking the Ravenclaw dormitory, Professor Flitwick, the tiny and cheerful charms teacher, returned to the Great Hall and confirmed that everything was safe here. He didn't leave immediately, but ran to a group of Ravenclaw students and squatted down to say something to a little witch. Curious, Harry raised his head slightly and looked over there. After a few glances, he found that it was a Ravenclaw girl who was crying softly because of the shock, and Professor Flitwick came down to comfort her. The girl looked a bit older than them, with a gentle face, and was beautiful, with long black hair and almond-shaped eyes. She wore a blue and bronze scarf around her neck, the colors of her house. Harry raised his head higher and looked at her a few more times, feeling a strange attraction to her. The professors came in and out of the Great Hall, but they never saw Professor Lupin's figure. He was the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, and Harry liked him very much. When they met during the day, Professor Lupin told him that he would not attend the Halloween feast, but would go to Hogsmeade to spend the holiday with a friend, but by this time, Professor Lupin should have come back. After a while, Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, who had also gone to check the castle, came in with a serious and grave expression. His stern eyes scanned around and found Percy, who was patrolling near Harry and the others, and then walked quickly towards him. "Professor, do you have any clues about him?" Percy asked in a low and eager voice, hoping to impress the headmaster with his diligence. "No, what about the situation here?" Dumbledore asked calmly, stroking his long silver beard. "Everything is normal, sir," Percy answered proudly, puffing out his chest. As Dumbledore and Percy were exchanging some information, the door of the Great Hall creaked open, and Snape, the beloved potions master, hurried over, bringing the same news of nothing. "Have you thought about how he got in, Headmaster Dumbledore?" Snape asked in a sneering and sarcastic tone, as if he knew something that Dumbledore didn't. Percy was dismissed, and Harry turned his body and pretended to sleep. His ear looked like it was on the pillow, but it was actually floating, thanks to a charm that Hermione had cast. Hermione, Ron, and Dean, who shared a dormitory with Harry, were in the same situation. They all wanted to hear what Snape and Dumbledore were talking about. Snape's gloomy expression was no different from usual, but there was a fire of hatred and anger in his black eyes. "There are many possibilities, but none of them stand up to scrutiny, Severus." Dumbledore's voice was very deep and powerful. He looked down at Snape with no expression on his face. "Of course, if you have any brilliant insights, I'd love to hear them." Snape's eyes lost their fire, and instead, there was deep resentment and bitterness. "It's just a trivial insight, Dumbledore. Before the start of term, when you decided to hire that person, I also told you frankly about this possibility, and now the situation seems to confirm my guess, doesn't it?" Dumbledore glanced at the little ones pretending to sleep on the ground, and his deep blue eyes behind the half-moon glasses were warning. "I'm sorry to say, Severus, I don't see how the current situation has anything to do with the possibility you mentioned." Dumbledore's tone clearly indicated that he wanted to end this topic, but it didn't work. It only angered Snape completely. The sallow face swelled red in a few breaths, Snape's thin lips tightened, and the anger that lingered around him made Harry, who was a few feet away, feel his skin tighten. He felt a surge of fear and gloating for the potions master, who seemed to be ready to explode at any moment. Just tonight. Snape gritted his teeth and said, his voice low and harsh. He left, and Black broke into the castle. Do you think this is just a coincidence, Dumbledore? He pointed his finger at the door, as if accusing Lupin of being an accomplice of Black. The atmosphere became very tense, and many little wizards twisted their bodies unconsciously because of anxiety. Snape's appearance made many young wizards who were secretly listening worry that he would pull out his wand and fight with Dumbledore in the Great Hall. They knew that Snape and Dumbledore were both very powerful and skilled wizards, and they did not want to witness a duel between them. He went to spend Halloween with a friend, hey. Snape pressed on, his eyes narrowing into slits. Did you ask who his friend was, Dumbledore? Let me guess, it must be an old friend. He spat out the last word with contempt, implying that Lupin and Black were still in contact. It was strange. Facing Snape's questioning, Dumbledore didn't order him to shut up, but instead, there was a strange light in his eyes. He moved his silver eyebrows, as if thinking about something. He seemed to be considering Snape's words, and weighing the pros and cons of his next move. If you're really curious, Severus. After a long time, Dumbledore, who suddenly realized that Black's break-in was a very good opportunity, relaxed his eyebrows. Why don't we go and see? Anyway, I think Black probably won't stay in the castle for long. He smiled slightly, as if he had made a decision that would surprise Snape. Once he made up his mind, Dumbledore became swift and decisive. He gave Professor McGonagall, who came down from upstairs, an order and threw a sentence to Snape, then walked up the stairs with a brisk pace. He did not wait for Snape to reply, but left him standing there, looking stunned and furious. Professor McGonagall, who was worried, walked to the side where the Slytherin students were sleeping, and Harry, who had been holding back for a long time, turned around, his green eyes full of confusion. Harry. Ron curled up like a flobberworm and came over, and Neville, who had been kicked by Hermione, reluctantly gave up his position. He moved his sleeping bag to make room for Ron, who whispered to Harry. Snape is suspecting that Professor Lupin helped Black, isn't he? But how is that possible? What evidence does he have to think that? Ron's eyes blinked rapidly, showing his surprise and disbelief. Although her relationship with Ron hadn't improved much, Hermione still gave her opinion impatiently when she heard this. It's obvious, Ron. From their conversation we can tell that Professor Lupin knows Black. That's not surprising. If Professor Lupin and Black are about the same age, then they probably went to Hogwarts together. Snape was probably in school then too. They all knew each other. She rolled her eyes, as if Ron was being very slow. Thanks, I almost didn't catch on. Ron glared at Hermione and said sarcastically. He did not appreciate her tone or her attitude. But what does that prove, Hermione? Although he was a bit disgusted that Professor Lupin and Black, that bad guy, had been classmates, Harry still defended Lupin. He lowered his voice and said, Hagrid was a classmate of Voldemort too. He reminded Hermione that being in the same school and class did not mean being on the same side. But the point is... Hermione ignored Ron's provocative look. She said solemnly to Harry, from Snape's words we can tell that Black was probably on good terms with Professor Lupin before, but later, I guess, maybe because Black joined the Dark Lord, Professor Lupin broke up with him. But because of this, Snape doesn't trust Professor Lupin. She tried to explain Snape's logic, though she did not agree with it. Then Snape should go back to his office and look in the mirror, Harry sneered, maybe he was closer to Voldemort than Black. He knew that Snape had been a Death Eater, a follower of Voldemort, before he changed sides. He had no right to accuse Lupin of anything, Harry thought angrily. It had been 2 months since the start of school, and compared to the annoying Snape, everyone knew what kind of person Professor Lupin was. Most young wizards thought that Snape was just making a fuss, and that Snape was just resentful that Lupin had taken the position he wanted. No one really believed that Professor Lupin would be the traitor who helped Black enter Hogwarts. However, after ending the discussion, Harry faced the starry sky and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. Who did Professor Lupin go to see? 0181 Unexpected visit. What's going on? Lupin looked at the door in the direction of Brian's alarmed gaze, and he repeated his words in confusion, what do you mean? Brian did not answer, he adjusted his sitting posture, leaned on the back of the chair, and smiled and waited for the wooden door that was about to be covered to be knocked on, but what actually happened was much more intense than expected. Boom! As if someone had detonated a bomb at the door, the fragile door panel of Brian's cozy residence instantly turned into flying debris in the violent roar. The rapidly expanding airwave wrapped in smoke and dust raged from the entrance hall and rushed into the living room, instantly sweeping over Brian's face. Buzz! The milky white barrier that appeared out of thin air blocked the bullet like sharp wood chips and rolling dust. Brian was shocked and stood up from the stool. He really didn't expect that his old professor would be so furious. Sorry, did I interrupt the reunion of old friends, Lupin? Ignoring the equally surprised Dumbledore's obstruction, Snape sneered and stormed into the room, and when he walked out of the dust and saw the faces of the two people who seemed to be dining in the living room, Snape's expression, as if he was about to take revenge, was instantly frozen. The dust floating in the air slowly fell, and the half-moon lens cut through a fleeting light. Dumbledore shook his beard helplessly, carefully stepping on the rubble and rotten wood that was wet by the rain, and followed into the living room. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Silence became the main theme in the living room. Remus was stunned by Snape's impulsiveness. Dumbledore's hands crossed and pressed his beard on his lower abdomen, staring at the enchanted crude storm on the ceiling with interest. Brian with tight lips and Snape with red cheeks looked at each other. The atmosphere in the room was weird and awkward. Cough cough. Looking at Professor Snape's face, who looked as ugly as if he had swallowed a few juicy slugs, Brian blinked innocently, and then, a bright smile appeared on his face. Long time no see, Professor Snape, are you here to celebrate Halloween with me? Brian Watson. Snape clenched his wand, his face twitched slightly, he looked at Lupin for a while, and then looked at his proud student who hadn't seen him for more than half a year, and finally couldn't help but roar. Tell me, why are you here? Now you understand, Severus. Dumbledore took out his wand and restored the damage caused by Snape one by one, and looked at him kindly and said. Remus did not help Black break into the castle, he stayed with Brian all night. I think, you don't think Brian is also Black's helper, do you? Dumbledore's short sentence has told everyone the most important information. Lupin, who was stimulated, turned pale on his cheeks that were red from drinking, and the knuckles of his hand pressed on the table were also white. He opened his mouth and stared at Dumbledore, his lips seemed to want to say something, but he didn't make any sound. Yes, Remus. Dumbledore answered the question in Lupin's eyes in a calm tone. Just tonight, Black broke into Hogwarts, he tried to get into the Gryffindor common room and do something. Hearing this, Brian's eyelids trembled. The mark he planted on Harry during the summer vacation still exists, which means that Harry has not been kidnapped or had left the area around Hogwarts. Fortunately, Black did not succeed, no young wizard was injured, only a portrait was severely damaged. Dumbledore continued, we launched a search in the castle, but we haven't found Black's trace yet. Lupin, if you don't mind, I hope you can go back to the castle now and help Minerva and others continue their search for Black. Lupin left without saying a word, and he didn't even have time to say anything to Brian. He grabbed his cloak and ran out of the door, leaving behind a trail of regret and guilt. The thunderstorm that raged for several hours finally stopped, and above the sky, the gale swept away the clouds, and the moon that was about to be full was looming in the clouds. Its pale light cast a shadow on Lupin's face, making him look more haggard and restless. You knew it a long time ago. As soon as Lupin left here, Snape, who felt he had been fooled, burst out the anger in his heart. He moved his gaze away from Brian, who had always been innocent, and stared at Dumbledore with a blue face. He clenched his fists and his voice trembled with rage. You knew Brian was in Hogsmeade a long time ago, Dumbledore, but you didn't tell me anything. Oh, sorry, Severus, are you angry that I hid Brian's whereabouts from you? Standing in this living room with a low ceiling from the ground, Dumbledore's head was almost stuck into the rolling thundercloud. To avoid embarrassment, he sat directly on Lupin's seat. Hearing Snape's question, a smile appeared on his old face. He stroked his long silver beard and looked at Snape with a gentle and calm expression. If that's the case, Severus, I have to defend myself a bit. Although my memory is not as good as before, I don't seem to remember that you asked me to pay attention to Brian's whereabouts. Snape was breathless, and his expression felt like he had swallowed a few more juicy slugs. He glared at Dumbledore, who seemed to be playing with him, and felt a surge of resentment in his chest. What about you, Brian? Snape gasped and stared at Brian, who had an innocent me face. He pursed his lips and burst out word by word. You obviously left Hogwarts, why did you come back, and how did you get together with that? Actually it's like this. Brian scratched his cheek, showing a clear smile, but before he could make up some ghost stories such as Hogsmeade is surrounded by mountains and rivers, the environment is quiet, and he has been fighting outside for many years and he is tired and wants to settle here. He was interrupted by Snape's angry tone. I need you to tell the truth, Brian. Brian blinked and continued to put on an innocent face. In a daze, he seemed to have returned to the scene of conversation he had after Snape caught him for secretly boiling forbidden potions in school. For money, Brian said succinctly, Black's bounty, 50,000 galleons. How to say, regarding this answer, Snape was not too surprised. He didn't know Brian for the first time today. When he was in and out of school, this guy did everything to get himself some galleons. Ha, 50,000 galleons. Snape stared at Brian, as if teaching a younger generation who had gone astray, and said angrily. Do you think you can get this money, Brian, hey? Black. That dirty, annoying traitor, but since he can escape from Azkaban, do you think you can handle him? What do you mean by that, Professor Snape? Brian smiled, he responded to Snape's angry eyes. His tone was relaxed, but he showed a very strong confidence. I'm afraid you have a little misunderstanding about my current ability, Professor. In today's wizarding world, except for the old man outside who is eavesdropping on our conversation, I don't think there is any wizard worthy of my serious treatment. In fact, what you should care about is, can Black handle me? Brian's almost arrogant words stunned Snape. He looked up and down at Brian, looking at the young wizard in front of him who was both his most admired student and like his younger brother, and he suddenly felt that he was a bit strange. The growth of young people is so dazzling, Severus. Dumbledore looked up at the pure and flawless starry sky after the thick clouds dispersed and smiled and continued, so that we always tend to ignore it subconsciously. Brian lowered his eyes and smiled, without uttering a single word. But Snape was confused by Dumbledore's sincere praise. Indeed, Brian was the most outstanding young wizard he had ever seen in his teaching career, and even in his 30 years of life. He even thought that he might not be able to suppress the current Brian, but except for Dumbledore, no one can deal with me. That was what Brian had said, with a confident and arrogant tone, as if he was stating a fact. And Brian's arrogant self-evaluation actually got the recognition of the greatest wizard of their generation, which confused him. 0182 defeat me. Snape stared at Brian's smiling face with his unique sharp eyes, trying to see through the essence behind that confidence, but Brian always responded to his scrutiny with a calm and composed manner, showing no sign of cowardice. Snape felt a surge of irritation and curiosity, wondering what secrets this boy was hiding behind his mask of indifference. When was the last time I saw Brian fight? Snape couldn't help but think about this question, and without much effort, he remembered that it should be the night before Christmas in the 5th year, when Brian had a fierce confrontation with a mysterious black witch in the Forbidden Forest, and even, after Dumbledore returned, he clashed with Dumbledore. At that time, he was focused on saving Brian from Dumbledore's hands, and he didn't think much about how incredible it was for a 5th-year wizard to resist Dumbledore's disarming charm, and when he came to his senses later, he wanted to find out Brian's true dueling level, but he found that it was hard to force him to go all out. Brian always seemed to have a trump card up his sleeve, that he rarely revealed. This kid was in the 5th year. Snape moved his lips, and suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Brian fight for 6 years. 6 years, for a talented young wizard, this was already a very long time, enough to make his strength change dramatically. But, Snape's black eyes moved, holding his breath. He still couldn't understand. Brian dared to claim that only Dumbledore could make him take it seriously. Was this a bit too arrogant? No, Snape shook his head in his heart, denying this view. He watched this kid grow up, and knew that Brian was not a person who didn't know himself, and besides, Brian had been wandering outside for these years, and he knew the situation of the wizarding world better than him who had always stayed at Hogwarts. Perhaps you have abandoned the virtues of humility and caution, Brian. Snape narrowed his dark eyes, and in a low voice, a gloomy and fierce magic power was sweeping out of his body. But since you think that Black, a dangerous criminal, is not worth your serious attention, as your head of house, I think I have to make you realize again, what a ruthless dark wizard can do. He said, his voice dripping with venom. Do you want to fight me, Professor Snape? Brian raised his eyebrows strangely. I thought you knew I wasn't the kind of person who talks big. He said, his voice calm and confident. I used to think so, Brian, but now I may have to change my opinion. The rows of flickering candles on the ceiling swayed violently under the deep magic, and the tip of a birch wand quietly emerged from Snape's wide sleeve. He gripped it tightly, ready to unleash his fury and skill. Take out your wand, Brian, try to defeat me, and if you can't, take your confidence and leave far away. From here. Snape's tone wavered for a moment, but then became as firm as his eyes. And never come back. Dumbledore said nothing, separated by a door panel. Brian couldn't see what his expression was, but obviously, he acquiesced to Professor Snape's behavior, and even, he might want to take this opportunity to get a close look at his current level. Brian sensed the old man's silent observation, and felt a mix of gratitude and resentment. Looking at the determined Professor Snape, Brian rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. He just wanted to spend Halloween with Lupin at his residence, but not only did he find Sirius Black, who had been missing for a while, suddenly jumped out, even Professor Snape wanted to pull out his wand and compete with him. Brian felt a surge of amusement and annoyance, thinking that this was a ridiculous and unnecessary situation. Could it be that I still have Voldemort's curse on me, and because I was too close to Lupin, it resonated? He joked in his mind, trying to find some humor in the chaos. He smiled, his eyes twinkling and playful. If you insist on doing this. Out of respect, Brian put away his frivolity, his expression returned to calm, his right hand hanging naturally suddenly opened, and before Snape could react, the cozy living room where they stood, decorated with festive ornaments, expanded by several times in area in a hasty blur, and Brian, who was originally in front of him, also appeared 100 feet away, and, walking leisurely, approached Snape. Then, as you wish. As Brian's voice fell, Snape, who had come to his senses, suddenly felt like he had fallen into deep water. A clear pressure lingered around him, and this pressure was so heavy that it made him feel suffocated. The slender figure that was approaching from 100 feet away became tall and insurmountable at this moment, and even the rhythmic footsteps exuded majesty. Snape felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was facing a predator that could tear him apart at any moment. This feeling, Snape's eyes showed horror, he had experienced it on the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord may not necessarily be the most powerful, but there is no problem in calling him the most evil. Most of the wizarding world had never experienced what it was like to face Voldemort, but Snape, who had followed him, knew that the crushing sense of powerlessness, fear, and despair are deeply rooted in the soil of the soul, making you unable to muster the courage to resist. But now, after many years, Snape never dreamed that he would relieve this nightmare-like fear on another wizard, and this wizard was his proud student who was in his early 20s. At this moment, Snape believed that Brian had the strength to face Dumbledore, a legendary wizard, but he still raised his wand. He wanted to try if Brian could break his composure. He wanted to see if he could still surprise him with something. Expelliarmus! Accompanied by a sharp shout, the red beam of light that shot out from the tip of the wand crossed the 80 feet distance in the blink of an eye, and very accurately grazed Brian's cheek. But it didn't hit. Snape felt a flash of frustration and admiration, knowing that Brian had dodged his spell with a subtle movement, and anticipated his attack. Tap, tap, tap. The steady footsteps made Snape's eyelids tremble. He failed to test him. The young man was no longer the young wizard who was wary of everything at the sorting ceremony many years ago. He was distracted for a moment, and the distance between the two had come to 50 feet. Snape swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He knew he had to use more powerful magic, but he was worried about it. He narrowed his eyes, and raised his wand again, suddenly pointing at Brian. Silent spell casting, expulso. Boom. Brian didn't dodge the spell. The milky white iron armor barrier that appeared out of thin air after being modified twice by magic didn't fit in front of him, but unexpectedly appeared in front of Snape 5 feet away, and this directly resulted in Professor Snape being blown away by the explosion caused by the dissipation of his own expulso spell. Snape felt a blast of heat and pain, as he was thrown back by the force of his own magic, and crashed into the wall behind him. He felt his bones and muscles ache. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps were still stable, greasy black hair stuck to his cheek. Snape, who looked miserable, got up from the ground, and looked at Brian again, with an incredulous expression on his face. Snape knew that his genius student was very good at modifying standard spells, but to make the iron armor charm cross such a distance and appear directly in front of the opponent. He didn't know how he did it, but he knew it meant that Brian had the ability to make the iron armor barrier have more complex shape changes. The distance between the two had narrowed to 50 feet, and at this distance, Snape could clearly see Brian's expression. Like the deep blue sea, calm and without a ripple, but under the deep and unfathomable sea surface, there was a radiating aura affecting the surrounding that was irresistible. A sense of powerlessness rose from Snape's heart. He hadn't done his best. He still knew many advanced dark magic, some of which were powerful magic taught by the Dark Lord himself, with terrifying effects that made people despair. But Snape never thought of using those magic, at first because he didn't want to hurt Brian, and now because he knew that even if he did, it wouldn't have any effect. Do you remember the magic I taught you, Brian? Sweat ran down his cheek. Snape straightened up, panting and said, I warned you, only use it when your life is threatened. Sectum Semper. Brian's footsteps didn't stop. He smiled and said, a very powerful offensive magic. A year ago in the Norwegian Fire Dragon Nature Reserve, I used this spell to kill that red-scaled dragon. Snape's face darkened. If this matter was dug up someday, he will be famous. 0183 Return, Part 1. I hope you can handle this, Brian. With a flick of his wand, Snape unleashed a barrage of silver blades that fell from the dome like a deadly waterfall, slicing through the ground with a sweeping force. The air that was also cut by the blades made a sharp scream, as if protesting the intrusion of the powerful magic. The space that was expanded by magic to accommodate the duel became very unstable, distorting and twisting everything in sight. It was a terrifying sight, enough to make anyone lose their nerve. I have to say that Professor Snape is a very powerful wizard. Last year, Brian had introduced young wizards, about the ancient system of judging the strength of a wizard in the class of defense against the dark arts. At that time, he mentioned that the seniors of the 4 houses of Hogwarts had the level of court wizards in their respective fields of expertise. And in the field of actual combat, they also deserved this title. They mastered various spells and techniques, and they had honed their skills through years of practice and experience. Especially Professor Snape, who learned more dark magic than anyone else, his combat level was better than the other 3 professors. He studied the dark arts since he was a student, and he had invented many spells of his own. How are you going to deal with this, Brian? Snape finally used this magic that he invented himself, and it was also his best magic. It was a spell that could cut through anything, even the strongest shield charm. How to deal with it? Brian smiled and raised his lips, playing with his heart, and under the gaze of Professor Snape, facing the sharp silver blades, he closed his eyes and opened his arms as if to give up resistance. Brian. When those swift and sharp silver blades cut through Brian's body like a hot knife through butter, and the limbs that were divided into pieces piled up on the ground weakly, Snape's face suddenly turned pale. In an instant, he let out a sharp scream. He wanted to rush over, but the sudden weakness made his body powerless and fell to the ground. Outside the room, Dumbledore, who was quietly enjoying the starry sky, shook his beard, and his eyes showed a faint helplessness. Cough cough. There was despair in Snape's eyes, he who was about to cry, but suddenly froze. He stiffly turned his head to look in the direction of the cough, but saw another intact Brian showing a look of a young wizard who was caught by the professor after a prank, trying to act as if nothing had happened. Illusion magic. The strength returned to his body, Snape gritted his teeth and stood up. I didn't expect you to be good at this, Brian, just like Phileas. A little bit of accomplishment. Brian said with a smile, and thanked Professor Lockhart in his heart again. Those wizards who are good at occlumency have a strong resistance to this kind of magic, and Professor Snape happens to be a master in this area. If he was calm, then Brian's illusion magic might not work, but Snape, who was emotionally excited by the two things of Sirius Black breaking into Hogwarts and his appearance in Hogsmeade, caught his mental loophole. And for those wizards whose will is not very firm, illusion magic often has an unexpected effect, just like before in the Leaky Cauldron, Lucius Malfoy was completely unable to resist the illusion woven by Brian. After being teased by the students, Snape, who was a bit angry and embarrassed, finally showed his true level. He lifted his wizard robe and rolled it forward. The dark magic covered his whole body, and the whole person turned into a rolling black mist, and went straight into the air. In the huge space, the rapidly moving black cloud left clear black traces in the space, and those misty clouds did not dissipate with the passage of time, but always maintained a gathering state, and gradually sank, like a black cloud ring trapping Brian. Interesting. Brian looked at the fast-closing black rings with interest and smiled slightly, prevent apparition and have severe toxicity. Interesting magic, Professor Snape, you didn't teach me this trick. Not only that, Brian. The black cloud that suddenly stopped in front of Brian's upper front rolled violently, and those ethereal clouds gradually became real, like a bat floating in the air. Professor Snape reappeared, and he looked down at Brian coldly and said, "If you touch these black rings, then..." Brian's voice trailed off, and Snape's wax-yellow face turned black again, as if he had been hit by a curse. Above Brian's head, a silver and black intertwined vortex appeared out of thin air, spinning rapidly and emitting a low hum. It was only as big as a millstone, but it had the power of a sea eye, a rare and dangerous magical phenomenon that could swallow up any magic power in its vicinity. The black rings that Snape had conjured with great effort, hoping to trap Brian in a dark and suffocating prison, were attracted by the irresistible force of the vortex. Under the pull, they collapsed one by one, and were all swallowed up by the hungry eye, leaving no trace behind. Hey! Snape landed on the ground with a thud, his robes billowing in the wind. He watched Brian walking leisurely towards him, his wand still in his hand, but he did not try to attack again. Although it was only a few rounds of fighting, he had used the most suitable magic for dealing with opponents of various levels, from simple jinxes and hexes to advanced curses. But the result was that he didn't even touch Brian's wizard robe, let alone harm him. Brian had countered every spell with ease, using his own unique and powerful magic that Snape had never seen before. It was as if he had mastered the secrets of the universe, and Snape was just a child playing with toys. Your defense is indeed impeccable, Brian. Snape himself was also a very talented wizard, and such people always had pride in their hearts. Seeing that he was so easily surpassed by the student he had once protected, his mind was inevitably complicated. But this does not mean that you can. Boom. The sudden low hum interrupted his words again. Snape only had time to see Brian smiling and raising his wand to make a downward slashing motion. Then, the magic in his body uncontrollably rioted, making his consciousness instantly blurred. It felt like he was being torn apart by 1,000 needles, and he couldn't even scream. It seemed to last for an eternity, and it seemed to be over in a blink of an eye. Snape, who had rich combat experience, regained his consciousness and raised his wand, instinctively trying to cast a shield charm in front of him. But his arm was only half raised, when another young hand suddenly pressed his wrist, stopping his movement. Snape looked sideways in a daze, and what he met was a familiar face with a gentle smile. It was Brian, who had somehow closed the distance between them in an instant, and was now holding his wand arm with a firm grip. He lowered his head and looked at his captured wrist again. He didn't know why, Snape was in a trance, and he suddenly remembered the night in the Forbidden Forest 6 years ago. At that time, he had done the same thing. He had pressed Dumbledore's arm, who wanted to cast another spell, and stopped him. You should trust me, Professor Snape. Brian's voice was soft, but carried a weight that Snape couldn't ignore. No matter what the situation, you should trust me. Looking at the young face, Snape's expression changed subtly. He felt a surge of emotion in his chest, but he couldn't tell what it was. Was it fear, anger, guilt, or something else? Since Lily died that night, he could no longer feel the passage of time. He suddenly realized at this moment that it had been 12 years since that heart-wrenching moment, and he had also changed from a young man who made a big mistake because of stupidity to a middle-aged man who was exhausted by his double life. He had sacrificed everything for a cause that he didn't even believe in, and he had nothing left to live for. He seemed to be old. Under the starry sky, Dumbledore and Brian stood side by side, watching Snape's back gradually disappear at the end of the road as he strode towards the castle. They didn't say anything, but they both knew what happened. Both of them had seen the look in Snape's eyes, the look of a man who had lost his way. Lone wanderer. The cold wind at night blew. Brian pressed his grey hair that was dancing on his head, and sighed for no reason. Severus has never been able to get rid of the past. Dumbledore's eyes were no longer clear, but also showed turbidity and pain. He had seen too much in his long life, and he had made too many mistakes. He failed to protect many people he cared about, and he also failed to guide Snape to a better path. He hoped that Snape would find peace in his redemption, but he had only found more suffering and loneliness. And Snape was not the only one who could not get rid of the past. Is it because of Harry's mother? Brian asked in an affirmative tone. He knew the answer, but he wanted to hear it from Dumbledore. I'm afraid so. Dumbledore didn't ask Brian where he knew this, but just showed a sad expression. If you are willing, Brian, after Sirius Black's matter is over, I can chat with you about Severus's past. After a short silence, Brian nodded. I heard from Lupin that you have arranged a position for me. Director of the Office of Student Safety at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. What do you think of this title? Dumbledore blinked his clear blue eyes and showed a playful smile. 0184 Return, Part 2. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Student Safety Office Director. Brian blinked his blue eyes and smiled nonchalantly, his grey hair shining in the candlelight. The title sounded a bit better than Castle Security Officer. He shrugged his shoulders, as if it was not a big deal. I easily convinced the Board of Governors to agree to my request. Perhaps, it was the troubled days of the past 2 years that made them realize that we should really think about the safety of the young wizards. Dumbledore said in a relaxed tone, his twinkling eyes behind the half-moon spectacles reflecting the wisdom and kindness of the old wizard. I plan to put the castle administrator and gamekeeper under the management of this department, in addition to arranging the daily patrol of the castle by the head boy and girl and the prefects of each house. This department will also have a very special right. He continued, his voice calm and steady. Brian looked sideways at Dumbledore, waiting for his explanation. He sensed that there was something more to this new position than just a fancy name. Those monitoring devices you left in the school, Brian, I think they are wasted in Argus's office. I have communicated with the Board of Governors and the Ministry of Magic. In special times, I mean when there are some events that will threaten the safety of the young wizards in the school, then those alchemy devices will be legally used. Brian raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was not an easy thing to negotiate. He had invented those devices using his knowledge of alchemy and magic, and they could detect any unusual movements or activities in the castle and its surroundings. He had left them in the school as a precaution, but he did not expect that they would be officially recognized and authorized by the authorities. Speaking of which, Dumbledore showed some regret, his face clouded with sadness. I have talked with Minerva, and we both think that your alchemy devices are indeed useful. If it weren't for them, before Miss Weasley was taken into the Chamber of Secrets last semester, maybe more young wizards would have been hurt. Tonight, if they were there, we probably would have found out about Black's intrusion into the school in time. He sighed, his eyes darkening with worry. Do you have a reasonable inference, Headmaster Dumbledore? Brian asked with a frown. The most likely possibility is that Black took a detour from the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore pondered, stroking his long silver beard. But we'll have to wait for Hagrid to ask his magical creature friends. He added, referring to the half-giant gamekeeper who had a fondness for all kinds of beasts and beings. With Dementors and many ancient wards, the defense of Hogwarts was like an iron wall. If Brian wanted to sneak into Hogwarts, he would probably choose from the Forbidden Forest as well, but sneaking into Hogwarts from the Forbidden Forest, which was densely vegetated and inhabited by numerous and varied creatures, was still a difficult thing to do. You never knew who was peering at you from the corner with a pair of eyes. About the Student Safety Office Director. Dumbledore suddenly smiled and said, changing the topic. He seemed to sense Brian's discomfort and wanted to cheer him up. In less tense situations, I mean, when the teaching activities can proceed normally, you can leave Hogwarts freely to do your own things, Brian. Brian smacked his lips, not knowing what to say. Did Dumbledore change his mind? Just let him go to make extra money. The Student Safety Office Director has a heavy responsibility because he needs to bear the personal safety of all young wizards. The Board of Governors thinks that the importance of this position is equivalent to that of Deputy Headmaster, so, Your salary and Minerva's are the same, Brian, both are 1,200 galleons. Dumbledore announced while his eyes were sparkling with mischief. Ahem, you have to know how to say the key points first, Dumbledore. Scene break. Before dawn, the biting cold enveloped the earth, the horizon, the boundary between the earth and the sky still did not see a trace of light, but the starlight and moonlight above the sky gradually dimmed, the dark that made people sink was rampant, like a thick blanket covering the world. The brilliant firelight flashed in the deep night, a short and a tall, two equally thin figures appeared on the steps outside the castle gate, their silhouettes contrasting with the warm glow behind them. Everything in sight was almost no different from when they left. This ancient castle seemed to dwell in the gap of time, regardless of the years, like flowing water, alone and still. It stood proudly on the edge of the lake, its towers and turrets silhouetted against the dark sky. It was a symbol of magic and history, a home for generations of witches and wizards, a place of wonder and mystery. Minerva will be very happy. Dumbledore's beard was covered with crystal dew, he smiled and said. As the deputy headmaster, besides teaching, she also has to ensure the normal operation of the school. Whenever there is a special situation, she always gets very anxious. Now, finally there is someone who can share some of the responsibility for her. Ensuring the normal operation of the school is the responsibility of the headmaster, not the deputy headmaster or the student safety office director, Headmaster Dumbledore. Brian rolled his eyes and said politely, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, if you say so, I have to do something myself. Dumbledore wanted to explain something, but Brian ignored him. He walked straight to the magnificent gate, which was carved with intricate patterns and symbols, and guarded by two stone lions. He pursed his lips, and smiled, his blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Hogwarts, I'm back. The restless young wizards who had been discussing how Black sneaked into the castle for most of the night fell asleep, because no matter what happened tonight, tomorrow's classes would always continue, under the starry sky of the Great Hall, which was enchanted to reflect the weather outside. Except for the occasional footsteps of the professors passing by, there was only the snoring of the young wizards echoing each other, some of them clutching their wands or brooms in their dreams. Although Hermione and Ron had already fallen asleep, Harry was only pretending to sleep, because the other young wizards could treat Black's intrusion into the castle as a strange and unusual thing, but he couldn't do that. After all, Black was coming for him. Harry was not sure if this cunning criminal was still lurking in the dark, taking advantage of Dumbledore's absence from Hogwarts, to make a comeback. Speaking of which, Lupin had hurried back to the castle a while ago and joined the night patrol team. He looked pale and exhausted, as if he had been through a lot. Snape also returned to the school. Apparently, he had figured out that the old friend he met with Lupin was not Black. He came back and went straight upstairs without appearing again, but Dumbledore had not been seen until now. Shouldn't they have come back together? Harry wondered what had happened between them, and why Dumbledore had left the school at such a critical time. Without Dumbledore, Hogwarts always felt less reassuring. Harry couldn't help thinking about where Dumbledore had gone. He tossed and turned in his sleeping bag, restless for a long time. Finally, he couldn't stand the heat and decided to get up and breathe. He put on his glasses and his cloak, and tiptoed towards the door, careful not to wake anyone up. Squeak! The sound of the door hinge rotating was very harsh in the quiet hall. Harry, who was halfway up, rolled back into his sleeping bag, facing the direction of the castle gate, and secretly looked through the bright starlight scattered from the night sky on the ceiling of the hall. Oh! With just one glance, Harry exclaimed like he was celebrating a victory in a Quidditch match. Scene break. When Brian stepped into the same office as last year again, he knew from the moment he saw the furnishings in the room that Dumbledore probably had been thinking about how to put the title of Student Safety Office Director on his head for a long time. Tonight Black attacked the castle, and the sudden meeting with Professor Snape gave him a very good opportunity. Brian didn't mind. He liked the office. It was spacious and comfortable, and it had everything he needed. He felt a sense of nostalgia as he looked around the room. The desks, bookshelves, bunk bed, fireplace. Everything was as it was before. Even the black curtain covering the monitoring wall was spotless. The monitoring wall was an alchemy device that allowed Brian to observe the whole school, and detect any anomalies or threats. A temporary meeting was being held in this office that was used again. The participants were the owner of the office Brian, the headmaster Albus Dumbledore, the defense against the dark arts Professor Lupin, the deputy headmistress Minerva McGonagall and the castle caretaker Argus Filch, who had already clearly belonged to the management of the owner of the Student Safety Office. Although I said this a few months ago. McGonagall, who had been busy for most of the night, had a messy round bun behind her head. The weakness between her eyebrows showed that she was very tired, but she still squeezed out a smile for Brian. She was the one who had organized the evacuation of the students and the search for Black, and she had done a remarkable job, despite the chaos and the danger. She walked over to Brian, and greeted him with a warm hug. She said, "But I have to say it again, Brian, welcome back to Hogwarts. I'm so happy to see you. You don't know how much we missed you." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." Brian waved his wand and conjured a few chairs. helping the old and overworked McGonagall to sit down. While the older but energetic Dumbledore obviously knew that he didn't have this treatment, he happily found a stool and sat down, his beard and robes sparkling with dewdrops. Lupin, who had a gloomy face, went to the shelf above the fireplace to make tea for everyone, his movements slow and careful, as if he was afraid of breaking something. He looked pale and weary, his eyes haunted by shadows, as if he had seen something terrible. Only Filch, who faced his new direct boss, was full of hesitation, not knowing what to do. He stood awkwardly near the door, clutching his lantern and his cat Mrs. Norris, his expression a mixture of fear and resentment, as if he was expecting to be scolded or dismissed at any moment. "Sit down, Argus," Brian said kindly. "Oh, Mr. Watson." "Sir, I'm fine standing." Filch, who had big bags under his eyes, was terrified, his bulbous nose was red and shiny, his voice trembling and hoarse, as if he had been shouting all night. But in the end, he couldn't resist Brian's gentle eyes, he half-assed on the stool, trying to straighten his back and sit down, his posture stiff and uncomfortable, like a puppet on a lonely string. "So now." Brian, who quickly entered the role, looked around and said calmly. "Who can tell me more about the current situation?" 0185 Dawn. It is certain that Black did not come in from the school grounds, and those dementors guarding the entrance will not be easily fooled by him again. Lupin rubbed his eyebrows wearily and said, his voice hoarse from the long night of searching. "And it can also be basically confirmed that he has left Hogwarts. We searched the entire castle, leaving no stone unturned, including the common rooms of the 4 houses, the student dormitories, the hospital wing, the underground corridors, the observatory, the library and Professor Sprout's greenhouse, and found no traces of hiding. Hagrid is currently asking the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and has not come back yet." Brian nodded slightly, quietly pondering, and suddenly, he remembered the ghost girl who hid in the bathroom last year, who clearly saw everything, but said nothing. He wondered if there was anyone else who had witnessed something unusual, but had kept silent for some reason. Since the fat lady confirmed that it was Black who hurt her. I mean, sneaking into the Gryffindor Tower, finding that he couldn't enter the common room and then escaping from the castle, this is a long distance. Even if all the little wizards and staff are in the Great Hall for Halloween, there should be some portraits and ghosts who witnessed his movements. We have confirmed with them. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and said, her expression stern and frustrated, the ghosts were all in the basement celebrating Halloween in their own way, and the portraits were gathered together, they didn't see how Black came in. Peeves, who was kicked out of the ghosts' party for making trouble, was the first to find the frightened fat lady hiding in a landscape painting on the 5th floor. In short, Black picked a good time. Yes, cunning Black. In front of the headmaster, director, and professors, the inconspicuous Filch seized the opportunity to nod and agree. His eyes gleamed with malice as he hoped that Black would be caught and punished severely for his crimes. Good timing. Professor McGonagall's casual remark made Brian's eyebrow twitch slightly, and he muttered a few words in a low voice, as if he had noticed something unusual. Dumbledore, who had his fingers crossed on his right leg, remained inexplicably silent, as if he had no intention of joining the conversation, but when he heard the few words Brian muttered, Dumbledore's cheek also moved slightly, and a glint flashed in his eyes. He turned his head to look at Brian, and the gazes of the 2 pairs of different-colored pupils met in mid-air, as if they had a tacit understanding. They seemed to share a moment of understanding, as if they had both realized something important. "Oh, please," Professor McGonagall said impatiently, "don't make me guess at this time." Ahem. Brian coughed a little awkwardly, and then, after organizing his words in his mind, he slowly said, his tone calm and logical. "It's just a thought, Professor McGonagall, do you think Black chose Halloween on purpose to break into Hogwarts, or was it just a coincidence? If he didn't plan it, maybe he was too confused from being in Azkaban. But if he did, what was his goal in trying to enter the Gryffindor common room? He must have known that all the students, including Potter, were at the feast, and the dormitory was empty." Brian's statement made McGonagall and Lupin stunned. To be honest, they had indeed overlooked this point. Maybe. After a while, Professor McGonagall hesitated and guessed, Black wanted to sneak into the student dormitory and wait for the child to come back. "That's possible." Brian nodded and said, his eyes fixed on Lupin, whose eyebrow was hidden in the deep shadow, as if he was hiding something. But that would mean that he had no intention of leaving after the murder. Is that his choice? The top secret that the students didn't know was probably just ordinary information among the professors, and everyone here knew that among them, only Lupin knew Black best. "I'm sorry, I don't know what Black would do," Lupin said apologetically in a gloomy tone, his face pale and his eyes haunted by memories. "I used to think I knew him very well, but it turned out that he was not what I imagined." It was always unpleasant to discuss betrayal, and Professor McGonagall comforted Lupin softly, patting his shoulder gently. Brian did not pressure him with his eyes. "Okay, let me think, Argus." Brian paused for a moment and turned his gaze to Filch, who was standing nervously by the door. He asked him in a calm voice, "Are the secret passages leading to the outside world in the castle sealed? I don't want us to make such a very low-level mistake that would allow Black to sneak in again." "All 4 secret passages were sealed before the start of school, Mr. Watson." Filch snapped to attention, his tone respectful enough to make Brian feel a bit surprised, but after thinking about it, Brian could understand. Last semester he was the investigator sent by the Board of Governors to investigate the Chamber of Secrets incident and the defense against the Dark Arts professor, both of which were temporary positions, and neither of which lasted long. But the Student Safety Office Director was a permanent position, especially since Dumbledore had made it clear that the castle caretaker was under the jurisdiction of the Safety Office Director. Although in the castle, Filch was despised as a nuisance by some troublemakers, but outside, he was doing a job that many capable wizards envied, and as a squib, he was naturally afraid of losing his dream job. When Brian mentioned the secret passages, Lupin's body trembled violently, and his lowered eyes showed intense struggle, but in the end, he said nothing. Scene break. Dawn was approaching, and the world outside the window was no longer a thick and pure black, but a faint grayish-white, heralding the arrival of a new day. The distant horizon, with a hint of pink and orange, was awakening the sleeping creatures. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a faint glow on the castle and the lake. "Okay." Brian walked to the window and opened the sash, letting the damp and cold morning breeze blow his hair as much as possible. He felt exhausted after a sleepless night, but he knew he had to act quickly. "Hagrid hasn't come back yet, but I think the chances of him bringing good news are not great. He went to look for Black in the Forbidden Forest, but I doubt he would find him there. Black is too smart and cunning to hide in such an obvious place. I'll reset those panoramic telescopes as soon as possible, and before that, I'll add some warning alarm features to them. As long as Black tries to break into the castle again, no matter which corner he comes in from, as soon as his face is captured by the lens, then all the telescopes in the castle will sound an alarm at the same time, notifying the young wizards to evacuate as soon as possible." Brian's plan was undoubtedly a good one, and in the current situation where they could not find Black's invasion route, the most important thing was to make sure he couldn't break in again. The panoramic telescopes were magical devices that could show the view of most places in the castle, and Brian had installed them in many corridors and halls. By adding some enchantments, he could make them detect Black's presence and alert everyone. He hoped that this would prevent any harm from happening to the students, especially Potter, who was Black's target. When the morning light came, he was the only one left in this office, and after a sleepless night, everyone took advantage of the time before class to rest. Brian also lay on his bed, closed his eyes and quietly thought about the unanswered question. Did Black just happen to run into Hogwarts on Halloween, or did he do it on purpose? Brian couldn't answer this question, but his keen intuition was telling him that this was not a coincidence. There must be some hidden motive behind Black's actions, something that he didn't know yet. Sirius Black, like Remus Lupin, was an important plot character, and Brian only had a vague impression, as if both of them died in the end. Die together. Brian whispered to himself, I wonder if Lupin died because of the curse on the defense against the dark arts professor position. If that's the case, I feel a bit guilty. Should I break his 2 wolf legs in advance? 0186 reactions. On the first day of his long-awaited return to Hogwarts, Brian did not plan too many working tasks for himself. He enjoyed a leisurely sleep in the morning, spent some time in his office in the afternoon to modify the old panoramic telescope that had been gathering dust in Filch's office for half a year, and took a well-deserved rest in the first half of the night. In the second half of the night, when the young wizards were sound asleep, he sneaked back to the astronomy tower and returned the telescope to its original place. But it turned out that he was too naive. Only 2 hours after he had closed his eyes, he was awakened by a loud knock on the door of his office. He opened the door and saw Professor McGonagall, who had already changed into her nightgown and retightened her bun, standing there with a pile of parchment that was almost as tall as her. She had a gleeful expression on her face, as if she had just won the lottery. Facing the sleepy and confused Brian, Professor McGonagall's tone was full of excitement. This stack is the patrol schedule of the prefects reported by the male and female head boy and girl. You need to review it and make sure there are no conflicts or loopholes. This stack is the approval of the maintenance costs of the Quidditch pitch and the castle reported by Hagrid and Filch separately in November. This stack is the list of prohibited items that Filch updated for the young wizards. This stack is the admission application forms for the 3rd to 7th grade students to go to Hogsmeade on weekends. You need to keep a copy here and send another one to Madame Rosmerta at the 3 Broomsticks. Oh, and this one. She went on, handing over one stack of parchment after another to Brian, who could barely hold them in his arms. 10 minutes later, Professor McGonagall, who was so happy that she walked on tiptoe, and said goodbye to Brian with a cheerful smile, and hurriedly left. Who am I, and what am I here for? Brian muttered to himself, as he stood in front of his office, holding a pile of parchment that was 3 feet thick, doubting his life choices. Scene break. We are all your loyal supporters, Professor Watson. At 9 o'clock, Marcus Flint, who had no class in the morning, brought a few Slytherin team members and rushed into Brian's office. He said to Brian, who was sitting behind the desk and frowning at those forms, with a flattering smile on his face. We heard the news and came here right away. If you want to, we can also help you patrol the castle and maintain order. We can keep an eye on those troublemakers from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and make sure they don't break any rules. Thank you for your support, Flint. Brian frowned, his expression a bit weird, and said. But I hope you can focus on Quidditch and your studies. If I remember correctly, you should have graduated from Hogwarts last year. By the way, how many years has it been since the school had a repeater? Flint left, his face red with shame. He muttered something like it's Rowling's fault under his breath, and dragged his teammates away. At 10 o'clock, after finishing the first class, Draco Malfoy came in with Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy Parkinson, and threw out a sentence of "I'm glad to see you back, Professor," with a bad smirk on his face. Potter doesn't seem to know what Black did back then, Professor Watson. Otherwise, I bet he would go to Black for revenge. Oh, I wish he would do that. If it weren't for Professor Snape forbidding me to tell Potter these things. Draco said, with a malicious glint in his eyes. Professor Snape forbade Malfoy to tell Potter that his parents died because of Black's betrayal. Sure enough, Professor Snape's feelings for Potter are more complicated than I imagined. Brian thought to himself, as he glanced at Malfoy's arm, which was wrapped in bandages and hung around his neck. He remembered that Malfoy had been bitten by Buckbeak, Hagrid's hippogriff, during the Care of Magical Creatures class, and that his father, Lucius Malfoy, had filed a complaint to the Ministry of Magic, demanding that Buckbeak be executed. I have to say, Brian said, with a kind smile on his face, and said, your new outfit is very fashionable, Malfoy. It suits you very well. Draco's face turned red, and he hurriedly took off the sling from his neck, acting a bit restless, because he suddenly remembered that Hagrid, that big idiot, seemed to be under the jurisdiction of the Student Safety Office Director, which meant that he was currently framing Professor Watson's subordinate. In a trance, Malfoy remembered the eight-eyed spider which was hiding in his dormitory. The Ministry of Magic has accepted the case, Professor. If you are unhappy, I can ask my father to withdraw the lawsuit. Malfoy stuttered, trying to appease Brian. I won't interfere in this matter, Malfoy, do as you wish. Brian blinked, thought for a moment and said. Hagrid's unhealthy obsession and excessive indulgence with magical creatures was a bit reckless, so that he often misjudged the danger of the creatures themselves. Before, this had nothing to do with Brian, and he was not willing to interfere with other people's hobbies for no reason, but now that Hagrid was under the jurisdiction of the Student Safety Office, Brian thought it was a good thing to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson, so that such incidents would not happen again and again in the future, and Dumbledore, who was unwilling to interfere too much with the Ministry of Magic, would not have to throw himself out to take the bullet for him. I haven't had time to thank you, Professor Watson. After Malfoy left, a few Hufflepuff students who had been waiting outside rushed in. Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Muggle-born boy with curly brown hair and glasses, said enthusiastically. My mother was so worried about me after she found out that I was petrified for half a semester because of my Muggle blood, and learned from the Daily Prophet that Gilderoy Lockhart was a big liar. She didn't want me to come back to Hogwarts to study. But I told her that the snake that petrified me had been solved by you. She reluctantly agreed to let me come back. I want to tell her the news that you are back to Hogwarts and in charge of our safety. I think she will feel relieved. I'm just doing my duty, Finch-Fletchley. Brian smiled and said, with a friendly tone. You should be able to catch Black soon, Professor Watson. Hannah Abbott, who had two blonde braids and a timid expression, asked Brian a serious question. Because of that Black, I can't concentrate in class. I'm always afraid that he might sneak into the castle and attack us. At noon, Brian was planning to go downstairs to the Great Hall and have lunch with the other professors, but his subordinate Filch took the opportunity to bring in a second-year Gryffindor boy, who looked scared and guilty. Mr. Watson. Filch, who was flushed with excitement, showed Brian a bag of dung eggs, and said gleefully. I caught a nasty little troublemaker playing with dung eggs in the corridor. He was trying to throw them at the portraits and the suits of armor. How do you think we should deal with it? Looking at the silent little kid, who had a few spots of dung on his robes, Brian rubbed his forehead and sighed helplessly. How did you deal with this kind of situation before? Detention, sir, at least 3 days. Filch said eagerly, hoping that Brian would approve his punishment. Then do it like that, Filch. Brian waved his hand, indicating that Filch should take away the bag of dung eggs that had been stained with stinky juice as soon as possible, and reminded him before he left that he didn't need to report such minor situations in the future, and he could handle them as he saw fit. He trusted Filch's judgment, as long as he didn't use any cruel or illegal methods. Professor. This time it was Percy Weasley and his girlfriend Penelope Clearwater who came in. Percy, who was wearing a shiny head boy badge, proudly straightened his chest and said in front of the beautiful Miss Clearwater, who had long curly hair and a charming smile on her face. "There is something I must report to you." Hearing this solemn tone, Brian's face became serious, and he paid attention. "The Dementors guarding the entrances of the castle want to enter the castle to search for Black. They seem to think that Black is still hiding in the castle," Percy said, with a grave expression. "Does Professor Dumbledore know about this?" Brian frowned and asked. "Oh, I reported to Professor Dumbledore last night." Percy twitched his nose, but Professor Dumbledore refused to let the Dementors enter the castle. In that case, Brian was about to say that he agreed with Dumbledore, and that he would not allow the Dementors to enter the castle either. "But you are the director of the Student Safety Office authorized by the Board of Governors. I think it is more appropriate for you to make the decision." Percy interrupted him, and looked at Brian, his eyes gleaming. "Boy, you have the potential to be a traitor, I'm very optimistic about you." Brian thought to himself, as he saw through Percy's ambition and flattery. "Professor Watson, will you also take on the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor this year?" Penelope, who was clinging to Percy's arm, asked eagerly. "Is this question cursing Lupin or cursing me, Miss Clearwater?" Brian pursed his lips and thought tiredly. 0187 worries. Hoo. The gloomy clouds covered the sky again, which had only cleared for half a day. The fine rain beat against the window panes in the strong wind, creating a howling sound that echoed in the empty room. Without the protection of the sun, the temperature of the castle, which was adjacent to a large forest and a vast black lake, dropped quickly. The cold air seeped through the cracks and crevices, making the stone walls and floors feel like ice. Although the wizards with powerful magic had higher resistance to cold and heat than normal wizards, Brian didn't have to endure it. In order to make the room more comfortable, he lit the fireplace again with a flick of his hand, and watched the orange flames dance and crackle. After hanging a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the office door, Brian finally enjoyed the leisure period. He stood by the window and stared at the world in the wind and rain, feeling a sense of detachment from the hustle and bustle of the school. He suddenly remembered the experimental data he had left behind in his shrieking shack, hidden under a pile of dusty books and broken furniture. Although there was an illusion magic to cover it, it was always unsafe to leave it there, especially if someone with a keen eye and a curious mind stumbled upon it. Naturally, the research on the soul curse came to his mind again. It was a dark and dangerous topic that fascinated him for a long time, ever since he witnessed its effects. He wanted to understand its mechanism, its origin, and its countermeasures, but he also knew that it was a taboo that few dared to touch, so he must be calm and steady. Should I ask Dumbledore for advice? He must be good at dark magic as a white wizard. Brian hesitated in his heart, but after careful consideration, he thought it was better not to be too ostentatious. After all, the things he studied were considered to be one of the most evil types even in dark magic. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was still a while before dinner. Brian glanced at the parchment on the table, which he had only turned over a few pages. He had no desire to deal with these troubles. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the library to look up some information. Maybe he could find some clues or inspiration for his research there. I'm not sure if the director of the Student Safety Office has the authority to borrow books from the restricted section, Brian. The librarian, Mrs. Pants, was a strict and very orderly witch. She also had a sharp eye and a sharp tongue, and would scold anyone who made a noise or a mess in the library. She didn't look at Brian with any respect, but refused him to borrow books from the restricted area because he had lost his professor title. She guarded the books like a hawk, and wouldn't let anyone touch them without proper permission. Okay, Brian scratched his hair, and a bit reluctantly returned the most poisonous magic to Mrs. Pants. I'll check with the headmaster Dumbledore later if I have this authority, Mrs. Pants. He left a bit resentfully after saying this. He hoped that Dumbledore would grant him the access to the restricted section. Originally, he planned to go back to his office and wait for dinner, but when he passed the corridor, he suddenly thought of Professor Snape, whom he hadn't seen today. He was a bit worried about his mental health, since he knew that Snape had a lot of pressure and pain in his life. Brian quickly made a decision and sped up his pace to the Slytherin basement. He knocked on Professor Snape's office door and walked in. The moment he entered, Brian's nostrils twitched and smelled a slight poison in the murky air. He saw that the room was filled with shelves of bottles, jars, and boxes, containing various ingredients and products of potions. There was also a large cauldron on a fire, emitting a foul-smelling steam. The only source of light was a small lamp on the desk, which cast a dim and gloomy glow on the surroundings. He took a closer look and saw that Professor Snape was dealing with a cage of billywig bugs with green wings and pincers. These two were the ingredients for the laughing potion and the sobering potion. Brian had encountered these two potions in his 4th year, when he had to brew them for his practical exam. He remembered that the billywig bugs were very difficult to handle, since they could sting and cause levitation and giddiness. What are you doing here instead of enjoying your hard-earned rights in your own office? Snape, whose face was more waxen from the fumes of the billywig blood and pincers, looked at Brian who came to visit him, and sneered at the corner of his mouth. As soon as he heard Snape's signature sarcasm, Brian immediately threw his worries behind him, stepped forward and looked at the dazzling materials on the table with interest, and exclaimed. "These materials are not cheap, Professor. They can sell for at least 300 galleons on the black market." He was impressed by Snape's collection of rare and expensive ingredients, which showed his expertise and dedication to potions. "Your salary is the same as Minerva's, and higher than mine, Brian," Snape said lazily, without looking up from his work. He didn't care about the value of the materials, as long as they served his purpose. "That's different, Professor." Brian shook his head regretfully and said, "I'm not like you, I don't have so many opportunities to enrich my pockets." This time, Snape didn't even have a sarcastic remark to make. For a wizard like Brian, as long as he was willing to show his strength, wherever he went, there would be a lot of people who would stuff galleons into his pocket, begging for his favor or guidance. But he never did so. Snape knew this kid's style very well. Rather than saying he had principles, it was better to say that Brian treated making money as a leisure and pleasure, something that he did only when he felt like it or when he was bored. Wait. Seeing that Professor Snape was not depressed by being unable to choke him with his words and could not cheer up from his gloomy mood, Brian left on his own, but when he turned to close the door outside, Professor Snape called him back and said lazily. "That werewolf has a third-year defense against the dark arts class on Friday. Maybe you can help him out." Brian's face darkened instantly. "Miss Clearwater, what did you do to your mouth? What a rare opportunity to make your dream come true, Professor. Are you sure you want to give it up?" He replied sarcastically, hoping that Snape would change his mind. But Snape just smirked and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he had made his decision. Bang! The office door closed automatically, leaving Brian with a tick mark on his face outside. During the daytime of the school day, every staff member in the castle was busy. Even if they were not in class, they were busy preparing lessons or some teaching tools in their offices. In order not to let others think that he was sitting and getting his salary without doing anything, Brian had to walk back to his office slowly, pretending that he had some important matters to attend to. He walked up to the third floor, past a corner, and saw two young wizards standing in front of the door of his office, hesitating. They seemed to want to knock on the door, but they didn't dare to do so because of the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. The sign was actually a joke that Brian had put up to scare away some unwanted visitors, but it seemed to work too well on some innocent students. "Potter, Weasley." Brian smiled and waved at them, and approached quickly. "We had 3 classes today, Professor, so we came a bit late." Harry and Ron, who had bright smiles on their faces, explained in a hurry. They had been looking forward to seeing Brian ever since they heard that he had returned to the castle. "I understand." Brian smiled happily. No matter what, his relationship with Harry was closer than others. So many people came to visit him in the morning, but the 3 little ones never came to see him, which was a bit disappointing. He was glad that Harry and Ron had finally shown up. He opened the door and asked curiously. "Why are there only 2 of you? Where is your good partner, Miss Granger? Hermione also has classes in the 4th period." Ron followed Brian into the office, looking at the familiar furnishings, and said with a bit of anger. "And lately, we have some opinions on some of her actions." Brian walked to the fireplace and brought 2 cups of tea to Harry and Ron. Hearing this, he smiled indifferently. The personalities of the young wizards at this age were mostly sharp and had no sense of restraint. It was normal to have some conflicts with each other. He had seen many friendships break and mend over trivial matters. "Can you tell me what happened?" He directed the 2 little guys to sit down on the comfortable sofa, and returned to his office seat. He asked casually, showing his interest and concern. After a round of explanations, Brian finally figured out what was going on. It turned out that Hermione bought a cat named Crookshanks from a pet shop in Diagon Alley, and the cat had been chasing Ron's rat Scabbers ever since. Ron was furious that Hermione did not care about his pet's safety, and Hermione was annoyed that he quarreled with her because of her cat's instincts. They had been arguing about this for a long time, and their friendship had become strained. No wonder Crookshanks didn't stay in the castle for a while, but always ran to me. It turned out to be this reason, Brian thought in his mind. Ron had hoped that Professor Watson would condemn Hermione's disregard for Scabbers' life and health, but seeing that Professor had no intention of intervening in this matter, he was a bit disappointed. But he soon forgot about it and quickly joined Harry in discussing why he suddenly returned to the castle without any warning and became the director of the Student Safety Office. "We only heard a little bit of rumors before, Professor." Professor Watson returned to the castle, so Harry, who had no worries after having double protection from him and Dumbledore, said cheerfully. Professor Dumbledore seemed to be dissatisfied with the situations that might cause the little wizards to get hurt in the castle in the past few years, so he planned to take some measures, but we never found out what he was going to do. I guarantee that if you drop out now, Mr. Potter, there will never be any strange things happening in Hogwarts again." Brian smiled without changing his expression. "Do you plan to reactivate those alchemy tools, Professor?" It was Ron's turn to express his opinion. He glanced at the black curtain on the opposite wall with a bit of awe and said, noticing Professor Watson's slightly surprised look, he quickly explained. "This is Fred and George's guess, Professor Watson. You may not know, but they have always been obsessed with your skills." 0188 The Tale of the Scab. Sirius Black, the notorious mass murderer who escaped from the wizarding prison of Azkaban, had sneaked into the castle and ruined the festive atmosphere of Halloween. Under normal circumstances, the fear and panic brought by this despicable and evil criminal would make the young wizards uneasy for a long time, but the director of the Student Safety Office of Hogwarts, who returned to the school at lightning speed, Professor Watson, pulled the young wizards out of the dark shadow of terror with his reassuring presence. The Great Hall today was as warm and lively as yesterday. Although there were no twisting ribbons on the walls of the spacious hall, the food piled on the 4 long tables was more abundant and delicious. The students enjoyed their breakfast while chatting and laughing, forgetting the horror of last night. Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, introduced Brian, the director of Student Safety Office, to everyone again with witty and humorous words. When Professor Watson, who had defeated the basilisk and ended the legend of the Chamber of Secrets, stood up and waved to everyone with a modest smile, the great hall was suddenly filled with thunderous applause. Everyone's hearts were greatly encouraged. They believed that Professor Watson, who had proven his courage and wisdom, would continue his brilliant record and force the evil that threatened their lives out of the darkness again. At this moment of celebration, only one person, no, only one rat, was facing the bone-chilling cold alone. The clear and bright moonlight shone through the carved window panes into the Gryffindor common room soaked in darkness. In the empty dormitory, a humble and timid figure was hiding in the gap between the 4-poster bed and the wall, shivering. He was clutching a piece of cheese that he had stolen from the kitchen, but he had no appetite to eat it. He had given up his human form for the sake of survival for 12 years, but now it seemed that the final judgment was coming soon. Ever since Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban, everyone was talking about what he would do next. A very small number of wizards who had insider's information believed that Black's purpose of escaping was to kill the boy who lived who made the Dark Lord fall. The boy who was also the son of his best friends, James and Lily Potter. But Peter Pettigrew knew that Black would not kill Harry Potter, because the one who betrayed the Potters was not Black, but himself. Black knew that he was not dead, but lived as a rat in the Weasley family. Now, he was coming for revenge, not only for the Potters, but also for Black himself, who had been framed and imprisoned by him. Peter didn't know how Black got the news, but he was sure that Black must have known. What should he do? Peter curled up his palm-sized body and tried to think hard in despair and fear. He had been thinking about this question for months. Run away. This was the thought that came to him instinctively, it was his original plan. But after thinking deeply, he gave up this idea and still followed the Weasley boy, Ron, back to Hogwarts. The reason was simple, as long as he stayed with Ron, he could enjoy the protection that Dumbledore had arranged for the boy. As long as he was in this protection, Black might not be able to get close to him. Peter thought so, but now it seemed that he had underestimated Black's means and determination. Last night, Black was only separated from him by a wall, and he almost couldn't save his precious life. Peter didn't know how Black broke through the hundreds of Dementors outside the wall and broke into Hogwarts, but he knew that last night's failure would not make Black back down. He would try again until he killed himself, or Black himself was killed. How could he fall into this absurd situation? The clear and bright moonlight was so pale and cold in his black eyes that were tearful with fear. Even until now, Peter still didn't understand why the person who was so powerful that even his name couldn't be mentioned was defeated by a baby. He didn't understand why. He made the decision after careful consideration. He had clearly chosen the stronger side, but why did he end up like this? Everything seemed to go back to the beginning, back to the time when he first entered Hogwarts. Flashback. The golden candlelight in the hall shone on a short and thin boy who was tremblingly walking towards the Sorting Hat, as if he was wearing a cloak of the fear. He had no friends, no confidence, no talent. He had only one wish, to be sorted into a house that would accept him and protect him. Ah! Even today, Peter still remembered the regretful sigh of the tattered Sorting Hat that brought him the despair as deep as death. Please! The young Peter begged humbly, his voice barely audible in the noisy hall. He was too scared. He had always been like this since he could remember. Because of his timid personality, he was not smart enough, had no outstanding magic talent, he would fail at everything he tried, he was afraid that he would be sent home by the Hat, he was afraid to face his mother's disappointed eyes again. He had seen her face when she received his letter, a mixture of surprise and hope, as if she expected him to follow his father's footsteps and become a great wizard. But Peter knew that he was nothing like his father, who had died bravely in the First Wizarding War, leaving behind a heroic legacy and a broken family. You are not a brave child, wisdom and hard work are not your strengths, and you don't have enough ambition. Sigh, let me think, where should you go? Please, sir. Peter pleaded bitterly, as long as you keep me. As long as I keep you. The Sorting Hat chuckled, what do you think, child? What do I think? Peter was at a loss, helpless and stunned. For many years, he had been living in his mother's hopeful eyes and his father's legendary stories of being born in Gryffindor and dying heroically. No one cared about what he thought. He had never made a choice for himself, he had always followed others. He had no dreams, no goals, no identity. He was just a shadow, a nobody. I want to go to Gryffindor. Peter muttered in a trance. Those countless nights, he fell asleep listening to his father's brave and fearless stories. Peter still remembered clearly, his mother was proud and happy when she told those stories. He wanted his mother to be proud of him. He wanted to be like his father, to be respected and admired, to be a hero. Go to Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat's voice became strange. You said you want to go to Gryffindor. Well, in my opinion, Hufflepuff might help you get out of the quagmire of your heart, but since you made a choice, I hope that in the long life ahead, you can find the courage hidden in your heart. That was one of the few happy moments in his life, when the Sorting Hat shouted out his choice with a loud voice. He seemed to see his mother's proud eyes turn towards him for the first time. He felt a surge of joy and relief, as if he had passed a test. He walked towards the Gryffindor table, where a group of cheering students welcomed him with open arms. He felt a sense of belonging, a sense of acceptance, a sense of home. But the truth is always cruel. Everything was as the Sorting Hat said on the sorting ceremony. He was not a brave child. The House of Courage did not dig out his inner courage, but made him more timid. The pain followed. Everyone around him seemed to look at him with strange eyes, as if they wondered how he got into Gryffindor, as if they doubted his abilities, as if they mocked his weakness. He was always the last in class, the first to be picked on, the one who always needed help. He was always the follower, the sidekick, the tag-along. He was always the rat, the worm, the scab. It can't go on like this. The young Peter said to himself. He needed someone to shelter him, someone to protect him. Peter soon found his target, James Potter and Sirius Black. These two were the most outstanding among the students. No matter where they went, they always shone. They were handsome, smart, talented, popular, rebellious, and fearless. Chose the right person, haha, I picked the right person. In the dark, Peter was overjoyed. He endured the servitude and jokes, and became their friend, and got their shelter. No one could bully him in school anymore. Oh, there was a werewolf, a disgusting werewolf who also joined in. It doesn't matter, I can tolerate him, as long as I don't lose this shelter. Peter thought, as he followed them loyally, pretending to be their friend, pretending to be their equal, pretending to be happy. He didn't care about Remus, he didn't care about their adventures, he didn't care about their loyalty. He only cared about himself, he only cared about this shelter. Time quietly passed. Peter asked himself, did he find the courage hidden in his heart as the Sorting Hat said? No, but it doesn't matter anymore. He found that, even without courage, he could still live in a way that most people envy. Become a vassal of the strong, even if it is in the way of a servant. He carefully served those three people, followed behind them, and lived in their halo, as if he was shining too. Although it was illusory, it was still radiant, and envied by others. After graduation, in the wider world, those who used to shine brightly have become dim and even endangered themselves. Only strong people can continue to shelter me. Peter thought happily as he crouched humbly in front of the laughing Dark Lord. 0189 Escape. The Dark Lord, the most powerful and feared wizard of all time, had risen to power, and had declared war on the magical Britain. He gathered a group of followers, called the Death Eaters, who shared his vision of a pure-blooded society, and who killed and tortured anyone who opposed him. On one side, there was the Dark Lord who had plunged the entire wizarding world into turmoil for decades, and on the other, there was Albus Dumbledore, who was old and feeble, and could only hide in Hogwarts without doing anything. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Peter had once rejoiced at his own wisdom. He seemed to see that he would have a life that was admired by everyone, a future that was more brilliant than his father, who died as a hero. But what the hell happened? How could the invincible Dark Lord be defeated by a weak infant who couldn't even walk? How could a mere baby, who had no idea of magic or danger, survive the killing curse, the most lethal spell ever invented? Peter had no time to think about these things. He had to run away quickly, lest he fall into the same fate as his irresponsible father, who left behind a widow and an orphan, and died in disgrace. Sirius Black had come back from hell to take revenge on him, but this time, no one could protect him. What to do? Go back to the Dark Lord's side. It was said that the Dark Lord had not died, but was hiding like him, in the forest of Albania. But what could he do by going back to such a weak person? He had no time to hesitate. he had to make a decision quickly. Black was relentless and determined, and he had a way to break through the powerful ancient wards and dementors in Hogwarts, and sneak into the castle safely. These fearless and talented people always seemed to be able to do anything. He would definitely continue to try to kill him, there was no doubt about that. It was no longer safe to stay with the little boy from the Weasley family, not only because of Black, but also because of another person, a wizard who was much more terrifying than Black, who had returned to the castle. Brian Watson, another gifted wizard. Following the little boy from the Weasley family, Peter heard a lot of valuable information about the young wizard. Earlier this year, he learned from the mouths of the three little wizards what happened in the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin. Brian Watson easily defeated a basilisk that had survived since the Slytherins era, and personally destroyed the Dark Lord's diary from his student days. At that time, Peter realized that this was a powerful wizard who had no rival except the Dark Lord and Albus Dumbledore at their peak. Brian Watson was summoned back to Hogwarts by Dumbledore, and took the position of Director of Student Safety Office. At the moment, his main task was to catch Sirius Black. Peter didn't know if Brian Watson could catch Black or not, but if he did, it would be more troublesome. Brian Watson's appearance would only make the situation more dangerous. Peter hoped that Black would die directly in the hands of the Dementors or the Hit Wizards. This was the best situation, because neither of them would listen to Black's nonsense, they would attack him as soon as they saw him, and would not stop until he was dead. But if Black fell into the hands of Brian Watson? Peter knew his former good friend was a skilled wizard, but he would be powerless against a wizard who was as powerful as the Dark Lord and the young Albus Dumbledore. Brian Watson would not kill Black, he was loyal to Dumbledore, he would hand Black over to Dumbledore, and then, the truly terrible thing would happen to Peter. Dumbledore would try to find out the reason why Black betrayed the Potters. The truth would come out, everything would be clear. His life, which he had saved by becoming a traitor and living as a rat for 12 years, would be lost, and along with it, the only thing he left to his mother, that was her son and husband, were both heroes. Fake death and escape, he had done this once before, and now he had to do it again. But he couldn't leave Hogwarts, the only place where he could find out what was happening to his former friend, Sirius Black. He had to know Black's fate, as long as Black didn't fall into the hands of Brian Watson and Dumbledore, then he still had a chance to go back to the Weasley boy. He had to keep waiting, if the Dark Lord was completely finished, and those truly vicious madmen who were locked up in Azkaban would have no chance to turn over, he could find a place where no one knew him and continue to live, or, if the Dark Lord came back, he could snatch Harry Potter and offer him to the Dark Lord as a loyal servant. Either way, he could live well. If I could kill him, he thought bitterly, as he disguised himself well, and slipped out of the dormitory through the gap in the window bars. When the pale and cold moonlight fell on him, Peter Pettigrew looked at the dark forbidden forest, and his eyes showed endless resentment. The temperature in early November was already quite cold, and no one wanted to stay in the windy corridor for long. After the banquet, under the escort of the prefects, the little wizards squeezed out of the hall like a flood. Slytherin and Hufflepuff went to the basement, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor ran to the tower, they all went to their own common rooms. They were eager to get to their warm beds, or to chat with their friends, or to finish their homework for tomorrow. Although discussing Professor Watson and his new title was indeed an interesting thing, for some young wizards, the more urgent thing was to catch up with their studies. I'll go and help Scabbers take his medicine today, Harry, and then Snape, that old bat's confusing concoction essay. Ron stood in front of the dormitory stairs and gave Harry a look. Harry hesitated for a moment, but still slowly walked towards Hermione, who was alone on a table after returning to the common room without stopping, and was busy with her homework. Ahem, because of the conflict between Scabbers and Crookshanks, Harry had never felt that finding Hermione to borrow homework was such an embarrassing thing. He stood beside Hermione, who was buried in calculations, and coughed twice, hoping to get her attention. Oh, what's the matter? Hermione, who looked haggard and had a bit of a dazed look in her eyes, came to her senses, as if she had just woken up from a dream. She glanced at Harry, and then at the pile of books and papers on the table. She seemed to realize something, and quickly put on a smile. I wanted to persuade you. Seeing her condition, Harry really couldn't say his true request. He pulled a stool and stuffed it under his butt, looked at the messy table, and looked at the arithmetic divination paper with fresh ink on it. He hesitated for a moment, picked up Hermione's paper, and studied the complex numerical charts on it. He had no idea what they meant, or how they could be useful in the future. He wondered why Hermione would waste her time on such a useless subject. Why don't you give up this and let yourself rest for a while? Harry, who was also a little dizzy, put down the chart and frowned. He was worried about Hermione, she looked like she was on the verge of a breakdown. He knew she was smart, but he also knew she was taking too many courses, more than any other student in their year. He didn't understand why she would do that to herself, when she could easily ace any exam with less effort. This thing doesn't seem to be very useful. Not very useful, you mean arithmancy? Hermione seemed very indignant. She snatched the paper from Harry's hand, and looked at him with a mixture of disbelief and annoyance. This subject is very wonderful, and more useful than you think, Harry. If you want to become an alchemist like Professor Dumbledore, or a curse breaker like Ron's brother Bill, then you have to be good at this course. She said passionately, as if she was trying to convince Harry to join her in her enthusiasm. Anyway, you have to let yourself rest, Hermione. Harry said softly, trying to calm her down. You can't handle so many courses at the same time, Hermione. Even Malfoy took the time to go to Professor Watson today, but you were busy with these papers during dinner. If you can't bear to give up arithmancy, I think giving up Professor Babbling's Muggle studies is also a good choice. After all, you grew up in a Muggle family. He suggested, hoping to make her see reason. He thought Muggle studies was a waste of time for Hermione, who knew everything about Muggles already. You don't understand, Harry, Hermione shook her head stubbornly. I think Professor Babbling's course is very interesting. I never thought that studying Muggles from a wizard's perspective would be so fun. Where was the fun in Professor Babbling's Muggle studies? Harry was afraid he would never know, because at that moment, a choked scream came from the stairs of the boys' dormitory, and the eyes of the whole common room gathered on Ron, who was dragging a bloody sheet. He looked pale and furious, as he stumbled towards Hermione, who was still sitting at the table. He shouted at her, with tears in his eyes and anger in his voice. Are you happy now? Seeing the blood-stained sheet, and Ron pinching a tuft of ginger cat hair, Hermione, who was puzzled, began to tremble all over her body. 0190 monitoring. A long night passed, and with the help of Filch and Lupin, Brian finally reinstalled the modified panoramic telescope, which could capture every corner of the castle and its surroundings. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, once again, appeared in front of him in such a clear and vivid way, as if he was standing on the highest tower and overlooking the magnificent scenery. Late last night, the sky began to drizzle, and it gradually stopped until dawn. By the time the faint sunlight could penetrate the gaps in the clouds, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning, and the drowsy Brian stood at the window, still being hit by the cold wind mixed with heavy moisture, to invigorate his spirit. He felt the chill seeping into his bones, and he rubbed his hands together to warm them up. He turned around, and a parchment with the title permit was spread out on the desk. At the end of the paper, it was the signature of the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, written in elegant and curly letters. This was what Dumbledore gave him privately after the dinner last night. Permit. I, the Minister of Magic, hereby grant the Director of the Student Safety Office of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Brian Watson, the right to monitor the behavior of all personnel in the public areas of the school, including but not limited to students, faculty, headmaster, and deputy headmaster, in the event of a serious threat to the personal safety of the students of the school, recognized by the Board of Governors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the Ministry of Magic. This right will expire immediately when the threat is lifted, and a new application is required to activate it again. Cornelius Fudge. Brian stared at the words on the paper again, and smiled silently. To be honest, if it were the situation last year, Fudge would never sign such an absurd permit. If this thing were to be spread out and known by the wizarding world, it would mean that Fudge's political career was over, and he could pack up and prepare to step down. The permit was tantamount to admitting that the Ministry of Magic was incompetent and powerless to protect the students from the notorious mass murderer, Sirius Black, who had escaped from the most secure prison in the world, Azkaban. But the situation now is uncontrollable. After all, Black's escape from Azkaban was the result of the Ministry of Magic's poor supervision. If Black was not caught for a long time, or if someone inside or outside the school was confirmed to have fallen victim to Black's hands, Fudge would also face the same fate. He would be blamed and criticized by the public, and his reputation would be tarnished beyond repair. Of course, an important reason why Fudge was willing to do this kind of authorization was that the authorized person was Brian Watson. From donating the basilisk in the first half of the year to helping take care of Harry during the summer vacation, he had a good impression of this young and promising wizard. He also had to believe, that Brian had the ability and integrity to handle the situation, and that he would not abuse his power or expose the secret of the permit. Holding a cup of steaming bitter tea, Brian sat on the edge of the desk, quietly examining the dazzling pictures on hundreds of screens. He could see every detail of the castle, from the paintings on the walls to the cobwebs on the ceilings. He felt like he had a pair of eagle eyes, and nothing could escape his sight. It was the first class in the morning, and the castle was empty and there were not many people. In the revolving tower, Dumbledore, who had also stayed up for most of the night, wore a starry nightgown and a matching hat, and went downstairs to get hot chocolate. He looked tired but cheerful, humming a tune under his breath. Filch, who was afraid of failing the Student Safety Office's assessment, led his Mrs. Norris, who had suffered a lot, to walk around the corridor like the wind, trying to find out the young wizards who violated the school rules, but in fact, there was not a single ghost in that corridor except him and Mrs. Norris. He looked frustrated and angry, muttering curses under his breath. Except for a few exceptions, the ghosts mostly stayed in their territory, whether it was the Chamber of Secrets or Black, it was as insignificant to them as guessing what flavor of pudding the house elves had prepared for after dinner. They had their own affairs and entertainments, such as planning the next Death Day party or playing tricks on the students. In the first half of the year, Brian laid down the monitoring network to find the Slytherin heir hidden among the young wizards, which required him to stay in front of the monitor almost all the time, observing the student whose behavior and actions were contrary to common sense. But this time, it was just to prevent Black from breaking into the castle, and the panoramic telescopes themselves also had an alarm function, which would alert him if there was any suspicious movement or intrusion. This undoubtedly made his work much easier. He could relax a bit and enjoy the view, or even take a nap if he wanted to. Ding dong dong. The crisp bell announced the end of the first class in the morning for the little wizards. The professors stayed in the classroom waiting for the next wave of visitors, and the students had to hurry up and pack their things, and rush to the classroom for the next class. The corridors were filled with noise and movement, as the students chatted and laughed or complained and groaned, depending on their mood and schedule. Brian, who had planned to sneak out of the secret passage that Filch had closed and go to the Shrieking Shack to study the soul curse, had to wait a little longer, and leave quietly after the young wizards returned to their cages. His bored eyes locked on the monitor screen, until the picture was clear again. Brian spit out the tea leaves and prepared to leave, but suddenly, something a bit weird made Brian squint his eyes, and the steps he was about to take were taken back again. He felt a surge of curiosity and suspicion, as he noticed something that didn't make sense. The first class in the morning for the third year of Gryffindor was Charms with Hufflepuff, and the second class was Transfiguration with Slytherin. Brian watched Harry and Ron rush into the classroom, followed by Malfoy and Crabbe, Goyle, and Daphne. Hermione hung far behind everyone, and walked into the classroom a bit absent-mindedly. She looked tired and stressed, as if she had too much on her mind. But, just as Hermione entered the Transfiguration classroom with Harry, at the corner of the corridor on another floor, another Hermione Granger suddenly popped out. She looked around and ran into the classroom of ancient runes taught by Professor Babbling. What's going on? Brian suddenly stood up straight, his sharp eyes locked on the doorways of the two professors' classrooms. The Hermione who walked into Professor McGonagall's classroom with Harry. Sirius Black who drank the polyjuice potion. Brian muttered in astonishment, but in a very short time, he overturned this conclusion that was illogical. Black couldn't still be in the castle. In just a few seconds, several possibilities popped up in Brian's mind, but none of them were very reasonable. He wondered if there was another explanation, or if he was seeing things. Brian narrowed his eyes and walked quickly to the front of the monitor. After waving his wand, the picture on the monitor screen began to rewind like time flowing backwards. He wanted to see if he had missed anything, or if he could find any clues. Not 2 Hermiones, but 3. There was another Hermione Granger who followed the crowd into the arithmancy classroom taught by Professor Victor. Staring at the 3 Hermione Grangers who appeared almost simultaneously at the doorways of the 3 professors, Brian said nothing. His eyes became narrower and narrower, and a solemn light flashed in his pale purple pupils. Do. Time passed by minute, Brian gave up the idea of going to the Shrieking Shack to study the soul curse, and his fingers tapped the desk anxiously, his eyes only falling on the doorways of the 3 professors' classrooms where Hermione was. So. The memory that was sealed in Malfoy's dormitory reappeared in Brian's mind. Every picture, every dialogue in the memory was very clear in front of Brian's eyes. He never forgot the content of the memory. Just, try to avoid it. The butterfly effect, the past and the future, the immeasurable impact. Finally, after a long time, Brian's tense face showed a faint smile. So, the time turner is yours, Miss Granger. He whispered to himself, as he recognized the magical device that could manipulate time. 0191 time turner. Well, since we already know that animagus refers to a wizard or witch who can transform into a certain animal at will, while retaining the ability to cast magic spells. At the end of the Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall quickly flipped through the brief essays on animagus that the students had handed in, her lips getting tighter and tighter, looking at the nonsense words on the paper. As a professor who had been working at Hogwarts for most of her life, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. In recent years, the average grades of the young wizards had dropped sharply. So who can tell me why the Ministry of Magic strictly controls this convenient and magical spell? She asked in a stern voice, hoping to elicit some response from the class. But to her dismay, the classroom was silent, as if no one had heard her question. SHH. Including Professor McGonagall, the young wizards in the classroom had been trained by Hermione to have an instinctive reaction. They all looked at the little witch sitting in the front row of the professor who was lowering her head, and when they found that Hermione did not raise her hand as usual as if she could reach the chandelier hanging from the ceiling, everyone's eyebrows unconsciously raised half an inch. What's going on with her? Ron, who deliberately chose a seat far away from Hermione, glanced at the swaying head in front of the professor, and asked in a low voice with some uneasiness. He felt a twinge of guilt, as he remembered the harsh words he had said to her last night. Isn't it obvious? Harry also pursed his lips like Professor McGonagall, and said nothing. Last night before going to bed, because of Scabbers' inexplicable disappearance, Hermione and Ron had a big fight in the common room, although they stopped under the persuasion of everyone, but before leaving, Harry saw the tears on Hermione's face falling like pearls. Hermione tried to explain that she had nothing to do with Scabbers vanishing, and that her cat Crookshanks was innocent, but Ron refused to listen. He accused her of being a liar, and said that he hated her and her cat. He stormed off to his dormitory, leaving Hermione sobbing on the couch. At this time, Harry felt Neville tap his back lightly. There was no need to turn around and ask more questions. The experienced Harry secretly withdrew his right hand that was placed on the desk, pretending to scratch his armpit, and took a note from Neville's hand. She cried all night and didn't sleep. The short text on the note was very neat, not written by Neville, but by Hermione's roommate Parvati Patil. Harry only glanced at it, and his mood suddenly became heavy. After class, we should go talk to Hermione. Harry picked up the quill and quickly wrote this sentence, and then handed it to Ron, who was obviously eager, but pretended not to care, and Ron, after seeing the messages written by Patil and Harry, did waver for a moment, but, thinking of the tragic death of Scabbers, Ron's heart hardened again. No, unless she apologizes first. He wrote back, and passed the note to Harry, who shook his head in disbelief. Oh, what's going on? Professor McGonagall frowned and walked down the podium, looking at the students and said. You have not shown such a commendable tacit understanding ever on my class. She was puzzled by the lack of participation and enthusiasm from the students, especially from Hermione, who was usually the first to answer any question. She had noticed that Hermione had been unusually quiet and withdrawn today, and that she had not even looked up from her desk. She wondered if something was wrong with her, or if she was feeling unwell. Sitting in the last row, Malfoy was also a bit puzzled by Hermione's performance. He subconsciously glanced at Harry's position, but Pansy Parkinson sitting next to him suddenly raised her hand. Miss Parkinson. Professor McGonagall called out the name with some surprise. Well, let's have you answer this question. She was not very fond of Parkinson, who was a rude and snobbish girl, and who often made fun of other students. She doubted that Parkinson knew the answer, but she decided to give her a chance, as she was the only one who had raised her hand. Becoming an animagus requires very harsh conditions, the whole process takes months, and even if one step is done wrong, you have to start over, so it may take several years, so it is very easy to cause wizards to go mad, therefore, the Ministry of Magic strictly controls this spell. Parkinson said the answer in a shrill voice, as if she was reciting from a textbook. Her answer was very standard, even Professor McGonagall couldn't find any mistakes. Just as she was about to give Slytherin 5 points, Parkinson, who stood up, suddenly pointed at Hermione's position, and said with a sneer. Professor McGonagall, I found Hermione Granger sleeping in your class. Hermione, who had a head full of last night's talk in today's classes, about the dead Scabbers, and Ron's accusations, suddenly heard someone calling her name, and she woke up in a moment. Instinctively, she slammed the chair and stood up. Her swollen eyes looked at Professor McGonagall with a frown. Sorry, Professor, I didn't hear your question clearly. The classroom was quiet for a moment, and then, the sound of shaking of tables and chairs and laughter came from the Slytherins' side. They had been waiting for an opportunity to mock Hermione, and they seized it with glee. Don't worry, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall glared at Parkinson, who was slapping the table, and quickly walked to Hermione's side and held her arm, looking down at Hermione's goldfish-like eyes, and said with concern. It looks like you are seriously lacking in rest, Miss Granger. She asked in a gentle and sympathetic tone, as she noticed the dark circles under Hermione's eyes, and the pale and exhausted look on her face. She felt a surge of pity and worry for Hermione, who had always been a diligent and brilliant student, and who had never caused any trouble in her class. Hermione, who was ashamed and embarrassed by the mockery, heard Professor McGonagall's worried inquiry, and suddenly shuddered. She widened her red eyes, and pleaded in her tone. No, Professor, I just had a nightmare last night, Professor, so. Hermione lied, as she avoided Professor McGonagall's gaze, and tried to act normal. She knew that the professor would not believe her, but she had no other choice. Well, Professor McGonagall wouldn't believe such an obvious excuse, but, seeing the pleading look and determination in Hermione's eyes, Professor McGonagall, who was already planning to take back the time-turner, softened a bit, and after hesitating for a moment, she said firmly. I think you need to go to Madame Pomfrey now. She has some ways to help you recover your spirits, Miss Granger. There's nothing much left in this class, you can go now. She said, as she decided to give Hermione another chance, and to trust her judgment. She knew that Hermione was a responsible and mature girl, and that she would not abuse the privilege of using the time-turner. Squeak! After the heavy door closed, the laughter and uneasy discussion in the Transfiguration classroom disappeared. The students were stunned by the scene they had just witnessed, and they did not know how to react. There were still a few minutes left before the last class of the morning, and there was not a single teacher or student in sight on the crowded floors of the classroom. Hermione leaned on the handrail of the stairs, dragging 7 or 8 thick books, one step at a time, stumbling down the stairs to the hospital wing. Crookshanks couldn't have killed Scabbers. Ron and Harry. The embarrassment in the Transfiguration class soon faded from Hermione's mind. She thought about last night's things sadly. She replayed the scene of the fight with Ron, who had blamed her and her cat for the disappearance of his rat. She remembered the hurtful words he said to her, and the angry look he had given her. She also thought about Harry, who had sided with Ron, and who had also believed that her cat was guilty. She felt alone, and misunderstood, and unloved. She wished that they would listen to her. Splash! The backpack strap finally couldn't bear the weight. Each book had 2 inches thick of magic books fell to the ground. Hermione clumsily squatted down, one by one into the backpack. There was a book in a few steps below the position, Hermione holding the open backpack busy reaching out to grab, but, the weight of the backpack made her body suddenly lose balance. Thump! After a short and panicked scream, Hermione rolled down 7 or 8 steps, her forehead hit the opposite wall, her eyes turned, and she fainted. In the 3rd floor office, Brian, with a solemn face, saw this scene. He strode to the door, and slammed the door open. Standing at the corner of the 5th and 4th floors, Brian looked down at the little witch who didn't know if she was fainted or asleep. His right foot was in the air, and a flash of light appeared in his eyes. He looked around the empty corridor, and after a brief silence, his figure gradually blended with the wall. A few seconds after a hidden spell light entered the little witch's body, Hermione, who fell to the ground, suddenly whimpered. She struggled to support her body with her arms, her red eyes were full of confusion. She felt a surge of dizziness and nausea, as if she had been knocked out by a powerful curse. She blinked rapidly, trying to clear her vision and make sense of her surroundings. Oh, how long have I slept? Hermione, who was confused, didn't notice that the bump that should have appeared on her head had disappeared, and she forgot Professor McGonagall's instructions, and after a frantic confirmation of the time, she quickly pulled out the fine gold chain from her collar. The exquisite little hourglass that was shining, she looked around furtively, turned the hourglass over, and then, with a pop, disappeared from Brian's sight. Sure enough, Brian reappeared. He stared at the place where Hermione disappeared, shook his head and smiled. I've been worrying about it. I didn't expect it to be yours, Miss Granger. 0192 exposed. Hermione felt like she had gone back to her first year at school, when she was always alone, going to class by herself, eating by herself, going to the library by herself, and the other students kept their distance from her as if she had some contagious disease. Well, not exactly, she could feel a few worried glances on her from time to time, but no one dared to approach her or offer any comfort. We should go and comfort her. The students were leaving the Great Hall in droves, and only a few people remained at the Gryffindor table. Harry, feeling sorry for her, tried to persuade Ron, but he was met with Ron's angry refusal. I think we can use this opportunity to make her change her arrogant and conceited personality. When Ron's resentful words reached her ears, Hermione's lips tightened, and she suddenly felt like crying, but she tried hard to hold back the urge, grabbed her bag and got up to leave. Miss Granger, please wait. Hermione turned around in surprise, and saw Professor Watson stand up from the staff table and walk towards her. I hope you can spare some time before dinner to come to my office, Miss Granger. Ignoring the curious stares, Brian looked at the pale-faced Hermione and calmly said this. But, Professor. Suddenly, Hermione realized that she hadn't visited him alone since Professor Watson returned to Hogwarts, which was very rude, especially for a professor who had helped her many times. I probably don't have time, Professor Watson. I have 2 classes in the afternoon, I need to finish my History of Magic essay at dinner time, and I have Professor Sinistra's astronomy observation at night. Brian raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit troubled by Hermione's honesty and stubbornness. In that case, Brian said in an indisputable tone to Hermione, you come with me now, Miss Granger. Professor Watson must know about Hermione's annoying beast. When Hermione, who looked confused, followed Professor Watson out, Ron immediately said eagerly. Do you think he called her to persuade her to get rid of it? I don't think so, Ron. Harry said helplessly. Professor Watson wouldn't make a fuss about a cat eating a mouse. Professor. Pushing open the window, Hermione saw the sky was still that unpleasant grey, and on the damp lawn, Madame Hooch was teaching the first-year Ravenclaw wizards how to sit steadily on a flying broom. She could hear their excited shouts and nervous laughter. Brian fumbled in his arms, took out a bottle of light green potion and dripped a few drops into the teacup, then poured boiling tea, and handed it to her after seeing Hermione's puzzled eyes, and returned to his seat behind the desk. His office was cozy and warm, with a fireplace, a bookshelf, and a few paintings on the walls. When I visited Professor Snape yesterday, I took some dried billywig stingers from him and made myself some stimulant, but... Brian put the bottle of stimulant in front of Hermione. I think you might need it more than me. Oh, thank you, Professor. Hermione bit her lip and said gratefully. She took a sip of the tea, and felt a surge of energy in her body. Brian waved his hand casually, indicating that Hermione should drink up first, and the office fell silent, only the cold wind that broke through the window bars fluttered their robes. Yesterday afternoon. Brian, who had been staring at the ripples on the Black Lake, noticed that Hermione, who had breathed a sigh of relief, looked much better. He turned his head and smiled. Potter and Mr. Weasley came to see me. Hermione immediately became nervous. She thought Professor Watson was going to blame her for not coming with them to visit him, but she was caught off guard when she heard. They told me that, because of Crookshanks, Ron's rat named Scabbers seemed to be in a bad state lately. Hermione suddenly showed a sad expression. She lowered her head, tears rolling in her eyes. Scabbers is dead, she said with a sob after a while as she wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and looked up at Brian with a pained expression. Dead? They think it was Crookshanks who did it. When did it happen? Brian asked in surprise. After understanding the general course of events, Brian looked at the thin shoulders of the little witch trembling slightly, and his eyebrows wrinkled imperceptibly, feeling a bit puzzled. He had set a circle of warning spells around the Shrieking Shack, the most haunted house in Britain, to prevent some inexplicable people from entering and leaving. The spells would feed back any living thing with a certain amount of magic that tried to break into the room, and automatically attach a location mark. Brian had done this to make it easier for him to find them and erase their memories if someone accidentally broke in and really found something. Last night at dinner in the Great Hall, according to the information from the warning magic, Crookshanks, Hermione's ginger cat, should not have had enough time to commit a crime. It's not necessarily a cat that eats mice. Could it be an owl that slipped in through the window? Brian suggested, trying to ease Hermione's guilt. But there was Crookshanks' fur on Ron's bed. Professor Watson didn't immediately accuse Crookshanks of committing the crime, which Hermione appreciated, but she couldn't deny Professor Watson's guess. She remembered how Ron had screamed when he saw the bloody sheets and the tufts of orange fur. In that case. Brian rested his elbow on the armrest, his palm supporting his chin, and said thoughtfully. Have you tried to sneak back and see with the time turner? No, Professor. After drinking some stimulant, Hermione, who was quick-witted, shook her head immediately. That's against the law, Professor Watson. Professor McGonagall warned me sternly when she gave it to me, not to use it for. As she spoke, Hermione suddenly realized what she was saying. She widened her beautiful eyes, staring at Professor Watson, who was smiling faintly, with a shocked expression. Silence continued. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Clang. Suddenly, Hermione jumped up from her seat, stumbled back a few steps. Professor Watson, you know. You, did Professor McGonagall? Oh, impossible, this is something that needs to be kept strictly confidential. I didn't even tell Harry and Ron. Professor McGonagall wouldn't tell you. She blurted out, feeling panicked. Hee, don't be nervous, Miss Granger, I have no intention of sending you to Azkaban. Looking at Hermione, who was a bit over-nervous, Brian joked. He was amused by her reaction. But... Hermione still looked doubtful. How did you find out if it wasn't Professor McGonagall who told you? She wondered how he had discovered her secret, and if he had told anyone else. Harry and Ron didn't tell you the Weasley twins' guess about my method of preventing Black from breaking into the castle again? Brian asked, changing the topic. He wanted to divert her attention from the time turner, and to make her feel less guilty and isolated. Using the time turner, this amazing alchemy device, meant that she could have more time to study than others, which in the eyes of others, was equivalent to cheating to improve her grades. Being exposed by Professor Watson, Hermione's face was red, but when she heard this question, her cheeks showed a touch of sadness. No, Professor. At Professor Watson's request, Hermione sat back in her chair. She shook her head pitifully. Because of Crookshanks, they don't like to talk to me lately, she said, feeling lonely and hurt. Brian had called Hermione to his office, not to chat with her, but to show her something. He waved his hand, and the black curtain behind the desk opened with a swish, revealing hundreds of small screens with swaying figures of Hermione. You are very cautious, Hermione, you strictly followed the operating procedures of the time turner. Brian said with a bit of amusement, but for me, seeing your sneaky figure all over the screen is always a bit weird. Fortunately, my brain is flexible, and I guessed what was going on, otherwise, I would have rushed into Professor McGonagall's classroom and checked carefully, among these many Hermione Grangers, if there was any Sirius Black who had drunk the polyjuice potion. 0193 Research. Hermione blinked, feeling a surge of panic and shame as she looked at the smiling Professor Watson, who was sitting across from her in his cozy office. She glanced nervously at the wall behind him, where the shadows of her past actions were still flickering on the monitor screen. She had been caught red-handed using the time turner to attend multiple classes at once, and now she had to face the consequences. She opened her mouth in embarrassment and asked in a small voice. "Did you see everything, Professor?" Brian nodded, his eyes sparkling with amusement and curiosity. He spoke in a deep and calm voice that was completely unaware of his resemblance to Dumbledore, the wise and powerful headmaster who stayed in his office most of the time and rarely showed up. "Obviously, yes," he replied, crossing his fingers on the table and gazing at Hermione with a friendly expression. "I noticed something strange when you walked into the Transfiguration classroom. At first I thought it was black, and I was ready to rush into the nearest classroom of Professor Babbling, the ancient runes teacher, and drag you out, and then go to Professor McGonagall and Professor Victor. But fortunately I stopped myself from doing so, otherwise, if this matter got out, I can't imagine what would happen to you, Hermione. You might be trapped in the gap of time forever." He said this with a serious tone, making Hermione shiver. She knew the dangers of messing with time. There were many examples of wizards who tried to use the time turner to change something, but they ended up bumping into their original selves by mistake, and the result was that they were killed by their unknowing selves upstream of the timeline or were stuck in that time loop for eternity. It was a horrible fate, worse than death. He continued, "Last semester, when you tried to sign up for all the elective courses, I reminded you, Hermione, that human energy is limited. Even for me or Headmaster Dumbledore, we can't do everything. With your intelligence and talent, since Fred and George, the mischievous twins, could think of me restarting the surveillance system, there is no reason why you couldn't foresee this. It's just that too many subjects have occupied your energy, making your brain not clear enough. Otherwise, you should have told me in advance." "I can't do it, Professor!" Hermione cried out, her face crumpling and tears welling up in her eyes. "Harry also advised me to give up some courses, but I can't ignore those interesting knowledge. And Ron's brother, Percy, also used this. I thought I..." She choked on her words, and tears started to fall from her eyes. They dripped into the light green tea in her hand, rippling out one circle after another. Hermione lowered her head and sobbed, "I just wanted to prove, Professor." To be honest, persuading a teenage girl who was sensitive and prone to breakdowns was not an easy task, but fortunately Brian was patient and kind enough. He comforted her softly, over and over again, listing her strengths and achievements. He told her how smart and talented she was, how much he admired her passion and dedication, how proud he was of her. He also shared some of his own experiences and struggles, making her feel less alone and more understood. And after half an hour, Hermione gradually calmed down, wiping her tearful eyes. "Thank you, Professor. I feel much better now," she said gratefully, looking at him with admiration and respect. "Just like I said, Hermione, even Merlin might not be able to cook better than a humble house elf. We have to make choices." Brian breathed a sigh of relief and said decisively, hoping to convince her to drop some courses and ease her burden. But seeing the flickering eyes of Hermione opposite him, Brian knew she probably had no intention of giving up a few courses. She was too stubborn and ambitious for her own good. "I called you over, Hermione." Brian was a bit helpless about Hermione's stubbornness. He took a sip of tea and slowed down his tone. "I hope you can provide me with a copy of your schedule," he explained to Hermione's somewhat puzzled eyes. "What happened today didn't lead to serious consequences, but that doesn't mean that similar misunderstandings won't happen in the future. I have to figure out whether the you that appears on the monitor screen is really you, or some criminals who sneak into the castle and disguise themselves as you." This was a reasonable request, and Hermione had no reason to refuse. "Also, there is one more request, Hermione." After tapping Hermione's schedule with his wand and copying it into two, Brian looked at the thin golden chain on Hermione's neck with interest. It faintly revealed the hourglass-shaped pendant that was the time turner. He said with a curious smile, "This is completely a personal request, Hermione. The time turner. This thing has always been strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic. In reality, I have never seen this thing. I don't know if it's appropriate." He trailed off, looking at her with a hopeful and eager expression. Hermione blinked, feeling a surge of amusement as she looked at the curious expression of Professor Watson, who had been so kind and helpful to her. She suddenly realized that Professor Watson called her over for a lot of comfort and preaching, and made a big deal of taking her schedule. These may be all cover-ups. His real purpose might be to see this time turner. "Oh, no problem, Professor." Although Professor McGonagall had expressly forbidden her to reveal this time turner to anyone else, since Professor Watson had already figured out the situation himself, Hermione took off the golden chain from her neck. But because she was a bit clumsy, the chain hole also caught a few of her brown curls, which hurt her nose. She winced and said, "This thing," handing it over to him. Brian carefully pinched the delicate little hourglass that was overflowing with light on the surface, and squinted at the slightly blurred space inside the hourglass with the help of a few faint rays of sunlight that had difficulty passing through the clouds. He felt a wave of awe and fascination as he held the device that could manipulate time. The power of time before entering Hogwarts this year. In reality, Brian knew nothing about this power, but after the trip to Avalon Island, he had some experience of the chaotic time sequence. In the wizarding world, regarding the possession of the Time Turner, according to the experience of thousands of years, the Ministry of Magic has enacted hundreds of laws, and at the same time, imposed the most severe laws and punishments for the abuse of the Time Turner. According to Brian's understanding, all the Time Turners are public property, not allowed for private long-term possession. Only in individual special cases, you can write an application letter to the relevant department of the Ministry of Magic. As for the production technology of the Time Turner, even the Ministry of Magic has not mastered it, but it is said that some pure-blood family that invented this thing, still retains some of the relevant knowledge in this area. How far back in the past can it take you? He asked with interest, playing with the little hourglass back and forth. Up to 12 hours, Professor Watson. Hermione answered, always looking worriedly at the hourglass that was spinning around his fingertips, fearing that he would accidentally send himself back in time. She did not want to cause any more trouble or confusion. This is what Professor McGonagall told me when she gave it to me, but I haven't tried it. So far, I've only used it to go back 2 hours before. She hoped that he would not ask her to demonstrate it, or to let him use it. She did not know how to refuse him politely. Hearing this answer, Brian's forehead grew a few fine lines, his eyes became deep, and his spinning fingers stiffened for a moment. He nodded indisputably, and then asked casually, "The book I gave you before, Hermione, have you been reading it lately?" He was referring to the book he had given her as a gift. Oh. Hermione's cheeks flushed, and she looked embarrassedly at the brick seams, stuttering, "Sorry, Professor, that book involves a lot of knowledge that only N.E.W.T.S level defense against the dark arts courses will cover. I, studied it during the summer, but after school started." She trailed off, feeling guilty and ashamed. She had not been able to keep up with the book, as she had been too busy with her other courses and her Time Turner. "Don't be nervous, Hermione, I'm not going to ask you to recite the book backwards. I just hope that at some point in the future it can help you." Brian smiled kindly, and then threw the little hourglass and the stimulant potion to Hermione, and signaled her to leave. He did not want to pressure her or make her feel bad. "Oh, by the way, there's one more thing." Brian, who suddenly remembered something as Hermione stepped out of his office, stopped her. "In Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts class, what have you learned?" he asked. "We learned about Boggarts, Redcaps, Kappas, and Grindylows, Professor." Hermione, who was in a clear state of mind, answered this question loudly by instinct. "Next, we should learn about Hinkypunks, Professor." Hermione asked in confusion, "Is there a problem, Professor Watson?" "Oh, Hinkypunks, well, I see. What a wonderful coincidence," Brian thought with a smile, waved his hand, and closed the door directly. 0194 back again. The most anticipated Quidditch match of the year was finally about to begin at Hogwarts. The entire school was buzzing with excitement and tension, as the students and teachers prepared to cheer for their respective houses. No matter if it was Sirius Black, the notorious fugitive who had escaped from the wizarding prison of Azkaban, or Brian Watson, the former dark arts defense teacher who had returned to Hogwarts and become the head of the student safety office, they had to put aside their worries and fears for this thrilling moment. Ever since the previous school year, when Slytherin had snatched the victory from Gryffindor in the final match, the entire Gryffindor team, including Harry Potter, had a suffocating feeling in their hearts. Especially Oliver Wood, the captain and keeper of the Gryffindor team, who was about to graduate this year. He was determined to win at any cost. If there really was a devil in this world, then Wood would have no hesitation in selling his soul in exchange for winning the House Cup. "Listen, Harry. The morning before the game, the weather was dreadful. The wind was howling, the rain was pouring down like buckets, and the dim corridors were full of puddles everywhere. The castle caretaker, Filch, was busy running around to clear the drains and mop the floors. But the most annoying creature in the castle, Peeves the poltergeist, liked to make trouble at this time. He flew over the corridors with a sneer, throwing balloons filled with water everywhere, making Filch so angry and helpless that he popped them open and cursed, until finally, he threatened Peeves that if he continued to mess around and disturb the order of the class day, he would ask Professor Watson to come out and deal with him, which barely calmed Peeves down. "It's already this time, Harry." Wood blocked Harry in the stormy corridor for the third time today, roaring louder than the raging wind and waves outside. "You have to forget those cowardly and despicable Slytherins, focus on dealing with Hufflepuff, their new Captain Diggory. You have to be careful of him, Harry, he turns very fast, don't ever." Harry, who had already become a drowned chicken, didn't hear what Wood said at the end. He was about to ask, but a figure that surprised him came out of the dark arts defense classroom 20 feet away. Do you have any special opinions on Slytherin, Mr. Wood? Even though the wind was raging and the rain was roaring, the words spoken by Professor Watson in a calm and smiling tone reached Oliver and Harry's ears, making them stunned. No, sir, I mean Professor Watson. Wood stuttered, I was just praising Slytherin's wisdom. They obviously anticipated that such bad weather was not suitable for the game, so they thought of a clever excuse, very worthy of praise. Brian nodded in satisfaction, his eyes fixed on Harry, who was still dumbfounded. Well, Mr. Potter, the dark arts defense class has started for 2 minutes, do you want to come and listen? Harry stumbled into the classroom, and until he sat down, looking at Professor Watson who was taking attendance, he still had a dazed expression. Very good. After confirming that no one was absent, Brian rubbed his palms happily, breathed out 2 puffs of warm breaths, and said to the confused little wizards. Please don't misunderstand, everyone, Professor Lupin is feeling a little unwell, and temporarily asked me to teach for him. The classroom fell into a strange silence, the young wizards looked at each other, and they didn't know how to evaluate what they encountered. There has never been a dark arts defense teacher who could come back alive and healthy and teach them again after resigning. Professor. Harry instinctively felt that Professor Watson's smile was a bit wrong, and his trembling voice made Malfoy, who was busy unwrapping the bandage on his arm, laugh so hard that he almost fell under the table. Professor Watson, what are you going to teach us? I learned from Miss Granger that, according to Professor Lupin's teaching progress, you should learn how to deal with hinky punks. Because I'm just a temporary teacher, I won't disrupt Professor Lupin's teaching plan. Phew. A collective sigh of relief filled the classroom, and for a moment, it seemed to drown out the wind and rain outside. Below the podium, Neville Longbottom collapsed like a deflated balloon, and Ron, who had weak legs, also wiped the sweat that didn't exist on his forehead. He tilted his freckled nose and looked at Hermione Granger in the front row with astonishment. But, Professor, Hermione raised her hand high and asked timidly. But you came empty-handed, didn't you? Ah. Brian said cheerfully, because today's classroom is not here, everyone, I arranged those poor little guys in the staff lounge. Well, instead of following the book, I think you can learn more about hinky punks in actual combat. Oh, what's wrong, Potter, look at your painful expression. Brian widened his eyes and looked at Harry Potter who made a miserable face. Professor. Harry said pitifully. Are you sure you're going to let us deal with hinky punks, and not some dark creature with a lion's head and dragon's body? No offense, Professor, I mean, tomorrow is the first Quidditch match of the school year. I can't miss it. Harry was still muttering something like I'm the hope of the house, Wood will kill me, and so on. Brian didn't listen carefully, but turned his gaze at Draco Malfoy, who was laughing so hard that he started hiccuping. It looks like you're recovering well, Mr. Malfoy. Brian raised his eyebrows and smiled. I guess you won't mind showing off your extraordinary skills for everyone first. In the Dark Arts defense class, Slytherin and Gryffindor showed completely opposite attitudes to Professor Watson's return to teach. Basically, the Slytherin students had a jubilant expression. They didn't like the poor-looking, soft-spoken, and seemingly starving Professor Lupin. The Gryffindor young wizards, to be honest, were also very happy to see Professor Watson, and a few of them, like Hermione, were even very excited. The reason why most people behaved so cautiously was actually what Harry said earlier. Don't worry, Harry. On the way to the staff lounge, Ron and Seamus Finnegan discussed for a while, and said with a determined face. We've agreed that no matter what happens, you don't have to be brave, Harry, leave everything to us. At this critical moment, we have to ensure your safety. Ron's words were unanimously agreed by the Gryffindor wizards, whether it was Neville, who was ready to go to the hospital wing, or the girls in the dormitory who were heroic, they were all prepared to protect Harry's safety at all costs. Have you ever considered? Hermione suddenly said, according to Professor Watson's habit, he likes to break up people from different houses. Harry, your teammate is most likely Malfoy or Theodore not. Can't you say something nice? Ron rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Hermione, who had rebuilt her psychological defense, was not a fragile glass vase. She stared at Ron with a strong gaze, until Ron avoided her eyes. She said stiffly. I just think this possibility is very high, Harry, you'd better be prepared. Malfoy was whispering with his Slytherin classmates, and from time to time, he looked at Harry with a bad smile. Harry could easily figure out that Malfoy must be telling those people that if anyone was paired with Potter, they had to find ways to drag Potter's legs, or make Potter hurt. All the chattering discussions among the young wizards could not be hidden from Brian, who pretended not to hear, but just sighed in his heart. No matter the age, no matter the occasion, it seemed that, where there are people, there are differences. The staff lounge had been visited by Professor Lupin at the beginning of the semester, and this time they were already familiar with it. It didn't take long for them to stand in front of the door of a large office. Well. Brian stood in front of the door and turned around with a smile, looking at the Slytherin who was determined to make trouble and the Gryffindor who was united against the enemy. I worked overtime last night and changed the layout of this room a bit. Now, let me show you the results of my hard work all night. 0195 Race, Part 1. With a loud creak, the door of the staff lounge slowly opened, and a strange silence fell over the restless young wizards. They clenched their jaws and scanned the room that had changed its appearance dramatically, silently exchanging uneasy glances with each other. Just like last time, Professor Watson had magically expanded the space, but this time, he had gone even further beyond their expectations. Outside, the storm was raging furiously, but inside, the lounge had transformed into a vast and murky swamp, where the horizon was lost in the thick mist. A misty rain hung in the air, and the sky was a dull yellow that made people feel sleepy and depressed. In the gloomy space, ghostly or skeletal clouds floated around, creating a spooky atmosphere. The familiar formula, the same taste. With a squeak, the wooden door closed behind them, and the only sounds that could be heard were the faint, sinister, and mysterious rustling noises from the swamp, and the heartbeat and breathing of the young wizards who had the same idea in their minds: they were in trouble. Professor Watson. Shrinking on the only solid piece of land by the door, the young wizards looked at their teacher with apprehension and fear. In the crowd, Parvati Patil, an Indian girl with long black hair from the Gryffindor house, shivered and raised her hand timidly. What do we need to do? First of all. Brian cleared his throat and smiled pleasantly, as if he was enjoying their reactions. Who can tell me, what kind of magical creature is a hinky-punk? A hinky-punk is a one-legged creature with low aggressiveness. They like to hide in mud pits or swamps in remote areas, emitting misleading lights to lure hikers into traps. Hermione raised her hand eagerly and blurted out the answer, her eyes shining with curiosity. They don't sound very dangerous. Ron muttered softly, and Harry, who had thought about it carefully, hesitated and nodded slightly. Excellent as always, Miss Granger, I'll give 5 points to Gryffindor. After Hermione retracted her hand proudly, Brian pointed to the front where there was no fog, and the sparse charred wood stood in the swamp like broken bones and smiled wickedly. Then, it's obvious what we have to do, Miss Patil. Brian waved his wand, and a row of exquisite oak boats suddenly appeared on the shore in front of everyone, rocking gently on the murky water. As usual, team up by house, 2 people per team, and take the boat across the swamp. This is a competition between the houses, and the first person to reach the opposite shore will win 30 points for their house, while the losing side will generously contribute their valuable rest time to clean the owl barn for us. A competition between the houses, and the loser cleans the owl droppings. Murmur. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room became tense and heated, and without anyone organizing, the young wizards of Slytherin and Gryffindor split into 2 groups, competing with each other in momentum and determination. Say hello to those flat-haired beasts for me, Potter. Malfoy instantly became possessed by the god of war, sneered and turned on the taunting mode. I bet you're very good at these lowly tasks, aren't you? You should be worried about yourself, Malfoy. Harry retorted Malfoy without showing any weakness, you won't find any house elves to help you wash and scrub at Hogwarts. But, in the midst of the noisy crowd, Hermione raised her hand again, looking puzzled and annoyed. What does this have to do with our course, Professor Watson? A very good question, Miss Granger. Brian praised her, and after coughing lightly to quiet the young wizards, he continued with a serious tone. I have set up some whirlpool mud pits in this swamp, and they are the obstacles on your way forward. Each mud pit will have a hinky-punk living in it, and you have to be careful of their tempting glow. Once you fall into the mud pit, it means that you automatically lose the qualification to compete. And the reason why we are doing this is to test your knowledge and skills of dealing with hinky-punks, which is part of our curriculum, and there will be some other creatures too. What if? Neville looked at the narrow oak boat nervously and raised his hand shakily. What if we fall into the water, Professor Watson? Will we be attacked by the hinky-punks? If you fall into the water, Brian looked at Neville with regret, then I can only say sorry, Mr. Longbottom, you probably have to stay in the hospital wing for few days. He had barely finished speaking when a few young wizards who were peering at the shore quickly withdrew their heads. They gulped and felt a cold sweat on their foreheads. They realized that this was not a simple game, but a dangerous challenge. Brian let the young wizards choose their own teammates at first, but they all wanted to team up with the thinner ones on the narrow boats floating on the water. They made a fuss for a while, but no one could agree. In the end, he had to do it himself. He paired Harry and Hermione, Seamus and Lavender, Neville and Dean. Professor. Parvati, who found herself on a boat with Ron, stared at his red hair in horror and protested loudly. Can I ask for a change of teammate? Professor Trelawney told me to be careful of red-haired boys. In my case, those mumbo-jumbo things don't work, Miss Patil. Brian rejected Parvati's request ruthlessly, and then glanced at Malfoy, who was smiling wickedly and whispering something to the nearby Slytherin students. He smiled slightly, as if he had a plan in mind. Let me remind you, everyone, I don't want to see you attacking each other with wands, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck to you all. He waved his wand, and a thick white mist suddenly enveloped everyone. Their consciousness became blurred. When the smoke cleared, Harry and Hermione came to their senses and realized that Professor Watson and their classmates had disappeared. Their boat was parked in the middle of the water, motionless. They were alone in the swamp, with no sign of the shore or the other boats. There was no wind on all sides, but the silk-like smoke on the left and right sides rolled slowly into various strange shapes under the influence of a mysterious force, indicating the terror and gloominess in the silence. The young wizards felt a sense of isolation and helplessness, as if they were trapped in a nightmare. Harry and Hermione looked at each other, but a few seconds later, Hermione moved her eyes away angrily and focused on the direction of the bow. She was still mad at Harry for what he had done earlier, but she also knew that they had to work together to get out of this situation. Are you okay, Hermione? Harry scratched his cheek, looking a bit embarrassed. But Hermione heard a hint of apology from Harry's clumsy greeting. She moved her shoulder, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. When she turned around, her tone was much calmer. We'll talk about that matter later, Harry. What we should think about now is how to get through this swamp. Oh, that's right. Harry immediately breathed a sigh of relief and agreed happily. He looked around the world of strange lights and shadows, wondering where Professor Watson had seen this sinister and mysterious scene. He had never heard of such a place in the wizarding world. Finally, he looked at the rudder at the bow and shrugged. I thought this boat would be like the one that ferried us across the Black Lake in our first year, and it would move by itself. Did Professor Watson ask us to row the boat ourselves? But I didn't see the oars. Don't be silly, Harry. Hermione said calmly. She carefully fiddled with the wheel-shaped rudder, and the still boat immediately swayed with the direction of the rudder. Hermione was almost thrown out of the cabin, as the boat moved unexpectedly fast. Oh, be careful. Harry grabbed Hermione's arm and stabilized his body with his excellent balance. He was glad that he had played Quidditch for so long, as it helped him to cope with the sudden movement. It seems. Hermione, who turned pale, patted her chest, still in shock, and said, this boat can indeed move by itself, but it requires a special way. The leaf-like narrow boat was clear at a glance. Except for the rudder at the bow, there were only two wooden hemispheres at the stern, where the hulls met, that looked like decorations. They were smooth and shiny, and seemed to have some magic in them. Harry blinked, and moved quickly to the stern. His hand instinctively reached for the right bulge. Be careful, Harry. Hermione warned. We can't just stand here, Hermione. Harry said unconcernedly. He gestured Hermione to squat down, and reached for the wooden ball again. Buzz. As soon as his palm touched, a sting that was almost the same as a mosquito bite made Harry frown slightly. Then, the slightly cold wooden ball emitted a faint glow, and suddenly a mysterious suction came. This thing. Harry pulled back his hand and said blankly, it seems to be absorbing my, magic. He felt a strange tingling sensation in his hand, as if it was being drained of its power. He looked at his palm in astonishment, and saw that it was slightly pale and cold. Harry, who was staring at his palm in disbelief, suddenly heard Hermione's tense voice, and a loud snap. He suddenly raised his head, and saw a flash of light. Just in time, he caught a glimpse of a magic shield that covered the boat and emitted a crystal-white halo. It was a thin and transparent layer, but it looked strong and solid. It was the only thing that separated them from the swamp and its dangers. But the shield was fading quickly, and after a second or two, it disappeared completely in the air, leaving them exposed and vulnerable. 2 minutes later, they finally figured out how the boat worked. It was not a simple wooden boat, but a clever and complex magical device. It had a mechanism of its own, and it required their magic to function properly. The rudder at the bow was obviously used to control the direction. It was a wheel-shaped device, that could turn left or right, and make the boat follow its course. It was easy to use, but it also required some skill and concentration. Hermione was the one who handled the rudder, as she seemed good at steering and navigating. The two hemispheres at the stern, however, were more mysterious and tricky. They looked like decorations, but they were actually the key to the boat's movement and protection. The one on the left controlled the oak boat's forward movement, and the one on the right would trigger a magic shield that protected the boat. But both of these wooden balls would draw their magic, which meant that they had to take turns during the boat's journey. They had to touch the balls with their hands, and let their magic flow into them. The balls would glow and hum, and the boat would respond accordingly. But they also had to be careful, as the balls would suck their magic until they were exhausted or released them. Harry was the one who handled the balls, as he had more magic and stamina than Hermione. Swallowing nervously, Hermione held the two sides of the rudder firmly, and turned her head to give Harry a look. With a slight hum, the oak boat finally moved forward. 0196 Race, Part 2. Harry soon discovered a trick after mastering the boat. The speed of the oak boat depended on the amount of magic that was infused into it. Under normal passive magic absorption, the boat only moved as fast as a young wizard jogging. But if he relaxed his mind and actively cooperated with the infusing of magic power, the boat could be as agile as an old-fashioned flying broomstick. Of course, the price of doing so was huge. In just half a minute, Harry felt as exhausted as if he had played a fierce Quidditch match. He smashed a dull yellow cloud of smoke, but everything in front of him was still desolate. With misty clouds everywhere, they couldn't figure out which direction to go, nor where their classmates were. The swamp was vast and gloomy, with no signs of life or landmarks. The only sounds were the splashes of the boat and the occasional croaks of frogs. Why didn't he point out a direction, since it's a race? Harry spat out the slightly fishy mist that he accidentally inhaled into his nose, and muttered a little dissatisfied. He felt like they were wasting time and energy in this pointless exercise. Maybe it's to increase the difficulty, Hermione analyzed rationally. Don't you understand Professor Watson's style, Harry? To create such a large swamp in the staff lounge, I can't imagine how many complex spells he had to cast. If it's just to let us understand the hinky-punk, I don't see the need for this. She sounded both impressed and annoyed by the professor's creativity and challenge. Harry moved his lips, and had to admit that Hermione's opinions were very accurate and reasonable most of the time. He withdrew his slightly stiff palm, and the oak boat slid forward by inertia for a distance. Harry looked at a strangely shaped charred tree, and his brows frowned suddenly. The tree was blackened and twisted, as if it had been struck by lightning. It stood out from the other green and brown trees in the swamp. Do you feel it, Hermione? He said in a very ethereal voice in the empty and silent environment. That dead tree, we seem to have passed by it a minute ago. Hermione, are we going around in circles? Harry's guess made Hermione frown too. She quickly took out her wand and pointed to the ground to cast a spell. She looked at the wand and gasped. You're right, Harry, we are lost. The wand is spinning like crazy. There must be some kind of enchantment here that confuses our sense of direction. She said with a worried tone. She hated being lost and helpless. Because Professor Watson didn't give a direction to go, and there was no reference in the swamp, the two confused young wizards just picked a direction at random and kept going straight ahead. But they didn't realize that, because of the constantly moving clouds and poor visibility here, people were prone to go around in circles in this situation. Harry took his palm off the wooden ball. He couldn't figure out the direction of progress, and he couldn't afford to consume magic like this. He felt his forehead sweating and his stomach rumbling. He wondered how long they had been in the swamp, and how much longer they had to endure. It was time for the unpleasant brainstorming session. Harry squatted in the cabin to rest, and Hermione sat opposite him with her legs together, muttering incessantly. She was trying to recall everything she had read or heard about swamps, spells, and navigation. Oh, I remember, in some Muggle books, it said that when you lose your way in the wild, you can tell the direction by the sun or the stars. She said with a hopeful voice. Harry immediately looked at the sky, and then lowered his head listlessly. The sky was covered with thick grey clouds, blocking any glimpse of the sun or the stars. He doubted that they even existed in this artificial swamp. That's right, Hermione, but the problem is that we are in the professor's lounge now. Professor Watson obviously won't be kind enough to give us a sun or a star. Harry said sarcastically. I know there won't be that, Harry. Hermione said irritably. She continued to recall those Muggle books related to travel, and muttered. The direction of the water flow can also help us. It usually leads to a larger body of water, or a lower elevation. Harry immediately stuck his head out of the boat, and in the swamp that was only half a meter deep, the water surface was smooth as a mirror, and he couldn't see any trace of flow. The water was stagnant and murky, with no signs of movement or life. Harry was a bit discouraged and prepared to take his sight back, but just as he was about to do so, not far away, under the calm water surface, a few unusual silver lights caught his attention. They looked like small stars in the dark water. What is that? Harry blinked his eyes and wondered, but then, the silver lights under the water seemed to sense Harry's gaze, and quickly approached the boat. A few seconds later, these silver lights came close to the range of 30 feet from the boat. Harry could see that they were actually the eyes of some strange fish. They had long and slender bodies, covered with fins and spines. They had sharp teeth and gills, and they looked like a cross between sharks and eels. Shark fish. Hermione's slightly surprised voice attracted Harry's attention. What is that? Looking at the fish covered with fins and spines, Harry asked curiously. He had never seen such fish before. A kind of fish that lives in the Atlantic Ocean, with magical characteristics. There is a small section about it in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Hermione's voice was heavy with uneasiness. She had read about the shark fish in the book, and she knew that they were not that dangerous but were very unpredictable and aggressive. Be careful, Harry, they are aggressive. Oh. She gasped, as she saw the water surface erupt with silver flashes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Hermione was explaining, a dozen shark fish that were swimming around the boat leaped out of the water without any warning, and spat out sharp water arrows at them in mid-air. The water arrows were like bullets, piercing through the air with a whistling sound. Harry and Hermione were caught off guard and hit by a few, and their skin turned purple. They felt a burning sensation, as if they had been stung by nettles. They quickly covered their wounds with their hands, hoping to ease the pain. They finally realized why Professor Watson had given the boat a magic shield. It was not only to protect them from the water, but also from the attacks of the swamp creatures. Quick, control the rudder, Hermione, we can't take this kind of force for long. Harry screamed, and climbed to the stern with his hands and feet. He didn't skimp on his magic, and pressed his palms firmly on the two wooden balls. The wooden balls were the source of the boat's power, and they could be controlled by the user's magic. Harry felt his magic flow into the balls, and then into the boat. While activating the magic shield, the boat glided quickly. The shield was like a transparent bubble, enveloping the boat and its passengers. It could deflect the water arrows, but it also consumed a lot of magic. Harry knew that he had to be careful, and not waste his magic. But where should we go, Harry? Hermione asked, as the speeding boat drew a huge and beautiful semicircle on the turbulent lake. The lake was like a stormy sea, with waves crashing and splashing. The boat cut through the water, leaving a trail of foam behind. But they still couldn't shake off those silver shark fish. They chased behind the boat, spitting out water arrows that rippled on the white shield, which also increased the magic consumption of maintaining the shield. The shark fish were relentless and cunning, and they seemed to enjoy the chase. They showed no signs of giving up, and they kept attacking from different angles. Just find a direction, Harry said, gritting his teeth and roaring. The howling wind made his messy hair even more chaotic. He felt his hair whipping his face, and his eyes watering. Maintain the shield and speed up at the same time, I'm afraid I can't hold on for long, he said, feeling his magic draining rapidly. He felt his palms getting cold, and his arms getting numb. He knew that he had to conserve his magic, and find a way out of the swamp. But Hermione protested. This vague instruction was the most deadly for her. She liked to have a clear and logical plan, and she hated to act on impulse. She looked around anxiously, controlling the boat to dart in and out of the clouds, hoping to see something that could indicate the direction. The clouds were thick and grey, and they obscured the view. They also moved constantly, and changed shape. They made it hard to tell where they were, and where they were going. And just then, in the misty clouds, a suddenly appearing orange light ball caught her attention. The light ball was like a lantern, swinging and flickering. It looked warm and inviting, and it seemed to beckon them to follow it. In this moment of panic and anxiety, Hermione didn't have time to think more. Instinctively, she turned the rudder, and controlled the boat to fly directly towards the swaying light ball. The appearance of the shark fish was like a signal. The staff lounge that was filled with suppressed silence was suddenly filled with terrified screams and painful wails from all directions. Don't go there, Hermione! Harry shouted loudly, taking a quick look at the direction of the boat's head. He saw the orange light ball, and he felt a chill in his spine. He remembered what Professor Watson had told them about the Hinky Punk, the small one-legged creature that could lure travelers with its lantern. Can't you see, Hermione, Professor Watson wants to use this method to make us panic, lose our calm, and be bewitched by the Hinky Punk, he said, trying to warn Hermione. Oh, maybe you're right, Hermione said, turning the direction urgently. She turned the rudder, and controlled the boat to fly away from the light ball. But she was too late. She felt a sudden jolt, and then a sharp pain. She screamed, and grabbed Harry's hand. She almost threw herself and Harry out of the cabin, and into the water. Let me do it, Hermione, you're not good at this, Harry said, taking advantage of the cabin's drift by inertia. He climbed to the bow in 3 or 2 steps, and Hermione moved away. It looks like a flying broom on the water, I can handle this. Hold on, Hermione. It turned out that as the youngest Quidditch seeker in a century, Harry was not just so in a name. He had an outstanding talent in maneuvering fast-moving vehicles, whether they were flying brooms or floating boats. At the same speed, Hermione couldn't get rid of those shark fish, but Harry only relied on a few agile turns and the visual obstruction of the surrounding clouds. He didn't need much effort to make those magic fish dizzy and completely left behind. He made the boat swerve and spin, and disappear into the clouds. But now, their oak boat was very close to the orange light ball that Hermione wanted to approach in the clouds. Guessing that there might be a Hinky Punk living there, Harry felt uneasy instinctively. He quickly turned the rudder, trying to get away from that area. And just then, in another direction, a much larger oak boat suddenly broke through the clouds and appeared in front of Harry and Hermione. Author's note: shall I change the name of the fish or is it good? I was thinking of silverback fish if the name shark fish is not good. And I changed the previous chapter and upcoming chapter's name to Race 0197 Race, Part 3. The oak boat that came into their sight was twice as big as Harry and Hermione's boat. This was a special favor from Professor Watson to accommodate the huge size of the two young wizards on board. Slytherins Crabbe and Goyle. Harry felt a wave of anger and disgust as he recognized the bulky figures of Malfoy's cronies. Because Professor Watson had said that this was a race, Draco Malfoy had ruthlessly abandoned his two loyal lackeys and chosen Pansy Parkinson, a simpering girl with a pug-like face, as his partner. Harry's face sank as soon as he saw these two. He turned the rudder and changed direction to get away from them, but Hermione stopped him. "Wait, Harry, look at their faces." Hermione blinked and looked at Crabbe and Goyle, who were slowly drifting towards the orange light. She realized right away. They seemed to be bewitched by Hinky Punk. That was indeed the case. Even though their boat was twice as big as the others, Crabbe and Goyle's eyes were still dazed, and they looked silly. They stared blankly at the orange glow, ignoring Harry and Hermione not far away, and just controlled the boat to slowly go there. "It's not easy for these two big fools." Harry sneered. "I guess their heads smoked before they figured out how to make this boat move, and that's how Hinky Punk took advantage of them and controlled their minds." "Don't say that, Harry," Hermione said in a slightly reproachful tone, then looked anxiously at Crabbe and Goyle, who were sliding into the foggy vortex. "Do you think we should warn them, Harry?" "Are you crazy, Hermione?" Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "These two big fools won't appreciate our kindness, and besides, Professor Watson won't let the young wizards really get into trouble, he just wants to teach them a lesson." Malfoy used such a despicable way to frame Hagrid, and lied to avoid playing against the Gryffindor team. "In my opinion, it's just right to let them go down and take a bath." Frowning slightly, Hermione hesitated and nodded. "All right, you're right." Splash! Just as they were about to mind their own business and change direction to continue exploring, a horned, green-toothed, long-fingered monster suddenly jumped out of the pale green mud under the calm water. The monster grabbed the boat's gunwale with one hand and reached straight for Crabbe's collar with the other, as if it wanted to drown them both in the water. It was a Grindylow, a small water demon with a vicious temperament and a carnivorous appetite. Relatio. Seeing this scene, Hermione didn't have time to think, and instinctively acted. She took out her wand and pointed it at the Grindylow. After a clear shout, a faint stream of air jumped over 60 feet in an instant, hitting the claw of the thin and long finger that was holding the gunwale. The revulsion jinx was effective underwater, as it shot jets of boiling hot water that scalded the Grindylow's skin and made it release its grip and retreat. Poof! The Grindylow fell into the water, and when it found out who had ruined its hunt, it immediately bared its teeth and snarled at Harry and Hermione. It looked like a furious crocodile with horns and long fingers, and it was not ready to give up. It swam towards them with incredible speed, stirring up two white waves behind it. "Well, it looks like Professor Watson has prepared the final exam for defense against the dark arts for us in advance." Harry raised his eyebrows and quickly took out his wand from his pocket and held it in front of him. His statement made Hermione a little embarrassed. She felt guilty for attracting the Grindylow's attention. "Let me do it, Harry, this is my fault. I have a spell, I hope it can scare it away." Looking at the Grindylow that was like a speeding shark, Hermione came to Harry's side, swallowed nervously, and then gently circled her slender wrist, whispering, "Canrati Leviosa." Clang! On the charred wood not far away, a dangling dead branch made a crisp sound. Under Hermione's control, the dead branch cut through the water with lightning speed and made a sharp scream. In an instant, the calm water surface rose up, and a 10-foot-high wall of water rolled over, directly knocking out the Grindylow that was rushing over. Brian, who was floating in the air, withdrew his gaze back from Ron and Parvati, who were desperately dodging the water arrows from the silverback fish in the mud. He looked at Hermione with surprise and smiled softly. "Not bad, Miss Granger. Professor Watson's improved levitation charm." Harry exclaimed in astonishment, his green eyes wide as saucers. He stared at Hermione and asked, "What the hell, when did you master this spell?" "Just recently." Hermione smiled shyly, but she felt a surge of pride with the awe shown by Harry. She had been practicing the charm in secret, hoping to impress Professor Watson with her skills. "Potter." As Harry and Hermione were amazed by the power and applicability of this spell, the water wall stirred up by the improved levitation charm fell down, and the cascading waves caught up with Crabbe and Goyle's boat, waking up the two people who were in a daze. In the oak cabin, the two big fools looked like drowned rats. They struggled to turn their walnut-sized brains, trying to figure out what was going on, and then they noticed Harry Potter not far away. They looked at each other happily, and Goyle pointed at Harry and showed a silly smile. He had a row of yellow teeth and a pug-like nose, and he looked more like a troll than a human. "You're in trouble, Potter," Draco told us. "Malfoy." Harry's eyes became alert. He looked at the two big idiots who had escaped by Hermione's kindness, and asked harshly. What did Malfoy tell you? But Crabbe and Goyle were unexpectedly smarter than Harry thought. They glanced at each other maliciously, and the next second, one rushed to the bow and the other to the stern. Damn it! Harry was quick-witted. He figured out what Malfoy had told the Slytherin gang of stinky snakes. Go to the stern, Hermione! He shouted. I guess Malfoy gave them orders, as soon as they see our boat, they'll attack. He knew that Malfoy was a coward, who would never face Harry himself, but would use his minions to do his dirty work. But, Harry. Hermione stumbled back to the stern, injecting magic to make the oak boat move. Professor Watson clearly said that we are not allowed to attack each other. She was a rule-abiding girl, who always respected her teachers and followed their instructions. She did not want to get into trouble, or worse, lose points for Gryffindor. Professor Watson only said that we are not allowed to use our wands to attack each other, Hermione. Harry said. Since last year, when he was tricked by Professor Watson in dealing with the Inferi, he had learned to listen carefully to his instructions. As Harry said, Crabbe and Goyle drove their boat straight at them, and this was no fun. Their boat was twice as big as normal, and once they hit it, they would be superior to others. Due to its mass, there was no way Harry and Hermione's boat could survive the damage. It would be smashed to pieces, and they would be thrown into the water, where they would face the dangers of the Grindylows, the silverback fish, and the Hinky Punks. Clang! It was just a slight collision. As Hermione screamed, the two people's boat shook violently from side to side, and Harry and Hermione might have been thrown out of the cabin if they hadn't been prepared enough. They held on to the gunwale tightly, and tried to balance the boat. I thought their boat would be slow. Harry gritted his teeth. Professor Watson probably put a spell on this boat, ignoring the weight factor, and only considering our magic. Hermione screamed. She realized that Professor Watson had enchanted the boats to match the magic level of the occupants, and that Crabbe and Goyle had an advantage over them. They had not used much magic, while Harry and Hermione had used a lot to deal with the obstacles and the creatures in the water. Their boat was slower and weaker, and they had to find a way to escape. In the process of dodging the silverback fish just now, Harry and Hermione had consumed a lot of magic. Harry and Hermione had to use their wands to deflect the water arrows, and to stun the fish that came too close. Because of the fast speed, Crabbe and Goyle's boat drew a huge arc when turning on the water surface, and taking advantage of this time, Harry and Hermione barely stabilized the boat and ran in another direction, but Crabbe and Goyle chased them up with a grin. These two stupid fools probably never had such a glorious moment in their lives. Harry thought angrily. He felt like he was riding a Nimbus 2000 and competing with a firebolt, being crushed in a straight line, and could only rely on constantly flexible turning to avoid Crabbe and Goyle's repeated collisions. Show them what you just did, Hermione, or we'll end up feeding the fish. Harry said. He was referring to the improved levitation charm that Hermione had used earlier, to knock out the Grindylow that had attacked them. Oh, no, Harry. Hermione stubbornly said with a sweaty cheek. You said it yourself, Professor Watson doesn't allow us to use magic to attack each other. 0198 Race, Part 4. Sometimes, Hermione's stubbornness really gives Harry and Ron a headache. Just like the matter of Scabbers, there were so many ironclad evidences in front of them, but she still insisted that Scabbers' death had nothing to do with Crookshanks, her fluffy ginger cat, even though she couldn't produce any proof to show Crookshanks' innocence. She claimed that Scabbers had run away, but Ron was convinced that Crookshanks had eaten his pet. Well, let me see what else I can do. Harry gasped, his eyes darting around, hoping to find something to help them. Suddenly, Harry's eyes lit up. He spotted something in the distance that gave him an idea. Ha, there's a way, Hermione, we can make Malfoy's two little minions suffer a bit. By then, Hermione's sweat-drenched cheeks had turned a bit pale. The magic power she had consumed to shield their boat from the Slytherin's attacks and Harry's continuous control of the boat to make sharp turns at the critical moments made her head a bit dizzy. Hearing Harry say he had an idea to get rid of Crabbe and Goyle, she couldn't even squeeze out a happy expression. She just nodded her head weakly while suppressing the nausea. She trusted Harry, but she hoped he knew what he was doing. Hey, you two. With an idea in mind, Harry felt like he was back on the intense and exciting Quidditch pitch. He kept adjusting his position, sending out false signals. Like restraining the opponent seeker, he restrained Crabbe and Goyle. He pretended to be scared and confused, luring them into a trap. He wanted them to think that they had the upper hand, that they could catch up with them. And finally, after half a minute, the turbulent water surface of the two boats' relative position made Harry feel satisfied. He shouted at Crabbe and Goyle, who had overshot because of the high speed. They had fallen for his trick, and now they were in trouble. Can't you be smarter? Harry mocked and laughed. Without Malfoy, you seem to have degenerated into savage trolls. You dare to say that, Potter? Crabbe roared. I think you're the troll. Then, Crabbe and Goyle really looked like two small trolls. Their eyes only had Harry's mocking smile, and they ignored everything around them. They were blinded by rage and stupidity. Speed up, Hermione! Seeing the menacing two, Harry's heart beat faster. He held the rudder tightly, asking Hermione to inject all the magic power into the oak boat under them. He needed to get away from them, and from the place where he had led them. In an instant, the boat was hurtling forward like a car stepping on the gas pedal, speeding forward, directly hitting a cloud of mist floating on the water surface. The mist was thick and cold, obscuring their vision. But Harry knew what was behind it, and he hoped they could make it. It was a risky move, but he was willing to take the chance. The familiar wind whistled in his ears, flying the boat. Harry unexpectedly found a bit of the thrill of riding his beloved Nimbus 2000 in the air. But even so, the distance between the two boats was still shrinking at an alarming speed, and it looked like they would collide heavily in just a few seconds. Crabbe and Goyle had not given up, and they had increased their speed as well. Harry. Hermione, who was lying on the stern, looked at the shadow behind her and reminded him nervously. She hoped Harry had a plan, because she didn't. She was out of magic, and out of ideas. Whoosh! Hold on, Hermione! Suddenly, Harry crouched down and hit the rudder hard. The whole boat kept jumping on the water and in the air, like a stone skipping on the water. At first, Crabbe and Goyle didn't care, thinking that Potter was just repeating his old tricks. They thought he was trying to dodge them, to avoid them. But when they turned in the same direction, the oak boat under them drifted forward on the water. They noticed something was wrong, because the direction in which the boat lost control was the mud pit where the hinky-punk that made them lose their minds lived. Whoosh! The raging wind scattered the weird smoke in an instant. A mud pit vortex with a diameter of about 20 feet suddenly appeared in Crabbe and Goyle's terrified eyes. And with them, there was also a hinky-punk, the size of a house elf that changed between real and unreal like a mist. It had been hiding in the smoke, waiting for its prey. And now it had found it. This hinky-punk, holding a swinging will-o'-the-wisp, stared blankly at the huge boat that was like a giant to it. It had never seen anything like it before, and it didn't know what to do. It was confused and scared, and it wanted to run away. But it was too late. And before it could scream, it was hit and scattered. The boat crashed into the hinky-punk, and the hinky-punk dissolved into nothing. The reason why the mud pit vortex where the hinky-punk lived had such a strong suction force was that it harbored a kind of fish widely found in the Indian Ocean, the remora fish. This fish had a strong magic power. In the Middle Ages, the sailing wizards would use them as anchors for their ships. This was a tragic thing for Crabbe and Goyle. The sudden halt of the boat was a catastrophic event for the two burly boys who had a tremendous amount of inertia. They were flung into the air with a burst of ear-piercing screams, drawing a beautiful arc across the sky, and finally smashing into the water with a loud splash like a depth charge. The impact created huge waves that rippled across the lake, startling the nearby creatures. Harry, who had managed to stop his boat not far away, laughed out loud at this ridiculous and hilarious scene. He couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction at seeing Crabbe and Goyle get their karma. Even Hermione, who had been feeling drowsy and listless, couldn't help but curl up her lips into a faint smile. But Crabbe and Goyle's tragic fate was not over yet. When they had just come to their senses, a large group of silverback fish swam over from somewhere. They were vicious and predatory fish that had razor-sharp teeth and powerful jaws. They circled around the two boys, constantly spraying water arrows at them, hurting them so much that they howled in pain and fear. This time, even Hermione didn't have any pity for them. Congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the first round of competition. A familiar voice suddenly echoed over the vast lake. It was clear and authoritative, and it carried a hint of amusement. Then, the remaining warriors will compete for the glory on the track. It's Professor Watson's voice. Harry, who had helped Hermione up, reacted immediately. Before he could think about the meaning of Professor Watson's words, the space around them boiled like water. It was a strange and dizzying sensation. Then, Harry felt a rapid rush to the sky, and the earth was quickly moving away from his sight. He held on to Hermione tightly, hoping that she was all right. And when his vision cleared, he swept over the unmasked space. Harry's face darkened. He saw 300 feet away, Ron and Parvati, who had bruises on their faces, were using the oak boat that was stuck in the mud pit as a shield to avoid a group of silverback fish's water arrows. They looked exhausted and desperate. Lavender and Seamus, who had used up their energy, resignedly leaned on the boat's side and didn't move. And many other Gryffindors were also roughly in the same situation, only Neville and Dean looked similar to him and Hermione. They had managed to evade the silverback fish and conserve their magic power. And Slytherin, Harry glanced over them roughly. Malfoy and Parkinson's group were laughing at the two Gryffindors they had sent into the mud pit. The one who had a grudge with Hermione, the tall and sturdy Millicent Bulstrode, was staring coldly at him. She looked like she wanted to eat him and Hermione. Behind her, Theodore Nott was silent, looking like he hadn't consumed much energy. In addition, Slytherin had another group of people, a girl who looked pretty aloof, Daphne Greengrass and her teammate Blaise Zabani. They were discussing quietly according to the current situation. They looked calm and confident, as if they had a plan. It had to be said that for such a game with no prior information, the Slytherins, who were more calm and cautious, had an advantage over the Gryffindors. 3 against 2, and we've consumed more magic power. Harry was good at analyzing the game situation as a Quidditch ace. After a few glances, he had already foreseen what would happen next. 0199 Race, Part 5. The changes around them were not over yet. The clouds and mist that had been floating on the surface of the vast lake like a thin veil quickly gathered under the influence of magic. They formed 2 towering fog walls that were a mile long and blocked the view of the other side. The center of the fog walls was the narrow track for the final competition, where the boats would have to navigate through the obstacles and dangers. The injured ones, who had lost their ability to compete, floated up from the cabins or the water one by one, looking miserable and dejected. They drifted to the land at the classroom door, where they were greeted by the concerned faces of their classmates. The remaining 5 boats returned to the shore and lined up neatly. Professor Watson, who had not appeared for a while, popped out from somewhere and faced the resentful eyes of the little wizards with a smile that seemed to mock their plight. So, what to do next is obvious, right? Brian pointed to the track divided by the fog wall and said cheerfully. His voice echoed across the lake, making it sound like he was speaking from everywhere at once. Slytherin has 3 groups, Gryffindor has 2 groups. Next, you will race to the opposite shore with all your strength. There will be some of the cute little creatures that you have just seen randomly arranged on the track. They will try to stop you, bite you, or drag you down. At the end of the track, there will be a fork, one leading to glory, one leading to failure. Only by making the right choice will you get the final victory. If I were you, Potter. Malfoy sneered, after Professor Watson finished introducing the rules. I would take that old broom and go to the owl barn to sweep bird droppings. You know, to avoid humiliating yourself in front of everyone. Harry didn't retort immediately for the first time. He supported Hermione, who was trembling with exhaustion and pain, and glanced at the Slytherins who had reached a consensus. They looked confident and smug, as if they had already won. Then he gasped and said sarcastically. It surprised me, Malfoy. I thought your loyal servants were only those 2 idiots. He pointed at Crabbe and Goyle, who were sitting behind Malfoy and nodding dumbly. There's no need to sow discord, Potter. Unexpectedly, the thin and weak boy on Millicent Bulstrode's boat, who seemed to have a faint sense of alienation from the other Slytherins, Theodore Nott, said sullenly. Harry had hardly paid attention to him before. He had a pale face and dark eyes that looked cold and calculating. Longbottom won't pose any threat to us, Potter. As long as we make you fall into the water, Slytherin will win today. And, if you are injured, Gryffindor will lose tomorrow's Quidditch match. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Nott's words immediately aroused a fierce reaction from the Gryffindors on the shore who were resting. They shouted insults and curses at the Slytherins, who responded with equal venom. Ron yelled despicable and wanted to rush up and give Nott a punch, but he was forced back by a look from Brian, who raised his eyebrows and shook his head. Not bad, kid, you are clever. Brian didn't say a word, but his eyes showed a faint appreciation. Most of the descendants of the pure-blood wizard families that had been inherited for hundreds of years were some useless prodigal sons, who relied on their wealth and status to get by. But occasionally there were a few who were outstanding under the nurturing of elite education, who had ambition and were cunning, who knew how to use their resources and allies to achieve their goals. Harry clenched his lips. To be honest, he knew that Malfoy and his gang had this idea from the beginning, but he was still surprised that these snakes said it so frankly. What should we do, Harry? Neville, who was soaked by the water, blinked his eyes, looking clueless. There's only one way, Harry. Hermione, who was still pale, said softly. She looked at Harry with a determined expression, even though her voice was weak and shaky. You have to give up on me. Harry was about to say something, but Hermione interrupted him. If you want to win, you have to do this, Harry. And, Dean. Hermione looked at Dean, who was also pale. He had been injured by the Grindylows, who had torn his clothes and skin with their sharp teeth. And you, Dean, you have to give up the game too. We are both in the same situation. Even if we persist, we will only drag our teammate. Harry, Neville, and Dean understood Hermione's meaning. Instead of keeping 2 people who couldn't play any role, they might as well merge the team and streamline it into a combat-effective team. In this way, they might be able to find a chance of victory in the foreseeable siege of Slytherin. They looked at each other, and nodded silently. A very wise choice, Miss Granger. Brian nodded approvingly at Hermione, then turned to look at the little guys who were staggering, and said with a smile that was full of anticipation and excitement. Please wait a moment, everyone. I'll take you to the hospital together later. Brian said casually, as if he was talking about the weather. He ignored the groans and curses of the young wizards who were lying on the ground or floating in the water, injured and exhausted. He smiled and clapped his hands, signaling the start of the final race. Do you hear yourself? Is this what a professor should say? The young wizards thought so, and tick marks appeared on their foreheads. They felt like they had been tricked by the professor, who had promised them a fun and educational practical class, but instead had put them through a series of dangerous and painful challenges. They wished they could hex him, but they knew that would be a very bad idea. Ha, I'll wait for you at the finish line, Potter. I hope you can swim faster. Malfoy laughed triumphantly as soon as Brian announced the start of the game. He didn't waste any time, and quickly steered his boat towards the foggy track. Just as Harry expected, Malfoy didn't intend to entangle him. He knew that he had the advantage, and he didn't want to risk losing it by engaging in a fight. He gave this glorious task to Bulstrode and Greengrass. Give Malfoy a taste of his own medicine, Harry. Ron roared angrily with his face covered in mud, standing on the shore. If you can't do it, don't expect to sleep in bed tonight. He added, trying to motivate Harry with a threat. Everyone looked at Ron, including Brian and Hermione, and they all showed a stunned expression. Oh, what's wrong? Ron shivered a few times, being targeted by so many weird eyes. He felt embarrassed and flustered, and wished he could take back his words. He looked innocently at Hermione, who couldn't help but laugh, and muttered softly. I mean, I share a dormitory with Harry. Nothing else. He tried to explain, but he only made it worse. Neville's chubby cheeks were red and transparent. He inexplicably became the hope of the whole house. He felt a lot of pressure. He had never been good at anything, and had always been clumsy and timid. If it weren't for Harry being with him, he would probably collapse. What should we do, Harry? Neville asked, after Malfoy left. Greengrass and Bulstrode didn't follow him. They sandwiched Harry and Neville on the left and right, staring at them with a fierce and malicious look. It seemed that they had made up their minds to entangle them and let Malfoy win. We can't give up, Neville. Harry gritted his teeth and said. He felt a surge of adrenaline, and he was determined to win. The wind whistled, and the still boat shot out like an arrow off the string. Harry stared at Malfoy's back that was quickly moving away, his eyes burning with determination. But... watch out, Harry. Not only Neville, but also many Gryffindors on the shore anxiously reminded him. They saw the danger that Harry and Neville were in, and they wanted to warn them. They felt helpless and worried, and they hoped that Harry and Neville could avoid the attack. Harry turned his head urgently, but saw Millicent and Daphne, who had a cold smile and a calm look, turning their heads, forming an X trajectory and slamming into his stern. Crack! Harry's boat lifted its bow like a pirate ship. It was a violent and unexpected impact, and it almost threw Harry and Neville off the boat. If Harry hadn't grabbed the rudder, he might have been thrown into the water. Neville was even more miserable. He was crawling in the cabin, his right hand pressed on the wooden hemisphere on the side of the boat. The boat accelerated instantly, making his body slide uncontrollably. His face and the boat made close contact. When Harry controlled the boat, Neville, who had suffered a nosebleed, was already covered in blood. He looked like he had been in a fist fight, and he felt a sharp pain in his nose and forehead. The Gryffindors on the shore were so angry that they almost overturned the roof. They couldn't believe that the Slytherins would resort to such a dirty and cowardly trick, and they wanted to protest and fight back. Hermione rushed to Professor Watson's face and shouted indignantly. This is unfair, Slytherin is cheating, they are using despicable means to win, is this allowed, Professor? I don't see any problem, Miss Granger, Brian said calmly, facing the little witch's accusation. Just like you and Mr. Thomas voluntarily quit the game to ensure victory, and let Harry and Neville form a team, Slytherin just chose a tactic that was beneficial for winning. I think their choice is very wise. Hermione's cheeks swelled red. She tried hard to turn her head and say something to refute, but she realized that she had no argument. Since Professor Watson only forbade the young wizards to attack each other with wands, Millicent and Greengrass's actions were not against the rules. How are you, Neville? The lifted bow slammed into the water and bounced several times. Harry, who had barely stood firm, immediately looked at Neville. He was worried about his friend, and he wanted to make sure that he was all right. He thought that Neville, who was easily scared, must have been terrified, but he didn't expect that Neville was braver than he thought. I'm fine, Harry. Neville said in a panic. He wiped his nose and looked at the blood in his hand. He was stunned, but he didn't say anything. He just wiped it on his robe under Harry's worried eyes. Then he gasped and looked at the boat that was blocking the front, completely blocking the track. Millicent and Daphne, the two Slytherin girls, had their attention on Harry all the time. They watched his every move with a predatory and malicious gaze, waiting for the right moment to strike. Theodore and Blaise frowned at the same time. They seemed to sense something uncomfortable in the eyes of the soft-faced little boy who looked at them again. You don't have to ask for trouble, Potter and Longbottom, Blaze Zabanai said. It's more sensible to give up now. No, Harry's emerald eyes were burning with fire. He glared coldly at the Slytherins blocking the track and said. I will never give up. 0200 The final winner, part 1. Stupid Gryffindors, what else can you do, Potter? You are out of options. As Harry's defiant words elicited cheers from the Gryffindor wizards, Blaze Zabanai looked at Harry with undisguised contempt in his dark brown eyes. He sneered as he saw Harry's boat stuck in front of the narrow river that was blocked by 2 oak boats lying across, leaving a gap that was too small to pass another boat. In the distance, Draco slowed down, not only because Parkinson's magic was insufficient to support the whole course at high speed, but also because the randomly distributed hinkypunks hidden in the fog always brought them some interference. They could only be defeated by a blast of light and a correctly pronounced incantation. Not to mention, in the second half of the course, Professor Watson's silverback fish were also constantly attacking them. The silverback fish could swim fast and shoot water arrows that were slightly poisonous and could cause swelling and itching. If they did not want to be hit by those annoying water arrows with a bruised nose and swollen face, they had to prop up a magic barrier, which also further consumed their magic. Harry withdrew his gaze and said nothing, facing the Slytherin blocking the way, he showed the same sharp eyes. He was not going to give up easily. He had a plan, and he needed to execute it perfectly. He glanced at Neville, who was sitting at the stern of the boat, and saw that he was ready. At some point, Brian had gotten himself a high-backed armchair. He crossed his legs, holding a cup of steaming green tea, a leisurely look of watching a good show on his face. What would Harry do? Not only the wizards behind him, but also Brian was a bit curious. Just as everyone was guessing whether Harry would crash into them, or even if he fell into the water, he would also hit the Slytherin's arrogance, Harry slowly took out his wand from his pocket, steadily pointing at Daphne and the others. You want to attack us, Potter? Theo's mouth curled up with a sneer. You wouldn't have forgotten Professor Watson's rules, would you? Neville. The moment Theo's words fell, Harry suddenly shouted, and Neville at the stern, who had been silent all the time, but had been prepared, did not hesitate to slap the right side of the boat as soon as Harry called out. Neville and Harry's boat was like a sharp ice knife, suddenly cutting open the water surface and stirring up rolling waves. They went straight to Millicent and Theo's boat, as if as people expected, ready to fight one for one, but... Glaces! Just when the two sides were still 20 feet apart, Harry's wand suddenly drooped and pointed at the water surface and shouted. A cold air hissed out, rippling the water surface and instantly forming a hard layer of ice. Harry's wrist lifted, the ice layer immediately slanted up and spread, forming a ramp. He had used a freezing charm to create a slope that would lift their boat over the obstacle. Splash! Time seemed to stretch at this moment. The 4 Slytherin wizards slowly looked up. The crystal-clear beads splashing in midair reflected their astonished and ridiculous expressions. Everything was like a dream. They could not believe what they were seeing. Harry and Neville's boat had soared into the air, flying over their heads, and landing on the other side of the river. Boom! The small boats that fell again and hit the water surface made a thunderous sound. Time resumed. Ron and Hermione on the shore cheered up instantly. Well done, Harry! Ron shouted, and the other Gryffindor wizards who were a beat slower also laughed and shouted like they were under a happiness spell. They were ecstatic to see Harry's brilliant move. In contrast, the Slytherin wizards immediately fell into gloom. Crabbe and Goyle, covered in mud, looked viciously as if they wanted to rush over and throw Ron into the water, but they were held back by Brian's slightly cold eyes. Harry and Neville left them in a dust. 3 seconds later, the 2 Slytherin boats reacted, quickly turned the boat around, and chased after them. They were furious and embarrassed, and they wanted to catch up and get revenge. But they had lost precious time and distance, and they knew it would be hard to overtake Harry and Neville. When they were fully focused, the naturally grown hinkypunks were not easy to mislead. Not only Harry and Neville, but also Brian's set of mud traps did not cause much trouble to Millicent and Daphne. The 3 speedboats glided flexibly on the water surface, and in no time they had run a third of the course. They avoided the false lights and the mud pits, and used their wands to light up the hinkypunks and make them disappear. Just when the 6 wizards were feeling a little tired, the silverback fish came out to make trouble again. They swarmed around the boats, snapping their jaws and shooting their water arrows. Under the light green water surface, a few water arrows that came unexpectedly grazed Harry's cheek. Harry, who was staring at Malfoy's gradually clear back, jumped in fright. His steering hand also shook, almost hitting a jumping orange lamp near the shore. The lamp was one of the hinkypunks' lanterns, and if Harry had touched it, he would have been lured into a bog. He quickly swerved to avoid it, but he lost some speed and balance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The constantly interwoven water arrows were like a transparent net covering the 2 people. Neville squatted in the cabin. Because of the angle, the silverback fish's water arrows could not attack him. But Harry was not so lucky. In order to ensure that the view was not obstructed, he could only control the boat and dodge desperately. But even so, a stray arrow that hit above his eyebrow made him dizzy, and then his forehead swelled up. He felt a sharp pain and a burning sensation, and he knew that the arrow was slightly poisonous. He hoped that it would not affect his vision or concentration. Harry, should we open the barrier? Neville noticed the abnormal shaking of the boat and saw Harry's miserable appearance. He wanted to consult Harry's opinion, whether they should use their magic to create a protective shield around their boat. It would block the water arrows, but it would also drain their magic. No, Neville. Even though one eye could not see clearly, Harry still decisively rejected Neville's proposal. Magic is more precious to us. We don't have extra magic to protect ourselves, he said, remembering Professor Watson's words. The magical boat race was not only a test of speed and skill, but also of strategy and resource management. The students had to use their magic wisely, and save some for the final stretch. Harry knew that they would need their magic at that time for something more important than opening a barrier. Looking back at Harry's back that did not waver at all, Neville blinked, as if he was greatly touched. But for the two Slytherin boats, their determination could not compare with Harry and Neville. And besides, Millicent and Daphne, the two little witches, obviously cared very much about their image. They did not want to be like Potter and those unlucky ones on the shore, walking out of this classroom with a head full of bumps. After the first round of attack by the silverback fish, they both ordered the boys behind them to open the magic barrier, blocking those sharp water arrows. They did not care about the cost of their magic, as long as they could keep their faces intact. They thought that they could rely on Malfoy to win the race for them, and they only had to support him. And this also meant that Theo and Blaze's magic would be consumed at twice the speed. They had just caught up with Potter's boat with the help of the silverback fish, and they would soon fall behind, and never catch up with Potter and Longbottom. They felt their magic draining, and they knew that they had made a mistake. They should have listened to Malfoy, who had told them to conserve their magic and not to use the barrier. But they had ignored his advice, and now they had to pay the price. So, for the two Slytherin boats, there was only one way to continue to help Malfoy. They had to stop Potter and Longbottom from reaching the finish line, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. Across Potter and Longbottom's boat, Millicent and Daphne looked at each other, and they both thought of this method. They nodded, and signaled to Theo and Blaze. They did not need to say anything, they knew what they had to do. Clang! In an instant, the three oak boats that were side by side squeezed together. In Harry's angry eyes, Millicent Bulstrode's thick chin shook, and she mockingly said, "We won't let you easily steal the spotlight, Potter." She taunted Harry, trying to provoke him and distract him. "What are these despicable snakes trying to do?" Ron roared at this time, and Hermione said nothing, but her face was ugly, obviously guessing the reason why Millicent and Daphne did this. Yes, this could indeed send Potter out of the game. Brian sipped the bitter tea, his expression unchanged, but his heart was smiling. He was impressed by the Slytherin's cunning and ruthlessness, and he was curious to see how Harry would react. "What do you want to do?" Harry's face was pale, he tried to control the rudder, gritting his teeth. He felt the pressure from both sides, and he knew that he was trapped. "You don't need to think about it, Potter," Blaze said arrogantly. "In the end, there is only one winner, and that is Slytherin. Be careful, Harry, there's a trap ahead." Harry thought they just wanted to drag him down, but the reminder from Neville made him realize Blaze's real intention to ensure Malfoy's victory. They wanted to drag the only Gryffindor boat to die together. He looked ahead, and he saw a cloud of fog looming. He knew that behind the fog, there was a mud pit, one of Brian's traps. The mud pit was a deep and sticky pool of mud, that would slow down any boat that fell into it. It would be almost impossible to get out of it, and it would take a lot of time and magic. Whoosh! The next thing that happened was as expected. Millicent and Daphne, one on the left and one on the right, clamped Harry and Neville's boat tightly. And then, the three boats together, whizzed and smashed a cloud of fog, and fell into the mud pit together. The sudden deceleration to a standstill of the small boat made the 6 people on board roll over, but fortunately they were all mentally prepared and no one was thrown into the water. They were covered in mud, and they felt the sticky substance clinging to their clothes and skin. Despair spread with the silence. Looking at Harry and Neville who tried so hard to bring glory to Gryffindor, Hermione sobbed directly among the classmates with grey faces. Ron opened his mouth slightly, looking at Harry who struggled to get up and stood in the cabin in disbelief, and then at Hermione who had tears in her eyes. He finally raised his hand clumsily and patted Hermione on the shoulder, trying to comfort her and himself. "Professor Watson!" The Slytherin wizards couldn't contain their excitement. They cheered and clapped, celebrating their victory. Crabbe laughed stupidly, his face smeared with mud and his eyes gleaming with malice. He shouted, "You can announce Draco's victory." "That may not be the case, Crabbe." Brian held the teacup, smiling calmly. He looked at Neville, who was in the boat, and said, "There is no winner at until the end, Longbottom. 020 won the final winner, Part 2. Harry climbed out of the oak boat that had fallen into the muddy pit with a thud. A water arrow had grazed his eye corner, leaving a painful swollen bump that made him almost unable to see anything with that eye. As he glared at the 4 Slytherins who also stood up panting, his eyes seemed to spit fire. His anger almost burst his stomach when he saw their smug looks. "You don't have to look at us like that, Potter," Blaise said, wiping the water droplets splashed on his face. He smiled smugly, showing his white teeth. "Isn't the meaning of the game to win by any means?" He shrugged, as if he had done nothing wrong. "Ha!" Harry sneered. "That's true for Slytherin, just like your Quidditch team, cowardly wimps, who try every way to avoid playing against Gryffindor for a little trivial advantage." He clenched his fists, feeling the anger rising in his chest. "You can rant here as much as you want, Potter." Millicent, who was much stronger than Harry, looked down at Harry with contempt, and said indifferently. She had short brown hair and a broad nose, and she towered over Harry like a giant. "Anyway, you have lost this contest, and when this school year ends, you will see Slytherin lift the Quidditch Cup for the 7th consecutive time. Potter, I look forward to seeing what your face will look like then." She snorted, as if she had already seen the future. Harry wanted to retort immediately, but Neville's words made the people stranded in the track stunned. "We didn't lose." Neville's round face showed determination. Harry was stunned, because he seemed to see Neville facing the arrogant eyes of the Slytherin purebloods without flinching for the first time. Neville had always been timid and clumsy, but now he looked brave and confident. "We didn't lose, Harry," Neville repeated, his hair that was wet by the water clumped on his forehead. He looked very funny, but now no one could ignore the firmness in his eyes. He had a small scar on his cheek, a souvenir from the last time he had faced the silverback fish. "Are you crazy, Longbottom?" Daphne curled her lip. "Or did you suffer too much shock and lose your mind? Can't you see the current situation? We are all stuck in the mud vortex and can't get out, but Slytherin still has Draco and Pansy. You." She pointed at the 2 figures who were still racing towards the finish line, unaware of the chaos behind them. Neville didn't wait for Daphne's cold words to finish. He turned around and pounced on the half-sphere at the stern of the boat. It was a magical device that controlled the speed and direction of the boat. After a low roar, he slapped the half-sphere with all his strength. The boat shook violently as if it wanted to rush forward, but then it stopped again under the astonished eyes of the Slytherin students, and remained motionless. They thought Neville had failed, and they laughed at his futile attempt. "If you want to amuse us," Daphne said with a sneer, patting her chest and pretending to be frightened. "You succeeded, Longbottom, we were scared by you." She rolled her eyes, and the other Slytherins joined her in mocking Neville. In the cheerful laughter of the remaining 3 Slytherins, Daphne glared at the foolish Neville. Her tone was full of disgust. "Look at your stupid appearance, Longbottom, you are a disgrace to your bloodline. I know something interesting. I heard that your stupid parents. Don't you dare insult my dad and mom." Just as the Slytherins began to mock Neville, Harry's hand holding the wand naturally lifted up. He had been hesitating whether to disobey the rules set by Professor Watson's, but when Daphne mentioned Neville's parents, his wand had already raised over his head. The flame burning in his eyes had extinguished the worry about the punishment he would receive. Anyway, he was ready to teach these stinky snakes a lesson. But Neville roared. The piercing scream and the suddenly moving boat cabin made Harry forget to punish the rude Slytherins. He looked at the stern in astonishment. Neville's wet head was steaming with white smoke, his forehead veins bulging. He let out a lion-like roar, the sharpness in his eyes for a moment even made Harry think he had mistaken the person. It moved, the boat really moved. Neville had broken free from the magic fixation of the remora fish lurking in the mud pit with his explosive magic. Bang! After the heavy impact, there were several splashes of water that caught them off guard. Looking at Harry and Neville who were galloping away, the Slytherins who stood up from the water in embarrassment were stunned, speechless for a long time. They had underestimated Neville, and they had paid the price. Yay! Awesome! The cheers of the Gryffindor wizards burst out like fireworks and shook the roof with their thunder. They waved their scarlet and gold flags, and hugged each other in excitement. Especially when they saw the pale faces of the Slytherins next to them, the joy in their hearts was about to burst out. They had witnessed a miracle, and they couldn't believe their eyes. But how did they do it? One of them exclaimed, pointing at Harry and Neville speeding away from the mud pit. They had been stuck there for a long time, and it seemed that they had no hope of catching up with Draco. Some of the Gryffindor wizards had tried something similar when they fell into the mud pit, but let alone breaking free from the bondage, they couldn't even shake a few times. The mud was thick and sticky, and the remora fish was too powerful. "This is called exploding seed." Brian leaned back on the chair again, and answered the question with a smile. Harry was also confused by Neville's shocking performance. He didn't know how Neville did it, but now it was obviously not the time to worry about this. Since Gryffindor had another chance to win the game, Harry's eyes sparkled and made up his mind. He had to seize the opportunity no matter what. He gripped the rudder and steered the boat towards the track. When Harry and Neville finally got rid of Blaze and his gang, and rushed to the halfway point of the race, Draco and Pansy were about to reach the fork of the Y-shaped track, which meant that as long as they made one correct choice, they could easily win the race. "What's wrong with Longbottom?" Draco muttered, his eyes narrowing. Only by winning could he better humiliate Potter. Draco understood this simple truth. He and Pansy had been rushing all the way, trying to strangle Gryffindor as soon as possible, but they couldn't ignore the big movement in the first half of the track. When Millicent and Daphne hijacked Potter's boat and rushed into the mud pit, Malfoy and Parkinson, who were relying on the oak boat's inertia to drive, were trying to recover some physical strength. Seeing this scene, the two relaxed their minds, thinking that the situation was settled, but then what happened made them feel the urgency again. Even if they were still half a mile away, Draco could feel that the boat that made the waves roll and came rushing was carrying an unstoppable determination. He could sense Potter's anger and defiance, and he knew that he wouldn't give up easily. He felt a cold sweat on his forehead, and he cursed under his breath. "Speed up, Pansy!" Draco shouted at Pansy, urging her to use up the little magic they had left. He pushed the half-sphere to the maximum, and he felt the boat accelerate. He hoped that it would be enough to outrun Potter and his sidekick. But Draco Pansy Parkinson's sharp and mean face was gentle enough to be called My Lady when facing Draco. She shook off the bangs that were wet by the sweat and covered her eyes. Her two hands were slightly twitching, but she bit her lip to stifle a cry of pain. She had used a lot of magic, and she was feeling exhausted. She turned her head and looked at the fork. "Which way should we go?" she asked, hoping that Draco would make the right decision. The two forks were covered by a faint mist. There were about 5 or 6 flickering orange lights in the mist on the left, and only one on the right. This was obviously unreasonable. Clear-minded people should immediately recognize that there was something wrong. The left fork had too many lights, and the right fork had too few. But when his eyes fell on the orange light in the mist on the right, which was a bit brighter, Draco's breath stopped for a moment. He felt a strange attraction to the light, as if it was calling him. The world turned into a blur of light and shadow in his eyes. Draco felt his head dizzy. He realized something was wrong. He instinctively wanted to turn the rudder to the left, but it seemed that there was a mysterious force controlling his body and replacing his choice. He tried to resist, but it was too late. After making a silent whimper, Draco's face was dull. His eyes were glazed, and his mouth was slack. His body shook violently, and he hit the rudder to the right. And then, he rushed into the cloud wall without a sound. 0202 The final winner, part 3. Malfoy and Parkinson rushed into the right track, probably hoping to find the shortest way to the finish line. But seeing this scene, Harry felt a doubt gnawing at his heart. He glanced at Neville, who was soaked with sweat on his back but still persisted. He couldn't help but pity him. "Neville, Bulstrode and Greengrass have been left behind. Let me take over, my magic has almost recovered," Harry offered, feeling his magic returning to his body. "No, I can still hold on. We're almost there." Neville wiped his dripping face, gasping for breath, and refused Harry's request. Finally, with Neville's desperate efforts, 20 seconds after Malfoy's boat disappeared from everyone's sight, Gryffindor's boat was finally about to reach the intersection of the Y-shaped track. Across a few dozen feet, Harry could vaguely see the difference between the two sides. The right track was shrouded in thick fog, while the left track flickered with several orange lights. As the current top two rivals of each other in Hogwarts, since Malfoy chose the right side, Harry would not hesitate to steer the boat to the left. He was not going to follow Malfoy's lead. This choice was not purely out of spite. Harry had a logical reason for it. Harry thought, if the right track led to the finish line, then Malfoy, who made the right choice first, would undoubtedly win. Even if they followed behind and finished the whole course, they would still not escape being mocked by Malfoy and cleaning the owl shed as a punishment. So, it was better to bet that Malfoy chose the wrong side, and the left track was the one that led to the finish line. Maybe the orange lights were a sign of victory. Harry thought so. He clenched his teeth, his eyes fixed on the left track that seemed more inviting than the foggy one. And just as he was about to take action, the right track that was hidden behind the fog made a loud noise. Boom! Crash! Splash! A loud crisp sound made Harry's hand shake violently. The oak boat swayed, and Neville, who was startled by the strange noise, also shuddered. He unconsciously withdrew his palm, and stood up wobbly. He almost lost his balance and fell into the water. Neville blinked, hesitated for a moment. He glanced at the boat behind his feet, which was still intact, then looked into Harry's eyes. The two people's eyes crossed in mid-air, and they both understood that they had the same guess as each other. Something had happened to Malfoy's boat. "What's going on, Harry?" Neville asked nervously. "That sound just now, was it like the boat being smashed?" "Help! Ah, monster!" Harry didn't have time to speak, because what he was about to say was interrupted by two screams that almost sounded at the same time, full of panic and fear. They came from the right track, where Malfoy and Parkinson had gone. Then, under the frightened eyes of Harry and Neville, the fog wall on the right track rolled up, revealing a horrifying sight. And then, two vague figures desperately slapped the waves towards them, trying to escape from something. Needless to say, it was Malfoy and Parkinson. In a short moment, Harry and Neville, who looked at each other, thought of the terrifying scene that appeared in the practical class of Defense Against the Dark Arts last year. Uncontrollably, Harry subconsciously took out his wand, and had already recited the incantation of the flame, incendio, spell in his mind. "Save me, Potter!" Malfoy, who was soaked in water, saw the first figure in his eyes as he rushed out of the fog. It was Harry, his nemesis. But when his life was threatened, he threw all the trivial conflicts to the back of his head, and shouted for help. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he gulped a mouthful of murky water. He coughed and spluttered, feeling something pulling his leg. "What's in there, Malfoy? Is it an inferi?" Harry asked, his voice tense. He couldn't see what was chasing them, but he had a bad feeling about it. Although Harry hated the despicable tactics that Slytherin used to win the game, reason also told him to leave immediately. Because a murderous and ferocious silhouette was about to come out of the fog. But seeing Malfoy and Parkinson who were rushing towards them regardless of everything, Harry frowned and felt his feet rooted. And he couldn't move. "It's not an inferi, Potter. Save me!" Malfoy shouted in horror, his voice hoarse. He was only a few feet away from Harry's boat, but it felt like a mile. He stretched out his hand, hoping that Harry would pull him up. Pansy Parkinson also cried out. "It's a monster. It wants to kill us." Harry instinctively wanted to scold them. But thinking of Professor Watson's wild style, he had some belief in their nonsense. Just in such a moment of hesitation, the monster in the fog had stepped on the water and emerged from the mist. And at the moment when Harry and Neville saw its clear face, they felt a surge of cold air in their lungs, and their scalps exploded with fear. So far, Harry had seen 3 of the most terrifying monsters in his life: Hagrid's 3-headed dog Fluffy in the first year, Professor Watson's Inferi in the second year, and that dreadful creature called a Dementor that he saw on the Hogwarts Express at the beginning of the 3rd year. And now, there was one more creature that made him feel afraid. The dead and gloomy eyes, the ferocious claws, and the sharp teeth were scary enough, but they did not make Harry feel afraid. He had faced worse things before. What made him fearful was the black mist that surrounded the creature, the pure malice that radiated from it, the power similar to death that it possessed. It was like a living nightmare, a manifestation of evil. Click! Clack! Click! Clack! Harry, whose body was cold and stiff, heard a strange sound. After a brief thought, he understood. It was Neville's teeth chattering. Neville was trembling like a leaf, his face pale as a ghost. The creature had a twisted body, a single leg, and a lantern in its hand. It was a Hinky-Punk, one of the many dark creatures that Brian had brought out from Avalon Island. It shook its head and spewed out a foul-smelling black smoke, just like the 8-eyed spider that had been imprisoned under the dormitory floor for several years by Brian. This Hinky-Punk, which had lived in a glass bottle for half a year, could not restrain its bloodthirsty desire in its heart. The desire to kill anyone who crossed its path. Splash Malfoy and Parkinson climbed onto their boat in a hurry, and the cabin that originally fit 2 people became extremely crowded after accommodating 4 young wizards. They could only stand side by side with their shoulders touching, their wet clothes sticking to their skin. "Are you waiting for that monster to tear us to pieces?" Malfoy roared, his voice cracking with fear and anger. "Hurry up and start the boat. If you can't show the gratitude you should, Malfoy." Harry blinked, and suddenly came back to his senses. Facing Malfoy's almost commanding words, his face turned cold. "Then please leave me and Neville ouch." Harry's words were cut off by a sudden pain in his back. He felt a push, and then he lost his balance. Splash, splash. The world tilted sharply in his vision, until his face made intimate contact with the cold water. Harry and Neville realized what had happened. Pansy Parkinson had pushed them into the water. "Start the boat, Malfoy, we know which way is right now." Pansy crossed to the stern with a grin, and when she passed by Malfoy, who was incredulous and staring at her, she also pushed him lightly towards the bow. "Who told you to do that, Pansy?" Malfoy opened his mouth, his voice full of disbelief. He looked at Longbottom and Potter, who were struggling to stay afloat in the water. His expression was astonished. He didn't expect Pansy to do such a thing without his order. "Don't be stunned, Draco." Pansy seemed to have no idea how bad her behavior was. Before her palm touched the ball of sphere, she urged Malfoy to hurry up and steer. "That monster will teach Potter and Longbottom a lesson for us. We have to leave quickly, lest we get involved," she said, her voice dripping with malice. Malfoy pursed his lips. His astonished eyes faded, and his grey eyes showed fiery anger. He moved his eyes away from Pansy, and looked at Potter, who was helping Longbottom float up in the water. After a brief hesitation, he squatted down, leaned over, and reached out his hand. Harry and Neville were baffled by his actions. Why was Slytherin acting so strangely? Pansy Parkinson had maliciously shoved them into the water, but Malfoy had offered to help them back onto the boat. Don't misunderstand, Potter. I owe you a favor, FR from Professor Watson's practical class last time. Malfoy said with a red face, facing Harry's puzzled expression. 0203 The final winner, part 4. Favor from Professor Watson's practical class last year. Harry helped Neville up in a hurry and struggled to free his feet from the sticky mud that clung to his shoes. He had already drawn his wand and was ready to strike first, since Pansy Parkinson had done such a dishonorable and despicable act of pushing them into the swamp. Harry thought he didn't have to follow Professor Watson's rules anymore. But Malfoy, who was lying on the side of the boat and reaching out his hand, made Harry a little confused. He stayed in place for 2 or 3 seconds, before he figured out what Malfoy was talking about. His expression turned weird. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Malfoy was actually a person with a conscience and gratitude. How ridiculous was that? Are you crazy, Draco? Seeing this scene, Pansy widened her incredulous eyes and screamed, That's Potter, are you scared out of your wits? She couldn't understand why Draco would offer to help their enemy. Shut up, Pansy, you don't need to teach me what to do. Draco turned his head and glared at Pansy, then looked at Harry. His tone was very annoyed. He hated to admit that he owed Harry a favor for saving him from the Inferi. Hurry up, Potter, get on the boat while I haven't changed my mind. He snapped, hoping that Harry would take his hand and end this awkward situation. Harry was doubtful. He didn't dare to believe that Malfoy was really kind. He wondered if this was a trap or a trick. But the hinky-punk that came out of the fog wouldn't wait for them to sort things out. In silence, it had already crept up behind Harry and Neville, 20 feet away. Swoosh! On the island of Avalon, among a group of powerful undead creatures, the hinky-punk could only be reduced to a bait for deception. It lured unsuspecting victims with its lantern and then devoured them. But in the outside world, it was a real dangerous creature that was corrupted by dark magic. On the river channel filled with thin mist, the hinky-punk, which walked on the water with a strong single leg, let out a mournful scream. It was a signal for its prey to panic and run. Then, its body that was rolling with black smoke suddenly disappeared. When it appeared again, it had raised its 5-inch claws and lunged at Harry. It aimed for his neck, hoping to rip his throat open. The wind hadn't risen, but Harry had already felt a chill rising from his spine. It swam to the back of his head in an instant. He felt a cold sweat on his forehead, and his heart skipped a beat. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Harry saw Malfoy's face twisted by fear, close at hand. He saw Pansy, who was holding the helm, slowly loosening the wheel and pouncing on the power device at the stern. At the door of the classroom, the young wizards who were caught off guard by the sudden changes were stunned. Hermione unconsciously pinched Ron's arm. Her pure yellow pupils showed despair. And Ron, whose arm had been pinched purple, also forgot to cry out in pain. He opened his mouth and saw the tragedy happening, but had no time to react. Brian raised his eyebrows, ready to activate the restriction magic that he had engraved on the hinky-punk's body, but the next thing that happened made Brian's raised fingers slow down. He decided to watch the situation first. He was impressed and surprised. Watch out, Harry. At the critical moment, it was Neville, who was clumsy, who reacted first. He shouted loudly and suddenly pushed Harry into the water. Malfoy, who retreated instinctively, fell into the cabin. He hit his head on the wooden floor, and felt a sharp pain. He cursed and groaned. He was confused and regretful. And Pansy, who pounced on the stern, pressed one hand on the power device and took out her wand with the other hand. She controlled the helm to move. Ignoring Malfoy's shouting, the boat turned swiftly and sped towards the left track. The claws swept across Neville's back, and a few silk threads floated in the air. They were the shreds of his robe, stained with blood. The air was filled with indescribable depression. It was a moment of horror and sorrow. Neville. Harry, who was pushed into the water, bounced up as soon as he touched the bottom. He let out a scream. His left hand wrapped around Neville's neck and dragged him back. His right hand swung out his wand, and the red light of the disarming curse immediately shot towards the hinky-punk's claws that came over again. He fought back with all his strength, hoping to drive it away. But this hinky-punk was so agile that it dodged Harry's disarming curse in the nick of time and appeared in another direction in the blink of an eye. It was cunning and relentless. I'm fine, Harry. Neville, who was soaked all over, staggered up. His face was covered with water droplets, and he couldn't tell which ones were swamp water and which ones were sweat. He felt a cold shiver run down his spine, and his teeth chattered. He touched his back, and when he found that he was not injured, he said in a shocked tone. I am all right. He couldn't believe that he had survived the Hinkaipunk's attack. Harry gasped and looked at Malfoy and Pansy who had escaped. His eyes were filled with anger. Sure enough, these despicable Slytherins were not trustworthy. What should we do now, Harry? Will Professor Watson come to save us? Neville also pulled out his wand in a panic, but the thin stick in his hand couldn't give him much sense of security. He felt helpless and scared. He wished that someone would come and rescue them from this nightmare. I don't know, Neville. Harry's eyes pierced through the foggy track, and vaguely saw Professor Watson standing on the bank of the river. I think Professor Watson definitely won't sit idly by and watch his monster kill people in front of him, but he probably won't make a move until we suffer a bit. Harry had to say that he had a clear understanding of Brian, and his teaching philosophy of defense against the dark arts. It was to restore the real dangerous situation as much as possible, and force the young wizards to improve themselves on the line of life and death. Anyway, it was very difficult to fight against such a flexible monster in the water. Harry used the freezing curse again. It was Hermione who taught him this spell. Last year, Hermione used this spell to deal with the Cornish pixies that Gilderoy Lockhart released in the classroom. Harry remembered how Hermione had saved them from the chaos, and wished that she was here with them. He missed her intelligence and courage. Harry and Neville helped each other climb onto the ice, facing the smoky monster who was plotting how to tear them apart. Both of them were wondering what kind of spells they were good at that could deal with it. They knew that they had to act fast, or they would be doomed. Expelliarmus! Harry shouted, hoping to disarm the Hinkipunk and make it drop its claws. This dark creature put them under too much pressure. Harry, who didn't know how to lure the enemy and feint, directly threw out the strongest attack spell he had. He was desperate and reckless. The dazzling red light illuminated the gloomy room. It looked very powerful, but as expected, it missed its target. The Hinkipunk was too quick and agile, and it dodged the spell with ease. The spell hit the water, and the water splashed with a bang. They were soaked again and felt cold and miserable. Petrificus totalis! Neville yelled, hoping to petrify the Hinkipunk and make it stop moving. The petrification curse was probably the only attack spell that Neville could use. And the person who taught him this spell was also Hermione. As for the process of learning this spell, there was nothing faster than personal experience. To be honest, for the young wizards, compared to the Inferi, this Hinkipunk that was tainted by the dark was much harder to deal with. The Inferi, which were scarce in number, brought people a sense of threat mainly because they were corpses. They looked horrifying and disgusting, and they made people shudder. If you could get rid of the fear of them, the Inferi were actually just a monster with great strength but very slow movements. A first-year wizard could use the fire spell they had mastered to deal with them. And besides biting, the Inferi had no special attack methods. They were simple and predictable. But this Hinkipunk was not the same. It had a certain intelligence, and its agility in dodging movements far exceeded the limit of the wizards. It could disappear and reappear in an instant, and it could attack from any direction. Harry and Neville, who didn't know how to cooperate, their spells couldn't hit it at all. Bang! Another empty spell stirred up the water. Neville, who had been following the ghostly Hinkipunk with his eyes, slipped under his feet and fell on his butt on the wet and slippery ice. He cried out in pain. Harry, who was panting, saw this, and quickly bent down to help Neville. He reached out his hand, and tried to pull Neville up. But this was undoubtedly a very wrong decision. The Hinkipunk, who had been waiting for an opportunity, stomped on the water with a single leg, like an arrow off the string. And it appeared behind Harry again, opening its ferocious mouth and aiming at Harry's neck. Watch out, Harry! Neville, who had exhausted his physical and magical strength, screamed loudly and suddenly pulled Harry to the side. Before he could retract his hand, the monster's claws scratched his arm. The drops of blood splashed in the air, and the intense pain made Neville's round face twist. Brian, who was far away on the bank, frowned. He saw the whole scene, and he was not impressed. He glanced at Malfoy and Pansy, who had rushed too fast and fallen into another river. Then he looked at Potter and Longbottom, who had been tortured to exhaustion. He sighed helplessly, and the next second, he lifted his right foot in the air, ready to bring these people back. But just then, Neville, who had injured his arm, roared. And under Brian's surprised eyes, he suddenly hugged the Hinkipunk's sturdy leg and flipped it over. Quick, Harry! Neville turned over and pressed on the Hinkipunk's back, using all his strength to press the monster's hideous head against the ice, not letting it move. He had seized the opportunity, and created a chance for Harry. His arm wound was still bleeding, but he ignored it. Even though the curls of black smoke made him dizzy, he did not let go. He endured the discomfort, and held on to his grip as he shouted anxiously at Harry. Harry, while it's still stunned, use your strongest spell to finish it off. Harry was stunned by Neville's sudden burst of courage, but he quickly realized that this was a rare opportunity. To make sure that his spell didn't miss, he rolled and crawled. He moved closer to the target, and reduced the distance. And like he did in his first year against the troll, Harry shoved his wand into the Hinky-Punk's narrow nostril. Roar! The Hinky-Punk screamed in pain, and its violent struggle threw Neville off its back. But Harry, who was about to deliver the final blow, didn't waste this chance. He followed Neville's advice, and he was ready to end this fight. In an instant, many spells flashed through his mind. And then Professor Watson's instruction jumped into his brain. He took a deep breath, and Harry shouted. Incendio! There was no word to describe the brilliance of that moment. The violent explosion was swallowed by a black hole that suddenly appeared. But the roar and shock wave that followed knocked Harry out. You too! Brian appeared behind Harry in an instant and lifted him up. He looked at Harry's face blackened by the explosion, and Neville, who was floating on the water with his eyes rolled back. Brian shook his head and muttered with a frown. You just can't resist a fist fight, can you? 0204 Aftermath. Crack! A silver snake of lightning slashed through the sky, tearing apart the darkness that enveloped the world. The wind howled like a wild beast and the waves roared like thunder, slamming against the cliff with enormous and furious force. The earth shook, and even the Hogwarts castle, standing on the high cliff, trembled slightly. The windows rattled, the portraits swayed, and the candles flickered. At the edge of the forbidden forest, Hagrid hugged his little red umbrella in his arms and rushed into the dark woods. He had to help the creatures that lived there, from the centaurs to the unicorns to Aragog's clan. The terrible weather might endanger them all. He hoped that none of them had been struck by lightning or crushed by falling trees. Oh, this is dreadful, I haven't seen such a storm in years. In the castle hall, Professor Sprout held her ragged hat tightly and ran into the thunderstorm. She had to protect her greenhouse from the wind and the waves. Her precious plants could not withstand such a violent attack. She knew that some of them were very sensitive to temperature and humidity, and could not survive the harsh conditions outside. The world was gloomy and stormy, but Hogwarts Castle was still standing. Thanks to Professor Watson's excellent performance, the hospital wing was once again full of patients. I don't remember when I offended you, Brian. Madame Pomfrey snapped as she smeared some white paste on Ron's back. She then hurried to the girls' area, separated by curtains. On the way, she saw Brian wandering around, his smile betraying his guilt. She glared at him and said, Don't be too serious, madam. Brian scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly. He wanted to explain his actions, but Madame Pomfrey had no time to chat. She lifted the curtain and went straight into the girls' area. Oliver Wood, who got the news, stood in front of Harry's bed. Harry had woken up, but his face was wrapped in white gauze. Wood looked at him with despair and pleaded with Brian. Is there any possibility, Professor? Wood turned his face and asked, since Malfoy can use his arm as an excuse, Professor, is there any possibility that the Gryffindor team can also change the time of the match? Woo! Harry couldn't speak because of the gauze, and could only nod desperately. Oh, sorry, Mr. Wood. Brian pursed his lips and said regretfully, you have to ask Professor McGonagall, I don't have the final say. He was not in charge of the Quidditch schedule, and he did not want to interfere with the other professors' decisions. Looking at the innocent-faced Professor Watson, to be honest, for a moment, Harry, who was tearful, even thought that Professor Watson was deliberately making trouble before the Quidditch match. Tuk tuk tuk. Tell me, Brian. The crisp and urgent footsteps overwhelmed the young wizards who were blocked outside the hospital wing. They had no classes in the afternoon and couldn't go out to have fun because of the heavy rain, so they came to the hospital wing to watch the fun. The students in the crowd automatically separated, and Professor McGonagall walked in quickly. When she identified who the whitehead was, her lips thinned into a tight line and her eyes flashed with anger as she glared at Brian with a piercing gaze. How much did Severus give you, to make you harm Gryffindor's seeker? Cough cough. How did you know about our private deal, Professor McGonagall? Brian thought to himself, but he did not dare to say it out loud. He knew that Professor McGonagall was very protective of her students, especially Harry. Don't worry, Professor, Brian explained, his smile fading. Most of the young wizards just suffered some minor injuries, they just need to apply some aloe vera gel and take a hot water bath, and they will be able to bounce around. It's just that Mr. Longbottom's injury is a bit more serious. He pointed to Neville, who was lying on a bed next to Harry, with his arm bandaged. Longbottom. Professor McGonagall immediately looked for him in the crowd, and then gasped when she saw the faint blood stain on the white gauze on Neville's arm. Neville had taken sleeping pills and fallen asleep. She came to Neville's side in panic and asked, What happened to this child, Brian? Don't tell me he fought with that monster you brought again. That's the truth, Brian said with a wry smile. Mr. Longbottom always seems to think that fists are better than wands when he encounters a crisis. Professor McGonagall's anger and worry subsided after inspecting the situation for a while. As Brian had said, most of the Slytherin and Gryffindor students only drank some cold swamp water. So to avoid catching a cold, Madame Pomfret had given them a few sips of her special tonic potions that warmed their bodies and cleared their throats, and sent them back to their dormitories. The hospital wing didn't have enough beds to accommodate them all, so only those who were hit by water arrows, or injured like Neville who had tangled with the hinky punk, stayed there to rest. Well, since that's the case, Professor McGonagall's breathing slowed down and she looked at Wood and Harry with a stern but sympathetic expression. Although I can agree to postpone your match with Hufflepuff, I think Gryffindor students should be brave, Wood. I still hope you can do your best in tomorrow's match. She knew that the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff was very important for the House Cup, but she did not want to see her students lose their spirit. At Hogwarts, the great Albus Dumbledore's appearance was an indicator of whether something was serious or not. Since Brian hadn't caused a big mess, and there were still a lot of things to deal with, Professor McGonagall left with a sullen face. Brian told her that, in the race Gryffindor had defeated Slytherin in the final round, and won the victory in his practical class, and got a reward of 30 points which didn't make Professor McGonagall feel much better. Then, please rest well here. Brian rubbed his stomach that had already protested. He hadn't eaten lunch to accommodate these young wizards. He smiled and continued. Professor Lupin is not feeling well. I have to go back to the office to take care of him. He smiled happily, ignoring the angry but dare not speak glare of the young wizards who blamed him for their misfortune. Suddenly, he saw a head sticking out from behind the curtain of the girls' ward. It looked hesitantly at his side. Brian raised his eyebrows and turned his head. He saw Harry, who knew nothing, and Ron, who had already noticed but pretended to be stupid. Still quarreling. He walked to Ron's bed and said gently, after thinking for a while. Oh, you know, Professor. Ron's tone was calmer than before, but he was still full of resentment when he mentioned it. It was clearly that her cat killed Scabbers, but she never came to apologize. Ron's rat had died in a strange way. Brian didn't think it was the smart big ginger cat that had killed Scabbers. On the night of the Halloween dinner, Brian had sensed that Crookshanks had appeared in the Shrieking Shack for a while. Considering the distance between Hogwarts and the Shrieking Shack and the time of the dinner, it shouldn't have had enough time to commit the crime. But Brian didn't bother to clear the cat's innocence. He smiled slightly and said, after listening to Ron's grumbling complaint. Ron, life is a one-way road. You can't go back and undo what you said or did. I've seen many people suffer from regret and pain for a long time because of their impulsive actions. I don't want you three to make the same mistakes. He saw Ron blink and seemed to realize something. Brian pursed his lips and walked out of the hospital wing leisurely. 0205 Chill. The opening match of the annual Quidditch competition was about to begin, but the weather was still dreadful. Dark, layered clouds flashed with frightening lightning from time to time, and the rain poured down like a waterfall, soaking the ground and creating puddles. However, the wind was much weaker than yesterday, which was a relief. If it was as strong as before, even Hagrid, the half-giant gamekeeper, riding a flying broom would be blown into the Black Lake. Despite the storm, the young wizards from the four houses, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, gathered together in groups of 2s and 3s, holding umbrellas and rushing to the stadium against the wind. They wanted to grab a good position to watch the game between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Their heated discussions about the players, the tactics, and the odds almost drowned out the howling wind and rain. Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor team, was anxious all night. He got up early and went to the hospital wing to check on Harry, who had an accident in the defense against the dark arts class yesterday. He also brought him some porridge and sausage for breakfast, but he couldn't eat a bite himself. He was too nervous about the game, which could determine the fate of the Quidditch Cup. When Wood walked into the hospital wing, he was relieved to see Harry, who was already wearing a bright red uniform and moving his limbs. I was thinking last night, Wood handed Harry the breakfast and said, if you can't play today, I'll rush into Professor Watson's office and hex him. Harry had finally defeated Slytherin yesterday, and he was in a good mood. He smiled and said, Wood, don't be silly. Even if you drag us all up, Professor Watson will alone beat us. I wonder if he will go to watch our game. I hope he doesn't. Wood said sullenly. I've found out that no good things will happen wherever he appears. In fact, Brian had no intention of watching the game. He had been in the wizarding world for so long, but he didn't have much interest in this sport that was popular throughout the wizarding world. It was not because he was not good at flying brooms. In fact, Brian, who had been traveling around for years, could fly a broom faster than anyone else in his team. During the mission, if the journey was far, he would usually use flying brooms and apparition alternately on the road. Squeak! Brian pushed open the door of his office and stopped at the door. He glanced at the wall where the crowds were gathering outside the castle, and after finding nothing unusual, he walked slowly to the camp bed in the room. He looked at Remus, who was lying on the bed, pale and sickly. He curled his lips and put the plate with sausage and bread on the floor under the edge of the bed and said, Here, have breakfast. Brian looking at the mischievous Brian, Remus smiled weakly. I ate on the ground yesterday because I was a werewolf then, but that doesn't mean I like to do that. Oh. Brian scratched his head pretending to realize. Sorry, I forgot about that. I believe you. Remus struggled to sit up and trembled his drooping eyelids. He knew that Brian was Snape's proud student, and he must know some of the past grudges between them. That's why he was not surprised that Brian liked to tease him from time to time. After making a light-hearted joke, Brian looked at Remus with sympathy. Remus was as frail as a candle in the wind, a victim of a cruel fate that turned him into a werewolf against his will. In the previous chat, Brian learned that over the years, every full moon night, in order not to hurt others, Remus would find a deserted wilderness, set up spells to prevent accidental intrusion and limit his own actions, and secretly transform into a werewolf. But in that situation, Remus, who lost his reason and could not suppress his attack desire, had to bite himself. He lacked galleons to buy healing potions, and his injuries recovered very slowly. When he finally healed, he would welcome another full moon. After entering Hogwarts again, Remus finally got to drink the Wolfsbane potion, which was hailed as the werewolf's gospel. But to be honest, this potion was not a good thing either. Brian was not a master of potions, but he had a good grasp of the basics. He had more talent and interest in curses, which he studied avidly. He had once researched the Wolfsbane potion, which was a rare and ingenious invention by the few remaining potion masters in the magical world. The potion worked on werewolves by fighting poison with poison, using another kind of opposing poison to suppress the wolfsbane that was raging in the werewolf's body due to the special magic tide caused by the full moon. The potion reduced the werewolf's aggression and allowed them to retain some of their human mind. The potion did not cure lycanthropy, but rather eased the condition's psychological symptoms, allowing one to hold on to their mental faculties after transformation and thus retain their human consciousness whilst in animalistic physical form. However, the potion also had a serious drawback. Wolfsbane was a kind of magical virus, which was entangled with the individual's magic. The Wolfsbane potion would not only poison the carrier's physical health, but also consume the carrier's magic. Drinking the Wolfsbane potion, the werewolf would fall into weakness after the full moon period. In other words, drinking too much of this potion would shorten one's life. Speaking of which, Lupin said, after eating breakfast. He supported his sick body to the window, but he didn't dare to open it. He was afraid of the wind and rain. He listened carefully through a piece of blurred glass. The Quidditch stadium was full of ups and downs of calls, which stirred his buried memory. Unconsciously, he thought of his old friend who was praised as a Quidditch genius. He recalled the carefree happy times in school, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even Professor Dumbledore came out of his office to watch the game. Why don't you? I'm only interested in things that can improve my strength. Brian replied calmly. He was sitting at his desk, working on the theoretical research of the curses. He had a pile of books and scrolls on his desk, and his quill was scribbling furiously on a piece of parchment. He looked like he was completely absorbed in his work, and nothing else mattered to him. You're too harsh on yourself, Brian. Lupin leaned against the cold glass, facing the frowning Brian who was immersed in the world of knowledge and not moved by external things. He felt a bit of admiration for him. Brian had that level of strength at his early 20s that even Dumbledore praised. Talent alone could not explain everything. The dry wood in the scorching fireplace made a crackling explosion. The flames cast a warm glow on the room, but they could not dispel the chill that lingered in the air. Lupin was a little afraid of the cold. He slowly moved to the windowsill in front of the fireplace. He listened to the rising and falling calls outside the window. He looked at the front page of the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. The impassioned Minister of Magic was telling everyone how amazing achievements they had made in capturing Black. The headline read, "Black cornered at last." And there was a large photo of a group of Aurors surrounding a dark figure in a hooded cloak. Lupin's face sank as he thought of Sirius Black, who had entered Hogwarts in a mysterious way not long ago. He turned his back to Brian and faced the window, looking in an unknown direction. He clenched his fists and bit his lip, trying to suppress the turmoil in his heart. How did Black get into Hogwarts? Everyone in Hogwarts, including Albus Dumbledore and Brian Watson, who was immersed in magical research behind him, were guessing about this. They wondered if Black had used some secret passage, or some dark artifact to bypass the security measures of the castle. Lupin pretended to be as puzzled as everyone else, but deep in his heart he had a vague guess. He knew that the guess was close to the truth, but he couldn't face the answer, nor had the courage to say it. The answer meant that he had betrayed Albus's trust. It may not be the case, Lupin murmured in a voice that only he could hear. His face was as bad as the weather outside. Maybe he learned a few tricks from Voldemort. Perhaps he was too weak after the transformation. The cold air from the window crack made Lupin shiver. He backed away a few steps and walked to the hearth. He put his cold hands near the fireplace, but it seemed to be of no use. The bone-eating cold still penetrated everywhere, making Lupin vaguely feel a sense of despair. He wrapped his cloak around him, but it felt like a thin sheet of paper. A trace of white frost spread from the window crack like the stimulated devil's web tentacles. The dark magic raged in the room. Lupin could feel it pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. At some point, Brian, who was deeply engrossed in his desk, had raised his head. He glanced at Lupin, who was leaning on the fireplace with a pale face and shaking. His light purple eyes showed anger. You dare to come here? Are you tired of living? 0206 What is that? Harry had never played Quidditch in such dangerous weather before. The sky was a dark grey, and the air was heavy with mist. The gale hurled icy droplets that stung his cheeks like tiny bullets. The dark sky was occasionally lit up by terrifying blasts of lightning, and nothing seemed to exist between sky and earth except wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Harry felt like a small boat struggling in the boiling sea under the typhoon, ready to capsize at any moment. He could barely see the other players or the hoops, and he had to rely on his instincts and reflexes to avoid collisions and injuries. Tightening his grip on the frozen handle of his broom, he quickly pulled it up to dodge the incoming bludger that was aiming for his head. He heard a loud clang as the iron ball hit the tail of his broom, sending a jolt of pain through his spine. Sorry, Harry. The Weasley twins' apology reached his ears through the raging wind, but he had no time to reply. He was too busy trying to keep his balance and his eyes open. He squinted through the rain and saw a flash of yellow. Cedric Diggory, the captain of Hufflepuff, broke through the rain curtain and whistled past him. He was flying on a sleek and shiny broom that looked much faster and smoother than Harry's. It's not easy, is it? Cedric flashed a friendly smile at Harry as he flew past him and headed to the back. He seemed to enjoy the challenge of the weather, and his face was glowing with excitement and determination. If we both can't catch the snitch, this game might last until midnight. He called out over his shoulder, his voice barely audible over the thunder. If Wood agrees with you. Harry shouted back, but Cedric had already flown far away, and didn't hear him clearly. However, the poor visibility in the howling storm made the game very unwatchable. The dim sky dyed the robes of the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff players grey, and most of the students crowded on the stands couldn't tell which house the players in the sky belonged to, but that didn't stop them from cheering and shouting. That was the charm of Quidditch. Influenced by this cheerful atmosphere, Dumbledore, who rarely went out, was always smiling in the center of the stands. He didn't mind getting wet with the students, and gave more space under the umbrellas to Professor McGonagall, who kept making nervous calls. Harry. Suddenly, Wood, who was guarding the Gryffindor goal, caught everyone's attention. He had spotted something that no one else had seen. At his reminder, everyone looked up and saw a faint golden flash in the middle of Harry and Cedric. The enthusiastic atmosphere reached its peak, and the sudden burst of shouts shifted the slanting rain. In the next few moments, a lot of things happened. Neville, who only had one hand to balance, was knocked off his wand by Hermione, who suddenly stood up. She jumped up from her seat, and screamed Harry's name, but in doing so, she accidentally hit Neville's wand, which flew out of his hand and landed on the ground. Neville, who was already nervous and clumsy, lost his balance and fell off the bench, landing on top of a group of Hufflepuff students, who were not very pleased. Professor McGonagall, whose heart jumped to her throat, grabbed Dumbledore's right hand in a panic. She clutched his hand tightly, as if to convey her fear and urgency. At the top of the stands, a black dog curled up behind a wooden pillar under the roof suddenly stood up. It seemed to want to escape, but the fear that was almost bound to its soul made its limbs tremble. It accidentally fell from the high platform into the muddy ground. He wanted to run away, but he was paralyzed by fear. He lost his balance and fell, and he felt a sharp pain in his ribs. The pain from his internal organs made him slightly get rid of the stiffness. He didn't hesitate to step forward and try to escape, but before that, he saw a small black shadow floating not far from him. Silence fell over the world, and a mass of dark ink spewed from the big iron gate at the school gate at an astonishing speed, staining the world with rainwater. The bone-chilling cold crept silently. Time seemed to stop, and in the blink of an eye, the happy expressions on the faces of the students froze, and they watched Harry's body fall weakly from the air. Ron and Hermione's eyes showed despair. Dumbledore's deep blue pupils showed icy anger. He weighed the priorities of driving away the Dementors and saving Harry in his mind, and made a decision in an instant. He shook his right hand, trying to pop out the wand in his sleeve, but when he did, he found that his arm was firmly pinched by Professor McGonagall and couldn't move. She was still holding his hand, and she was too scared and shocked to let go. A trace of helplessness flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. In the nick of time, he stretched out his left hand and pointed his slender index finger at Harry. He muttered a word under his breath, and Harry quickly slowed down his falling speed. And when he was about to take back his right hand and drive away the Dementors that were trying to get close to Harry, a surge of magma-like magic made Dumbledore's body pause, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! The roar of Brian blowing open the windows of his office was the only sound in this silent world. The sudden burst of magic made the rain curtain sway, and a white light like a wave exploded from the office door and window, and rolled over after expanding. The countless raindrops that solidified in the air were instantly cleared, and the world was clear. The mist and the darkness were dispelled, and the Quidditch pitch was revealed in all its glory. Gazing at the dozens of Dementors hovering in the air, Brian's expression was calm, but his eyes were like electrifying. He was not afraid of these foul creatures, and he was not intimidated by their numbers. He lifted his robe, stepped out of the blasted window, and turned into a shadow, crossing a mile in an instant, and standing on the tall hoop of the Quidditch pitch. Rumble crack. A blue-purple lightning tore through the sky and struck the muddy ground. In the dark world, the dazzling thunder light illuminated Brian's stern-side face. This scene would be unforgettable for all the teachers and students present. What is Professor Watson trying to do? The Hufflepuff players, who were still floating in the air with a bewildered look, asked each other. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor players, the Weasley twins, had rushed to the ground to check on Harry. In the distance, Hermione and Ron, who were running to the pitch, also stopped their steps. They looked up at Professor Watson, who stood above, like a god of thunder. They were shocked and confused, and they couldn't suppress the questions in their hearts. Send them back to where they belong, Brian. On the stands, Dumbledore, who was also angry, said in a loud voice amplified by magic. Brian nodded slightly, he raised his head, and looked coldly at the dozens of Dementors who were like shadows of Grim Reapers and reluctant to leave. He raised his wand and exploded at the tip, as if opening a dam, a silver torrent of water rushed out like a raging river, and in a moment, in the dim world, a bright moon rose slowly. Plop! What is that? Looking at the huge silver body that filled the sky, like a winding mountain range, surrounding the entire Quidditch pitch, Fred's hand went limp, and he threw his broom into the mud and muttered to himself. What the hell is that? He was stunned, speechless, and scared. Plop! Hermione's weak legs could no longer support her body, she knelt in the mud, her body trembling with fear. Ron beside her wanted to give her some help, but his trembling legs made him unable to bend down. Whoosh! The giant snake flapped its white wings, sprinkling billions of silver silk mist on the ground, freeing the students from the influence of the Dementors, but it didn't make the atmosphere cheerful again. After Brian's patroness appeared, the Quidditch pitch fell into a more complete depression. Every student who looked at the towering figure felt that they couldn't look directly at it, and the pressure from the soul made everyone on the verge of collapse. How Snape whispered in a raspy voice from the stands, staring at the creature in disbelief, did it get so big? Have you seen Brian's patroness, Severus? Dumbledore, who also felt a slight pressure, withdrew his solemn gaze and asked solemnly. Snape's lips moved, and under Dumbledore's pressure, he hesitated and said, I gave him some guidance when he was learning the patroness charm, but at that time, this creature looked normal. What on earth is this, Albus? Professor McGonagall gasped, clutching her chest in shock. Patroness, is that a patroness? It's a snake? The feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, Professor, a rare magical beast that went extinct ages ago, from the time of the ancient wizards. Hagrid exclaimed, his voice trembling as he explained to everyone. And above the hoop, Brian, who had conjured such a remarkable patroness, also frowned. 0207 Weird things. The feathered serpent. Professor McGonagall gasped as if someone had choked her throat with a cold hand. She said breathlessly, a rare magical creature as a patroness, Albus. I have never seen another besides yours. Her eyes were wide with astonishment and awe, as she stared at the enormous thing that filled the sky above them. It is indeed very rare, Dumbledore replied, gazing at the sky-covering white-winged snake with a frown of curiosity and concern. But not unique. In fact, what surprises me is that this patroness's size has never been recorded. I am amazed that the wizard's patroness can have such a huge size. He stroked his long beard, as if trying to recall some ancient lore or legend. Could it be related to our own magic, Albus? Professor Flitwick squeaked out his opinion, his eyes wide with excitement and wonder. He was always fascinated by the mysteries of spells and charms, and this was a sight he had never witnessed before. Maybe, the wizard has a special affinity with this creature, or a powerful bond with his wand. I'm afraid not, Dumbledore said solemnly, shaking his head. We all know that the patroness charm is the only spell that wizards can master to counter the Dementors, the indestructible evil creatures. Its power comes from the most positive emotions in our hearts. In other words, this spell's power comes from our souls. He looked at the young wizard who had cast the spell, standing above the high hoops, surrounded by a silvery glow, and muttered softly, so, the question is, what kind of soul does he have? So Brian has a particularly strong soul power? Flitwick asked eagerly, leaning forward in his seat. When it came to the field of spells, he was always passionate and eager to learn more. But this time, Dumbledore did not give his answer. From his serious expression, he seemed to disagree with this view. As Dumbledore and several heads discussed this unique patroness, Brian above the pitch was also plunged into an unprecedented shock. Yes, that's right. He did intend to summon his own patroness to drive away the out-of-control Dementors. He had practiced the spell many times, and he knew that his patroness took the form of a snake, a common and simple animal. But the behemoth in front of him was nothing like he expected. It was a creature of legend, a mythical beast that he had only read about in books. Everyone on the Quidditch pitch was puzzled, but not only the wizards. The dim-witted Dementors that floated in the air, shaped like the Grim Reaper, were also filled with confusion. They hovered in front of the huge snake head of the patroness that came out of the myths, not understanding why they were not afraid of this seemingly very powerful patroness. Even more strangely, they felt a little bit of affection. At this moment, the winged snake, which was almost as high as the main building of Hogwarts, flapped its white wings on its own. Under Brian's condensed gaze, one of the silver-white wings suddenly stained with a touch of black, like a drop of ink dripping into clear water. In just a few breaths, the wing was completely blackened. Thus, the patroness of the giant python-like creature carried two wings, one black and one white. It was a very strange sight. With that black wing as the center, an invisible wave swept away in an instant. The Dementors that were swept by the energy appeared on the left and right of the black wing, like bees attracted by the fragrance of flowers. Those Dementors! In the crowd of the young wizards, someone muttered in a trance. They could not believe what they were seeing. They had never seen a patroness like this, nor a Dementor behave like this. Can Professor Watson control them? Another voice asked, sounding fearful. The crowd became restless. Many people exchanged uneasy glances, feeling terrified by this terrible guess. Control the Dementors? If the Wizarding World's residents voted for the most terrifying creature, then undoubtedly, the ruthless guards of Azkaban, who could drain the wizards' happy memories and magic, turning the wizards into soulless beasts, the Dementors would win by a landslide. Just like Parselmouth, the power to control this kind of terrifying creature was probably not something that a decent wizard could have. The whispers of the young wizards reached the ears of the teachers in the center of the stands, making their faces look ugly. What do you think, Albus? Professor McGonagall asked seriously, her voice trembling slightly. I don't see any problem, Minerva. Before Dumbledore could speak, Snape rudely interrupted the question. He said harshly, Brian has a talent for spell modification that is beyond the reach of ordinary wizards. Maybe, he just made some changes to the patroness charm. A reasonable guess, Severus. Dumbledore concealed the astonishment on his old face, regained his calm. His sharp eyes pointed at Brian standing above the Quidditch hoops. After thinking for a while, he quickly walked down the platform, and came to the pitch below. He decided to talk to Brian personally and find out the truth behind this mystery. Boom! The ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. In the incredulous eyes of the young wizards, the cracked ground suddenly grew a huge stone pillar, as if it had been summoned from the depths of the earth. This pillar supported Dumbledore as he rose to the air and came to Brian's side. Dumbledore had thought that everything was under Brian's control, but when he saw Brian's solemn expression and his grey hair flying in the wind, he knew that his guess was wrong. Has this happened before, Brian? He asked softly, looking into Brian's eyes. Huge things always gave people an extraordinary sense of shock. Compared to being on the ground, observing this sky-covering patroness up close, even a wizard like Albus Dumbledore could not help but sway. He took back his gaze from the winged snake and focused on Brian. No, Headmaster Dumbledore, Brian shook his head. I have mastered the patroness charm for a few years. I used it to deal with the vampire bats in Papua New Guinea before. There was nothing unusual then. It was the size of the normal patroness that wizards knew well. This is the first time I used it to deal with the Dementors. What do you think of this? For this unprecedented magical phenomenon, Dumbledore did not dare to make a conclusion easily. His deep blue eyes fell on the winged snake's black wing again. As a magus, he had a unique perspective beyond anyone else. He could sense the connection between Brian and his patroness, and the influence they had on each other. He suppressed the bad thoughts in his heart and still whispered, It's hard to say, Brian. What I'm concerned about is, can you still control your patroness now? Brian squinted his eyes and concentrated for a while. He confirmed that he had no problem controlling his patroness. Then, he nodded slowly. It's the same as before. Hearing that the winged snake had not lost control, Dumbledore's face looked a little more relaxed. He breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled faintly. If Brian really lost control of his patroness, letting this big monster rampage in Hogwarts, to be honest, Dumbledore really couldn't find anything in the air that could control it. He doubted that even his own Phoenix patroness could match the winged snake in size and strength without disturbing the environment. He feared that the out-of-control winged snake would cause a lot of damage and chaos, and that it would endanger the lives of the students and teachers. In that case, Dumbledore glanced at the increasingly restless young wizards. The anger caused by the Dementors was unconsciously replaced by the worry for Brian. After a sigh, he said, Then let it disappear first, Brian. I'm afraid it will scare the children. Let's do that for now, Brian agreed. He flicked his wand, and uttered a word. Although his patroness couldn't appear in solid form like Gryffindors in reality, but once such a huge creature moved, it would immediately give people a sense of fear that the world would collapse. Many young wizards screamed and ran away, as the winged snake began to shrink. Some timid ones even collapsed on the ground and couldn't move, as if they had been petrified. The mountain-like snake body quickly shrank, until it was only a small silver thread. After a dazzling brilliance, the terrifying winged snake finally disappeared, leaving behind a trail of silver sparks. And Brian's hand also had a black, icy glass bottle, containing the dark and twisted forms of the Dementors. Every Dementor is registered in the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore said a bit helplessly, seeing this scene. They won't let this kind of creature fall into private hands, Brian. Then let the Minister of Magic come to me personally to get it, Dumbledore. Brian said coldly, his mood sour. 0208 Hostility. No one could have imagined that the Quidditch preliminaries they had been eagerly anticipating for half a year would end in such a shocking and unexpected way. Hufflepuff won the victory, but there was not much joy or celebration on their faces. Gryffindor lost their first match, but they had no energy or spirit to be sad or disappointed. Even Slytherin forgot to mock and ridicule the Gryffindor team that suffered a humiliating defeat. The young wizards of the four houses mostly gathered in their own common rooms, discussing the astonishing scene that appeared on the playground with curiosity and fear. The young wizards learned from the senior students who were about to graduate that the magic Professor Watson performed was called Patronus Charm, which was a very profound and advanced white magic, specially used to deal with the terrifying Dementors that could suck out one's happiness and soul. Deal with. In the cozy and earthy Hufflepuff common room, Justin Finch-Fletchley chattered to the students around him, his voice full of disbelief. I thought that Monster Snake was the master of the Dementors. Don't say that, Justin. Hannah said with a reproachful and gentle tone, we can't make the same mistake, can we? Last year, in the dueling class of that charlatan Lockhart, Potter used his Parseltongue to stop the snake that Malfoy conjured from attacking you. Today's situation is similar to that. The professors have already said that Professor Watson just used a modified Patronus Charm to deal with the Dementors, but the spell was not tested in battle, so it looked a bit weird and different. I feel like this is just a way of fobbing us off, Hannah. Justin said stubbornly, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. But at least Ernie shrugged his shoulders to express his opinion, at least after Professor Watson conjured the Patronus, I didn't feel cold and hopeless anymore. After this, I would rather die than go to Azkaban, the prison guarded by those horrible creatures. There were many similar discussions in the other houses. Profound white magic, do you believe this kind of nonsense? In my opinion, that is a very profound and powerful dark magic. In the greenlit and gloomy basement of Slytherin, Draco said excitedly, his face glowing with admiration, I knew he had this ability, I dare say, even the Dark Lord may not be able to do this. At present, in the Slytherin house, there were many young wizards whose parents were loyal followers of Voldemort. Among these young wizards, most of them still believed that the Dark Lord was the savior who could bring unprecedented glory and supremacy to the pureblood families. Therefore, Draco's evaluation did not get the flattery and agreement he expected, even his two loyal cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, seemed hesitant and doubtful to speak. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey sent away the Gryffindor team captain who came to visit Harry, and was cleaning the mud and blood on the floor with a displeased and annoyed face. After a period of reflection and Professor Watson's explanation, Hermione and Ron finally stood together again, although the matter of Scabbers, Ron's pet rat, was still an unresolved knot in their hearts, but they tacitly ignored this matter for now. You can't imagine how big that thing is, Harry. Ron opened his arms and tried his best to gesture to Harry, he looked fascinated and awestruck, and said with an awe-inspiring and breathless tone. That big snake is as tall as the Gryffindor Tower, with a pair of wings on its back. They were silver-white at first, but later one of them turned black for some reason, and those Dementors. They flew around the black wing like affectionately. Ron seemed to want to find a metaphor to describe the appearance of the Dementors around the wing, but he racked his brains and couldn't find any appropriate adjective. In the end, he could only throw out the word affectionate, which sounded very absurd and ridiculous. This is not normal, is it? Unlike the excited and amazed Ron, Hermione looked worried and concerned. Professor Watson's magic looks like the same as Professor Lupin's on the train to deal with the Dementor that came to search. They are both silvery creatures, and they can spray silver mist, but their effects are completely different and opposite. Maybe Professor Watson has a higher level of mastery and skill in this spell. Ron shrugged his shoulders and said with a matter-of-fact and casual tone. It's obvious, isn't it? Just look at the difference in the size of the things they conjured. Harry felt a rare flicker of happiness after today's encounter, seeing that Ron and Hermione had stopped quarreling and were able to talk normally again. He lay on his bed, wrapped in a thick blanket, and listened quietly to his friend's animated discussion about Professor Watson's Patronus. Those Dementors. Ron's vivid description gave Harry a rough idea of what a spectacular sight Professor Watson had created, but Harry had no interest in being amazed by it. He was still haunted by his failure in front of the Dementors, which had cost Gryffindor the crucial match, and by the faint voice he had heard in his head. What happened to those Dementors? Harry asked in a low voice, interrupting Ron's enthusiastic praise. They were all locked up. Professor Watson was furious. I've never seen him so angry before. Hermione said with a trembling voice. He probably felt that he had let everyone down. When he flew down from the hoops, Professor McGonagall asked him how he was going to handle the Dementors. He said he wouldn't do anything until Fudge came personally and explained why those Dementors had gone rogue. Harry pursed his lips and nodded, his mind once again filled with that pitiful voice. A fierce gust of wind broke into the room through the gap of the window sash, making the curtains flutter. Ron hurried over to close the window, shivering from the cold, and when he came back, Harry finally raised his head again and asked, "What about my broom? Did you guys manage to get it for me?" Ron's face fell, and Harry's heart sank with it. He asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Did it break?" "It's not that," Hermione said hesitantly, biting her lip, "it's just that, when you fell, it was blown away by the wind." Everyone was too scared by Professor Watson's patroness to notice, so, well. "You know the Whomping Willow is right on the edge of the pitch." Headmaster's office. Fawkes held his head high, and his ruby-like eyes reflected a swaying silver dragon. The portraits on the wall whispered among themselves, and their main topic of conversation was also the winged snake with black and white wings that roamed around the office, occasionally hissing softly. Dumbledore's expression was more serious than ever, his blue eyes were brighter than any previous moment, as if they were emitting light, and his aura also brought some pressure to Brian who stood beside him. "That's enough, Brian." After a while, Dumbledore sighed and said wearily. The whispers in the office seemed to die down after Dumbledore finished this sentence, even the portraits fell silent for a while, waiting for him to give them an answer. "Did you find anything, Headmaster?" Brian waved his hand to dismiss the patroness, and his expression was calm and composed. "Sit down and talk." Dumbledore returned to his desk and gestured for Brian to sit down. The eyes of the two different colors met in the office, but neither of them could read anything from the other's eyes, because both of them used occlumency. "Before we let our imagination run wild and make those fanciful guesses, Brian, I have to ask you a question first." Dumbledore put his hands on his chin and said gravely, "Is there anything you want to tell me? I mean, some of your experiences may help our speculations get closer to the truth." "Some experiences?" The prophecy of the ancient druid religion that had somehow involved him? The collapsed Avalon Island? The legendary Godric Gryffindor who had appeared in front of him across 1,000 years of time? Or the twin serpent staff that had been prophesied to be picked up by him, but somehow voluntarily slipped out of his control, and vanished with that mysterious woman named Cleodna? Brian sighed in his heart. Why is this world so hostile to the transmigrators? 0209 answers. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Brian's mind, but he still calmly met Dumbledore's gaze. He could see the deep blue eyes of the headmaster, piercing through his own as if trying to read his secrets. "I'd like to hear your opinion first, Headmaster Dumbledore," he said in a steady voice, hiding his inner turmoil. Dumbledore's old face showed a trace of helplessness. He knew that Brian must have hidden some very important information, but he had no way to force this young man to say what he didn't want to say, whether it was by reason or by force. "Let me start with my conclusion, Brian," Dumbledore said, breaking the silence that had fallen between them. Compared to the possible problems that Brian had, the bitterness of not being trusted was completely insignificant. Dumbledore shook his beard, his expression extremely solemn. This expression also made any person or thing in the office with a mind, aware of the seriousness of the matter. The silver instruments on the shelves stopped their whirring and clicking, the books on the desk closed their pages, the pensieve in the corner glowed faintly. "We all know that a patroness is a magical creature that reflects the mind, or it can also reflect the soul. So, the source of the mutation of your patroness is your soul, Brian. And my observation results also confirmed this guess." Dumbledore continued, his voice grave and low. "Your observation results?" Brian interrupted, his curiosity getting the better of him. Dumbledore's first half of the sentence did not exceed Brian's understanding, or rather, he had a guess in his heart. But the second half of the sentence made Brian's eyelids tremble slightly. He stared at the unfathomable greatest wizard of the present age in front of him, his tone faintly suspicious. "If you mean the observation under the magical perspective." "It's not the magic perspective, Brian," Dumbledore said calmly. "Yes, you heard me right. I can see through a person's soul. Oh, I used to be able to, but now this ability has degenerated a lot. Of course, this is not the core of the problem we are discussing. If you are interested, I can chat with you later about this knowledge," he continued, waving his hand dismissively. Without waiting for Brian to agree, Dumbledore directly said his conclusion based on his guess and observation. "I think your soul is not purely yours, Brian. I vaguely saw another kind of power in your soul." The room was silent. The portraits of the past headmasters all showed stunned expressions. They had witnessed many extraordinary events in their lives, but this was beyond their imagination. The phoenix on the golden branch also stopped its desire to cry and listened carefully. There is a power in my soul that does not belong to me. You mean? Brian said word by word, almost using all his strength to run the occlumency to maintain his calm expression. There is another person's soul hidden in my soul. He asked again. I'm not sure. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore shook his head, his silver-white beard swaying with it. I only felt a very vague feeling, like an illusion. But if this is not an illusion, then that thing does not belong to you. He said, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was not certain, but he had a strong intuition. And his intuition was rarely wrong. Dumbledore looked very hesitant. If, Brian, if that really is someone's soul, I have seen a similar situation before. He said, his voice dropping to a whisper. Where? Brian asked, his voice trembling slightly. He was careful with his words, and vaguely, he seemed to feel that the shadow that enveloped him was about to be lifted by a corner. When Dumbledore said those words, the portraits on the wall also unanimously gasped. These magic portraits with the memories of their original selves were all sharp-minded and outstanding wizards in their lives, and they also knew the most secrets of Dumbledore. Just one sentence was enough to make them think of many things. The air became solidified, as if even the candle light flickering on the candlestick on the corner of the desk was frozen. Dumbledore looked at Brian, who was quietly waiting for his answer, looked at this excellent young wizard who completely exceeded his expectations. In his heart, he was making a difficult decision. He was weighing the pros and cons, the risks and benefits, the truth and the lies. The long silence made Brian realize that Dumbledore's similar situation was not that simple. If it's really that difficult, Dumbledore, Brian said, sensing Dumbledore's hesitation. It's not an easy secret to say, Brian, Dumbledore smiled. But I think you are undoubtedly trustworthy. The previous hesitation was just a stubborn bad habit of an old man. It was indeed a strange habit, never forgetting to win people's hearts. Brian pursed his lips and thought. I think you must remember what happened in this school last semester. The Chamber of Secrets was opened again after 50 years and 2 innocent young wizards were attacked. Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling with a hint of sadness. Of course, I came back to Hogwarts because of that. Brian nodded. That's it, he said, his voice trailing off. He knew that Dumbledore had more to say. Dumbledore continued to smile. Before you came back, there was a rumor in the school that Harry was the heir of Salazar Slytherin. Do you know why, Brian? He asked, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. Parselmouth. Brian answered, his expression calm but his mind alert. He was not fooled by Dumbledore's seemingly harmless question. Dumbledore nodded. He was not surprised by Brian's answer. But we now know that the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago and last year was Tom Riddle, who is also known as Voldemort. He was also a Parselmouth. What do you think is the connection between them, Brian? He asked, his voice serious and low. I don't think they are related by blood. Brian narrowed his eyes. He now understood why Dumbledore was so hesitant before. The last person Tom killed before his downfall was Harry's mother. Then he tried to kill Harry, using the killing curse. But his curse only gave Harry a scar and did not take his life. Instead, he himself was destroyed by the curse that rebounded. Dumbledore's voice became gentle, like a whisper in a dream. Fawkes cried mournfully in the quiet room. The phoenix on the golden branch sensed the sorrow and the pain in Dumbledore's voice, the sorrow and the pain that he had carried for so long, the sorrow and the pain that he had shared with no one. Brian leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes. The atmosphere in the office was extremely tense, even the wind outside the castle seemed to stop. The portraits on the wall were silent, the books on the desk were still, the pensieve in the corner was dark. The only sound was the crackling of the fire in the fireplace, the only light was the flickering of the candle on the candlestick. The only movement was the breathing of the 2 wizards, the only emotion was the anticipation of the answers. So you mean only the candle being slowly consumed by the flame showed that time was still passing? Brian sighed deeply. He opened his eyes and looked at the old man who knew too much and said too little. You think Harry and I are the same, both turned into Horcruxes by someone, right, Headmaster Dumbledore? He asked, his voice calm but his eyes blazing. I don't want to lie to you, Brian. Dumbledore took off his glasses and rubbed his brow. He looked tired, and old. I think this is indeed a possibility, but, from your behavior, you seem to be unaware of everything. This is illogical. I am very certain that no one can secretly put a soul into a wizard like you unless your memory has been altered. He said, his voice questioning but his eyes certain. He was stating his conclusion, but also his confusion. For Dumbledore's guess, or rather, test, Brian had no answer. Since he was born into this world, he knew if his memory had any issues, but at least, now he realized one thing, that is why he could wield the twin serpent staff that even Gryffindor could not forcefully take. 0210 Their origin. Dumbledore had expected Brian to react with panic, anger, or dread when he voiced his guess, but he was taken aback by the young man's calm demeanor. Brian showed no signs of panic or fear, only a faint weariness that clouded his eyes. Dumbledore, who had lived for more than a century and seen countless secrets and lies, could not tell if Brian was hiding his true feelings behind a mask of occlumency. What had Brian gone through in his life, what secrets did he conceal in his heart, and how did he manage to keep such a composed facade? Dumbledore was curious and intrigued by these questions, and he hoped to find some answers in their conversation. Let's discuss them one by one, Headmaster Dumbledore. Brian rubbed his forehead, and spoke with a slight fatigue in his voice. Of course Dumbledore smiled warmly and said, "You have been back at Hogwarts for quite a while now, Brian, and I have learned a lot about your habits." He stood up and flicked his wand out of his sleeve, conjuring a cup of steaming green tea on the slender-legged desk in front of Brian, while he prepared a cup of honey water for himself. He knew that Brian liked green tea, especially after a long day of studying and practicing magic. "Please allow me to recommend you a very interesting and delicious food, Brian," he said cheerfully, as he walked towards the table where the sorting hat was placed. He picked up a jar from the table and turned around, holding it in his hands. "The owner of Honeyduck's candy shop, Ambrosius Flume, and I are acquaintances. He knows my hobby, so he often asks someone to bring me some new products from his shop for me to taste." As he said this, he opened the lid of the jar and rolled up his sleeve. He reached into the jar and began to grope for something, but his hand did not come out for a long time. He looked like he was catching bugs in a jar, and Brian could not help but chuckle at the sight. "Are you catching bugs, Headmaster Dumbledore?" he asked, amused. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. "Oh, there it is, these little guys are really more sensitive than you can imagine," Dumbledore said as he looked at Brian and winked, as if he had a secret to share. He finally pulled out his hand from the jar, holding a squirming and squeaking thing in his palm. He offered it to Brian, who recoiled in horror. "This candy is called Cockroach Cluster, and its inventor, Mr. Flume, is still hesitating whether to introduce it to the wizarding world," he explained, as if he was presenting a rare delicacy. "I think Mr. Flume should think carefully," Brian said, turning his face away in disgust. "By the way, I think he also needs to go to St. Mungo's to check his brain." Dumbledore chuckled and shrugged, as if he respected Brian's opinion, but did not share it. He brought the candy to his mouth and bit into it, making a loud crunching sound. He closed his eyes and savored the taste, as if he was enjoying a fine wine. Brian felt a shiver run down his spine, and he wondered how Dumbledore could eat such a disgusting thing. A few seconds later, Dumbledore's face stiffened, and he opened his eyes. "This little guy might have taken one of my teeth," he said, touching his mouth with his tongue. "And I think I swallowed it. Oh, this is a terrible loss." Brian rolled his eyes and thought, "Enough, old man, are you still playing around?" The atmosphere in the office was more lively than before, but it was also tense and awkward. Dumbledore and Brian leaned back on their chairs, each holding their own drinks, pretending to be casual and relaxed, looking like they were discussing tomorrow's weather. Brian took a sip of his bitter tea, feeling the heat and the sting in his throat and the warmth in his stomach. He sighed slightly, and decided to break the silence. "Your previous guess, Headmaster Dumbledore, I noticed that you described it as, vaguely sensing a power that does not belong to me. So, that is to say, you are not sure whether that thing is a piece of a wizard's soul, or a Horcrux?" he asked, looking at Dumbledore with a calm and steady gaze. Dumbledore met his eyes, and nodded slowly. He put down his cup of honey water, and looked up at the colorful patterns on the circular dome above them and spoke in a solemn and serious tone. "We all know what a Horcrux is, Brian," he continued. "A piece of soul that is protected by powerful and evil magic, and separated from the body. Every person's soul is like our magic, unique, unless that soul originally belongs to you, otherwise, they can only cling to each other and cannot merge." "You mean, what you observed was, that thing and my soul were blended together?" Brian asked, trying to understand what Dumbledore had seen in his mind. "I think so." Dumbledore nodded, gazing at Brian with a penetrating look, as if he wanted to confirm his hypothesis. "It is a very close connection, it lurks in your soul." Like he paused, searching for a suitable analogy, and his eyes wandered around the office, until they landed on the cup of green tea that Brian was holding in his hands. "Like two drinks of different colors, unable to mix with each other. Of course, we still can't rule out the possibility that it is a piece of soul, because, my guess is only based on theory, and Horcruxes are the most complex and unpredictable dark magic, we can't claim we really understand it." Brian nodded slightly, agreeing with Dumbledore's assessment of Horcruxes. Indeed, in the current wizarding world, the person who knew the most about Horcruxes was Voldemort, not him and Albus Dumbledore. Memory again. Brian thought, falling silent. Dumbledore fell silent, too, and Brian didn't say anything either, thinking gloomily. Whether it was a Horcrux, or something else, the foreign object in Brian's soul, undoubtedly came from a wizard's hand, but he had no memory of this aspect. If you really know nothing about this thing, Dumbledore looked at Brian, hesitantly. If you allow me, he gestured towards the pensieve, which was sitting on a nearby table, filled with silvery liquid. Thank you for your kindness, Headmaster Dumbledore. Brian interrupted Dumbledore's words. He met Dumbledore's gaze, and said firmly, I will not allow anyone to examine my memory. Dumbledore was not surprised by Brian's answer. This was natural. Even the closest partner, probably could not stand the other party knowing all their memories. He respected Brian's choice, but he also felt a twinge of regret and disappointment. About the thing in Brian's soul, whether it was a piece of soul, or something else, based on the information they had at present, it was impossible to make an accurate guess, but there were some things that they could at least verify. Thump! The bottom of the glass bottle hit the table and made a sharp sound. Just looking at the bottle that was completely black, the portraits of the former headmasters on the wall all gasped in unison. For so many years, I have been under your watchful eye countless times, Headmaster Dumbledore. Brian said, looking at the bottle with a calm and curious expression. He remembered the previous summoning of the patroness on the Quidditch pitch, the inexplicable palpitation in his heart. He fixed his eyes on Dumbledore, who was solemnly looking at one of the most evil creatures in the wizarding world, the Dementor, and said slowly, but you never noticed anything wrong with me, until just now when I summoned the patroness in front of the Dementor. I understand what you mean, Brian. Dumbledore sighed slightly. As for the origin of the Dementor, a creature that cannot be destroyed by magic, and even the patroness can only repel but not annihilate, there has never been a consensus in the wizarding world. Some people think that it was the dark wizard Echristes who created the Dementor in the 15th century, but according to some records from the Ministry of Magic, the investigators of the Royal Magic Society, the predecessor of the Ministry of Magic, when they landed on the island of Azkaban, they found some clues that suggested that this creature seemed to have existed there for a long time. We don't know when it appeared, nor do we know whether it is a magical creature that evolved from nature, or from the whim of some dark wizard. Oh, but from the current situation, they are most likely artificially created. Of course, you must have thought of that. Their creators probably have some mysterious connection with you, but that doesn't make sense, does it? He looked at Brian with concern and said, even if the terrifying creature that can take away people's happiness really came from the hand of that dark wizard in the 15th century, then why would it have anything to do with you? 0211 Death? Brian felt a surge of nostalgia as he listened to Dumbledore's question. He had been lost in his memories of the desolate island of Avalon, where he had explored the ancient Greek temple at the heart of the island and marveled at the 9 splendid murals that adorned its walls. The murals depicted the epic battle between the legendary King Arthur and his faithful wizard Merlin on one side, and the treacherous Queen of Avalon, Morgana Le Fay, on the other. It was a battle that had shaken the foundations of the wizarding world, but few knew, and had left only one survivor, Merlin himself. King Arthur and Morgana Le Fay, the mortal enemies who also appeared in the Muggle legends, had both perished in the clash, and the fate of Merlin and the dark shadow that had possessed Morgana was shrouded in mystery. Brian shuddered as he thought of the dark shadow, a sinister force that had corrupted Morgana. He glanced at the bottle on the desk in front of him, and wondered silently. Morgana Le Fay was known as the Witch of Avalon, and was affiliated with the ancient Druid sect that had flourished at that time. This was recorded in both the Muggle and Wizarding histories. But the dark shadow within Morgana was mentioned in those murals only. Where did it come from, and where did it go? Was it imprisoned by Merlin in the Black Stone Tower, the mysterious structure that stood deep in the Nocturne Alley? And what about the Twin Serpent Staff, the powerful artifact that the dark shadow had hurled at Merlin in a final act of defiance? Dementor's Azkaban. The words flashed in his mind, and he snapped out of his reverie. He looked at Dumbledore, who was waiting patiently for his answer. Do you know the exact location of Azkaban, Headmaster Dumbledore? Brian asked, his face expressionless, hiding the turmoil in his heart. Dumbledore was not surprised that Brian wanted to go to Azkaban to investigate. After all, he had a personal reason to do so. The Dementors, the foul creatures that had altered his patroness, had been first discovered there. I'm sorry, Brian. Dumbledore shook his head and said, the location of Azkaban is a top secret in the wizarding world. It is protected by the unbreakable vow and the Fidelius charm by the unspeakables of the Department of Mysteries, passed down from generation to generation. I'm afraid even Cornelius doesn't know which unspeakable holds the secret. How does the Ministry of Magic manage to imprison the criminals there? Brian wondered. Port-3 Dumbledore smiled with a complex expression. Once the Wizengamot decides that a wizard should be sent to Azkaban, the hit wizards will escort him through a two-way Port-3 set up in the Ministry of Magic directly to Azkaban. If Dumbledore paused, as he looked at Brian, who was listening intently. He suddenly imagined a possibility. The notorious bounty hunter in the underworld, Golden Viper, had broken into the Ministry of Magic, incapacitated all the security forces there, and stole the Port-3 to Azkaban. At present, the Ministry of Magic had not yet learned what the purpose of Golden Viper's heinous crime was, but it was not ruled out that Golden Viper might have accepted a commission to rescue a certain prisoner who was locked up in Azkaban. Thinking of this, Dumbledore felt a shiver in his heart. He knew that Brian had the courage and the skill to do so. If you need to go to Azkaban, Dumbledore looked at the young man who seemed to be contemplating something, and said with a grave tone, I can apply for you to Cornelius with some pretext like a research project on the defense against the dark arts. I believe Cornelius will not refuse my request, but I think he will ask me to accompany you, or at least, he will probably let Rufus or Barty go with you. Brian frowned. He wanted to investigate these things, each of which could cause a huge commotion if exposed, and he couldn't do anything with so many people watching him. Thank you for your kindness, Headmaster Dumbledore. Brian nodded gratefully. I'll find a way myself. Brian. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his blue eyes shooting a stern look, and his tone also conveying a warning. I understand what you are concerned about, Headmaster Dumbledore. Brian smiled. Don't worry, I'm not such an impatient wizard. I will wait for the right opportunity, and I won't make it known to the world, and make people panic. The discussion about how to infiltrate Azkaban came to a halt, as Dumbledore realized that he could not dissuade Brian from his perilous plan. He tried to impress upon him the grave consequences that would ensue if the wizarding world discovered that the Ministry of Magic had lost its grip on the notorious prison, where the most vile criminals were locked away. Then, for the residents of the British wizarding world, it would be a dreadful thing. Dementors, these abominable creatures. Brian would probably do those things. Dumbledore knew it well, so he said about them directly, since they were first encountered more than a few centuries ago, wizards have never ceased to study them. When I was young, I also attempted to unravel their mysteries for a while, of course, only through the documents. As the common wisdom goes, they cannot be killed, the only thing that can repel them is the patroness charm. Even you can't kill them. Brian interrupted, narrowing his eyes. I mean, with all your strength. Dumbledore noticed that Brian's cup of tea had gone cold, and he waved his wand to refill it with a flick of his finger. He met Brian's gaze with a helpless smile, but did not answer his question. Dumbledore's silence was itself the answer. But it was indeed a curious thing, wasn't it? Brian blew away the tea leaves that floated on the surface of his cup, and took a sip of the hot beverage. He pondered the paradox of the Dementor's existence. Where there is life, there is death. This was the law of nature, and the law of the universe. Even with the aid of magic, one could not escape this ironclad law. If there was a creature that had a very long lifespan, and that had no known way of being killed, then why did so many dark wizards and ambitious people throughout history try to devise various methods to prevent their own death, even at the cost of splitting their souls and creating Horcruxes? Wasn't that a foolish thing to do? Why didn't they rush into Azkaban and study how to transform themselves into Dementors? Unless, Dementors were not a kind of life at all. Do Dementors have souls? Brian asked, after a moment of contemplation. He blinked his light purple eyes, which contrasted with his light grey hair. You have grasped the core of the problem, Dumbledore said, impressed by Brian's insight. The Dementors that ordinary wizards feared and loathed, for Dumbledore and Brian, were actually nothing. Besides being unkillable, these things could not pose a threat to them. With a hint of appreciation in his deep blue eyes, Dumbledore smiled and said, like you, Brian, my main way of studying Dementors is to consult literature, and many years ago, a dear friend of mine seemed to have done some real research, and in the letter he gave me, he mentioned an interesting point. The person who was hailed by Dumbledore as a dear friend, actually went to study the Dementors, a creature closely related to dark magic, in person. Brian raised his eyebrows, and then thought of some unverifiable rumors about Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the present age, when he was young. He believed that the soul of the Dementor was its body, a kind of spirit-flesh unity creature. The Dementor used evil thoughts as its body, and that there was a mysterious connection between individuals. Perhaps their life force was connected. Dumbledore said, quoting Grindelwald's letter. So, Dementors are not unkillable, but they can't be killed individually. Mr. Grindelwald is indeed a genius. Brian said, nodding thoughtfully. He was intrigued by Grindelwald's theory, and wondered if it could be tested and verified. In Dumbledore's bitter smile, Brian detected a trace of sadness and nostalgia. What else? Did Mr. Grindelwald mention anything else? For example, the reason why this creature was created or the method of making it? Brian asked, hoping to learn more from Dumbledore. Some things happened and later Dumbledore said, his old face twitching with a fleeting bitterness. We completely cut off our private contact. He said, ending the conversation. 0212 Horcrux. As the old saying goes, the one who knows you best must be your opponent. Ever since Brian had entered the magical world of Hogwarts, he had gained a general understanding of the wizarding world through his classes, books, and friends. However, after a fateful night in his 5th year, he realized that his biggest challenge in the future might not be the notorious Dark Lord Voldemort, who was terrorizing the wizarding world with his followers, but the old and wise Albus Dumbledore, who looked at him with a hint of nostalgia and curiosity in his twinkling blue eyes. To learn more about Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts and one of the most powerful and respected wizards of all time, Brian had done some extensive research on his life and history. He had found official records, such as newspaper articles, biographies, and awards, as well as unreliable gossip, such as rumors, scandals, and secrets, that all mentioned the friendship between Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore in their youth. Grindelwald was a dark wizard who had once sought to overthrow the International Statute of Secrecy and create a new world order where wizards ruled over muggles. He was defeated by Dumbledore in a legendary duel that had shaken the wizarding world. There were even some strange rumors that made Brian blush. They suggested that there was more than friendship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Brian quickly dismissed them as inappropriate for children, and irrelevant for his purpose. Bits of information and experiences, like pieces of a puzzle, appeared in front of Brian. He was able to construct a logical truth, but the most crucial part of it was still shrouded in mystery. Perhaps the key was in the woman Clyodna, who was like a shooting star, brief and dazzling. She might be able to explain to him the secrets of the chilling twin serpent staff, and what it had revealed to her, that made her show such a shocked and bewildered expression in the temple on Avalon Island. Until now, there was still no news from Kay-Kuz, who had promised to contact Brian when he had more information. It seemed that the Druids, who had been persecuted by the Church for centuries, were very good at hiding their traces. And as for the foreign object in his soul, after discussing it for so long, Brian's only conclusion was that the master of the twin serpent staff was probably the creator of the Dementors, the soul-sucking creatures that guarded the wizarding prison of Azkaban. There is something else, I just thought of it. Brian temporarily put aside the root of his own problem, and turned the topic to another issue that he was very concerned about. Among the things you just told me, there is one that makes me the most uneasy. Brian frowned. Let's not talk about my problem for now, Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry, do you think he is Voldemort's Horcrux, based on a guess, or do you have some evidence? Many years ago. Well, I think you should see this first. Dumbledore had anticipated this question long ago. He stood up and walked briskly to the silver device that he had placed under a wall of books. Dumbledore had many titles, but Master in Alchemy might be the least known one. However, the wizards who had visited Dumbledore's office knew that he valued this unpopular discipline very much. His office was full of all kinds of bizarre and incomprehensible gadgets, that made strange noises and emitted colorful sparks. Under Brian's curious gaze, Dumbledore placed the device on the table, and after sitting down again, he tapped it lightly with his wand. I just told you, Brian. Dumbledore looked at Brian, who was examining the shiny silver alchemy device with his magic vision, and said calmly. Perhaps the wizards of the wizarding world think that I haven't changed much over the years, but in fact, as I grow older, some of my skills have deteriorated a lot. One of them is being able to see through a person's soul. This device can help me identify some special magic disguises, such as the soul-snatching curse, and the like. I think this is a very useful skill, so when I found that my unique perspective gradually became blurred, I immediately set out to design this device. It is indeed interesting, unimaginably complex, but also an exquisite magic design. Brian's alchemy skills were not low either. Otherwise, he would not be able to design such an alchemy device as the monitoring mirror, that allowed him to spy on the movements of whole castle. So, after observing it carefully for a while, he had a rough idea of how it worked. It passes the connection between magic and soul, and traces it back. Tisk tisk, priceless. Brian complimented. But, the soul is mysterious and unpredictable even to the wizards, so, I guess it can only observe some superficial aspects. You are very astute, Brian. Dumbledore praised him sincerely, as the smoke that came out of the spouts of the silver device formed shapes in the air, like a miniature fireworks display. Over the years, you are one of the first wizards who figured out its use by yourself without waiting for me to explain. Indeed, as you said, it can't analyze a wizard's soul deeply, so it can't be used to observe the thing hidden in your soul, but for Harry. A few strands of light green smoke floated in the air, intertwined with each other, and under Brian's intense and penetrating gaze, the top turned into a snake head, hissing softly. Actually, I lied to you, Dumbledore suddenly said, while Brian was observing the snake head with a hint of curiosity. I told you before, the note you gave me and the crown left by Lady Ravenclaw solved 2 doubts for me, but in fact, 12 years ago, when Hagrid brought Harry to me after his fall, I already realized that Tom had made Horcruxes. I understand what you mean, Headmaster Dumbledore. Brian sighed and looked away, a soul bound by some kind of dark magic, but still acting as a Horcrux. The portraits of the former headmasters that hung on the walls of Dumbledore's office were whispering among themselves, wondering why Dumbledore would reveal such vital and dangerous information to this young wizard, who had a reputation of being cunning and ambitious, but the only 2 living people in this office looked at each other, and the atmosphere was somber and tense. Dumbledore's 10 slender fingers crossed again, resting on his lap, in the still and dimly lit room, his silver-white eyebrows fluttered slightly because of his constantly blinking eyes, that seemed to hide a deep sorrow and a heavy burden. About Tom's Horcruxes, Brian Dumbledore opened this topic. There is one thing that I can be happy about. Although we can't be sure how many Horcruxes Tom, who was already terrified of death, made, but according to some recent investigations, I was very fortunate to find another clue that might lead us to a Horcrux. Next, I plan to leave the school for a while, to pursue this clue. During this time, the safety of those children can only be entrusted to you, Brian. I thank you. He paused, as if he wanted to say something more, but he was interrupted by Brian, who had no patience for his vague and cryptic words. What's the point, Headmaster Dumbledore? Brian looked straight into Dumbledore's eyes, sharply pointing to the core of the problem. If the premise of killing Voldemort is, you have to kill Harry first. Is this another grand scheme that is unknown to the world, or have you found a way to peel off that piece of soul without harming Harry's life? 0213 Guarantee. The storm that had been raging for days with thunder and lightning finally subsided, but the hazy moonlight was still barely visible through the thick stratus clouds that covered the night sky. Perhaps it was because Brian had subdued the Dementors guarding the entrance of Hogwarts with his powerful magic. The cold wind that roamed the schoolyard also carried a hint of freshness and relief. The night was still young, and many young wizards who had not fallen asleep were still discussing the events that had happened during the day in the common room or dormitory, eagerly sharing their opinions and speculations. But the professors did not forget that Sirius Black, the notorious mass murderer and Voldemort's loyal follower, was still lurking in the shadows, eyeing a certain student in the school. Before entering Dumbledore's office, Brian had made preparations. He had arranged that tonight Hagrid and Professor Flitwick would guard the school gate, and Filch and Professor Snape would patrol the castle, always on alert for any surprises. Yes, Harry must die. Dumbledore's calm voice made Brian's heart sink. So, you, Brian sneered, you are raising Harry like a pig for slaughter. It's absurd. I thought you always hoped that Harry would defeat Voldemort someday. Do you want me to help you? I can rush into the hospital wing and end his life right now. Please don't misunderstand me. Brian's attitude did not make Dumbledore feel intimidated, but rather he nodded and smiled, as if he was used to such accusations. I have some ideas. Of course, they are not very perfect, because there are still some key guarantees missing. He said, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon glasses. Guarantees for what? Brian asked, his curiosity piqued. Guarantees for Harry's safe death. Dumbledore said, please forgive me for not being able to share my fanciful ideas with you, Brian, but I can assure you that the premise of defeating Voldemort is not to sacrifice Harry. This is really a paradoxical thing. If everything Dumbledore said was true, Harry was indeed Voldemort's Horcrux, then, if he wanted to kill Voldemort completely, he would have to kill Harry first, but Dumbledore's statement. Brian lowered his eyes, he stared at the cup of tea that was floating on the rippling water surface, already showing a stale brown color, even the tea leaves were old and bitter. This heartless old man. After a while, Brian frowned and said, so, there is actually a way to separate Voldemort's soul from Harry's soul, and this method is to let Harry be killed. He tried to make sense of Dumbledore's words, but they seemed contradictory and illogical. Just let me keep a little mystery, Brian. Dumbledore took a deep breath and refused to answer this question. Since the incident on the Quidditch pitch was resolved during the day, the two of them had entered the headmaster's office, and it had been several hours, and they had been discussing those exhausting issues, so, whether it was Dumbledore or Brian, they were both very tired. Seeing Brian put the bottle of sealed Dementors back into the dark bag, Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, but did not stop him. Like all the teachers, he also detested the Ministry of Magic's arrangement of these dreadful creatures around the school. By the way, Brian said goodbye and stood up to leave, but Dumbledore suddenly stopped him. While I'm away from Hogwarts, if Black. Don't worry, Headmaster Dumbledore, I won't let him harm anyone in this school, not even a rat. Brian said, his voice cold and confident. Of course, I trust your ability, Brian, but... Brian asked, sensing that Dumbledore had something else to say. It's like this, before we took Harry to the real Chamber of Secrets built by Slytherin, your words inspired me, Brian, so Dumbledore hesitated and said, so, I hope, if you find any trace of Black, in the matter of capturing Black, I hope you can let Harry and his friends participate to some extent. Of course, the premise is to ensure their safety. Brian raised his eyebrows, let the three kids participate in the capture of Black? But after a little thought, Brian agreed, as long as it did not affect his own reward, it was not bad to have some fun with these little ones. I will take care of it, Headmaster Dumbledore. He said, nodding his head. Brian pushed open the polished oak door of Dumbledore's office, feeling the smooth wood under his hand. He glanced at the two stone gargoyles that flanked the entrance, guarding the secrets of the headmaster. They were snoring softly, pretending to be asleep, but he knew they were watching him with their beady eyes. He ignored their fake attempts to open their eyes as he came out, knowing they would report his actions to Dumbledore later. He stepped out into the night, feeling the cool breeze that hit his face and cleared his somewhat muddled thoughts. Brian suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask Dumbledore about the knowledge of the soul perspective he had mentioned, and the clue related to the Horcrux. Tisk, Voldemort's Horcrux, one worth 8,000. Brian turned and walked down the spiral staircase that led to the tower, sighing and thinking that if he encountered Voldemort's Horcrux again, he would sell it to Dumbledore at that price, and if he could find 100 or 80 of them. Tisk, retire on the spot, reach the peak of life, think about it, it really makes one a little excited. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head at his own greed. Dumbledore's office was on a separate small tower, isolated from the rest of the castle. It was the highest point of Hogwarts, and from there, one could see the whole grounds, the lake, the forest, and the mountains. Walking down the spiral staircase, Brian walked to the hall, ready to return to his post. He had installed many surveillance alchemy tools in his office, which allowed him to monitor the movements and activities of anyone within the castle and its surroundings. He was especially vigilant these days, because if Sirius Black was still lurking near the castle, then he would have noticed that the Dementors guarding the gate had disappeared. He knew that normal people would not think that Hogwarts had lost its protection, but for a madman who had been tormented by the Dementors in Azkaban for 12 years, maybe he would consider tonight as a golden opportunity to act. Liar. Brian was pondering his own thoughts, when he heard a furious roar from the hall, far away. It echoed through the empty corridors, breaking the silence of the night. Listening to the voice, it was Brian's only decent subordinate, Argus Filch. Hagrid was Dumbledore's loyal hawk. Brian wondered what had riled him up so much, and decided to go and check. What's the matter, Argus? Brian walked into the light from the shadows and asked. He saw Filch standing in the hall, holding a lantern in one hand and a large sack in the other. He looked angry and excited, his face red and his hair disheveled. Next to him, there was another figure, dressed in black robes and a cloak. It was Professor Snape with a mocking expression on his face. When he saw Brian suddenly appear, the gloom that surrounded him dissipated a bit. He seemed to be glad to see him, or rather, to have a witness for what he was about to say. We have here the pitiful spectacle of Longbottom, a dim-witted excuse for a wizard, who thought he could defy the school regulations and sneak out of the castle. We caught him red-handed, Brian. Do you want to hear his pathetic and laughable attempt at justification? Snape's lip curled in a sneer as he looked down at the hapless Neville, who was sitting on the floor, looking terrified and miserable. Professor Watson. Filch said happily. I think the reason why this little wizard wanted to leave the castle might be because he wanted to secretly inform Black. You know, the Dementors have been locked up by you, and the criminal might take advantage of tonight to break into the castle and kill people. Are you guys just looking for trouble? Brian rolled his eyes, looking at Filch and Snape, and said to Longbottom, who was trembling all over. So, what is your explanation, Mr. Longbottom? He lied that he lost his wand. Snape scrutinized Brian from head to toe, and stared at his eyes for a while. Then, he relaxed imperceptibly, and said lazily. I didn't. Professor Neville looked like he was surrounded by two hungry wolves, his lips trembled, and he replied with a desperate face. That's my dad's wand. If I lose it, my grandma will kill me. No wizard would be foolish enough to toss his wand around. Professor Watson, look at this little liar. He is still trying to wriggle out of it. Filch's voice was very harsh and loud in the empty castle. He looked at Brian eagerly and said. My office has torture tools, Professor Watson. If you need them, I can go and get them now. Of course, you can also interrogate him in my office. Lost his own wand. Brian sighed and rubbed his forehead. He looked at Neville with pity and disbelief. This little guy was really scatterbrained in his daily life. So, you think you dropped your wand on the Quidditch pitch? Brian asked, trying to sound calm and reasonable. Well, looking at the Dark Knight and Neville, who had been scratched by his own hinky punks, Brian thought for a while and said. Wait until tomorrow morning. You can go to the pitch with Mr. Argus to look for your wand. But now, Mr. Longbottom, I think you'd better go back to your four-poster bed and rest well. Filch looked as if the young wizards had just heard that the Christmas feast was cancelled, with a gloomy and ridiculous expression. He opened his mouth, wanting to voice his true thoughts, to complain. But before he could say anything, he heard Brian's voice again, in a firm and authoritative tone. Argus, please take Mr. Longbottom back to his dormitory safely. 0214 Troubles. Professor Flitwick and Hagrid were guarding the gate, while Professor Snape and Filch were assigned to patrol all night. Brian, who was in charge of the safety of all teachers and students at Hogwarts, couldn't go back to his office and sleep. After sending away Filch and the bewildered Neville, Brian walked with his head of the house in the courtyard. Under the gradually cooling moonlight, they could see the undulating forest and the snow-covered mountains in the distance. The white on the snow was spreading to the world, as if heralding the arrival of winter. The wind wandering on the lawn also brought the chill of the season. It seemed that the first snow of 1993 was approaching. Brian shivered slightly and pulled his cloak tighter around him. So, it seems that Dumbledore has solved your problem. Snape turned his head slightly and looked at Brian, who was standing still, gazing at the snowy peaks. He asked in a low voice. I'm afraid the headmaster can't solve my troubles. Brian yawned and stretched, trying to hide his fatigue. My situation is complicated, I'm afraid. No one else can help me much, except for myself. Snape understood what Brian meant. His favorite student was implying that he was also helpless about his problems. Problems that Snape had no idea about, but suspected were related to the soul. When did you get yourself into this trouble? Snape snapped angrily, I warned you so many times, Brian. The outside world is not as simple as Hogwarts. It's not enough to make everyone cheer by throwing 2 spells that can blow up a big hole in the ground. But you still like to do dangerous things for those worthless galleons. My trouble was not caused after I left school, my dear Professor Snape. Brian smiled gently. Then what? Snape was stunned by this answer. His long hooked nose twitched, and his eyebrows shot up. Could it be, at Hogwarts? Who knows? Brian put his hands on his back, squinted his eyes and looked into the distance, letting the midnight cold wind blow over his hair. He seemed to be lost in his thoughts, or maybe hiding something. Maybe, it's a trouble I made before I was born. He said cryptically, making Snape even more curious and frustrated. Madame Pomfrey insisted on keeping Harry in the hospital wing for the weekend. He didn't argue or complain, but he refused to let her throw away the wreckage of the Nimbus 2000. He knew he was being silly, and he knew the Nimbus 2000 couldn't be fixed, but Harry couldn't help but have some attachment as this was not just a broom, but also his best friend. The broom had given him so many happy memories, and made him feel free and alive. Hagrid, Ginny, and all the members of the Gryffindor team visited him in an endless stream during the weekend. Everyone tried their best to cheer him up, hoping that he could recover from the terrible defeat yesterday. But to be honest, Harry didn't feel his mood had improved, but rather more exhausted. He felt like he had let everyone down, especially himself. He wished they would leave him alone, but he didn't have the heart to say it. Except for leaving at lunchtime, Ron and Hermione hardly left during the day. They had found a common goal, to cheer him up. Hermione and Ron looked like they had completely reconciled. They bickered and argued, telling him the news they heard in the hall at noon, trying to make Harry feel better. But neither of them noticed the cloth bag with the Nimbus wreckage hidden under Harry's quilt. The last time was when Mrs. Norris was attacked and Professor Binns told me about the Chamber of Secrets in class. Sitting on his bed and peeling an orange for him, Hermione said indignantly. She had a stack of books beside her, all about advanced magic related to Patronus and its history. I got up early today, just to go to the library and borrow 2 books related to the Patronus, but Madame Pans told me that all the books on this topic were taken away by someone yesterday. Oh, why can't they be nice and leave me some? She huffed, her bushy hair flying around her face. Under Hermione's angry gaze, Ron rudely snatched the orange she had prepared for Harry from her hand, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it with juice splashing. You don't want to learn that magic, do you, Hermione? Ron looked at Hermione incredulously, his mouth full of orange. He swallowed and continued, it's too hard and boring. Besides, what's the point? It's not like we're going to face any Dementors anytime soon. He said, unaware of the irony of his words. Harry listened silently to Ron and Hermione arguing about whether the young wizards could possibly learn the method of dealing with the Dementors, those ugly creatures that sucked the happiness out of people and made them relive their worst memories. He suddenly had an idea in his mind, but he kept it to himself for now. Hermione believed that Ron's biggest problem, like his own, was that they lacked motivation to study. She had been working hard to encourage them both, but the effect seemed to be very minimal. Although he appreciated Hermione's kindness, Harry was not very interested in Hermione's attempt in this regard. He thought she couldn't expect others to excel in the field she was a master of, just like he never asked Hermione to ride a flying broomstick and perform a high-angle dive for everyone. Hermione finally gave up on persuading Ron to have a stronger desire for knowledge. She turned her head away and ignored them both, just staring out the window, where the sun was setting. The red glow of the setting sun spilled into the hospital wing, bathing Ron's cheeks in glory. Then Ron shared some new news with Harry. Neville got himself into trouble again. Oh, what happened? Harry frowned, thinking of Neville, who fought side by side with him in Professor Watson's defense against the dark arts class and won the victory for Gryffindor. He admired his bravery, even though he was clumsy and forgetful. It wasn't Malfoy and his gang, was it? Harry asked, remembering how they had tormented Neville in the past, calling him names and other things. It had nothing to do with Malfoy this time, Harry. Ron rubbed his grumbling stomach and said sympathetically, it's the old problem. Neville lost something again, and this time, what he lost was his wand. It's really puzzling. Why is Neville worse than those 2 stupid trolls behind Malfoy's butt when it comes to taking care of his own things? Although Ron's words about Neville were not very friendly, Harry agreed that Neville was too good at losing things. He had lost his toad, his remembrall, his passwords, and even his own clothes. He was always looking for something, and often ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. Neville thought his wand had fallen on the Quidditch pitch, and last night, he foolishly wanted to rush out of the castle to look for his wand. But unfortunately, he ran into Filch and Snape, that old bat. Ron said, shaking his head. Hearing Ron say that, Harry couldn't help sighing for Neville. It was bad enough to lose his wand, but he also ran into the two people he was most afraid of meeting at school. What happened then? Harry asked, slightly curious about this topic. Neville said that Filch was ready to torture him, and Snape seemed to want to use him as an experiment material for the potions class. But luckily, Professor Watson, who was passing by, saved his life. He ordered Filch to help him find his wand on the pitch early this morning. Ron shrugged and said, but unfortunately, his wand may not have fallen on the pitch. They searched for hours, but they couldn't find it anywhere. Poor Neville, Hermione said worriedly, without a wand, how can he go to class? She knew how important a wand was for a wizard, and how difficult it was to perform magic without one. She felt sorry for Neville, who was already struggling with his studies. Ron didn't care about Hermione's worries. He thought Neville's wand was like the toad he often couldn't find. It would show up sooner or later, and if not, he could always buy a new one. He didn't think it was a big deal, and he changed the subject. Knowing that Neville was not bullied by Malfoy and his gang, Harry was not too worried about this. In fact, he suddenly thought of something when he calmed down again. Professor Watson. He seemed to be very good at fixing things. Last year, he made Ron's wand, which looked completely hopeless, last for a while. And he also seemed to be very good at dealing with Dementors. 0215 visit. Ron and Hermione wanted to come over and chat with Harry after dinner, but Harry declined their offer with a vague excuse and only asked Ron to go back to the dormitory and bring his backpack for him. I have some homework to catch up on, Harry said, hoping that they would not notice his expressions. He opened his backpack and took a quick glance at the contents. Then he said casually, I need a quiet environment to deal with my history of magic homework, so you can go and do your own things. He tried to sound relaxed, but his lie was clumsy and obvious. Ron looked at Harry anxiously, ready to say something, but Hermione poked him hard in the ribs, telling him to shut up. Well, Harry, Ron began, ignoring Hermione's warning. Hermione glared at him, and quickly interrupted him. If you need any help, she said, cutting him off. She glanced at the corner of the invisibility cloak that was peeking out of the backpack and said, Ron and I will be in the common room. You can call us anytime. She hoped that Harry would understand her hint, and be careful with whatever he was up to. Then she dragged a bewildered Ron out of the hospital wing, without saying anything else. Time flew by quickly, and soon the sky was dark and starless. The castle was silent, except for the occasional snoring or coughing. Harry knew Madame Pomfrey's habits very well, as he was a frequent visitor to the hospital wing. When it was 9 o'clock, Madame Pomfrey left her small office and inspected each ward one by one. She saw Harry sleeping soundly under the covers, and nodded with satisfaction. She did not know that Harry was only pretending to sleep. Then she scolded 2 Ravenclaw first-year wizards who had a bad cold and told them to go to bed. They had been sneaking out of their beds to read some books that they had borrowed from the library. She extinguished the candles in the whole hospital, leaving only a faint moonlight coming through the windows. In the dark, Harry listened carefully. He waited for Madame Pomfrey to return to her office, and locked the door behind her. He heard her footsteps fade away, and then he heard the sound of a key turning in a lock of her office. He glanced at several beds away, where 2 first-year students were whispering secretly. He crawled down from the edge of the bed, and reached for his backpack, pulled out the invisibility cloak, and threw it over himself. He made sure that he was completely covered, and then he tiptoed towards the door. Harry was an expert at wandering around the castle at night. He had done it many times before, for various reasons. In the whole of Hogwarts, if he claimed to be the third best, no one would dare to claim the second. The first place was shared by Ron's 2 brothers, Fred and George, who were the masters of mischief and pranks. Now, even though it was not the usual time, the castle was empty. Along the way, Harry only saw a few fifth-year students who were studying for their OWLS exams in the second half of the year. They were sitting in the corridors, or the classrooms, or the library, surrounded by piles of books and notes. When he passed the Great Hall, he saw Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle walking towards the Slytherin basement. They all had dull looks on their faces, and they were carrying buckets and brushes. Something is wrong, Harry thought as he glanced at the dark outside. He followed them subconsciously for a few steps, but then he was repelled by a nauseating stench. It smelled like rotten eggs, mixed with dung and feathers. Oh, right. Harry suddenly remembered that the day before yesterday, Professor Watson had announced before starting the interesting competition that the winning house would get 30 points, and the losing house would have to clean the Olori on the weekend. In that competition, Malfoy and Parkinson, who had a great advantage, lost the victory due to a series of complex factors. Harry knew that this annoying house would probably blame Malfoy and Parkinson for everything. When they pushed Harry and Neville off the boat, it was probably one of the few best highlights for Slytherin. So, Malfoy had to bear all the consequences for trying to help his rivals, and Crabbe and Goyle were probably there to help him. Harry instinctively wanted to show a smug smile when he saw the three Slytherins' distraught backs, but he remembered Malfoy's noble behavior when he and Neville were pushed into the water. Harry hesitated. He shook his head silently and walked quietly in another direction. When he came to the third floor, on his way to Professor Watson's office, Harry lingered in front of Professor Lupin's office for a while. Harry liked this year's Dada professor, who was gentle and widely praised for his teaching. He felt not only liking, but also a kind of inexplicable intimacy. He felt that Professor Lupin's attitude towards him was more than the normal relationship between teachers and students. Wizards who dare to call Voldemort by his name are really rare. He thought of the last time they went to Hogsmeade and the encounter with Lupin, and muttered under the invisibility cloak. In the end, Harry decided not to knock on Professor Lupin's office, although he was very concerned about his condition. He did not want to disturb his rest, or to make him feel uncomfortable. He decided to visit him another time, when he was more fit and cheerful. As for seeing Professor Watson, Harry was much more relaxed. Professor Watson had helped him get rid of the identity of the heir of Slytherin, which was a great favor to him. During the summer vacation, he had also let him know his deepest secret, Professor Watson's own past origin, which Harry hadn't told Ron and Hermione until now. He spent most of the time in August with Professor Watson. It was a very pleasant summer, because Professor Watson never acted like a professor or an adult wizard in front of him. He felt that he was always with him in a friendly and peaceful way. Knock, knock, knock. Harry looked around, making sure that there was no one else or wandering ghosts, and took off the invisibility cloak. He stuffed it into his backpack, and then continued to knock on Professor Watson's office door. Professor Watson, who was wearing grey pajamas and a dark green robe with silver patterns, appeared in front of him. He looked a bit tired, because Harry saw dark circles under his wonderful pale purple eyes, and his grey hair was also a bit messy, as if he hadn't gone out today and didn't took care of it. Harry Brian, who knew who it was before opening the door, looked at Harry, who seemed a little uneasy, and raised his eyebrows. He smiled and said, "Looks like you're recovering well." "Yes, Professor Watson," Harry said awkwardly. "Madame Pomfrey thinks so too, She thinks I can be discharged early." He lied, hoping that Professor Watson would not notice. Brian pursed his lips. He glanced at the bag Harry was holding in his hand, but didn't expose his lie. He opened the door, and said kindly, "Of course, then. It's a bit cold outside, we can come in and chat slowly." This is why Professor Watson is so popular, he is always so understanding. Harry thought, as he followed Professor Watson into the office. "Lupin, Professor Lupin." He blinked in astonishment when the door creaked shut, and he saw a person in an old wizard's robe, with a clear sickly look on his face, next to the burning fireplace. He did not expect to see Professor Lupin here. "Good evening, Harry." Under the golden firelight, Professor Lupin's smile was especially gentle. "I'm glad to see you so energetic, Harry." After saying this, Lupin looked at Brian, who had returned to his desk. "Thank you for your care and help these 2 days, Brian. I think I can continue my work tomorrow. Since Harry has something to do with you." "Oh, it's nothing really." Harry said in embarrassment, "Just, I heard from Ron and Hermione yesterday, I mean, after I lost consciousness, you performed a magic. It was amazing." Brian and Remus exchanged a look, and both grinned. "So, you mean," Brian said cheerfully, "you came here specially to praise me, Mr. Potter." 0216 Repairing. Harry clutched the bag that contained the shattered remains of his beloved Nimbus 2000, feeling a surge of anxiety and regret. He sat down on a wooden chair in the small office, where 2 other men greeted him with friendly smiles. Surprisingly, Professor Watson, the director of the office, remained silent, but just gazed at him with a gleam in his eyes. He did not say anything else, as if he was waiting for Harry to speak first. "Today, Minerva came over and told me about your situation, and mentioned your flying broomstick." Meanwhile, Professor Lupin warmed his hands on the blazing flames in the fireplace, and strolled over to Harry with a sympathetic expression. "It seems that she is very worried about the prospects of the Gryffindor team this year," he said softly. Harry's face fell into a gloomy frown, reflecting his bad mood. He had fallen victim to the power of the Dementors again, and the Gryffindor team was now only one step away from being eliminated from the Quidditch Cup. He suddenly wondered if he should apologize to Professor McGonagall, who had given him this broomstick in his first year as a gift for making the team as a seeker. Now, because of his weakness, this broomstick ended up in pieces. "Of course," Professor Lupin added quickly, noticing his bad mood. Compared to the game, Minerva obviously cares more about you. She was very relieved that you were not seriously injured. That's true, however, Professor Watson interrupted him, sounding a bit sheepish. I was also scolded by Professor McGonagall. But what does that have to do with you? Harry asked in surprise. Professor McGonagall thinks. Brian scratched his head, grinning awkwardly. She probably meant that if I had been on the pitch at the time, I might have noticed the signs before those Dementors stormed into the school. It's a fair point. So, I'm planning to consult with the heads of each house. From now on, any activities that involve a certain number of teachers and students, they have to register with me in advance, so that I can free up time to escort them. That's a good idea, Brian, Lupin nodded approvingly. Even if nothing else happens, having you on the scene to supervise can also prevent conflicts between the young wizards of each house. To be honest, this kind of thing was not uncommon when I was at Hogwarts. Professor Watson and Professor Lupin discussed the reporting process for a while. Harry was also interested in this topic. He listened quietly, without any displeasure at their neglect of him. So suddenly, Professor Watson turned his gaze to him, and said bluntly, "Your purpose of coming here is to ask me to help you look at your broom, right, Potter?" "That's right, Professor," Harry admitted, still holding the bag tightly. He knew that Professor Watson, a wizard of his caliber, could not have missed the shape of the bag, or the sound of the broken wood inside. Harry immediately jumped to his feet, his throat dry and tight. He coughed several times, trying to clear his voice. "It's badly damaged." "I'm not sure then." Under the urging of Professor Watson and Professor Lupin, Harry clumsily poured out the debris from the bag onto the desk. "Oh, my God!" Professor Lupin gasped softly, but there was not much surprise in his voice. He looked at the debris on the desk, and sighed deeply. "That whomping willow was planted the year I came to Hogwarts." At first, many young wizards were curious. They tried to touch the trunk, then a boy named David Guetta almost lost an eye, and the school banned us from going near it. To be honest, no broomstick can withstand its fury. It almost killed Ron and me. Harry thought so, but then, he noticed that Professor Watson stood up from his seat, bent down and pinched a piece of broomstick handle with 2 fingers. He looked at it carefully. Harry held his breath, his green eyes shining with anticipation. The office was silent, except for the crackling of the fire. Brian picked up another piece with his empty hand and compared them. He studied the magic coils inside the broomstick, which looked normal to Harry. He frowned, and muttered something under his breath. After a long time, Brian placed the 2 pieces of diamond-shaped wood that fit together in front of him. He flicked his wand out of his sleeve, muttered something, and then, to Harry's astonishment, the 2 pieces of wood glowed faintly at the joint, and fused together seamlessly. "Success!" Harry cried out joyfully, feeling a huge relief. He thought that his broomstick was saved, and that he could fly with it again. Incredible! Lupin, who was watching the 2 pieces of wood that were joined together, expressed his surprise. "You really can fix Harry's broom, Brian." "As far as I know, flying brooms are very delicate alchemical artifacts, especially the Nimbus series, which should have at least 1,000 complex magic coils distributed in them. They are very sensitive to any damage or interference, and require a lot of skill and precision to repair." "It's not that simple," Brian said, cutting him off, and dampening Harry's joy. He looked at Harry with a serious expression, and said, "This is just a temporary solution, Harry. I haven't fixed your broom yet." Restituo. Brian, who seemed to have an idea in his mind, pointed his wand tip at the small pile of wood chips on the table, and shouted. A misty air stream sprayed out from the ebony wand tip, sweeping the wood chips into the air. In the occasional sparks, the messy wood chips found their positions and stuck together. Soon, a complete Nimbus 2000 appeared in front of everyone. It looked as good as new, and Harry felt a surge of hope. Success! Harry's heart was filled with a huge joy again, as he looked at the Nimbus 2000 that was wrapped in a faint airstream and floating in the air. He thought that his broomstick was restored, and that he could play Quidditch with it again. "Your alchemy skills are amazing, Brian." Remus also gasped, admiring Brian's work. He knew that alchemy was a very advanced and difficult branch of magic, and that only a few wizards could master it. He had never seen anyone repair a broomstick so quickly and easily. Brian didn't say anything. He reached out and took down the Nimbus, his focused eyes following the thumb that rubbed the broomstick handle. He seemed to be observing something, and he shook his head slightly. "That's probably all we can do." After a moment, Brian muttered regretfully. He saw Harry's happy face, and calmly said, "Don't be too happy, Harry. I didn't fix your broom. I only restored its outer appearance, but not its internal function." Brian waved his hand, signaling Harry to calm down. As Remus said, most alchemical artifacts have very complex internal structures. They usually have hundreds of interlocking and crisscrossing magic coils and runes, that create a delicate balance of forces and energies. I barely welded most of the magic paths inside this broomstick, but without the design drawings, I can't repair the parts that were damaged beyond recognition. Some of the magic coils are broken, some are missing, and some are misaligned. I don't know how to fix them, and I don't want to risk making things worse." Lupin nodded, understanding Brian's explanation. But Harry was still puzzled. This was actually the reason why the same spell had different effects in different people's hands. In the wizarding world, it could be said that more than 90% of the wizards were ignorant of the principal reasons behind the standard spells they used daily. Many wizards only knew that magic was amazing, but they didn't know that magic wasn't unprincipled. Like Muggle science, magic also followed a set of strict logical rules. That means, Brian explained patiently, if you want to ride this broomstick on the lawn to relax, chase butterflies or something, it might work fine. It might just be a bit stiff to steer. But if you want to play a high-intensity Quidditch match, Harry, I suggest you wear a parachute when you go on the field. Author's note: the Restituo spell is an upgraded variation of the Reparo spell that I created or the MC created, which can not only fix any broken object, but also restore part of its original magic and performance based on the caster's alchemy knowledge and magic power. Restituo spell can also work on objects that are severely damaged and are made of complex materials. For more chapters, patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 0217 Teach me. Harry understood the implication of Professor Watson's words. His broom looked as if it had been repaired, but it was still severely damaged inside. The magic that held it together was fragile and unstable. He could keep it as a souvenir, but it was useless for Quidditch matches. Unless he wanted to risk his life, of course, by flying on a broom that could fall apart at any moment. "Thank you, Professor. This is good enough." Harry took his retired Nimbus 2000 and muttered, trying to hide his disappointment. He felt a surge of nostalgia as he held the broom that had accompanied him through many thrilling games and adventures. Lupin looked at Harry's face, which reminded him so much of James. He felt a pang of sadness and sympathy for the boy who had lost so much. He opened his mouth to say something, but then he remembered his empty wallet and said nothing. Brian hesitated for a moment, then walked to the suitcase beside the camp bed. He opened it and rummaged for a while. Harry watched him with curiosity as he pulled out a flying broom. It was wrapped in a cloth that looked like it had been torn from a curtain. Harry recognized it as a Clean Sweep 7 right away. He was a Quidditch expert, after all. But this broom looked like it had been through hell and back. The handle was rough and uneven, and part of the tail was charred, as if it had been burned by fire. There were also scratches and dents all over the broom, as if it had been hit by various objects. Anyway, Brian handed his broom to Harry, who was stunned. "You lost your beloved broom because of the Dementors, and I feel partly responsible for that. You can use mine for a while, until you get a new one. I modified this Clean Sweep 7 a bit. It can start at 100 miles in less than 9 seconds, and it has great endurance. It can cruise at top speed for more than an hour. Of course, to achieve these two things, I had to sacrifice the broom's flexibility at high speed. That means it may not be able to perform very precise maneuvers." Harry was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to get a broom to deal with the situation tonight. He looked sadly at the Nimbus that would never fly on the field again, and then glanced at Professor Watson's broom. Before the Nimbus series came out, the Clean Sweep series was the star of the Quidditch world. Most of the Gryffindor team used either Nimbus or Comet 260. This broom would not let Gryffindor down in the match. Harry felt a surge of gratitude towards Brian, who had lent him his broom without hesitation. But Professor Watson didn't seem to care much about his flying broom. This broom looked like it had never been maintained. The handle was dusty and sticky, and the bristles were tangled and frayed. If Wood saw anyone in his team treating their partners so roughly, he would surely yell at them and hang them on the goalpost. "Those Dementors, why, Professor?" Harry looked up suddenly, as he was rubbing the broom handle with his hand. He was torn between Professor Lupin and Professor Watson, but he decided to ask Professor Watson, who was sitting behind the desk with his legs crossed. "Why do they affect me so much? Before, on the train, and now it's the same. Could it be that? It's not because you're weak, Harry." Lupin's heart clenched, and he answered for him. "The Dementors affect you more because you have fears in your past that others don't." He spoke gently, but firmly, as he explained the Dementors to Harry, and how they fed on people's happiness and memories. Lupin explained the Dementors to Harry, and while he did that, Brian's eyes fell on Harry's forehead again, on the famous lightning scar that was hidden by a strand of hair. To be honest, Brian didn't care much about Harry's scar before talking to Dumbledore. He thought it was just a mark left by Voldemort's curse, a symbol of Harry's survival and fame. Who would have thought that this scar contained a piece of Voldemort's soul? A Horcrux. This was the third Horcrux he had come across. He had destroyed the diadem with fiend fire, and he had taken apart the one that might have been Voldemort's first and imperfect Horcrux. He extracted some key emotions from it for the things he might have to do in the future. As for Harry, Brian didn't know Dumbledore's plan very well, but he had a feeling that Dumbledore would find a way to make Voldemort destroy this Horcrux, that he might not even know about it himself. Brian sighed inwardly. When he first discovered that he had reincarnated into the wizarding world and entered Hogwarts, Brian never considered defeating the Dark Lord as his life goal or something he had to do. But now, due to various coincidences, he seemed to be destined to fight Voldemort to the end. He looked at Harry's childish face and suddenly realized a problem. Brian didn't know how Dumbledore planned to make Harry defeat Voldemort in the original book. He guessed that he either personally helped or persuaded Harry to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes one by one, and finally, let Voldemort destroy the part of his own soul in Harry. It must have been a very dangerous plan that required careful execution at every step. But with his own position, Dumbledore didn't need to take such a risk. Brian had advantages that Voldemort couldn't match in terms of age and potential. He was young and talented, and he had learned a lot of magic from different sources. As long as all the Horcruxes were destroyed, Brian and Dumbledore could join forces and even send Voldemort to Ermengarde to be Grindelwald's cellmate. They could end the Dark Lord's reign of terror once and for all. Dumbledore obviously had this idea too, otherwise, he wouldn't have told him that Harry was a Horcrux. But the future might not be as bright as he imagined. About this, Harry, I'm not an expert. You can consult Professor Watson. Brian, who was thinking about the possible war in the future, heard Remus say his name and snapped out of his thoughts. He saw that Harry and Remus were both looking at him, and he quickly figured out what he had missed. You want to learn the Patronus charm? Brian raised his eyebrows and asked, not surprised. He knew that Harry had encountered the Dementors twice, and he understood his desire to fight back. Can you teach me, Professor? Harry's eyes sparkled, and he said firmly, I want to be stronger in front of the Dementors. You should teach him, Remus. Brian said to Lupin after some consideration. My Patronus, as you know, has some problems. Using the Patronus charm frequently might make them worse. I want to avoid it as much as possible until I sort out the situation. Of course, I'm happy to help with the teaching process if I can. Let's do that. Lupin was not an indecisive person. He agreed to Harry's request immediately. As James's best friend, he felt that he had a duty to help James's son overcome the influence of the Dementors. But you'll have to wait a bit, Harry. Lupin looked at Harry, who was excited, and said sadly. I have a lot of work piled up because of this illness. He gestured to his pale and gaunt face. He had just recovered from a full moon, and he was still weak and exhausted. He needed some time to rest and prepare for the next one. The two purposes of today's visit were partly fulfilled. Harry had learned more about the Dementors and the Patronus charm, and he had received a broom from Brian. He left in a much better mood. He thanked Brian and Lupin for their help and generosity, and he promised to visit them again soon. The Patronus charm is not a magic that a young wizard can easily master. Do you think Harry can do it? Standing at the door, watching Harry leave, Remus, who was also ready to go, said doubtfully. He knew that the Patronus charm was a complex and advanced spell, and that it required a powerful and positive emotion to cast. I don't think it's a problem. The key to learning this spell is to have a strong will. Harry is no less than a graduated adult wizard in that respect. And Brian said casually, and then suddenly thought of something and laughed mysteriously. He said something that baffled Remus. Where is there a protagonist who doesn't cheat? He winked at Remus and closed the door. 0218 Life. Hogwarts was enveloped in a peaceful atmosphere for a few weeks after the thrilling Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. The only exception was Brian Watson, the ex-Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, who had been appointed as the director of the Student Safety Office by the Ministry of Magic, and the huge and frightening Patronus he had cast on the Quidditch pitch, which resembled a monstrous winged snake. The sight of the silvery beast flying over the stadium had stunned everyone, and it soon became a hot topic of gossip among the students and staff. The rest of the events that happened during that time were trivial matters compared to that. For instance, Neville Longbottom, the clumsy and timid Gryffindor boy, had lost his wand and couldn't find it anywhere. He had searched his pockets, his robes, his bed, his trunk, and even his toad Trevor, but the wand was nowhere to be seen. Professor McGonagall enlisted all the boys in Gryffindor to help Neville search in the common room and dormitory, but to no avail. So, the exasperated McGonagall had to write a letter to Neville's grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, who was a formidable old witch with a vulture-like hat and a stern expression. As a consequence, one morning at breakfast, Neville received another howler from his grandmother. The red envelope burst open and the voice of the furious old lady echoed throughout the great hall, making everyone turn their heads and stare. If you can't find your father's wand, don't ever dare to come back. The howler exploded with a loud bang, sending bits of red paper flying everywhere. As the hall fell silent and Neville sobbed into his porridge, Brian, who was sitting at the staff table, felt a pang of pity for the poor boy. After a moment of thought, he took out a spare wand from his pouch and handed it to Professor McGonagall, who was sitting next to him. Mr. Longbottom probably won't be able to find that wand, Brian said to Professor McGonagall in a low voice. I have a spare one here. Please give it to Mr. Longbottom. He can buy a new one at Ollivanders during the Christmas holidays. That's the only way, Brian. Professor McGonagall said with a stern face, as she took the wand from Brian and nodded her thanks. She then got up and walked towards Neville's table, where she handed him the wand and whispered something in his ear. Neville looked up at her with a grateful expression, and then at Brian, who gave him a reassuring smile. I don't understand this child, why he always loses things. Professor McGonagall muttered as she returned to her seat, shaking her head. If you knew how Longbottom performed in my class, Minerva. Snape sneered from across the table, then you wouldn't be surprised by this. He is a complete dunderhead, who can't even brew a simple potion without blowing up his cauldron. This child is excellent, Severus Professor Lupin, the shabby and kind defense against the dark arts teacher, who looked much better after the full moon and was sitting next to Professor Flitwick, leaned over and smiled gently. He has always done well in the defense against the dark arts class. You just need to encourage him more, instead of insulting him and taking points from Gryffindor. Indeed. Professor Sprout, who was sitting on the other side of Professor Flitwick, also chimed in, Longbottom has a great talent for herbology. You may not believe it, but I think Mr. Longbottom's level in herbology is enough to get an outstanding grade in the O.W.L.S exam. He can identify and handle any plant, even the most dangerous ones, with ease and skill. Find the reason yourself, Professor Snape. Brian glanced at the dark-faced Snape, who glared back at him, and said with a chuckle. Maybe you're just too harsh on him. By the way, Brian, Professor Flitwick pointed at the wand that Brian had just taken out, and said shrilly, with a curious tone, as far as I know, except for the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, few wizards carry two wands with them. What is the reason for this, if I may ask? Ah, it's just a personal habit, Brian said calmly, as he put the wand back into his pouch. You have to stay away from that curse. At the end of breakfast, Professor Trelawney, the eccentric and dramatic divination teacher, who had been in a trance, suddenly stood up, jingling the beads around her neck, and looked through the thick glasses with a neurotic gaze at Brian. She pointed a bony finger at him, and said in a hoarse voice. My inner eye tells me, darkness and death lurks within it. Brian raised his eyebrows, ready to say something, but Professor McGonagall said coldly first, you probably forgot, Sybil, you had already prophesied Brian's death once in his 5th year, when you said that the Grim would take him. And yet, he is still alive and well, despite your predictions. Professor Trelawney seemed to disdain to argue, she walked away with her head held high, muttering something about the fickle nature of fate and the blindness of the ignorant. Brian shook his head, amused by her antics. Besides Neville's matter and Trelawney's outburst, the young wizards were also curious about where their beloved headmaster had gone these days. In the past, Dumbledore would often disappear for a while during the term, but he would soon reappear, smiling and dining with all the staff. He rarely vanished for 2 or 3 weeks in a row, without leaving any trace or explanation. Some students wondered if he had gone on a secret mission, or if he had fallen ill due to eating those weird sweets and candies. Some even speculated that he had died, and that the school was hiding the truth from them. The match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff at the end of November ended with Ravenclaw's victory, which made Professor McGonagall, who had been anxious for a while, breathe a sigh of relief, because it meant that Gryffindor still had a chance to catch up with the other houses in the Quidditch Cup. Ravenclaw had played brilliantly, with their seeker, Cho Chang, catching the snitch in a spectacular dive, and their chasers, Roger Davies, Terry Boot and Padma Patil, scoring many goals with their clever passes and feints. Hufflepuff had put up a good fight, with their captain, Cedric Diggory, leading the team with his skill and charisma, and their keeper, Hannah Abbott, saving many shots with her quick reflexes. But they had been unable to match Ravenclaw's speed and strategy, and had lost by 150 points. After the match, on the way back to the castle, Professor McGonagall couldn't help smiling. To be honest, although he had been in this school for 7 years, Brian didn't know that Professor McGonagall was also a fanatical fan of Quidditch, and that she had once been a star player herself. A group of professors walked together across the grounds, heading back to the castle after the Quidditch match. The sky was clear and blue, and the air was crisp and cold. The students were chatting excitedly about the game, and the cheers and boos of the spectators still echoed in their ears. The air was crisp and cold, and the snow crunched under their feet. Professor McGonagall seemed to suddenly remember something, and turned to Brian, who was walking beside her. Do you have time tomorrow, Brian? Professor McGonagall asked him, as they reached near the entrance hall. Do you want to invite me for a drink, Professor McGonagall? Brian asked, surprised by her invitation. If it's to celebrate Gryffindor's not being eliminated, Minerva. Professor Flitwick, who had just led his Ravenclaw team to a victory, ran up with a smile. I think you should treat me. After all, it's thanks to Ravenclaw's efforts that you still have a chance at the Quidditch Cup. It's not me who wants to treat, Phileas. Professor McGonagall held her wizard hat tightly and said unhappily, the Minister of Magic sent a letter to Albus, hoping that he could persuade Brian to return some of the Dementors to the Ministry of Magic, and then, Albus sent the letter back to me intact, without even opening it, so. Brian nodded knowingly. He could imagine the scene, Fudge, the bumbling and incompetent Minister of Magic, trying to convince Dumbledore, the wise headmaster of Hogwarts, to give up some of the Dementors that Brian had locked up. Fudge probably met with Dumbledore at some point and learned his attitude, so he didn't dare to come to Brian directly. And Dumbledore didn't want to help Fudge as a lobbyist either, especially since he himself didn't want to see those Dementors around Hogwarts. What do you think, Professor McGonagall? Brian asked casually, I mean, placing those Dementors around Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall shook her head and said firmly, I think it's a terrible idea, Brian. Those Dementors are a threat to the safety and happiness of our students and staff. They have no place in a school of magic. They are soulless creatures that feed on human emotions, and they can cause depression, despair, and even madness. I don't care what the Ministry of Magic says, they have no right to impose their will on us. There was an easy answer to this question. No professor wanted to have a bunch of monsters that could lose control at any time and suck the souls of young wizards around the school. Brian knew that he had to make a decision soon, but he wanted to hear more opinions before he did. Later that night, when he went to visit Professor Snape in his dungeon office, he got a reasonable suggestion. The number of Dementors needs to be reduced. Brian, Snape, who was grading papers, heard the question and looked at Brian, who was admiring a wall of glass specimen jars, with a blank expression. So many Dementors, once they get out of control, there are few people in the school who can handle the situation in time. So Brian pursed his lips and said, You think I should agree to keep some of the Dementors, and give the rest back to the Ministry of Magic? Unless you want to make a name for yourself, Brian, I don't see why you have to fight with the Ministry of Magic to the end, Snape scoffed, as he picked up a quill and dipped it in ink. He wrote something on a paper, and then threw it into a pile. Since our great headmaster Dumbledore couldn't stop the Ministry of Magic from placing Dementors around the school before, and besides, he and Fudge could have talked about this matter, but now he gave Fudge's letter to Minerva, and let Minerva arrange for you to meet with Fudge. Don't you see, Brian, Dumbledore wants to push you out. I think, in the future, this kind of thing may become more and more. Dumbledore is probably planning to let you be the liaison between Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic. Humph, this way he doesn't have to offend anyone. Snape continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Brian clenched his fists behind his back, and said with emotion, You must have suffered a lot from Dumbledore to see it so clearly, Professor. Snape didn't point out the sarcasm in Brian's words, he lowered his head and looked at the paper on the table, the quill stained with ink in his hand hovered in the air, and didn't fall for a long time, until half a moment later, he said angrily to Brian, Ever since you punished Draco to clean the Olary last time, Draco's grades have dropped. You can look at this pile of rubbish, Brian, I almost thought this was Longbottom's homework. He threw the paper at Brian, who caught it and looked at it. It was a poorly written essay on the properties of Moonstone, full of spelling and grammar mistakes, and vague and inaccurate statements. Punished Draco. Hearing this, Brian walked over and glanced at the paper on the table, and also showed a disgusted expression. He remembered that he had made the losing Slytherin participants clean the Olary. But punishing Draco to sweep the Olary, is the reason behind his poor grades, Brian thought. After thinking for a moment, he understood the situation, probably, the group of Slytherin kids blamed the loss of the race on Draco's head, so, they excluded him from their circle. I always think that the kids in our house are a bit too cruel. Brian smacked his lips and said, Do I need to comfort Draco? You know Slytherin, Brian, Professor Snape put the quill into the ink bottle and said coldly, he can only rely on his own strength to get out of the current predicament. If you intervene, his situation will only get worse. 0219 Mysterious Event. It was the first day of December, a weekend, and Brian woke up to a pleasant surprise. He pulled open the curtains with a smile and gazed at the clear sky. The drizzling rain that had been falling for almost half a month had finally stopped, and the clouds parted, revealing a dazzling blue sky that contrasted with the white snow. However, the temperature had dropped sharply, and the muddy field outside the castle was covered with white frost that sparkled in the sunlight. He could see his breath as he exhaled, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly put on his warmest robe, and headed to the Great Hall for breakfast. Since it was the day to go to Hogsmeade for the weekend, the school hall was almost empty, except for a few students who had not received permission from their guardians, or who had other plans. Fluffy snowflakes drifted down from the sky, creating a soft blanket of white, which covered the roofs and the grounds of the castle. The snowflakes melted on the enchanted ceiling of the hall, which reflected the clear sky, and created a beautiful contrast with the 4 long tables, which were decorated, according to the colors of the 4 houses. Brian sat at the table, and helped himself to some bacon and eggs, and a cup of hot chocolate. I have an appointment with Harry to practice the Patronus charm for a while in the afternoon, Lupin said to Brian, sitting at the same table with a few professors. Do you want to come and watch? Today? Brian frowned and muttered. Harry didn't go to Hogsmeade with his friends. He didn't get the signed permission from his guardian. Lupin's eyes flashed a trace of gloom, but then he smiled and said, I'm using a boggart to teach Harry this spell, and he's making some progress now. According to his progress, I think Harry might be able to master the Patroness charm by the end of this school year. Brian was not too surprised by this. A third-year wizard who could touch the edge of the Patroness charm, a profound white magic, with just a few practices, was impressive, but as he had said before, the protagonists are cheaters. However, I have other plans for this afternoon. Brian put down his silver spoon and rubbed his hands. I'm going to Hogsmeade with Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, and have a chat with the Minister of Magic about the Dementors. Lupin obviously knew about this too, and nodded without saying anything. For the whole morning, Brian didn't go out again, but stayed in his warm office reading books, newspapers, drinking tea, and occasionally standing up to look out at the quiet world outside the window. He sneezed comfortably, staring at the snow-covered playground, and muttered, why do I feel like I've already stepped into retirement life? In fact, this was not Brian's illusion. Thinking about it, the age of his past and present lives added up, and Brian was not far from retirement. Moreover, after the new dormitory building of the orphanage was built, and his magic power had passed the stage of rapid progress and entered the stage of dripping water, the comfortable homely atmosphere of Hogwarts made Brian feel lazy for a while. Get some energy, Black. Feeling that it was almost time, Brian changed his robe and muttered dissatisfiedly, you only failed once, are you giving up? By the time Brian returned to the hall, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick had been waiting there for a while. Brian helped them walk down the slippery marble stairs and walked along the stone path that could only vaguely see a little outline towards the school gate. The cold wind blew on their faces, but they were wrapped in thick cloaks and scarves that kept them warm. On the lawn near the Black Lake, Ginny, Colin, and some younger wizards were having a snowball fight, and the cheerful laughter brightened the quiet world. The three of them walked a little further, and Brian, who had sharp eyes, saw Hagrid dragging a huge fir tree towards his hut. Brian blinked and realized that Christmas was approaching. Hey, Hagrid! Brian waved his arm at Hagrid and shouted, do you want to go to Hogsmeade for a drink? Oh, I'd love to. Hagrid, who had a thick layer of snow on his moleskin coat, shouted happily when he saw who was greeting him. He dropped the fir tree and ran towards them, making the ground shake with his heavy steps. He hugged Brian and the professors, nearly crushing them, and then followed them to the school gate. Hogsmeade already had a bit of a festive atmosphere. The thatched cottages and shops were covered with a layer of fresh snow, the doors were hung with holly wreaths, and the trees were dotted with strings of candles enchanted with magic. In addition to the students of Hogwarts, the local residents, and the children who had not yet reached the age of enrollment, also shuttled through the lively streets, and the whole ancient village was immersed in joy. Under the Christmas tree that had not yet been hung with lights, the powerful figure in the wizarding world, the famous Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, stood shivering. He wrapped himself in a fine striped cloak, but his face was still frozen blue. He looked like he was about to catch a cold. When he saw the four people from Hogwarts approaching, his face immediately became rosy. He smiled and waved his hand, trying to look cheerful. It's been a while, hasn't it? He greeted them warmly. Indeed, Brian walked up quickly, shook Fudge's hand and smiled. How have you been lately, Minister? Don't mention it. Fudge wanted to complain about something, but then a cold wind blew, and Professor McGonagall, who was thin and not resistant to cold, interrupted him. She pulled her cloak tighter around her and frowned. Let's talk somewhere else, Minister, unless you want us to freeze to death outside. The group walked past the post office and Zonko's joke shop, and headed for the Three Broomsticks. Along the way, many students who recognized them greeted them, and many residents bowed respectfully to Fudge, who was the Minister of Magic. They looked curious and excited, wondering what brought the minister to their village. Oh, after sending away a few villagers, Fudge said happily. It seems that they are enjoying their peaceful life, don't they? You're right, Minister. Hagrid, who was honest and straightforward, said sincerely. He was not bothered by the cold at all, and his beard was covered with snowflakes. Ever since Professor Watson locked up the Dementors wandering around, the villagers' enthusiasm has risen a lot. Ahem. Fudge immediately became embarrassed and couldn't speak. Brian looked at Hagrid approvingly, and by the way helped Professor McGonagall, who was shrugging her shoulders constantly. Anyway, except in Hogwarts, a magical elite military training base in the wizarding world, the name of the Minister of Magic was still quite impressive in other places. When the group pushed open the door of the Three Broomsticks, Mrs. Rosmerta, who was busy spinning around, immediately dropped her hands and walked over. What wind brought you here, Minister? She asked with interest. She winked at Brian and the professors, who were her regular customers, and led them to the private room. Some things. Let's have something to drink first, dear. Fudge glanced at the young man who smiled silently across from him, and said hesitantly. He was not sure how to start the conversation with Brian. Everyone ordered alcoholic drinks for themselves, except for Brian, who usually didn't choose to make his head dizzy at non-meal times. "A cup of green tea will do," Brian said to Mrs. Rosmerta. Mrs. Rosmerta obviously cut the queue for them, and in less than 2 minutes, the drinks they ordered were all served. She placed them on the table with a flourish, and then left them alone. The group held their cups and chatted casually, but Fudge seemed to be absent-minded all the time. "I thought you would come earlier. I mean, after I locked up the Dementors of the Ministry of Magic, I thought you would come to me right away," Brian said. He took a sip of his green tea and looked at Fudge with a calm expression. He wanted to know what Fudge had to say to him. Professor McGonagall and the others quieted down. "I wanted to do that," Fudge said awkwardly. He avoided Brian's gaze and stirred his drink nervously. "But some more important things held me back." Hearing this, the faculty members of Hogwarts showed a certain degree of surprise. At the moment, for the Ministry of Magic, there was nothing more important than catching Sirius Black, the notorious mass murderer who had escaped from Azkaban. An event, probably landing next year. Fudge's happy voice revealed a clear sense of superiority. He leaned forward and lowered his voice, as if he was sharing a secret. "Don't ask me, gentlemen, the project is still not out of the fundraising stage. The Ministry of Magic needs to keep it secret. What I can tell you is that Dumbledore and I have been actively promoting this event to proceed smoothly. Some time ago, we too in the International Confederation of Wizards, I.C.W., persuaded a party that was ready to participate in the event to put the venue in Britain." The professors looked at each other, and finally, Professor Flitwick squeaked. "If you mean the World Cup, Minister. It has nothing to do with that, Phileas, it's... Oh, anyway, in a few months, there will probably be news coming out. I guarantee, you will be surprised." 0220 Hogsmeade. The snow drifted down like soft, white plumes, enveloping the world in fog. The landscape was a blur of grey and white, and the only sound was the muffled crunch of boots on the frozen ground. The cold north wind sliced through their clothes like a blade, and every time someone came in or out, the cold wind that poured into the pub from the door caused people to exclaim in unison. They shivered and wrapped their cloaks tighter around them, seeking warmth and comfort in the cozy atmosphere of the Three Broomsticks. Fudge showed a rare quality like a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic. He kept his mouth shut and refused to reveal anything, regardless of how Professor Flitwick and Hagrid tried to pry. "Then why did you say it?" Brian sighed inwardly, thinking that he was just showing off his superiority. "I think you have heard the hearts of the ordinary people, Minister." Fudge was the kind of politician who could talk to you all day without getting to the core of the problem. He was good at spinning words and avoiding responsibility, but he was not good at solving issues or making decisions. Brian didn't want to spend the whole afternoon with Fudge in a contest of art of language. He wanted to get to the point and discuss the matters that concerned him the most. So, after the mysterious event topic ended, he said bluntly, "Minister, I have heard Professor Dumbledore say that the Ministry of Magic had sworn that those Dementors would not break into Hogwarts and disturb the normal learning life of the young wizards, unless they found Black. But you see." He spread his hands innocently. "Reality is always worse than we expected," he said with a hint of accusation in his voice, making Fudge squirm in his seat. Yes, under the gaze of several professors, Fudge subconsciously wanted to wipe his forehead. He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple, and he wished he could escape from this awkward situation. But when he raised his hand, he realized that he was not talking to Dumbledore. He awkwardly picked up the cup and took a sip of the red currant rum in the cup to ease his mood. "Oh, well, another difficult guy," he thought as he put down the cup. He sneaked a glance at Brian's calm and purple eyes. The previous 2 experiences made Fudge mistakenly think that Brian would be a young wizard who was friendly to the Ministry of Magic. The negotiation on whether to keep the Dementors was not complicated. Brian and Professor McGonagall's real demands were simple: to control the number of Dementors and require them to take turns. This way, they could effectively prevent the Dementors from being too hungry and rushing into Hogwarts to kill. Fudge easily agreed to this. He knew that he had no choice but to comply, since he had no authority over Hogwarts or Dumbledore. The Dementors sent by the Ministry of Magic caused trouble first was only one of the factors. Brian and his amazing monitoring device also made him feel less anxious. Meanwhile, more students came into the room, and the pub was noisy. They were laughing and chatting, oblivious to the serious conversation that was taking place in the corner. And there seemed to be something wrong with the kettle on the fireplace shelf. They were holding their stomachs and coughing, spraying hot water from the spout, which splashed into the burning fire, making the whole pub smoky. It was a prank by Fred and George Weasley, who had slipped some of their joke products into the kettle. They watched from a distance, snickering and high-fiving each other. Dumbledore's whereabouts. After finishing the Dementor issue, the remaining concern was Dumbledore's whereabouts. "I can't answer that for you," Fudge slurred his words as he muttered. He was feeling the effects of the rum, and was losing his composure. Dumbledore wrote me a letter before he left Hogwarts, telling me he had to go out for a while. And as soon as I heard the news, I immediately found him. He can't just leave me alone to deal with the endless problems of the International Confederation of Wizards. He complained, sounding more like a child than a minister. What Fudge was trying to hide made everyone curious. Except for the reserved Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick and Hagrid started to ask around again. Fudge obviously knew that if he revealed a bit here, probably, by tomorrow evening, the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest would hear the wind. So, he just smiled and talked nonsense, not willing to say anything. Brian did not join this topic. Not knowing from when, his expression became a bit strange, and he looked a bit absent-minded. His eyes were not on the few people in the conversation, but occasionally glanced at the outside of the door. A while ago, he suddenly felt that Harry, who he had marked, appeared in Hogsmeade and entered his mark-sensing range. He stayed in a place for a few minutes, then quickly came to his side. And when he approached the three broomsticks, Brian also sensed the two familiar magical powers that accompanied him. "Excuse me, everyone." Hagrid was trying to ask Fudge and the officials of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures to say hello and ask them to be lenient with Buckbeak, when Brian suddenly got up and interrupted him. "Miss Rosmerta's tea leaves are probably not very fresh. Please allow me to leave for a while." Saying that, he left his seat and walked quickly to the inside. Ding dong dong. The pub door swung open with a bang, and two heads quickly peeked in through the crack. The swirling smoke made the already dim pub vision even worse. Harry looked around with interest, while trying to avoid bumping into the bustling crowd. He could smell the aroma of roasted chestnuts, spiced cider, and fire whiskey, mixed with the scent of pine and candles. Because they couldn't show their faces openly, they chose a hidden spot, between the window and a beautiful Christmas tree, so no one would notice it. The window was covered with frost, and the tree was decorated with glittering baubles, tinsel, and fairy lights. It was a cozy and festive corner, perfect for hiding and spying. "It's really lively here." Ron went to get drinks. And Harry sat next to Hermione, happily saying, "I don't think anyone will notice me." "What do you think, Hermione?" "No way, Harry," Hermione said with a snap. "You've already taken a big risk. I won't let you take off your invisibility cloak." She looked around nervously, as if expecting someone to spot them at any moment. I didn't mean that, Hermione." Harry, who was caught in his thoughts, said reluctantly. But then, his eyes were attracted by the steaming butterbeer on the table of a few older students next to him. He had only tasted this delicious drink once, last year due to Professor Watson's class, when he defeated the Inferi that night. Fred and George got it for everyone. 2 minutes later, Ron came back with 3 identical cups of butterbeer. But when he passed a certain position, his hurried footsteps suddenly stumbled, and his happy expression turned to fright. He nearly dropped the drinks, as he saw who was sitting at the table near the fireplace. "What's wrong, Ron?" Harry, who had been staring at him, asked inexplicably. "The professors are there, Harry. Hide quickly, don't give yourself away." Harry's body moved faster than his brain. As soon as he heard Ron say that, instinct drove him to slide under the table. And because he couldn't see Harry's movements, Ron stood there stupidly, using his body to block the possible line of sight from that position. He tried to act casual, as he placed the drinks on the table, and sat down next to Hermione. He hoped Harry was well hidden, and that the professors wouldn't come over to talk to them. He knew they would be in big trouble if they were caught. "I told you." Hermione lowered her voice and said angrily. "I had a feeling something might go wrong. And usually when I feel that way, things are always right." She glared at Ron, as if blaming him for their predicament. She wished they had stayed in the castle, or at least chosen a less conspicuous place to visit. "Don't make such a fuss, Hermione." After sitting down, Ron's heart was no longer beating so fast. He said indifferently, "They can't see Harry, can they?" With Ron's hint, Hermione and Harry finally noticed that the Minister of Magic and several professors were not far from them. Harry's most feared Gryffindor head of house was also there. He recognized Professor McGonagall, with her stern face and tartan hat, sitting next to Fudge, who was wearing a pinstripe suit and a lime green bowler hat. "I can only say you're lucky, Harry." Hermione took out her wand and whispered transfiguration to the Christmas tree, so that it could better cover Harry under the table. "You should be glad that Professor Watson is not here. Your invisibility cloak can't fool his eyes." "This is fun." Harry thought so. And then, a pair of dazzling green stilettos appeared in his line of sight. The owner of the shoes stepped on the Minister of Magic's striped cloak on the ground and giggled. She was a tall and curvy woman, with long blonde hair and red lips. She wore a tight green dress that matched her shoes, and a fur coat that draped over her shoulders. She had a tray of drinks in her hands, and a smile on her face. She was Miss Rosmerta, the landlady of the Three Broomsticks, and one of the most popular women in Hogsmeade. "Do you need some more, Minister?" Miss Rosmerta asked as she poured Fudge another full glass of wine. Let's have some more, dear. Fudge raised his voice, feeling tipsy. I just came back from Paris, and tomorrow I have to get back to Troublou, work. It's rare to have some free time. He took a sip of his wine, and sighed. Big shots are always busy, Miss Rosmerta said. By the way, is there any new progress in the ministry? I mean, on the hunt for Black. 0221 talks. In the cozy and crowded Three Broomsticks pub, Fudge and several Hogwarts staff members were having a private conversation, but they were not as discreet as they thought. Their voices were muffled by the noise of the other customers, but they could still be heard by anyone who paid close attention. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were not the only ones who were eavesdropping on them. The other students sitting nearby were also listening secretly, pretending to be busy with their drinks and snacks. Some of them had relatives in high positions in the Ministry of Magic, and they kept silent because they already knew the relevant information. Some of them were young wizards who had never heard of these things before, and they tried to act casual, but their open mouths betrayed their curiosity and shock. Brian was actually standing behind Hermione, but he used a little trick to make himself invisible. He had cast a disillusionment charm on himself, blending in with the background. He looked down at Ron and Hermione, who were speechless with disbelief, and Harry, who was hiding under the table, whose expression gradually changed from astonishment to silence, and finally, his green eyes showed deep hatred. Destiny had an amazing inertia. Even though Brian's presence had altered many things subtly, there were still many things that followed the original course. Harry finally learned the truth about his parents' death, just like he did in the original timeline. After Professor McGonagall and the others finished talking about Black, Brian thought for a while. He dodged one person after another and returned to the bar room. He had left a bottle there, containing a Dementor that he had captured and sealed with his magic. 2 minutes later, he appeared in the pub hall again, as if nothing had happened. He had removed the disillusionment charm from himself, and acted normally. He glanced at Harry, whose expression had changed slightly, and Hermione and Ron, who held their breaths when they saw him. Brian smiled and walked back to his seat, but he didn't sit down. He just put the bottle sealed with the Dementor directly into Fudge's arms, startling him. I'm sorry, everyone, I just remembered that I haven't cleaned the house I rented in the village for a while. I have to deal with it before Christmas. Brian said casually, as if he had just given Fudge a harmless gift. Then, he left the Three Broomsticks pub without delay. Only an hour or two had passed, and the path between Hogsmeade and Hogwarts was covered with a layer of snow nearly a foot thick. It was still early, but there were not many young wizards who went to Hogsmeade for the weekend. Most of them had returned to the school, as the weather was too cold and windy for their liking. Brian walked alone in the snow, thinking quietly. He wondered if Harry would come over later and ask him if he knew anything about his parents, or about Black, and how should he tactfully comfort him. Everything is normal in the school, Professor Watson. When asked if anything had happened, Brian's loyal subordinate, the Hogwarts castle caretaker Filch, sniffed and said respectfully. The ancient castle still looked magnificent, but in fact, it had suffered from the wear and tear of time. The huge amount of money consumed by daily teaching made the funds allocated by the board of directors insufficient, and there was not much money to repair the castle. So, when winter came, the corridors of the school were always leaking, and the temperature was not much different from the outside. The house elves, who worked as the servants of the school, tried their best to keep the castle clean and warm, but they could not do much against the harsh weather. Although the wizards with high magic power were not too sensitive to the cold and heat, Brian still felt his hands and feet a bit stiff after walking in the open air for a while. So, he changed his mind about going to Lupin and asking about Harry's progress in Patronus. He snapped his fingers and lit the fire in the fireplace. Brian warmed his hands while casually looking at the monitor screens on the wall. The cold weather drove the young wizards who loved to wander back to the common rooms. Only in the library, there were many fifth-year students preparing for the school exam. On the top floor of the West Tower, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle came out of the Ullery. The expressions on their faces were a bit stiff. Brian watched them silently as they walked down the tower, past the armor corridor, and finally entered the Slytherin dungeon from the other side of the foyer on the first floor. They haven't got rid of the trouble yet. Brian muttered to himself curiously. After a little hesitation, he remembered Professor Snape's warning and decided not to interfere for the time being. Things did not go as he expected. He thought that Harry would rush back to the castle and ask him if he knew the truth after he learned that his parents were killed by Black's betrayal, but Harry did not do that. Brian just occasionally observed him through the monitor for several days. Harry had a gloomy face wherever he went. He barely spoke to anyone, and he seemed to be lost in his thoughts. Another week passed. Now, there were only 2 weeks left until the end of the term. Dumbledore's absence did not affect the festive mood in the school. Professor Flitwick, who taught the charm class, had already decorated his classroom with colorful lights. They would turn into real fairies, flapping their wings and flying around in the classroom. He did not know why, but Hagrid suddenly asked for a few days off from him and Professor McGonagall. So, the task of creating a festive atmosphere for the hall naturally fell on Brian. Filch could be ordered, but he did not have magic spells, and he was not very good at doing this kind of work. As the holiday approached, the professors also hoped to let the students relax a bit before Christmas. So, on Friday night, the little ones who did not have much homework ran around the castle. Or rather, they made trouble. One moment, someone threw a few dung eggs in the bathroom on a certain floor, creating a foul smell and a mess. Another moment, a young wizard who provoked Peeves, the poltergeist, was locked in the armor, and had to scream for help. Another moment, a first-year wizard who was not familiar with the moving stairs in the castle accidentally stepped on the air and broke his arm. In short, Filch's furious roar echoed throughout the Hogwarts main castle all night. In order to avoid Filch, who would barge into his office every once in a while, Brian ran to the library where there were not many people before the festival. The library was a huge and quiet room, filled with thousands of books on various topics and subjects. It was guarded by Madame Pants, the librarian, who was a thin and sour-faced woman, who treated the books as if they were her children. But here, he unexpectedly found the three little ones who were buried in a pile of books. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were sitting at a table, surrounded by books and papers. They looked tired and frustrated, as they searched for something in the books. "This is not right," Brian smacked his tongue and said, "if it was just Miss Granger, I wouldn't be too surprised, but you three actually appeared in the library together." He teased them, as he knew that Ron and Harry did not like to study, and they often relied on Hermione for homework. "It's for Hagrid, Professor Watson," Hermione said, as she looked up at him with a serious and determined face. She was holding a quill in her hand, and she had a parchment in front of her, where she had written some notes and arguments. Since Brian no longer served as the defense against the dark arts professor, he had met these little guys much less often, especially Hermione and Ron. Apart from occasionally greeting each other, they hadn't spoken personally with Professor Watson for a month or two. So, when facing his question, Hermione and Ron were both a bit awkward. The Ministry of Magic has decided to formally accept Lucius Malfoy's lawsuit application. The trial date is in April next year. We want to help him. Hermione's eyes were red, but her eyes showed resentment when she looked at him. Brian understood that this girl probably blamed him for not doing anything even though he was Hagrid's nominal boss. So that's how it was. No wonder Hagrid was depressed when he asked for leave that day. He asked him a few questions, but Hagrid did not want to say. Probably, he did not want to bother him. "So, you want to help Hagrid prepare a defense statement?" Brian glanced at those grey files and asked. The files were the official documents that the Ministry of Magic had sent to Hagrid, informing him of the lawsuit and the trial. After getting an affirmative answer, he nodded. "Hagrid should be grateful to have you as his loyal friends," he said, and then walked past them, ready to go to the direction of the restricted area. Ron whispered to Hermione to shut up, but Hermione was obviously not very happy with Professor Watson's statement. She glared at him, ready to question him why he did not care about his subordinates, and why he did not do anything to help Hagrid. She was about to open her mouth, but at this time, Harry, who looked depressed, suddenly spoke up. "Professor Watson," Harry said, as he raised his voice. Brian smiled at Harry, and he asked him, in a warm and friendly tone, "What's wrong, Potter, what's the matter? You know those things, don't you?" At this moment, Ron and Hermione both gave Harry a look, hoping he would be quiet, but Harry ignored their hints. The flickering torches on the wall reflected in his green eyes. He gasped and asked. "I mean, my parents were killed by Voldemort because of Black's betrayal. You knew this all along, didn't you? Because you've been hunting down that filthy traitor." Harry's voice was loud and angry. There were not many students in the library, but those who were there heard him say Voldemort's name and were terrified. Some of them fell off their stools and landed on the floor, staring at him with horror. "Phew, let's talk in my office," Brian said with a sigh. 0222 Sirius Black. Brian led Hermione, Ron, and Harry, who had calmed down a bit after the cold wind had numbed their senses, through the winding corridors adorned with festive holly and mistletoe ribbons. He proudly told the three young wizards that he had made these decorations himself. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed Professor Watson to his office on the third floor, feeling a mix of curiosity and dread. They knew this place well, unlike most of the other students, who rarely got a chance to see the inside of the teacher's lair. Professor Watson's office looked the same as always, except for a new set of plush sofas and wooden coffee tables at the far end of the door side, where there used to be nothing but empty space. The furniture made the office seem less shabby and more cozy, as if inviting them to sit and chat. Outside the window, the snow was still pristine white, and snowflakes like fluffy dandelions floated in the air, gently landing on the windowsill. The temperature kept dropping, and the sky had not cleared for a week, making the days gloomy and short. The surface of the huge black lake was covered with a thin layer of ice, and it would probably freeze over soon, trapping the giant squid and the mere people underneath. Let's get to the point, Harry. Brian said, breaking the silence. He invited them to sit down on the new sofas, took out his wand, and threw a ball of fire to light the fireplace. Then he sat on the sofa by the wall, facing them. Are you blaming me for not telling you the truth? He asked, his voice calm but stern. Ron and Hermione sat on Harry's left and right, under Professor Watson's piercing gaze. They did not dare to move, but they tried to remind Harry not to be too impulsive with their eyes and nudges. They knew how much this topic hurt Harry, and how angry he was with everyone who kept him in the dark. Everyone seems to think that I don't need to know these things. Harry said, his voice trembling with anger. He knew he should be calm, because Professor Watson had not killed his parents. But when Professor Watson asked him bluntly, Harry's heart burst into flames, burning him all over. He raised his head abruptly, staring at Professor Watson's purple eyes, which seemed to see through him. My parents died at the hands of his best friend, and now that person wants to break into Hogwarts and kill me. But... Harry gasped, feeling a lump in his throat. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, the Ministry of Magic, and you. Everyone thinks I don't need to know all this. Harry. Hermione said softly, winking at him anxiously. But Harry ignored her. Do you know what I hear when the Dementors come near me, Professor? I hear my mother screaming, begging Voldemort. She wasn't begging for herself, but for me. And their fate was because they trusted A. He didn't spat out the last word, as if it tasted bitter in his mouth. Brother, we've talked about this before, and Black will get what he deserves, I promise. Ron said, speaking up bravely. He noticed that Professor Watson's eyes had darkened, as if a storm was brewing in them. Hermione was in tears, clutching Harry's arm. Harry almost shouted those words. He thought Professor Watson would defend himself, give some noble reasons, or say some comforting words like Hermione and Ron. But he didn't. Professor Watson just looked at him coldly. If I understood you correctly, Brian's tone was chilly, the same tone he used when he was the Viper. You want to kill Black with your own hands, don't you? He asked, his eyes narrowing. Ron had asked this question before, and Harry had not answered before Hermione interrupted him. Now, facing this question again, Harry's heart was on fire. He ignored Hermione's soft plea, and said stubbornly, Yes, Professor, if I can do that. Brian laughed, his smile cold and mocking. He looked at Harry, who didn't know how high the sky was. He nodded slightly, as if he had expected this answer. Even if you know, you're no match for Black. Even if you know, your reckless action will only waste your parents' sacrifice and cost you your life. He said coldly, his words like ice, cutting Harry's heart. Harry's eyes wavered for a moment, but he still said defiantly, At least, my parents wouldn't want their son to be a coward. Very good. Brian said, standing up, expressionless. His whole body radiated a strong pressure. In the void, magic stirred up a storm that only the most dangerous wizards could unleash. Even the blazing fire in the fireplace flickered under this immense pressure, on the verge of being extinguished. A subtle but deadly aura swept through the room, a murderous aura that only the most ruthless wizards could emanate. The room that had been warm turned cold as Brian leaned forward slightly. This small movement made Ron and Hermione, who were already stiff, feel their scalps go numb. Their hair crackled with static electricity, and they had hallucinations. They both saw a monstrous snake lower its ferocious head, spreading its wings that blocked the sun, ready to strike. Don't! Hermione's tears rolled down her cheeks, and she whispered weakly, as if she had no strength left. At this moment, she thought that Harry, who was so stubborn and reckless, had angered Professor Watson beyond repair. And now, this powerful wizard, who might have no match in Hogwarts or the wizarding world, was going to kill Harry in cold blood. What should I do? Ron was about to faint, his face as white as a sheet. Harry was shaky under Professor Watson's fury, his eyes wide with fear and defiance. And only Hermione could still think, her mind racing for a solution. Time Turner. Hermione suddenly thought of this device, which she had used to attend more classes. She wanted to use it to go back in time, to change the course of events. She could stop them from going to the library that night, or she could warn Professor McGonagall, who might have been able to intervene. She knew that doing this might cause a huge disaster, a paradox that could alter the timeline of the world. But she couldn't think of any other way to stop Professor Watson, who seemed ready to kill someone, or worse. Hermione clenched her teeth, raised her hand shakily, reaching for the time turner hidden under her robes. But Brian glanced at her, and his cold eyes pierced her soul, making her body tremble. Even her breath was frozen, as if she was under a freezing charm. Brian raised his right arm with the wand, and pointed it at the fireplace and then at a mannequin in a corner of the room. The red-hot firewood spun in the air and sprinkled brilliant sparks, turning into a dagger that fell into his hand with a clatter. The other mannequin hovered in the air beside him and transformed, as if by a transfiguration spell. A few seconds later, a man appeared, and they recognized his cruel face. Harry, Hermione, and Ron all felt as if a cold hand had gripped their hearts, squeezing them painfully. It was Sirius Black. Harry swore he would never forget this face, no matter how long he lived. It was the same as the one on the Muggle TV news and the Wizard's Wanted Order, which he had seen countless times. The man had a gaunt and haggard face, as if he had suffered a lot. His hair was dirty and tangled, hanging over his forehead. And his cracked lips were below 2 rows of dark yellow teeth, which looked like rotten wood. He was wearing the dirty prison clothes of Azkaban, the black and white stripes that marked him as a criminal. And he was so thin that one could count his ribs, as if he had not eaten for days. He looked like a skeleton, a walking corpse. Black took the dagger from Brian's hand, circled the coffee table, and approached Harry step by step, with bloodthirsty excitement in his gloomy eyes. He looked like a predator, stalking his prey. Black reversed the dagger, pointed the sharp blade at himself, and handed the handle to Harry. His mouth cracked open, almost like a boggart. "If you want to avenge your parents, Potter," Black's hoarse voice was like grinding dry bat corpses in Professor Snape's class, the sound that made Harry's skin crawl. He grinned ferociously, showing his rotten teeth. "Then kill me, just use this dagger to aim at my neck, and stab it hard." He moved closer to Harry, as if he was inviting him to do it. Harry retreated subconsciously, but he forgot that there was a sofa behind him. He fell on his butt, and the fear in his eyes overwhelmed the hatred. "Use this dagger to stab my neck, Potter, and let my blood splash all over you. Come on, I'm waiting for you to do it." Black taunted him, as if he wanted to provoke him. No, Harry kept shrinking back, shaking his head, and avoiding the dagger desperately. His cheeks were pale as the snow on the playground, and his lips were trembling. "Stop it!" Hermione cried out, covering her face. She did not dare to look at Black, who was approaching Harry. Suddenly, the thick oppressive aura in the office was gone. The firewood in the fireplace was burning again, and the warmth quickly dispelled the cold. It was as if the whole world had become bright and normal again. Black and the dagger turned into a few wisps of slowly falling ashes, as if they had never existed. Brian tilted his head, looking at Harry, who had gone stupid, and smiled slightly. "Where is your courage, Potter?" 0223 Secrets. Where is your courage, Potter? When Professor Watson uttered these words, Hermione let out a sigh of relief, feeling a heavy burden lift from her shoulders. She finally understood that Professor Watson was not going to kill them, but just wanted to teach Harry a valuable lesson in his own unconventional way. Harry realized this too, but his lips were dry and pale, and he couldn't utter a word. He looked like a lost soul, wandering in the dark. "Yes, where is my courage?" Harry asked himself, his thoughts racing. He had thought that his hatred for Black would make him disregard everything and take a life at all costs, but he found out that he was not as brave as he had imagined. He didn't even have the courage to kill a fake Black, a mere illusion created using a dummy. "I'm sorry, Harry, I misled you." Professor Watson, who sat down calmly on a nearby chair, said with a gentle smile, making Harry stunned. He stared blankly at the powerful young professor, who made him feel no resistance, and didn't understand why he apologized. Professor Watson had already taught him a harsh lesson, one that he would never forget. "I guess, you must be resenting yourself in your heart for being a cowardly little wizard, who doesn't have the courage to kill a fake person made of dummy." Brian's sharp eyes saw through Potter's inner turmoil. "But in fact, I misled you, Harry. Killing a person, taking away a person's life, never depends on courage." Hearing this, Harry's green eyes flickered, and he regained some vitality. He looked at Professor Watson with curiosity and confusion. Brian's eyes swept over the three little wizards, who were somewhat stunned by his words, and his voice was calm and steady. "The reason why you didn't kill the fake person just now was not cowardice but kindness, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. You three are very kind wizards, who don't want to deprive the lives of any living being. I bet, even for Black, who is extremely wicked and has a blood feud with you, in the depths of your hearts, you just hope that he can go back to Azkaban and continue to be imprisoned." He paused, and then added, "Or maybe, you hope that he can redeem himself, and prove that he is not the traitor that everyone thinks he is. But what's wrong with that, Professor Watson?" Hermione's thin body swayed, and her cheeks were pale. She felt a surge of emotion in her chest, and she spoke with a trembling voice. "The followers of you-know-who, those wizards who are called Death Eaters, they have hurt many people, they have killed many people, but the Ministry of Magic only imprisons them in Azkaban." Hermione felt suffocated, and she couldn't go on, but she still insisted on saying. She wanted to defend the law that she believed in. "The law does not allow the death penalty, Professor, that was abolished long ago. We can't take justice into our own hands, we have to respect the law." "Law?" Brian sneered, ready to say something, but considering that Harry and the others were just underage children, whose world was just this fairy tale castle, Brian shook his head. He decided not to shatter their innocence, not yet. As a young wizard who has not graduated yet, Potter, you have to understand that the gap between you and an adult wizard with outstanding magic skills is insurmountable. I remember I once shared my opinion with you. 3 Power is power, it is a pure thing, no matter love or hate, or courage, they can't make your power increase by leaps and bounds in an instant. So, the result of you going to find Black for revenge is to make so many people who worry about your life and health suffer in vain, including your parents' sacrifice. The long silence that followed made Harry feel extremely tormented, and Ron, who had recovered his breath, comforted him sincerely. I always thought that you didn't have to become a murderer for that kind of scum, Harry. He patted Harry's shoulder, and said, you are better than that, mate. Harry will never become a murderer, right? Hermione also said nervously. She was afraid that Harry, who was stubborn, would say something that would anger Professor Watson, so she leaned over and grabbed Harry's sweaty but cold hand. I will be careful, Professor Watson. Harry, who had clenched his lips tightly, said in a hoarse voice. Then, can I assume? Brian's voice suddenly became cheerful, as if he had forgotten the tense atmosphere. He smiled brightly, and said, I will never see you wearing that magical invisibility cloak, sneaking out to the 3 broomsticks to steal drinks. You really saw it, Professor Watson. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exclaimed in unison, their faces turning red. Hermione glared at Ron fiercely, as if she wanted to burn him with her eyes. Her words seemed to express surprise, but her tone did not. It was clear that they had guessed about this in private. Oh, not stealing, Professor Ron said weakly, avoiding Hermione's eyes. He knew that she hated lying, especially to their teachers. I paid for Harry's butterbeer. He added hastily, hoping that it would make a difference. Harry was also startled, because he had agreed with Ron when they discussed this issue in private before. They both thought that the 3 broomsticks was so noisy and crowded that day that Professor Watson might not even notice them wearing the invisibility cloak, let alone Hermione and Ron, who were sitting at a corner table. Professor Dumbledore seems to have told you. Brian added another sentence, out of precaution. He wanted to make sure that they understood the danger of their actions. Invisibility spells, invisibility cloaks, and the like don't work in front of Dementors. You must have noticed that there are Dementors at the school gate again. They are guarding the entrance, looking for Black. But according to the result of my consultation with the Ministry of Magic, the Ministry has reduced the number of Dementors dispatched. They have realized that they are causing more harm than good, affecting the students and the teachers. So, you are absolutely not allowed to use the invisibility cloak to sneak out of the school gate. He said firmly, emphasizing the last sentence. This made the expressions of the 3 change subtly, especially Hermione, whose face tightened suddenly. She bit her lip, and glanced at Harry and Ron nervously. Hermione and Ron both knew that Harry hadn't left the school gate at all, but used the magical map of Fred and George, the Marauders map. You. Brian narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. He sensed that there was something more to their story, something that they did not want to reveal. Even without using the magic of legilimency, the art of reading minds, he could see the changes in the expressions of the 3 little ones. It seems that you have hidden something important. He asked, in a tone that was not a question, but a statement. He looked at them with a stern and penetrating gaze, that made them feel uncomfortable and exposed. They were still 3rd graders after all. When faced with pressure, their way of coping was too immature. They just looked at each other twice, and then Ron and Harry lowered their heads. Their eyes fixed on the ground and refused to move. Only Hermione seemed to want to say something, hesitantly. She was torn between her loyalty to Harry and Ron, and her respect for Professor Watson. She knew that lying was wrong, but she also knew that telling the truth could have serious consequences. Professor. Under Professor Watson's eyes, Hermione finally took a deep breath, after hesitating for a long time. She decided to tell a partial truth, hoping that it would be enough to satisfy him. Harry. He is not. Harry and Ron looked at Hermione nervously, and raised their heads suddenly. Don't tell him about the map. Hermione knew what Harry and Ron wanted to shout, through their eyes. She could see the panic and the pleading in their faces. This is for your own good, Harry. Hermione also responded firmly to Harry with her eyes. Actually, Harry, he, accidentally found a secret passage when he was walking around the castle. He was curious and went in. When he came out, he accidentally found himself in Hogsmeade. Hermione was evasive, hiding the truth not to keep the magical map, but to avoid implicating Fred and George. Hermione didn't tell everything, which made Harry and Ron sigh with relief, but their faces didn't improve much. Because now there was only one secret passage that could be used to sneak out of Hogwarts, and since Hermione had said it, Professor Watson would surely seal it off to prevent Black from entering the castle. Secret passage. Brian's expression became serious suddenly. He was surprised and alarmed by Hermione's revelation. Secret passage, but Argus told me that the 4 secret passages in the school had all been sealed by him. He asked, his voice doubtful and suspicious. I think under Professor Watson's fierce gaze, who had just shown his power, Harry couldn't keep silent. He felt that he had to say something, to support Hermione's lie, to make it more convincing. He followed Hermione's lead, and said bravely, hoping that Professor Watson would believe him. I think I must have accidentally found a secret passage that Filch didn't know about. 0224 mistakes. The moment Harry uttered the words that he might have discovered a hidden passage that Filch was unaware of, Brian felt a surge of dread and realization. He and everyone else in the school, including the wise headmaster, had overlooked a crucial flaw in their security measures against Black's invasion. On the night they had returned to Hogwarts for the new term, Brian had instructed Filch to seal off all the secret passages that led to the outside of the castle. Filch had assured him that the 4 known passages that connected the castle to the outside world had been thoroughly blocked by him and the other professors, and that there was no chance of anyone getting in through them. But such an answer would create a false impression, making one think that there were only 4 passages that could be used to enter or exit the castle. In reality, after 1,000 years of Hogwarts existence, who could tell how many clever and adventurous people had constructed how many hidden tunnels and corridors in the castle? Perhaps Black and his friends had dug some secret routes when they were students at Hogwarts. Oh, but that was unlikely, because Remus would have known about them. He was the only one of Black's close friends from school who was still alive, unless Black had been plotting this scheme since then. Otherwise, he would not have kept it a secret from Remus. Professor Harry and Ron were shooting furious glares at Hermione, but Hermione did not think she had done anything wrong. She met their eyes with a defiant expression, and said to the motionless and pensive Watson professor. Do you also think that Black managed to sneak into Hogwarts through those passages? That's impossible, Hermione. Ron snapped, giving up on the idea of keeping that precious passage to themselves. When Black broke into Hogwarts, Hogsmeade was swarming with Dementors. He couldn't have possibly slipped into the Honeydukes basement, could he? Brian, who was lost in his thoughts, briefly snapped out of them and glanced at Ron. These youngsters always had a bad habit of taking things for granted. Black might not have used the same passage that Harry had taken, but Brian was fairly certain that he must have known some secret passage that no one else was aware of. That was how, on the night of the Halloween feast, he was able to infiltrate Hogwarts without being detected, and quickly escaped after finding that he could not get into the Gryffindor common room. Thinking of this, Brian felt a mix of annoyance and amusement that so many people were anxious about Black's whereabouts, but these 3 kids had somehow stumbled upon the vital clues. Besides this passage, Brian felt like he could hear the pleasant sound of 50,000 galleons clinking in his ears. He stared at Harry with a serious and righteous look and said, You also know the information of those passages. I hope you can tell me the truth, Harry, after all. This is about whether I can capture Black and bring him to justice as soon as possible. As far as I know, Harry had no intention of lying. He only wanted to prevent Watson from finding out about that amazing map. Not only because Harry wanted to keep it for himself, but also because if Watson found out about it, he would trace the origin of the map, and then Fred and George would be in trouble. 7 in total, Harry said honestly, and this also made Hermione, who was tense, breathe a sigh of relief. She was wondering in her mind, if Harry lied again, whether she should expose him again. But only one can be used, because 4 of them have been sealed off by Filch, and the other 2, one has collapsed, and the last one's entrance is at the Whomping Willow. No one can get past that tree alive. That's what you think, Harry? Brian said, and after pondering for a while, he asked again. Is this all the passages you know, right? You didn't try to conceal any passages, trying to leave yourself a way out. Harry could answer this question with a clear conscience. The trio knew that Watson's eyes were everywhere in the Hogwarts castle, so they kept silent and avoided eye contact on the way back from the office at the 3rd floor to the Gryffindor Tower. They did not want to give away any hint of their secret knowledge or their disagreement. They only spoke when they stepped into the common room, which was empty and quiet at this late hour. I can't believe it, Hermione. Ron was seething with resentment. He exploded immediately, glaring at Hermione, who had anticipated his anger, but still looked defiant. He said angrily. You betrayed us. Oh, don't shout, Ron. Hermione's brown pupils flashed with a strong light. Compared to the matter of Scabbers, she was quite confident about tonight's report. She felt that she had done the right thing by telling Professor the truth. They still sat by the fireplace and warmed themselves by the fire. Ron took out a bottle of butterbeer from the gap between the back of an old cupboard and the wall in the common room. This was their private stash from the last time they had visited Hogsmeade. Don't you see, Ron? Hermione took out her arithmancy homework from her bag and wrote it as fast as if she didn't need to think. Professor Watson and I have the same opinion, and we all know that he probably won't be able to go to bed tonight. He will definitely check the remaining passages overnight to see if there are any traces of a criminal passing through recently. In this cold weather, the cold drink couldn't go down. So Ron used his best floating charm to control the 3 glass cups filled with beer and roast them on the golden fire for a while. This only shows one thing, that even a powerful wizard like Professor Watson sometimes has a cloudy brain. When arguing about the right and wrong of something, Hermione always showed this arrogant attitude, which Ron had almost had enough of. He hated how she always acted like she knew better than everyone else. I'd like to see how Black sneaked in from the remaining 3 passages. It couldn't be Honeyduke, could it? Otherwise we would have attended Fred and George's funeral by now. And the collapsed one, forgive me for being blunt, Hermione, but I think that if Fred and George couldn't get through the collapsed passage, then Black probably wouldn't be better than them in this respect. Hermione's feather pen, which was almost leaving a shadow in her hand, stopped for a moment. She bit her lip and said, "There's one more. If..." Ron rolled his eyes, looking helpless. He knew what she was going to say, and he thought it was ridiculous. If you and I had flown to Hogwarts with Harry in the car on the first day of the second year, then you would know that no one could ever get past that whomping willow without leaving some body parts behind. He remembered how the tree had smashed their car and nearly killed them. He shuddered at the thought of anyone trying to get past it on foot. At least Professor Watson thinks Hermione wanted to say something, but Harry, who was a bit hit tonight, suddenly interrupted. The premise is that you have to have a wand to do it. The butterbeer was bubbling with hot bubbles. Ron moved the hot glass cup to the table, made an inviting gesture to Harry, and then raised his chin unhappily at Hermione. Harry is right, the premise is that Black has to get himself a wand. You don't think Neville's lost wand was due to Black, do you? Don't forget, when Black broke into the castle last time, Neville's wand hadn't been lost yet. He thought that Hermione was being paranoid and illogical. He couldn't believe that she would suspect poor Neville of anything. Hermione had nothing to say, but still frowned, trying to think of how to refute Ron. She was not convinced by their arguments. She thought that there must be some way that Black could have used the passages, or else why would Watson be so concerned about them? Harry was very tired. This tiredness was not from the body, but from the self-doubt in his mind. Every night for a week since he learned the truth about Black's persecution of his parents, he had been determined to kill Black with the most cruel means he knew if he ever met him. He had dreamed of avenging his parents and making Black pay for his crimes. But tonight Watson told him that killing someone was not that simple. Things seemed to go back to the beginning. Harry found that he was really better off not knowing the truth about his parents' death, so he wouldn't have to be tormented by his conscience. Now, it seemed that besides hoping that Professor Watson or those evil Dementors would find Black first, he couldn't do anything. He felt powerless and frustrated. But Harry knew he had to interrupt Ron and Hermione's quarrel, because of Scabbers, they had always had opinions on each other. Even now, they hadn't completely let go of their grudges. If they let the topic continue, then the tacit understanding that they had finally built up would be broken again. I think I have to apologize to Fred and George. Harry let out a deep sigh, looking crestfallen. And remind them that the Hunchback Witch's passage is no longer safe. He felt bad for ruining Fred and George's fun, but he also knew that it was too risky to keep using the passage now that Professor Watson knew about it. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. The young wizards should have been tucked in their beds, but they had to sneak around and avoid being spotted by Percy, who was on patrol. They prepared to end this not-so-good night. "I can go with you, Harry," Ron offered, patting Harry's shoulder. "We can explain to Fred and George, they should understand that we didn't mean to expose their secret. And maybe they can help us find out more about the other passages, since they seem to know a lot about the castle. Come on, let's go now," Ron said, grabbing his cloak and scarf. He was eager to get out of the common room, where Hermione was still giving him a cold look. "Are you coming, Hermione?" Harry asked, feeling a bit guilty. He knew that Hermione had reported the passage for their own safety. "No, I have to finish this homework," Hermione said curtly, without looking up from her parchment. She was still frowning and writing furiously. "Suit yourself," Ron muttered, as he and Harry headed for the portrait hole. He gave Hermione one last glare, hoping that she would feel sorry for what she had done. Creak! The noise at the door suddenly interrupted Ron's thoughts, and also made Harry and Hermione look surprised. They had not expected anyone to come in at this hour. They quickly turned their heads to see who it was. Professor Lupin. Harry was confused and couldn't understand why the gentle Lupin professor had such a serious expression. He had always liked Lupin, who was kind and helpful to him. He wondered what was wrong. "Professor Watson just went to my office and told me some things, and asked me to be alert tonight." Lupin looked at Harry, solemnly saying. "Professor Watson told me that he accidentally learned from you a few secret passages leading to the outside of the castle." "Harry, how did you know the location of these passages so clearly?" 0225 interrogation. Professor Watson told me that he accidentally learned from you a few secret passages leading to the outside of the castle. Harry, how did you know the location of these passages so clearly? This is weird, Harry thought, as he faced Lupin's interrogation. Professor Watson had not asked too much about how he had found those secret passages, but Professor Lupin seemed very concerned after he had learned about it. Even though it was so late, he had actually chased after them to the Gryffindor common room to question him about it. The common room was empty, except for the trio and Lupin. The fire was crackling in the fireplace, casting flickering shadows on the walls. The trio looked at each other confused, not knowing what Professor Lupin was up to. Oh, this, Harry shrugged, trying to look as innocent as possible. We discovered a few of them ourselves. Tonight, Harry had lied to two of his closest professors, but he had no choice. Fred and George had kindly given him the Marauder's map, and he couldn't drag them into trouble. He also couldn't reveal the existence of the map to Lupin, who might confiscate it or worse, destroy it. Lupin's eyes were sharp as he stared at Harry, unlike his usual gentle manner. He did not choose to believe or deny Harry's explanation. He just continued to ask, I think you must have gotten some help from something else, right, Harry? Did Professor Lupin know about the map? Harry's heart suddenly sped up. He felt a surge of panic, and he clenched his fists. I'll just be frank, Harry. Lupin did not intend to beat around the bush. His pale cheeks were flushed by the fire. He stared at Harry's green eyes and asked, Professor Watson told me that among the 3 secret passages that Filch didn't know, one of them had an entrance not in the castle, but under the Whomping Willow on the edge of the playground. Please allow me to be confused about this, Harry. I think under normal circumstances, you wouldn't be likely to know this, right? Ron and Hermione stood behind Professor Lupin when he asked this question. They stared at Harry's eyes. Their eyes met in midair, and they saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Professor Lupin came to find Harry with great fanfare, just to know this. They couldn't understand why Lupin was so interested in the secret passage under the Whomping Willow. Because Harry frowned, trying to find an excuse to bluff his way through. But Professor Lupin added sternly, I think the truth you tell me will definitely be the truth, right, Harry? Harry was speechless, unable to continue weaving lies. He felt Lupin's gaze piercing through him, and he knew he was cornered. Because of that car, Professor Ron plucked up his courage and stepped forward, facing Lupin's doubtful eyes. He said crisply, I think you might have heard of that, Professor. At the beginning of the 2nd year, Harry and I got to Hogwarts by a flying car. The Prophet reported some of it at the time. Lupin's eyes flashed with memories. He said slowly, Professor McGonagall also mentioned it to me a few times. She said your car finally crashed into that Whomping Willow. You're a genius, Ron. Harry gave Ron a sneaky glance, and Ron read this sentence from it. It also made him more confident. He smiled nervously, and tried to sound remorseful. Oh, yes, Professor. Ron said with a tone of regret, that was a very painful experience, Professor. Harry and I don't usually like to recall that car incident. That car accidentally went out of control and hit the Whomping Willow. You know, that tree has a bad temper. We dodged desperately, and finally escaped from its clutches at the cost of breaking 2 ribs and a wand. Hermione's cheeks turned red. She was always not used to lying to the professor, although she had done it many times herself. She bit her lip, and tried to look supportive of Ron's story. So, that was when you found out there was a secret passage there. Lupin's furrowed brows relaxed a bit. Ron's words sounded reasonable, at least. There was no obvious flaw. He nodded slowly, and looked at Harry again. Yes, Professor. Ron, whose brain was hyperactive, said. But we were in a hurry to escape. We didn't have time to go down and see what it was. We wanted to do it later, but we couldn't get close to it anymore. He lied again, hoping that Lupin would buy it. Well, that sounds like the truth. Lupin sighed, his shoulders sagged. But before Harry could breathe a sigh of relief, Lupin became serious again. He glared at Harry and said. Professor Watson told me that last week, after you practiced the Patronus charm with me, you sneaked out of the school gate and ran to Hogsmeade for a drink. To be honest, Harry, I was shocked, because I thought the voice you heard when the Dementors approached you would make you more restrained. Harry wanted to explain, but Lupin did not give him a chance. Lupin's words stung Harry like a whip and he lowered his head in shame. Your parents sacrificed their lives to protect you, to let you live, Harry. You shouldn't repay them like this to risk their sacrifice for a few drinks. Lupin's voice was full of disappointment and anger, and Harry felt a pang of guilt in his chest. Lupin left, his last disappointed look making Harry feel worse than in Professor Watson's office. Harry watched Lupin's back as he walked away, and he felt a lump in his throat. Seeing Harry like this, Hermione opened her mouth, but said nothing, although in her heart she agreed with the 2 professors educating Harry. As he slowly walked up the spiral staircase to the dormitory, Harry suddenly said in a muffled voice, I suddenly feel, all along, my actions seem very stupid. Oh, don't think like that, Harry. Ron patted the dispirited Harry and said, Professor Watson and Professor Lupin are both adult wizards, and we can't compare with their life experience. And when they were our age, they might have done countless stupid things. Ron tried to cheer up Harry, as he followed him to his dormitory. The night was pitch black, as if a thick blanket had covered the sky. A week of fine snowflakes had turned the world outside Hogsmeade into a white painting, with only the occasional smoke from the chimneys and the faint music from the pubs adding some color and sound. The night was freezing, and the night was lonely. In the dry and cold cave, a massive dog with a shaggy black coat that resembled a bear crawled on a bunch of hay and shivered. Under it was a pile of blood-stained bones, the remnants of its meager meals. The cave was damp and dark, and the air was stale. Thin and dirty, with matted and torn fur, the dog shivered in the dark cave, which suddenly echoed with a ghostly howl or a wolfish cry as the piercing cold wind whirled in from the narrow entrance. The dog raised its head and saw a sharp black shadow jumping on a black stone at the entrance, arching its back and shaking off the snow on its fluffy body. The wind was biting, and the sound was eerie. The dog was startled, and its ears perked up. The shadow was familiar, and its shape was recognizable. He was curious, as his nose twitched. The shadow was Crookshanks, the half-nasal cat that belonged to Hermione Granger, and Crookshanks had something in his mouth. A cake. The dog's eyes lit up, and his mouth watered. He had not eaten anything sweet for a long time, and he was starving. He did not care where Crookshanks had gotten this thing. He just wanted to eat it. He jumped up and made an excited whimper, wagging his tail. Crookshanks meowed and dropped the thing on the ground, then stepped back. He looked at the dog with a smug expression, as if he had done him a great favor. The dog did not hesitate. He pounced on the thing, and bit it hard. Crack! The sound of something breaking suddenly sounded in the cave filled with wind. The hungry big black dog felt a sharp pain in his mouth and spat out the broken teeth and blood. He looked at the thing that Crookshanks had brought, and his heart sank. He whimpered softly, wishing he could cry. With a look of despair, he finally recognized what this thing was. Hagrid's rock cake. 0226 His dilemma. Crookshanks lazily stretched his furry body, curling up into a cozy round shape on the messy pile of dried grass. However, the temperature inside the dark and damp cave was too low, and the grass beneath him couldn't provide any warmth. He felt a chill run through his spine, making him shiver slightly. Dumbledore still hadn't returned to Hogwarts. This was the news brought by Crookshanks today. For the large black dog, this was undoubtedly good news. But when he thought about the powerful wizard currently occupying Hogwarts, the large black dog couldn't help but feel discouraged and hopeless. On the day of Harry's match, he was hiding under the stands of the Quidditch pitch and witnessed firsthand the commotion caused by the young and mysterious wizard named Brian Watson. It was a shocking and terrifying sight for the staff and students present, including himself. Since the failed infiltration of Hogwarts, he had been looking for the right opportunity to try again. Originally, with Dumbledore away from the school and the Dementors no longer guarding the entrance, it was the perfect time to strike. However, that unpredictable and dangerous young wizard made him hesitate and refrain from taking any action. It was only later that he learned that the young wizard was Brian Watson, the director of Student Safety Office appointed by Albus Dumbledore in the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore had set up this non-existent position specifically to target him. He had given Watson the authority to monitor and protect the students, as well as to capture and interrogate any intruders. Dumbledore had basically handed Watson all the tools he needed to hunt him down and kill him. So, until he could figure out what kind of arrangements Watson had made to catch him, he didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. After all, the consequence of another failure could be death. He wasn't afraid of death, but at the very least, he wanted to kill that despicable traitor. He had already planned that the next opportunity to strike would be during the Christmas holiday in 2 weeks' time. By then, the young wizards in the school would have left to spend the holiday with their families, and it was highly likely that the staff, including Brian Watson, would also be away. According to the information he had gathered, Harry and the boy named Ron had spent their Christmas holidays at the school for the past few years. If Dumbledore also hadn't returned, it would be a rare opportunity to strike. The night grew darker, and the biting cold wind rushed in through the narrow entrance of the cave. The already icy cave became even colder, as if it was a giant freezer. The large black dog, with frost on its fur and breath, thought to itself while shivering uncontrollably. He wished he had a warm blanket, or a fire, or anything that could make him feel less cold. Meow! Seeing the large black dog shaking like a leaf, Crookshanks stretched its limbs and stood up, pointing with its gloomy and concerned eyes in a certain direction outside the cave. Go to the Shrieking Shack to escape the cold night. The large black dog understood Crookshanks' suggestion, but after a moment of hesitation, it refused the suggestion. The Shrieking Shack was now Brian's experimental site, and he could return at any moment. Even though he was currently in his animagus form and the chances of being recognized were slim, Black didn't want to risk a direct confrontation with him. The large black dog whimpered and struggled to express its thoughts to Crookshanks, but Crookshanks still pointed to the shrieking shack with its gaze and meowed softly. The professor hadn't returned for 2 months, and he had probably forgotten about that place. But there were still Aurors and Dementors patrolling the village, and if they rushed to the shrieking shack, the situation would be just as bad. The large black dog hesitated, but it took some effort to make Crookshanks understand what Aurors and Dementors represented. Those things haven't been to that house. Crookshanks' whiskers trembled, and its amber eyes shot out sharp light. The meaning expressed in the following meows made the large black dog's vigilance completely collapse. You will freeze to death if you stay here. Crookshanks was right. The large black dog knew that he couldn't survive another night in the cave. Scene break. After Brian had meticulously checked every possible trace of Black passing through the secret passages in Hogwarts Castle, including the mirror on the 4th floor that led to a hidden corridor and the passage to Honeyduck's basement that Harry had used last time, it was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. The moon was high in the sky, casting a pale and eerie light over the snow-covered grounds. Creak creak. The snow on the Quidditch pitch, which had been cleared just yesterday morning by the diligent house elves, was now thick enough to reach Brian's knees after more than 10 hours of continuous snowfall. The world was like a frozen moment captured in a Muggle photograph, silent and cold like the surface of the moon. The only sound was the crunching of the snow under Brian's boots as he walked towards the edge of the pitch. On the edge of the Quidditch pitch, the magical Whomping Willow's branches were swaying wildly in the biting wind, as if trying to ward off any intruders. Brian Watson stood outside its attack range, silently gazing at it with his keen and curious eyes. For some reason, he had a feeling that he would discover something here, something that would bring him closer to his elusive target. Hogwarts, draped in a white cloak of snow, was in a deep sleep. The windows of the castle were dark and empty, except for a few flickering lights in the towers. Hagrid's hut by the Forbidden Forest was also dark and silent, as the half-giant gamekeeper was probably snoring in his bed, unaware of Brian's presence. Brian took a deep breath and suddenly felt his lungs uncomfortable. The air was so cold that it felt like needles piercing his chest. The temperature of this winter reminded him of the winter when he was born into this world, in a remote and desolate place where magic was scarce and life was harsh. An inconspicuous buzzing was quickly carried away by the howling wind. Brian Watson waved his wand, and a magic shield the color of snow enveloped his body. It was a simple but effective charm that would protect him from the cold and the attacks of the Whomping Willow. He took a step into the attack range of the Whomping Willow, ready to face its wrath. Like a dragon whose territory was being invaded, this ancient and precious magical plant suddenly became furious. Hundreds of branches whipped through the north wind like whips, making a crackling sound as they broke the ice and snow on their way. They aimed at Brian with deadly accuracy, trying to hit him with all their might. Snowflakes flew in all directions, creating a blizzard-like effect that obscured Brian's vision. The surface of the translucent magic shield was like a calm lake being hit by raindrops. Under the intense whipping, ripples appeared one after another, showing the impact of the branches. Brian slowly pulled out his leg, which was deeply buried in the snow, and with each step, he braved the fierce attacks of the Whomping Willow, until he reached its sturdy roots. Brian's penetrating gaze had already broken through the layers of snow and the entangled vines, seeing through the hidden entrance beneath. With a light flick of his wand, the frozen snowflakes floated lightly, revealing the entrance of the tunnel. It was a small and round hole, barely big enough for a person to squeeze through. He crouched down and carefully observed the traces at the entrance. The soil beneath the snowy layer was frozen solid, and the rough surface of the soil showed no footprints left by humans, but it was filled with the messy footprints of cats and dogs. They were of different sizes and shapes, indicating that they belonged to different breeds and individuals. Brian recognized some of them, as he had seen them around the castle and the village. Crookshanks and Fang. Brian Watson murmured. In the past couple of months, the only rainfall was during the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff match. After that, the temperature suddenly dropped, and there hadn't been any warm sunny days since then. This week, it had been snowing for several days. So, the footprints left at that time were fortunately preserved, and not erased by the weather. Brian estimated that they were made about a week ago, based on the depth and shape of the footprints. He also noticed that there were more footprints going into the tunnel than coming out, suggesting that some of the animals had stayed inside for a while, or had not come out at all. Judging from the footprints alone, it seemed that Black didn't enter Hogwarts through the secret passage. However, Brian still had doubts. Since Fang knew about the secret passage under the Whomping Willow, Hagrid must also know, but he hadn't mentioned it to him. In any case, he still had to go down and take a look. Brian stared at the dark cave entrance for a while, confirming that there was no movement below, then he lit his wand and conjured a gentle breeze to surround him, supporting him as he floated down slowly. He didn't want to make any noise, or disturb any possible traps or wards that might be set up in the tunnel. He wanted to be as stealthy and cautious as possible, as he didn't know what awaited him at the other end of the tunnel. The entrance of the tunnel was a very smooth slope, and the ground of the tunnel was dry, without any accumulation of rain or snow. However, the problem was that the tunnel was too low. Brian had to bend over to stand inside, and it seemed that this secret passage was not meant for wizards of normal height. It was more suitable for smaller creatures, such as cats and dogs, or perhaps children. The dusty ground still only had footprints left by cats and dogs, without any traces of goblins or house elves. This disappointed Brian Watson. He had hoped that he would find some clues or evidence that would link Black to the tunnel. But he found nothing, nothing but the footprints of animals that had nothing to do with him. So, after a brief moment of contemplation, he gave up the idea of walking step by step to the other end of the tunnel. A gloomy and silent shadow swiftly passed through the narrow and cramped tunnel, like a ghost in the night. Brian observed the tunnel and the space above it with his unique magical vision, which allowed him to see beyond the normal spectrum of light. He found that the tunnel did indeed extend towards Hogsmeade, the wizarding village that was close to Hogwarts. If he were to walk the distance of 2 to 3 miles, it would probably take a couple of hours, especially with the low ceiling and the uneven ground. But Brian flew over in just a few minutes, then, after a long and steep slope, he transformed back into his wizard form because the exit was approaching. He didn't want to be caught off guard by anything or anyone that might be waiting for him on the other side. Disillusionment, bubblehead, levitation. Brian applied a series of spells to himself, and then continued along the slope. After a few more minutes, he reached a sharp bend. The tunnel curved to the right, and he couldn't see what was beyond it. He took a deep breath and took a step forward. 0227 Hello. The room was a dismal sight, a testament to years of neglect and decay. The wallpaper was peeling off the walls, revealing patches of mold and cracks. The floor was stained with dirt, blood, and other unidentifiable substances. The furniture was broken and splintered, as if someone had vented their rage on it. The windows were boarded up with thick plywood, blocking any natural light or fresh air. Brian hovered in midair, his eyes scanning the surroundings, and then his eyes darkened. This was the Shrieking Shack. It only took Brian a few seconds to realize. He had spent some time here, so there was no reason for him not to recognize it. Staring at the dark hole beneath his feet, Brian rolled his eyes in disbelief. He had discovered this hole the first time he entered this haunted house, thinking it was created by a wild creature. But he never expected it to be a secret passage leading to Hogwarts. Who on earth had the time and boredom to dig this tunnel? He wondered. Was it one of the founders of the school, or some later headmaster, or some mischievous student? And what was the purpose of this hidden route? To escape, to spy, to smuggle. He shook his head, dismissing the irrelevant questions. The fluorescent light from a street lamp outside reflected off the white snow, creating a faint and eerie glow that seeped through the gaps in the wooden boards and casting a faint glow on Brian's face. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. There was no one in the house, he could sense that without even leaving the room. He had cast powerful protective and marking spells around the house, to ward off any intruders and to alert him of any activity. Unless Sirius Black had somehow managed to break through his defenses and enter the house without his notice, which was highly unlikely. The room was filled with trash, and on the dusty floor, there were still clear footprints of cats and dogs, much clearer than the muddy footprints left near the Whomping Willow, the entrance to the tunnel. Brian realized that the cat footprints belonged to Crookshanks, but the dog footprints were not left by Hagrid's Fang, the boarhound that lived in the grounds of Hogwarts. They were left by the stray black dog that he had seen roaming around here a few times. Brian instinctively scratched his itchy head and chuckled. So, Crookshanks had brought that dog into Hogwarts for a walk? How amusing! Through his magical vision, he could see Crookshanks and the large black dog cuddling together on the rotten sofa in the living room, apparently asleep. What a big dog, almost like a black bear. When Brian's curious gaze fell on the sleeping large black dog, who seemed to be restless, he couldn't help but be amazed. Could it be that this creature had magical bloodlines? Otherwise, how could one explain its abnormal magical energy and such a massive size? Brian stood about 10 feet away from the sofa, observing it with an interested look in his eyes, while scratching his increasingly itchy head. After some time, he decided to leave the sleeping pair alone. But since he was here, he might as well clean up the traces of his past experiments left inside. He did not want to leave any evidence or clues for anyone who might stumble upon this place. The darkness enveloped the Shrieking Shack in silence, and the delicate snowflakes, as they approached the house, seemed to be disturbed by something and quietly drifted away. Brian's scratching motion came to a halt, and his casual gaze, which had been exploring, suddenly revealed a deep and heavy pressure. Interesting. Gazing at the eyelids of the trembling large black dog, Brian's mouth gradually curved into a self-mocking smile. Animagus. The wizarding world truly had many talents. Godric's Hollow. Late summer and early autumn, the night sky was a canvas of stars, shining brightly and beautifully on the earth. The warm breeze caressed the complex muddy roads in the village, bringing a touch of comfort and peace to the hearts of every wizarding resident. Inside a white house. I have to say, James, this child looks almost identical to you. Sirius Black exclaimed, his voice full of affection. He was dressed in a brand new sky blue robe, a gift from his birthday. His short hair was neatly combed and soft, a contrast to his usual messy and wild style. The dim candle light softened his handsome but overly sharp features, making him look more gentle and friendly. He was looking at the crib, where little Harry, who had just turned 1, was sucking on his fingers, his green eyes wide and curious. Sirius smiled warmly at him, and reached out to ruffle his jet black hair. You have to grow up quickly, kid. Your dad and I are still waiting for you to inherit our great adventure career, he said, half jokingly and half seriously. Oh. On the other side of the crib, Lily heard Sirius say this and her expression of affection disappeared. She stared at Sirius with a stern look. This is exactly what I've been worried about, Sirius, she said, her voice firm and clear. If possible, I hope Harry will be a brave wizard, but definitely not like you and James when you were at Hogwarts. She remembered the countless times that Sirius and James had caused trouble at school, breaking rules, playing pranks, and fighting with Slytherins. If you expect Harry to be a rule-abiding young wizard, dear. A thin, messy-haired man with a mischievous smile walked out of the living room, holding a glass of fire whiskey in his hand. He gently rubbed Lily's deep red hair and then wrapped his arm around her shoulder. I bet you'll be disappointed. Yet. Lily glared at her husband and said, with you and Sirius as his role models, I can probably imagine what Harry will be like in the future. She sighed and added, if possible, I hope Remus can give him some positive guidance. Don't be fooled by Remus, Lily. Sirius laughed happily, his voice loud and cheerful. He's not as honest as you think. Harry, who was sleeping soundly in the crib, whimpered and cried out. He had been disturbed by the loud voices of his father and godfather. Lily sent the two unreliable men to the kitchen with a stern look and hummed a lullaby gently. She picked up Harry and rocked him in her arms, soothing him with her love and warmth. After a while, when she walked into the kitchen, she found her husband and Sirius wearing serious expressions. The situation is difficult recently, Sirius said to Lily, who had just sat down, holding Harry in her lap. He looked at her with a grave and concerned look. I'm sure you've heard about what happened to the Longbottoms. Voldemort has targeted you, and he probably knows our plan to protect you through the spy. So, we must ensure that everything goes perfectly. Lily immediately understood what Sirius was talking about. They had discussed this before. James fully supported Sirius's suggestion because Peter was also a good friend they could trust with their lives. He had known Peter since their first year at Hogwarts, and he had always been loyal and helpful. He was not as brave or as smart as the others, but he had a good heart. This is still risky, Sirius, Lily said worriedly, her eyes filled with fear and doubt. If it were up to me, it would be more appropriate for Dumbledore to be our secret keeper. It's well known that Voldemort fears him the most. Dumbledore is indeed reliable, but he already has so much to consider. We can't rely on him for everything, can we? James expressed his opinion. That's right, Sirius felt pleased with the unspoken understanding between him and James. He looked into Lily's emerald eyes and said, if Dumbledore's guess is correct and there really is a traitor in the Order of the Phoenix, then Voldemort probably already knows that we don't intend to make Dumbledore the secret keeper. Among the remaining options, I am the most likely one, and Voldemort will most likely try to find me. But they can't even dream that we will adjust the plan and make Peter the secret keeper, which is like having an extra layer of insurance. He did not tell them his real plan, the plan that he had made in his mind. He had decided to sacrifice himself, if necessary, to save his friends. He knew that Voldemort would stop at nothing to find and kill them, and he was prepared to face him. He hoped that if he were captured and killed by Voldemort, Dumbledore would receive the news, giving him ample time to move James and his family to a safer place. In the flickering candlelight, Lily finally hesitated and nodded. She agreed to Sirius' suggestion, hoping that he was right. The scene shifted. The moon hanging in the sky was pale and cold, unable to penetrate the deep darkness of the night, shrouded in blood. The stars were dim and distant, unable to witness the horror and tragedy that unfolded below. Hagrid disappeared into the night on his motorcycle, and Sirius stood amidst the rubble on the second floor, looking at where Lily had fallen, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. A chill ran through him, and the large black dog shivered, abruptly waking up from his slumber. Over the years, the image of James and Lily's death had appeared countless times in his dreams, and even after 12 years, he still vividly remembered every detail. His thoughts remained hazy, and regret and pain tore at his soul like venomous snakes. He wished he had done things differently, that he had been a better friend, that he had saved his friends from their fate. Everything before him was blurry, and the large black dog hung its head on its front paws, silently shedding tears in the midst of the thick darkness. He felt lonely and hopeless, and he longed for revenge. What's wrong, Black? Brian, who had been sitting for a while, waved his wand to dispel the illusion and looked at the large black dog lying on the sofa, tears streaming down its face. He sneered and said, with a mocking tone. Did you dream of your former master's defeat? Author's note. Dear readers and patrons, I hope you are enjoying my story and thank you for your support. I have some important exams coming up for the next 10 days, starting from tomorrow. I will update every day as before, but please bear with me if the update time is late sometimes. I appreciate your patience and understanding. Thank you for reading and stay tuned. Your author. FicFrenzy. 0228 Resistance. The shrieking shack was as silent as a tomb, except for the faint sound of a needle dropping on the wooden floor. A subtle but deadly aura filled the air, making every breath feel like a razor blade. In the dimly lit living room, Brian was sitting on a soft chair, resting his elbow on the armrest. He supported his tilted cheek with a clenched fist, observing the large black dog that lay motionless on the sofa. The dog's fur was matted and dirty, and its eyes were wide with fear. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Brian's mouth, revealing his white teeth. It's not easy to see you, Mr. Black, he said in a low voice, breaking the eerie silence. Crash. As soon as Brian's words fell, the quiet room suddenly erupted into chaos. The big black dog sprang up from the sofa and dashed towards the door, without any intention of confronting Brian. It seemed to sense the danger that Brian posed, and wanted to escape at all costs. Trying to escape? Brian sneered, raising an eyebrow. He slowly stood up, his black cloak fluttering behind him. His sneer was filled with contempt and mockery. At the same time, Crookshanks, who had also awakened from its slumber, let out a series of angry howls. Its bulky figure suddenly burst out with astonishing speed, its orange fur standing on end. Instead of running away like Sirius, it resolutely pounced towards Brian's face, seemingly trying to buy time for Sirius. Clang! A bright flash of light lit up the dim room for a brief moment. Crookshanks, moving even faster than before, was sent flying by a flick of Brian's wand. It crashed heavily into the liquor shelf that separated the living room from the kitchen, shattering bottles and glasses. Its amber eyes rolled back, and its body fell to the ground lifelessly, blood dripping from its mouth. What a traitor! I'll settle the score with you later. Brian glanced at the unconscious Crookshanks, feeling no sympathy in his heart. He just muttered quietly, his voice cold and emotionless. While Brian was delayed for those few seconds, the crazily fleeing Sirius had already reached the door. Instead of trying to open it, he simply used his massive body to ram into it, intending to break the door with brute force. Boom! The sudden impact made the entire dilapidated house tremble. Dust and debris fell from the ceiling and walls. Just like Crookshanks before, Sirius was bounced back by the magic attached to the door, which was reinforced by Brian. Sirius let out a painful howl in midair, experiencing a painful transformation as his disguise was broken by Brian's magic. His massive body quickly shrank and twisted like putty, his paws turned into hands and feet, and his black fur rapidly receded. By the time he landed, he had completely regained his human form. He looked like a shadow of his former self. His dirty, unkempt hair hung down to his elbows, covering his gaunt face. His pale skin was tightly stretched over his cheekbones, making him look like a skeleton. His eyes, sunken in their sockets, revealed both madness and determination. Under the foul-smelling tattered prisoner's robe, the contours of every rib were clearly visible. He was the spitting image of the picture on the wanted poster, Sirius Black, the notorious mass murderer. It's chilling to see you, Black. Brian's mocking gaze didn't waver in the face of Sirius's terrifying eyes. He casually rolled up his right sleeve, revealing his fair wrist, and smiled calmly. Didn't expect to see you like this after wanting to meet you so much, he said sarcastically, his smile mocking Sirius's miserable state. Whoosh! A piercing red light shot out like an arrow from the suddenly revealed wand in Sirius's hand, directly aimed at Brian's chest. However, this curse was easily deflected by Brian, who waved his wand casually. The red light pierced through the ceiling of the first floor and the roof of the second floor, leaving a hole in its wake. It disappeared into the swirling snowflakes that fell from the grey sky. Oh? So, you got yourself a wand too? Brian turned his gaze, staring at the familiar-looking wand in Sirius's hand. A coldness seeped into his indifferent smile. Could this wand be the one Mr. Longbottom lost? He asked, his tone implying that he already knew the answer. Let me go, young man. I don't want to have a fight with you, Sirius said in a hoarse voice, sounding like a rusty saw cutting through wood. He had not spoken for so long, his vocal cords were damaged. He maintained a half-crouched posture and slowly backed away, not wanting to provoke the dangerous young man in front of him. I'm sorry, Mr. Black, but I'm afraid I can't grant your request. Brian spread his hands and said regretfully, his eyes gleaming with malice. There are many people who have been longing to see you. They are counting on me to bring you back. Sirius knew that his fate was sealed the moment he saw the young wizard who appeared in front of him. His previous words were just a desperate attempt to stall and mislead his enemy. He never expected this wizard named Brian Watson to show him any mercy. Sirius had witnessed Brian's display of power before. During his 12 years in Azkaban, his mind hadn't been damaged by the Dementors, thanks to his ability to transform into a dog. He knew very well that he couldn't defeat this formidable guy. However, knowing this didn't mean he would give up resistance and surrender. Brian mocked and looked down on him, and that was his hope for escape. He had to find a way to get out of the shrieking shack. The stunning spell hit the shimmering barrier in front of Brian, scattering countless dots of light like a dazzling galaxy. It was a feeble attack, but it served its purpose. Taking advantage of this momentary gap, Sirius rushed into the kitchen, intending to escape through the window. He knew that the door was sealed by Brian's magic, and he had no time to waste. But before he could reach the countertop, a chilling surge of magic suddenly erupted behind him. He felt a cold sweat on his forehead, and his heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, Sirius immediately turned around and shouted. Protego! Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed through the room, as the iron armor shield that Sirius had conjured failed to withstand Brian's curse. Sirius felt a powerful force rushing towards him, like a giant fist. His weak body couldn't resist the impact and he stumbled back a few steps, his back hitting the edge of the kitchen counter, causing him intense pain that almost made him faint. He bit his lip, trying to suppress a scream. You have some skills, Mr. Black, but I advise you not to resist stubbornly. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Brian said, standing in the hallway. He slightly restrained his calm smile. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had intended to completely disable Sirius's resistance with that last attack, but he didn't expect it to be blocked. However, it didn't matter much to him. Suddenly, a dazzling zigzag-shaped white light flashed through the gloomy and cold air. Sirius, who was desperately gasping for breath while hunched over, even thought he saw a lightning bolt at that moment. Without time to think about what kind of magic it was, Sirius shouted and rushed towards the other side, hoping to dodge the attack. The explosion created a shockwave that blew away the kitchen walls, creating a large crater in the ground, similar to what would be formed after a small meteor impact. The blast sent debris and dust flying in all directions, and the heat scorched everything in its path. Under the impact of this tremendous force, the entire house was on the verge of collapse, making creaking sounds. It seemed that complete collapse was just a step away. The wooden beams and planks cracked and fell, and the furniture and objects were smashed and scattered. The swirling snow and wind poured into the room, adding to the chaos. Brian squinted his eyes, looking at Sirius, who had broken several ribs and was coughing up blood as he struggled to get up from the snow. He was covered in wounds and bruises, and his clothes were torn and burned. I have to say, Mr. Black. Brian walked through the muddy ground, standing in the icy landscape. His purple eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction before quickly disappearing. You have a tenacious vitality, just like a cockroach. Looking at the young wizard who was mocking him from above, Sirius's deeply sunken eye sockets flashed with a hint of gloom. He felt a surge of anger and hatred in his chest, and he refused to give up. He still had one last trick up his sleeve. He shook the wand in his hand and grinned, revealing his scarred pale lips. You underestimated me, boy. After speaking, a loud explosion suddenly occurred in the air filled with cold and clear air. Sirius Black's figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only the swirling snowflakes with disrupted trajectories. He had used the last of his magic to apparate, a risky move that could have killed him if he had failed. Baseless confidence, Brian said, seeing Sirius's apparition. He didn't panic. Instead, a hint of delight flashed in his purple eyes. He closed his eyes to sense for a moment. The next second, he took a step forward and disappeared into the pristine landscape, leaving behind a trail of snow. 0229 Sadness. A blinding flash of light, and Brian emerged from the state of apparition. It was not his own choice, but something had violently forced him out of the void. Sure enough. He surveyed the bronze chain wall in front of him, and behind the chain wall, the turbulent space currents resembling raging rivers and the 5-story floating building looming above it. Brian smiled with satisfaction. The Black family's old mansion was located in Grimald Square, a quiet suburb in northwest London. It was far from the bustling Muggle city centre, secluded and protected by numerous ancient magic and defensive spells that one could hardly imagine. Without an invitation from the owner, it would be extremely difficult for outsiders to forcefully enter with their magical abilities. Brian had failed to enter here last time, not because he was powerless against the bronze chain wall that divided the worlds, but because he didn't know the precise coordinates of the mansion in space. Even if he broke through these defensive spells, he would get hopelessly lost in the chaotic space currents. But now, there happened to be someone inside the house whom he had marked with magic, serving as a coordinate. Previously, at the Shrieking Shack, the reason why Brian released Black from the house was actually with ulterior motives. Because, ever since he had failed to break into this place last time, Brian suddenly realized that this house matched his ideal residence to live very well. Bang! A deafening impact broke the eerie silence in the darkness, and the mansion, which had been uninhabited for 12 long years, finally welcomed the only surviving legitimate heir of the Black family. Sirius Black lay on the cold ground, groaning weakly. Although he narrowly avoided the powerful magic unleashed by the young wizard named Brian Watson, he was not unscathed. The explosion had generated a fierce shockwave that swept over his upper body, easily fracturing several of his ribs. Moreover, the broken bone in the most severe area had pierced through the skin, causing a trickle of blood to flow like a crimson stream. However, Sirius did not focus on his injuries, but rather looked at the old house before him with a complex and bitter expression. The air was filled with a damp, dusty smell and a lingering sweet rot. It seemed that the sound of someone entering had awakened the house, and a row of old-fashioned gas lamps on the wall of the corridor that connected to the entrance were all lit up, casting a shaky and unreal light on the long and gloomy corridor, where the wallpaper was peeling off the walls and the carpet was worn and torn. A spider-web-like chandelier above flickered with a faint and ghostly light, and on the walls hung some portraits that had turned black due to years of neglect and lack of protection. Sirius took a deep breath, and the moment he saw those familiar furnishings, the unpleasant memories in his memory surged up again like a storm. He had sworn never to come back here, but now he had to break his oath to save his life. The years he had lived here were like maggots in his brain, making his already gloomy expression even more grim and haunted. But he knew that he couldn't spend too much time immersed in the past's terrible memories, otherwise, he would waste the opportunity he had fought so hard to obtain from Brian Watson. The excessive blood loss made Sirius's face pale as a sheet, and the pain of the broken bones was like the tide under the full moon, wave after wave hitting his consciousness. Maybe the next moment, he would fall into a coma. He clenched his yellow teeth, and crawled to the wall, leaving a shocking dark mark on the wooden floor covered with a thick layer of dust. Ouch, he really didn't go easy on me. He lifted the prison clothes that had rotted into rags, and under the yellow light of the gas lamp, Sirius gasped, and finally saw how serious his injuries were. His chest was covered with bruises and cuts, and his left arm was twisted at an unnatural angle. Sirius lifted his hand with great difficulty, and his wand sprayed out wisps of white light. Under the cool and soothing light, the broken ribs retracted into his chest, and the wound closed itself, leaving a hideous and jagged scar. After roughly treating his external injuries, he looked at the dilapidated and gloomy mansion in front of him, and Sirius sighed, leaning on the wall, and stood up with tremendous difficulty. Excessive blood loss had turned Sirius's face even paler than before, and he looked like he had just a bit more breath than a corpse. Suppressing the faint and dizzy feeling of fainting that was assaulting his consciousness, as well as the uncomfortable and oppressive feeling brought by this old house, Sirius leaned against the wall and struggled to stand up. Since he had already returned, there was no need to rush to leave. He needed to find some food to replenish his strength and also carefully plan how to proceed with his plan. The director of Student Safety Office at Hogwarts had already found him and discovered that he was an illegal animagus. Therefore, it would be extremely foolish to try to infiltrate Hogwarts using the same methods again. The difficulty of avenging James and Lily had suddenly increased by a large margin. In the short term, the only method Sirius Black could think of was to seize the opportunity when that red-haired boy brought his pet rat home for the summer and strike. And this also meant that he had to wait another 6 or 7 months to achieve his goal. For Sirius, who had been dreaming of revenge, this was an extremely painful and unbearable torment. Lost in his thoughts, Sirius let out a faint and melancholic sigh of profound sadness. How did Brian come to the Shrieking Shack tonight? There were 2 possibilities. The first was that the young wizard had finally remembered that Hogsmeade still had his secret experimental base, and had a flash of sudden and brilliant inspiration to come back and take a look. However, Sirius believed that this possibility was not high because the terrifying young wizard hadn't returned for over 2 months, so it was highly likely that he didn't want to use that place anymore. And the reason for his sigh was the second possibility: Brian Watson came through the secret and hidden passage under the Whomping Willow. At Hogwarts now, there was only one person who knew that he still had the ability to pass through that passage, and that was his best friend Remus Lupin. Ever since he had gone to Hogwarts on the night of the Halloween feast, Sirius had been worried for a while. He knew that Remus was teaching at the school, and he was afraid that Remus would tell Dumbledore everything, and expose him as an illegal animagus, and thus seal the passage under the Whomping Willow. But in the following days, Sirius, who was monitoring Hogwarts through Crookshanks, was relieved. Dumbledore did not seal the passage, which meant that Remus probably didn't say anything to Dumbledore. As his former friend, Sirius Black could guess the reason behind Remus's reaction. But now Brian had come through the passage to the Shrieking Shack, and had called out his name when he was still in his transformed state. Sirius had reason to believe that Remus had told everything to this young man. "Have you made up your mind to kill me, Remus?" His heart, which had been numb and cold for a long time, surged with sadness, and his skeletal and gaunt face also showed a trace of sorrow. "This is all retribution." Sirius laughed bitterly and whispered. His physical and mental strength had reached the limit, and he suddenly felt weak and powerless, and his body collapsed involuntarily, hitting his head on the giant leg umbrella stand in front of the door at the end of the hall that led to the basement kitchen. Clatter! 2 velvet curtains with beady and malicious eyes were pulled open, and behind the curtains, the ugly and wrinkled old lady with a black and pointy hat suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at Sirius struggling to breathe on the ground, took a deep and raspy breath, and in the next second, a terrifying, deafening, and hair-raising scream instantly awakened this dormant and dusty mansion. You traitor! 0230, the Black Manor. As soon as Sirius Black stepped into the dark and dusty hallway of number 12, Grimwald Place, he was greeted by a cacophony of shrieks and howls. The portraits that lined the walls, depicting various members of the ancient and noble Black family, woke up one by one from their slumber and expressed their outrage at his presence. Their screams were like the noise produced by the machinery in a Muggle factory running at full capacity, causing even the air to ripple with sound waves. However, no voice from any of the portraits was more piercing than the voice of this old lady, who occupied the largest and most ornate frame at the end of the corridor. She glared at Sirius, who was sitting on the floor gasping for breath, with a look of pure hatred and contempt. Apart from the initial surprise, the old lady's mouth, which had lost many teeth over the years, opened wide and her loose yellow skin tightened around her bones. You, good for nothing, disgrace of the family, I gave birth to a bastard. She spat, her voice raspy and shrill. The old lady in the portrait bared her teeth and seemed as if she wanted to burst out of the canvas and take a bite at Sirius' neck. Her eyes were bloodshot and bulging, and her hair was a tangled mess of grey strands. You dare to come back here, you disgraceful bastard, filthy scum, get out of the house that our ancestors left behind. She screamed, her voice echoing through the house. Sirius's dark eyes suddenly ignited with fire. He stared at the distorted and cursed old lady in the portrait, and a surge of strength emerged from his weak and emaciated body. This strength made him raise his proud chin and slowly stand up, despite the pain in his limbs. Sirius stared fearlessly at the old lady in the portrait, who was spewing out malicious curses and coldly said, "Long time no see, my dear mother." The old lady in the portrait suddenly held her breath, her expression as if she had been deeply insulted. Seeing her like this, Sirius felt a sense of satisfaction. He had always hated his mother, who had treated him cruelly and disowned him for his rebellious choices. But before he could say anything else, the old lady started screaming again. "Creaker, Creaker, you damn thing, where have you been slacking off?" Bang! Under the dim and flickering light, the air suddenly exploded with a loud noise. Creaker, the house elf, squeezed through the air and appeared in the bustling corridor. He had apparat from somewhere in the house, obeying his mistress's call. This house elf looked old and worn out, with loose and excess skin that was several times more than what its body actually needed. Although its head was bald like all house elves, a bunch of white hair grew out of its bat-like ears. Its eyes were bloodshot, watery, and greyish, and its fleshy nose was large, just like a pig's nose. It wore a dirty and ragged pillowcase, which barely covered its thin and bony frame. Creaker appeared next to Sirius, but it didn't even look at him. Instead, it respectfully saluted the portrait of the old lady and bent its waist so that its forehead touched its own feet. "My esteemed mistress, Creaker, have been waiting for your command," the house elf said in a hoarse and low voice, like that of a bullfrog, and kept muttering under his breath. Creaker did not slack off, "My esteemed mistress. Creaker has served the noble Black family all his life. Creaker is loyal and faithful to his masters. Get rid of this mongrel, this rebellious spawn, out of my house." The old lady pointed her index finger at Sirius' chest and shouted. "Ah, it's you, young master Creaker," who seemed to have just noticed Sirius, turned around slowly, reluctantly, and perfunctorily bowed. Then, it lowered its voice and continued muttering. "Young Master Sirius is a hateful and ungrateful scoundrel. He has hurt his mother's heart too much. Now, this despicable person has escaped from Azkaban and returned to my esteemed mistress's house. But why did he come back? He should have stayed in Azkaban and atoned for his foolish actions. He is not worthy of being a noble Black. Long time no see." Creaker Sirius leaned against the wall opposite the portrait, covering his painful ribs, and said with a dark expression. "To be honest, I'm a bit surprised. I thought you were already dead, but, you don't look much better now, you look like you've become senile. Young master always likes to make jokes." "Creaker is not senile," the house elf spoke while bowing to Sirius, as if it was instinctual for it to do so. Creaker noticed the young master as soon as he entered the house. If it weren't for the mistress's command, Creaker would have wanted to hide and not come out, because Creaker knows that the young master must have caused a big trouble again to run back here. Just like before, it will only make my respected mistress sad. Creaker wishes the young master would leave and never come back. While the old lady in the portrait kept shouting for Creaker to kick Sirius out of the house, and Creaker kept muttering, Sirius' face turned from yellow to blue, and he gritted his teeth and said to the old lady. "Shut your mouth, or I'll command Creaker to throw everything in this house, including your portrait, out." The old lady was stunned for a moment, as if she hadn't expected Sirius to dare to say such rebellious words. She gasped and clutched her chest, as if she was having a heart attack. And Creaker at Sirius's feet also showed an indignant expression. He was about to say something, but at that moment, another intense burst of fire suddenly appeared at the other end of the corridor, and the violent explosion made the entire house tremble. Yo-ho! A cheerful voice rang out from the flames, and a figure emerged from the smoke. He stomped his feet, hurriedly extinguished the flames on his sleeves, and looked at the dumbfounded blacks and the dirty house elf next to Sirius. He waved his right hand and smiled happily. Phew, it's not easy to get into this house for a visit. Sorry for interrupting your reunion, he said, as if he had just popped in for a cup of tea, rather than breaking through a series of powerful wards and enchantments. After a suppressed silence, it was the portrait of the old lady on the wall that first showed her power. A lowly, filthy mudblood like you, who are you, and who gave you the courage to break into my house? Get out! She shrieked, her voice full of venom and malice. A lowly, filthy mudblood. Crack! Brian's face darkened, and a fine thunderbolt flashed in his purple eyes. A strong aura surged like a torrent from where he stood, making the air around him crackle with electricity. The lights emitted by the gas lamps on the long corridor walls flickered madly as if being whipped by the wind, and one by one, the portrait frames hanging on the walls fell down with loud thuds. Although the frame where the old lady was located did not fall, it seemed as if it had been hammered by a giant fist, and cracks appeared on the precious mahogany frame, making the old lady's face look ferocious. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted directly in her own portrait, unable to bear the pressure of Brian's magic. Who is this? So rude, Brian said, as he walked with a dignified pace towards Sirius. He sounded annoyed, but not angry. He was used to dealing with people like the old lady, who clung to their outdated notions of blood purity and superiority. My mother. She has always been like this. Sirius replied dazedly, but then he regained his senses and looked at Brian Watson approaching him. A chilling aura rose from the depths of his heart and spread throughout his body. How is this possible? The first thought that came to Sirius' mind was this. Putting aside how Brian managed to follow him who used apparition, the fact that he could break into this house was incomprehensible. This house was where Sirius was born and raised. Since he could remember, everyone living in this house had always told him about the great efforts the noble ancestors of the Black family had made to protect this house. Everyone told Sirius that as long as the protective spells on the house didn't fail, it would be almost impossible for even Albus Dumbledore to enter. Having been influenced since childhood, Sirius never doubted the reliability of the ancestral home. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of this place first when he was in dire straits. But now, a wizard had actually broken through the powerful enchantments protecting this manor and forcefully entered. At this moment, Sirius finally understood why Albus Dumbledore had chosen this young man who looked barely 20 years old to an incredibly important position as the director of Student Security Office. 0231 Wait. Sirius had barely recovered from the shock of seeing Brian Watson enter the mansion, when a shrill voice pierced his ears. Filthy, lowly mudblood has invaded my mistress's house and harmed my noble mistress. It was Creaker, his house elf, who had crawled out of the shadows. His old, wrinkled nose was red with rage, and a disgusting thick mucus dripped down his chin. He extended his bony finger and pointed it at Brian, who was walking towards Sirius. Creaker will avenge the mistress, Creaker will defend the honor of the Black family. As he spoke, a faint glow gathered at the tip of his finger, ready to unleash a blast of magic. Wait, Creaker, you are not allowed to attack. Sirius shouted desperately, clutching his chest. For a house elf, the commands of the master were everything. Even if Creaker despised Sirius, as long as he was the legitimate heir of the Black family, he had to obey him. In the instant Sirius said not allowed to attack, the slave contract hidden within Creaker's soul forced him to stop his spell casting. Master and the filthy mudblood are in cahoots. Creaker's bloodshot eyes widened with disbelief, as he muttered angrily. Creaker knew long ago that the master brought this lowly mudblood back for. Bang! A dazzling silver light flashed in the dim corridor, like a blade slicing through the air. It hit Creaker in the chest, sending him flying backwards. He crashed into the wooden door leading to the basement, leaving a large hole. He landed heavily on the stairs, motionless. I don't like indulging in the quirks of these little creatures, Brian said in a cold tone, lowering his arm. Did you kill him? Sirius asked in a hoarse voice, turning his dull gaze towards Brian. He felt a mix of fear and anger, as he faced his enemy. Sorry, did I anger you? Brian said mockingly, standing a few steps away. He sneered at Sirius. Do I need to kneel down and apologize to you, Mr. Black? Sirius's hand holding the wand trembled, and his voice became intense. Hey! How could Dumbledore use a wizard like you? Who knows? But I guess he was very afraid that one day I would join forces with your former master. So, even if some of my actions were very annoying to him, he had to tolerate me. Brian said, tilting his head. He looked at Sirius with a strange gaze, as if he was studying him. Interesting, Mr. Black. You show pity and anger for the death of an old, toothless house elf, but you pushed your former friend to his death with your own hands. Sirius's body shuddered, and he was about to say something, but Brian waved his hand. A silver serpent, as thick as a wrist, shot out from the tip of his wand. It swiftly coiled around Sirius's body, binding him tightly. The snake's head hissed in his ear, spewing a foul odor that made him gag. "Let me go, you evil bastard!" Sirius roared, glaring at Brian with hatred. He tried to ignore the pain and the fear, and focused on his anger. Whether it was because he was captured or because of Kriaker's uncertain fate, he did not know. Unmoved by Sirius's futile shouting, Brian hooked his finger, and the wand that had fallen to the ground flew into his hand with a swish. He glanced at it casually, and put it back into his pocket, nodding in satisfaction. "Now, Mr. Longbottom can finally go home for Christmas." Sirius gnashed his teeth at Brian, roaring and howling. He desperately tried to break free from the snake's grip, but the more he struggled, the tighter the snake squeezed. In the end, the thick snake had left purple marks on his skin, and even a little crimson seeped from his lips. "Stop struggling, Black," Brian said, squatting down. His eyes were filled with interest, as he stared at Sirius, who was filled with hatred and madness. "If you break yourself into pieces, and the ministry can't recognize you and refuses to give me the bounty, what should I do?" he said, taunting Sirius. Sirius's mind was filled with thoughts of resentment and despair. He had escaped from the heavily guarded Azkaban, swimming back to the mainland in his dog form, braving the vast, cold sea. He had been hiding from the relentless pursuit of the Aurors and the furious Dementors ever since, plotting his solitary revenge. But now, his plan had failed. He was captured by a young wizard named Brian Watson, who was ruthless in his methods, and was going to take him to the ministry for a bounty. A bounty? Sirius suddenly stopped struggling, as a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He stared at Brian, and shouted with great urgency, like a drowning man grasping the last straw. "Wait, Watson, you caught me. Just to exchange me for a bounty from the Ministry of Magic." He could hear the disbelief and fear in his own voice, echoing in the cold, damp air of the mansion. The only light came from the flickering candles on the walls, casting dark shadows that lurked in the corners. "How can you see me like this, Mr. Black?" Brian laughed sheepishly, as if he was embarrassed by his own greed. "Striking down evil is the responsibility of every resident of the wizarding world. Of course, I also have no reason to refuse the 50,000 galleons reward from the ministry, right?" he said casually, as if he was talking about the weather. He held Sirius's wand in his hand, twirling it between his fingers. "I can give you more money, Watson, as long as you let me go." Sirius wriggled like a maggot once again, trying to free himself from the silver snake that bound him. He felt a surge of desperation, as he realized that money was his only chance. 50,000 galleons. "No, I can give you more. How about 100,000? Watson, as long as you let me go, pretend you never saw me tonight, I can give you 100,000 galleons." He said quickly, hoping to persuade Brian with his offer. He could feel his heart beating violently, as he waited for his response. The air, filled with the stench of corruption, suddenly fell into a strange silence. Brian's expression also became strange. He looked at Sirius with a mixture of curiosity, as if he was examining a rare specimen. 100,000. You want to give me 100,000 galleons, to let you go?" he repeated slowly, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. "How about it, Watson, this is a deal," Sirius said eagerly, raising his head. He tried to ignore the pain and the fear, and focused on his hope. "The Black family's vault is piled with gold, Watson, as long as you let me go, I can give you all those wealth, I swear I will do it," he added, lying through his teeth. He didn't know how much money was left in his family's vault, but he hoped it was enough to tempt Brian. 100,000 galleons. Brian stood up, rubbing his temples with annoyance. He muttered to himself. "Sounds like a good deal, Mr. Black, but you've given me a big problem." Although he didn't know why Dumbledore had chosen such a person to ensure the safety of the children in the school, but Sirius was still grateful that Dumbledore had made a mistake. Otherwise, he would have to bid farewell to his revenge plan tonight. Just as he was about to emphasize the wealth of the Black family, one of the 28 pureblood families, actually he didn't know either, Brian's regretful tone and words suddenly stopped his pounding heart. 100,000 galleons is indeed a tempting fortune, Mr. Black. But unfortunately, I cannot make this trade with you. Brian explained to himself, as if he was trying to justify his decision. If you were just a simple murderer, maybe I could turn a blind eye, Mr. Black. But unfortunately, you killed Lily Potter. You know, this woman is not only Harry's mother, but also the lifelong love of my respected Professor Snape. I had made up my mind that if I caught you, I would bring you to him and let him deal with you. Oh, actually, I had also made a contract with your former friend, Remus Lupin. Look at the trouble you've caused me. So many people are eagerly waiting to take your life," he said, spreading his hands, sighing. He looked at Sirius with pity, as if he was sorry for him. So, you see, we can't make this deal. Professor Snape. Sirius ignored the fact about Lupin's desire to kill him, and opened his mouth to stare at the pretentious Brian blankly. You mean, Severus Snape, that annoying snot. Sirius's emotions flared up again. Wait, Watson, don't do this, I beg you. I don't want to see Snape or Lupin or anyone else. I want to see Dumbledore. 0232 Explanation. You want to see Dumbledore? Brian smiled, a cold and mocking smile that made Sirius shiver. You hope that the good old Dumbledore will send you back to Azkaban, so that you can hide in that dark and damp prison and linger on, until the day your old master returns to the wizarding world, and grants you the supreme glory. The silver-striped green snake that coiled around Sirius spat out a crimson tongue, cruelly licking Sirius's cheek like a razor blade. Brian showed a contemptuous look, as if Sirius was nothing but a piece of dirt. Don't have those unrealistic fantasies, Black. Just follow me back to Hogwarts. Your death will release the despair and hatred that Professor Snape has accumulated in his heart for more than a decade. That is the only use of your insignificant life. As he said that, Brian controlled the snake that tightly wrapped around Sirius and lifted him up, ready to take him away. Realizing that Brian really intended to take him to Snape, Sirius finally showed panic. This panic did not come from fear of death, but from humiliation. He could die for revenge, but he didn't want to die at the hands of that annoying snot, Snape. Sirius didn't know what the relationship between Brian Watson and Severus Snape was, nor did he know what Brian meant by saying that Lily was Snape's lifelong love. He certainly knew that Snape had a crush on Lily when he was in school, but a lifelong love. Now was not the time to dwell on these questions. This man was about to bring him to Snape and have him killed. If James knew he was in such a mess. Don't do this, Watson. Hanging upside down, Sirius's eyes were bloodshot and he roared with all his might, hoping that someone would hear him and come to his rescue. I want to see Dumbledore, Watson. Let Remus come instead. Don't take me to Snape. I'd rather kill myself than die in his hands. A habitual flaw. Brian rolled his eyes and ignored Black's dying struggle. He marked the house with a flick of his wand so that he could come back and claim it later. Brian raised his wand and prepared to apparate back to the Shrieking Shack. He wouldn't notify Professor Snape right away, because before that, he had to find a way to contact Remus. After doing that, he would inform Professor Snape to come and execute Black. Listen to me, Watson. Sirius, whose ribs were squeezed and creaked by the snake, shouted unwillingly at the back of Brian's head, trying to make him listen to the truth. I am not the one who betrayed James and Lily to Voldemort. There is someone else who betrayed them. Creaker, lying on the steps leading to the kitchen, made a barely audible muttering sound as he regained consciousness from his coma. It seemed he had managed to save his life, but he was still weak and injured. Brian turned his back to Sirius, and the flickering gas lamps on the wall and the swaying crystal chandeliers on the ceiling cast a flickering shadow on the ground. Under the contrast of the suffocating silence, the strange noises in the old house became very clear. Probably after a full minute, Brian slowly turned around. He had no expression on his face. He looked at Sirius Black, who seemed to have exhausted all his strength to say that sentence. There was a flash of light in his purple eyes, but his voice was indifferent and without any fluctuations. Explain that sentence you just said, Black. Brian said in an irresistible tone, but he noticed that Sirius, who had been tortured enough, was only one step away from fainting. After turning Sirius's head, Brian's eyes pointed to a door with a big hole. He walked over with steady steps, dragging Sirius along with the snake. The stairs behind the door led to a kitchen connected to the dining room. The kitchen was a large and gloomy room, surrounded by rough stone walls. There was a fireplace at the farthest end, where a few embers were still glowing. Iron pots were hanging from the ceiling, some of them covered with dust and cobwebs. A long wooden table that could accommodate many people and many chairs were placed in the middle of the room. There was a cupboard for utensils and plates, but most of them were broken or chipped. Brian stepped over the body of the house elf and brought Sirius to the kitchen. He threw him on the floor like a sack of potatoes and pointed his wand at him. The air here was much more foul than upstairs, but fortunately, the long table in the dining room seemed to be wiped clean regularly and did not accumulate too much dust. Brian picked a chair and sat down, throwing Sirius onto the ground like a rag doll and crossing his legs. He looked at Sirius with a bored and impatient expression, waiting for him to regain his consciousness. It was not until 5 minutes later that Sirius came to his senses. He groaned and opened his eyes, only to see Brian's face looming over him. Then he realized that he had saved his life, but this was not something to be happy about. Explain what you just said, as simple and clear as possible, Black. Brian opened his mouth in time. He stared at Sirius's eyes and said, in a cold and threatening tone, a friendly reminder, Mr. Black, I don't like to torture people, but if I find you spouting nonsense just to save your life, believe me, I will show you that there are many things in this world scarier than death. Sirius supported his body with his head and sat on the ground. There was a raging fire of anger in his eyes, for Brian's contemptuous attitude, and for his own powerlessness. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, trying to muster some courage. Harry's red-haired friend, that boy's pet rat is an animagus like me. 12 years ago, he told Voldemort the hiding place of the Potters. He is the traitor. Sirius's voice was filled with anguish and bitterness. I escaped from Azkaban to kill him. Ron's pet, the rat named Scabbers, is an animagus. Brian's eyelids trembled imperceptibly. He had seen that rat once in the leaky cauldron this summer. He did feel a bit strange at that time, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Continue. Brian remained unmoved and continued to press for answers. He wanted to hear the whole story, and see if there was any evidence to support Sirius's claim. At that time, when we learned that Voldemort planned to attack James and Lily, Dumbledore planned to use the Fidelius charm to protect them, with himself as their secret keeper. But James didn't want to burden Dumbledore too much, so he suggested that I become their secret keeper. Sirius gritted his teeth, consumed by hatred. He recalled the happy days he had spent with James and Lily, and how they had trusted him with their lives. He also recalled the horrible night when he found out that they were dead, and that Peter had betrayed them. I thought Voldemort would definitely think it was me, so at the last moment I suggested James and Lily to make Peter their secret keeper. I thought it was a good strategy. A switcheroo. Voldemort would come looking for me, and if I was really killed, then Dumbledore would get the news in advance, and then move James and Lily and their son Harry to a safe place. You need to answer my question first. As Sirius cursed Peter, Brian closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. He felt a headache coming on, as he tried to make sense of Sirius's story. Since you knew you were innocent, Black, why didn't you tell the truth, instead of staying in Azkaban for 12 years? Tears uncontrollably streamed down Sirius's gaunt cheeks, and his shriveled body trembled. It's all my fault, I deserve it. This is the price I should pay. These secrets were supposed to be taken to the grave. Sirius never thought he would one day share them with a stranger, who might not even care about them. It was me who convinced James and Lily to make that bastard their secret keeper. They died because of me, and I need to atone for it. Brian's cheek twitched, showing a pained expression like he had a toothache. These Gryffindors were full of heroism, and often did things that Noon could understand. From Sirius's description, Brian roughly understood why Sirius, who had been quietly staying in Azkaban for 12 years, suddenly became interested in escaping. He had seen a picture of Peter in the Daily Prophet, and realized that he was still alive and hiding as a rat. He wanted to find him and kill him, to avenge James and Lily. When Brian questioned why he didn't seek help from Dumbledore or Remus, the only ones who might believe his innocence, instead of pursuing a reckless vendetta against Peter, the real traitor. Sirius, who had been sobbing moments ago, suddenly looked fierce and determined. It was me who killed James and Lily, and I must kill that traitor Peter with my own hands. Sirius gasped in pain, as the snake tightened its grip around him. And what's the point of going to them now? They never bothered to look for me, to hear my side of the story. They abandoned me, just like everyone else. They don't trust me, and I don't trust them. I'll do this on my own. What kind of nonsense logic is this? Brian supported his cheek with his hand, and looked sorrowful. Sirius Black claimed that he never betrayed the Potters, and that he was wronged. But if that was true, would the Ministry of Magic still pay the bounty for his capture? 02332 Problems. The kitchen was like a deep, dark cave, surrounded by rough stone walls that seemed to close in on them. Most of the light came from the large fireplace at one end of the room, which Brian had lit for warmth. The smoke from the chimneys filled the air, creating a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere. The heavy iron pots and pans hanging from the blackened ceiling looked menacing and terrifying in the smoky haze, as if they could fall and crush them at any moment. Sirius was no longer bound by the silver-striped snake, but he still did not get up. He lay on the floor, his face twitching, and his eyes full of undisguised anger as he glared at Brian. Brian had heard some shocking news today, but he couldn't simply believe Black's side of the story. He had taken a moment to delve into Black's mind to ensure he wasn't being deceived by these absurd words. All right, Mr. Black, stop making that pitiful expression. Brian cleared his throat and said impatiently, do you really expect me to believe your truth without any doubt after hearing it from someone I've never met? I have to find a way to verify the truth. That was reasonable, but Sirius could not help being angry. Anyone would be furious if someone invaded their mind without permission, peering into the darkest corners of their memories that they didn't want to revisit. He felt violated and exposed. Now that you know the truth, Watson, Sirius struggled to stand up, leaning on the table for support. He sat down on a chair, breathing heavily, and stared at Brian with a gloomy and resentful tone. What are you going to do now? What else can I do? Brian sneered, looking at him sideways, his eyes like those of a parent dealing with a naughty kid who had caused trouble and asked for help. Of course, I'll find a way to catch that guy named Peter Pettigrew and see if I can get a bigger reward from the ministry. Ahem, I mean, let Wisengamot judge him and clear your name. Sirius, speechless. I don't care about clearing my name, Black. Sirius exclaimed after a brief silence, waving his hands in frustration, I just want to send Peter to hell. Ever since I found out that vile bastard was still alive, I've been thinking about it day and night, dreaming of taking his life. Now that you know I'm innocent, Watson, you can help me get into the Gryffindor dormitory and catch that rat. I want to tear him apart with my own hands. It's not that simple, Brian chuckled coldly, in my opinion, there are two important problems that need to be solved. No problem is more important than killing Peter, Watson. After spending 12 years in Azkaban, Sirius had been tormented by hatred to the point of losing his sanity. The only reason he hadn't completely broken down was because he wanted to avenge James and Lily. He wanted to make Peter pay for what he had done. Even though he knew Black was innocent, Brian couldn't bring himself to like the guy. On the other hand, Black didn't like Brian either, a young wizard who was powerful but cruel and seemed particularly obsessed with galleons. Moreover, Brian seemed to have a close relationship with that slimy Snape. If possible, Sirius would rather get rid of him immediately. The first problem is, Brian looked at Sirius with a deep and piercing gaze, and raised his index finger, I'm afraid you don't know that Ron's rat, Scabbers, died a month ago, on the second night after you broke into Hogwarts. Ron found bloodstains from Scabbers on his bed, and he also found some yellow hairs from Crookshanks. This almost caused a rift between Ron and Hermione, who is Harry's friend. That's impossible. Before Brian could finish, Black shouted and jumped, his nails scratching the table, leaving marks on the wood. I bet it's a trick, that despicable scum. Sirius couldn't find a way to express his rage and could only grind his teeth. He faked his death and escaped. It was the same when I cornered him on a Muggle street before going to Azkaban. He's definitely not dead, that cowardly and shameless bastard must have sensed the danger and hid early. Don't shout nonsense, Brian said coldly, his voice cutting through the smoky air like a knife. Who do you think caused this trouble, Mr. Black? Whether it was when Voldemort fell or when you just got out of Azkaban for touring, Dumbledore had plenty of means to clear your name and send Peter to Azkaban for the rest of his life. But now, we have to find a rat, and this rat could be anywhere, Black. Maybe your brain is rusty, or maybe you don't have a brain at all, but I still want to ask you, what are you going to do, spend the rest of your life chasing a rat around the world? Let me remind you, according to Muggle scientists' statistics, there are approximately 2 billion rats in the world. I'm sure you're thrilled to hear that because you finally have something to occupy your overly energetic self. If it were a dozen years ago, faced with such an insult, Sirius would have drawn his wand and dueled Brian. Even now, hearing Brian's words, he had the same thought in his mind. But the reality was cruel. He didn't have a wand, and at least until Peter was dead, he had to keep himself alive. I know Peter. Sirius's face turned red, and he explained with a panting voice, his eyes shining with determination. I bet he's still at Hogwarts. He wouldn't dare to leave because that would mean giving up the protection of the Ministry and Dumbledore. He's a coward and a traitor, and he knows I'm after him. So what? Brian still had a displeased expression, his lips curled in a sneer. Are you suggesting we tear Hogwarts apart, digging 3 feet underground? Do you think Dumbledore will let us do that? Do you think the other students and teachers will stand by and watch? Do you think Peter will just sit there and wait for us? Sirius fell silent, but Brian continued with another finger raised, his eyes narrowing. The second issue is, why should I help you, Black? This is a mess you created, and you caused me to lose a reward of 50,000 galleons. Do you have any idea how much money that is? He paused for a moment, as if expecting Sirius to answer, but Sirius just glared at him. I could have pretended I didn't hear anything from you tonight and just killed you. No one would blame me, not Dumbledore, not Remus, not even Harry. Cornelius Fudge might even be grateful to me and personally award me a Order of Merlin first-class medal for helping the Ministry solve a big problem. I would be a hero, Black, a hero. He spat out the last word with sarcasm. Of course, I'm not that heartless. Knowing that you're innocent, I won't kill you just to get the reward. But why should I help you get into Gryffindor and catch Peter? You should be grateful for my kindness for not killing you. If possible, Sirius wanted to curse and swear at Brian. He wanted to tell him that he was a greedy and selfish bastard, that he had no sense of loyalty or honor, that he didn't deserve to be a wizard. He never intended to reveal the truth about James and Lily's sacrifice, nor did he want anyone else's help. Otherwise, he would have gone to Remus long time ago. It was only because he had been careless and was caught by Brian, who wanted to pack him to Snape, that he finally spoke up. But he couldn't say those words because he could tell that Brian Watson was undoubtedly a Slytherin. He wouldn't show pity just because Sirius was innocent or help him seek justice. Come with me to see Dumbledore at Hogwarts, Brian said indifferently after a long silence, his tone flat and emotionless. For the sake of Harry and Remus, I won't let the murderer of the Potters go unpunished. But as for how to catch Peter, you can discuss it with Dumbledore and Remus. I have my own matters to attend to. Now that I'm sure you won't harm Harry, I'll be leaving Hogwarts soon after dealing with your troubles. No. Sirius stubbornly refused when he heard that Brian wanted him to explain everything to Dumbledore, his voice hoarse and desperate. I won't tell anyone the truth. I don't want to see them until I kill Peter. What's the matter? Brian mocked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Now you feel ashamed of your foolishness? Unfortunately, Mr. Black, I can't ignore the information I've heard. I also don't want to play your boring revenge game. I didn't sleep all night. After dealing with your troubles, I hope I can at least make it in time for breakfast at Hogwarts. 0234 A deal. Dumbledore and Remus, I don't want to see either of them now. Sirius shouted, his voice hoarse with anger and pain. He took a quick step back, avoiding Brian's hand that reached out to grab his shoulder. I won't ask for your help, Watson. As long as you don't reveal my secret to them, I'll find a way to catch Peter myself. Save it, Black. Brian said coldly, his frown deepening. No matter what, I am the Director of Student Safety Office. Black, don't expect me to let you run wild in the castle. Whether it's Dumbledore or Remus, someone needs to monitor your actions. Brian had figured out Sirius's character. Perhaps he was loyal to his friends, but he was also a stubborn and arrogant fool. He had a reckless disregard for the rules and the consequences of his actions. Letting him run wild in the castle would inevitably cause trouble. If this trouble only involved himself, it wouldn't matter, but the potential result could harm the young wizards in the castle. Brian couldn't allow that to happen. Don't make me use magic to force you, Black. Brian impatiently threatened, waving his wand in a menacing gesture. You know I'm more powerful than you. You don't stand a chance against me. Sirius clenched his fist tightly, glaring at Brian fiercely. He hated to admit it, but Brian was right. He had lost his wand and couldn't use spells, and he knew that even if he had his wand, he couldn't put up a decent resistance. The only way he could express his anger might be to suddenly transform into a dog and give Brian a bite when he wasn't paying attention. But that would be foolish and futile. How could he convince Brian not to hand him over to Dumbledore? Sirius desperately thought about this question, and suddenly, the sparks exploding in the fireplace gave him an inspiration. He remembered something that might sway Brian's mind. He hurriedly said. Wait, Watson, I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Brian raised an eyebrow, and something flashed in his eyes. Noticing the change in his expression, Sirius felt a secret joy. He knew how to deal with this powerful and somewhat excessive young wizard. Don't hand me over to Dumbledore and Remus, help me enter Hogwarts to find Peter. If you can agree to this, Sirius gasped, as if he was making a great sacrifice. You want the bounty money from the Ministry on me, right, Watson? How much was it? 50,000 galleons. No problem, I can pay you that. Brian pursed his lips, his expression showing intense struggle. No, Mr. Black. Brian shook his head and said, trying to sound noble and virtuous. I can't give up my principles for money. I've said before, letting you run wild in Hogwarts may harm those innocent and lovely young wizards. I can't pretend to ignore this possibility, Mr. Black. My conscience would condemn me. Principles and conscience, do you really have any of that, Brian Watson? Sirius thought scornfully. I just want to kill Peter, Watson. Sirius's pale face turned livid. Unless I've gone mad, I will never harm those children. They have nothing to do with this. All right, let's stick to the previous number, I'll pay double the price for my freedom. These spoiled rich kids are so annoying. Brian thought indignantly. The smooth-talking, ungrateful young master is lying again. He doesn't have a single galleon in his pocket, but he dares to lie to a powerful wizard. A croaky voice interrupted their conversation. Suddenly, Creaker, the old and ugly house elf who had been eavesdropping on the stairs, slowly crawled out. Its voice made both Brian and Sirius change their expressions. Brian didn't need to say anything, he immediately scrutinized Sirius, his gaze suspicious. He wondered if Creaker was telling the truth, if Sirius was really broke and desperate. And Sirius, who noticed that Creaker was still alive, looked surprised for a moment, but his eyes quickly flashed with relief. However, as soon as he regained his composure, he immediately asked in a sinister tone. So, you've been pretending to be dead all this time, Creaker? When did you become so clever? Never mind that, what do you mean by saying I don't have a single coin in my pocket? If I remember correctly, the Black family's Gringotts vault should be filled with mountains of galleons and a large number of antique gold items, accumulated over several centuries, worth at least hundreds of thousands. Brian's lips tightened even more at the mention of hundreds of thousands. He really wanted to rob Gringotts. After being beaten up by Brian, Kriaker's attitude became much more respectful. It walked down the stairs with a limp and stopped in front of Brian, pressing its fleshy nose to the ground, as if it was worshipping him. Kriaker apologizes for the previous rudeness, esteemed powerful wizard. Kriaker knows he has offended you greatly. Therefore, Kriaker must tell the truth. My noble mistress hates the young master. The young master is a prodigal who no longer cares about the family's honor. He has betrayed the pure blood ideals of the Black family. She doesn't want to leave any property to the young master. So, before her death, my noble mistress left a will, distributing everything in the vault to Miss Bellatrix and Miss Narcissa. Kriaker likes the two young ladies. They are much nobler than the young master. Sirius's face visibly darkened, even though his original expression was already unpleasant. Just as Kriaker said, he didn't care about the so-called honor of the Black family. Of course, he didn't care about those boring galleons either. He had never been interested in money or material things. However, his mother would rather give all the wealth to outsiders than leave it to him, which hurt his feelings. Just like something my mother would do, Sirius sneered dryly, trying to hide his pain. But then he noticed that Watson's gaze towards him was a bit off. His heart skipped a few beats, and he quickly said, "I have my own vault, Watson. My uncle Alfard left me a sum of money in the underground vault of Gringotts." Saying that, Sirius fumbled in his tattered shirt and quickly pulled out a small piece of parchment, still bearing the Gringotts seal. "What is this?" Brian asked, curiously taking the parchment from Sirius. He had never had stored money in Gringotts before. He had always kept his money in a secret place, hidden from prying eyes. He didn't trust the goblins, or anyone else for that matter. "I used an owl to help Harry order a firebolt, using the money from my own vault. When he was competing, those dementors caused his broom to turn into a pile of splinters. This is the receipt from Gringotts, stating that there is still over 30,000 in my vault." Sirius explained. "Sorry, Mr. Black," Brian said, coldly handing back the parchment to Sirius. But, he was a bit surprised, that Sirius cared so much about Harry. But Brian remained unmoved. He calmly said, "I've thought it over carefully, and I still can't trust you to roam around Hogwarts. In my opinion, we should go see Dumbledore. He must have a way to help you find Peter." "Greedy and shameless scoundrel, a Slytherin-born villain," Sirius thought indignantly. "I only have this much now, Watson." Sirius gritted his teeth and said, desperately trying to change Brian's mind. "If you're not satisfied, there might be some valuable old things in this house that you can take." Upon hearing this, Kriaker immediately widened its reddened eyes and was about to scream. However, when it tried to do so, it found that it couldn't make a sound at all because Brian had already blocked its voice and movements. "Don't think too badly of me," Brian shook his head and defended himself, as he pointed his wand at Kriaker. He had noticed the house elf's reaction, and he quickly silenced it. "I'm not after your wealth, Mr. Black. I just want to get the reward I deserve, that is, the 50,000 galleons from the ministry for you. But since you've lost your family inheritance and don't have enough money, well, I have an idea." Sirius didn't notice Kriaker's strange behavior. He stared at Brian, angrily saying, "Tell me your plan, Watson. I want to know how you can agree not to hand me over to Dumbledore and Remus." "Well, here it is." Brian's face changed, and he enthusiastically looked around the kitchen. "Since you don't have enough gold coins to compensate for my loss, in my opinion, you can temporarily mortgage the right to use this house to me for a year. After a year, if you manage to gather enough money, I'll return the house to you. If you can't do it by then, well, with interest, you'll need to hand over the right to use the house to me for 2 years. If you still can't repay the mortgage after 3 years, the mortgage period will be 4 years. Looking at Sirius's unexpected expression, Brian smiled. "Of course, while you're still alive, I'll allow you to live in this house," Brian said, generously. 0235 Tom. Although Brian was eager to start cleaning his new house so that it could become comfortable and pleasant as soon as possible, he knew that he didn't have time to deal with it now, as he had more urgent matters to attend to. So, he had no choice but to give an order to Kriaker, Sirius's howling and viciously cursing house elf, to sit and wait until the Christmas holiday when he would return. "Don't cry, Kriaker," Sirius snapped impatiently, "you heard everything, didn't you? I just temporarily mortgaged the manor, I didn't plan to sell it. Once I get rid of Peter, I'll quickly gather the 50,000 galleons and buy it back. Oh, how my poor mistress would react if she knew that the young master had given away the old house of the Black family, how she would hate him, oh, she would be disappointed in Kriaker." Kriaker watched all this happen but couldn't stop the young master from doing stupid things, the elf wailed, rocking back and forth. "Tisk tisk, this house elf is indeed not very likable." Brian wondered if he should sell him to the underground world, where he had heard that there was a high demand for house elves. A few months ago, a rogue wizard had unleashed a beast that had slaughtered many of the house elves that worked in the underground world. Since then, the house elves had fled in terror, leaving behind a shortage of labor. Brian could make a good profit if he sold Kriaker now. Do not disclose anything heard tonight to any third party in any way. Brian gave Kriaker a stern command, making sure that the elf nodded in understanding. Then, with a loud bang, he grabbed Sirius by the arm and brought back to the Shrieking Shack. During their absence, the collapsed kitchen of the Shrieking Shack had been covered with a thick layer of falling snow. The sound of the cold wind whistling through the cracks and holes of the dilapidated house was like the wailing of a female ghost, sending shivers down Brian's spine. He waved his wand, and the damaged bricks, broken boards, and shattered beams on the ground awakened from their slumber. They struggled to stand up, shook off the accumulated snow, and flew back into the air to reassemble themselves. In an instant, the house returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Although Brian had decided not to use the Shrieking Shack anymore, he still repaired it. The house stood on a hillside, overlooking the village of Hogsmeade. It was a well-known haunted house, and Brian didn't want to attract any unwanted attention. If some busybody came to investigate why the house suddenly collapsed, it could cause unnecessary trouble and may expose his secrets. This cat, you said its name is Crookshanks, it's freezing. Sirius, who had rushed into the house, said angrily, holding a ginger cat in his arms. The cat looked half dead, its eyes closed and its body limp. As long as it's still breathing, I can revive it, Brian said, pointing his wand at Crookshanks' stiff body. A red light flashed across the ginger fur, and white steam rose. The cat twitched and opened its eyes, letting out a weak meow. Brian then took out a bottle of homemade potion from his pocket, tapped the bottle with his wand, and the swirling liquid turned into a flowing stream that flew into Crookshanks' nostrils. The cat sneezed and shook its head, then looked around with curiosity. How did you get mixed up with this cat? Brian asked casually, as he stroked Crookshanks' fur. This cat is very clever. I guess it has some Neasel blood because it recognized at first sight that I'm not a dog, Sirius said, stroking Crookshanks and clicking his tongue. It took me some time to make it understand who I am and what I want to do. Since then, it has been helping me gather information and find food. I can't roam around freely because of the Dementors and Aurors in the village. It also tried to bring Peter to me, but it didn't succeed. Speaking of which, Brian said, as he noticed the papers scattered on the living room floor and the remains of small animals in the kitchen. They were the evidence of his research. He whipped the air a few times like conducting an orchestra, and those things gathered themselves in the hallway and turned into ashes in a dazzling green flame. He didn't want to leave any traces behind. This house, mainly the secret passage, how did you find it? This question, if explained in detail, would involve some secrets of Remus. Logically speaking, Dumbledore had recruited Remus as a professor at Hogwarts, and Brian, the director of the Student Safety Office, could not possibly be unaware of Remus's werewolf identity. But Sirius didn't dare to take the risk. If Dumbledore and Remus hadn't told Watson about this, then he might bring trouble to his old friend. So, Sirius decided to be vague and evasive. He said, we used this secret passage frequently when we were in school. We? Brian repeated, narrowing his eyes. He sensed that Sirius was hiding something. So, Remus actually knew about the secret passage under the Whomping Willow. Well, I guess he should also know that you are animagus. He had so many opportunities to reveal all this, but when I heard from Harry tonight that there is a secret passage here, he acted as if it was the first time he heard about it. Sirius remained silent, just playing with Crookshanks, whose limbs were already twitching unconsciously. He could roughly guess why Remus didn't say anything when he didn't know he was innocent. His old friend regarded Dumbledore as a benefactor and was afraid of disappointing him. He feared that Dumbledore would be displeased or even angry with their reckless behavior. Another piece of information from Brian caught Sirius' attention. How did Harry find out about the secret passage under the Whomping Willow? So, he tried to change the subject and said, everyone who knows James Potter says that Harry looks a lot like his father. I guess he inherited some kind of talent, Sirius said, with a hint of pride in his voice. That boy really resembles James. His Quidditch talent is just as outstanding as James. He smiled, remembering the good old days when he and James had played Quidditch together, flying through the air with grace and skill. At this moment, Crookshanks and Sirius's arms finally fully regained consciousness. Without understanding what had happened, it immediately bared its teeth and claws, hissing at Brian. Don't get agitated, Crookshanks. We have explained everything, and now, Brian won't be hostile towards us. Sirius said, trying to calm the cat down. He held Crookshanks close to his chest and quickly explained the situation. It's not my fault, Brian said innocently, raising his hands in defense. Who could have expected such a turn of events? Before, I thought you were an accomplice to a heinous criminal, so my actions were completely justified, right? Crookshanks made a growling sound, looking dissatisfied. Brian sighed, knowing that he couldn't win the cat's approval. He decided to ignore him and focus on the more pressing matters. He looked out of the window and saw that the night was almost over. The snow continued to fall, but a faint pink dawn appeared in the sky. He knew they had to leave soon, before anyone noticed them. He said to Sirius, "In my opinion, it's best for you to stay at home or hide in the mountains like before. I will regularly bring you food. But if you insist on going to school to cause mischief, then we'll have to find a way to disguise you. I can just use my animagus form. I can disguise myself very well, and no one can recognize me." Sirius dismissed Brian's suggestion, thinking it was too cautious. Brian rolled his eyes, and said sarcastically, "I suggest you take a trip to Azkaban and see if you left your brain there when you escaped. If you want to stay in the castle for a long time, it's inevitable that you'll run into Remus. He knows you're an animagus and what you look like in your transformed state. And, as a reminder, on the basis of our transaction, I'll tell you that while animagus is a perfect disguise in terms of magic and appearance, from a soul perspective, you are still Sirius Black. Unfortunately, our esteemed headmaster Albus Dumbledore has the ability to observe a person's soul. So, you better be clever." Sirius had a gloomy expression. He asked, "Then what do you suggest?" Brian had already considered this question when they were in the Black family's ancestral home. He had thought of a way to give Sirius a new identity, one that would allow him to enter the school without arousing suspicion. He smiled, looking at Crookshanks. He had decided to use the cat as a part of his plan. He pointed his wand at Sirius, and Sirius's gaze suddenly became sharp and alert. He said, "What are you planning, Watson?" "Of course, I'm going to arrange a new identity for you. Do you expect me to bring a wanted criminal back so openly?" Brian said, with a mischievous smile. He looked at Crookshanks, who was still hissing at him. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you or your friend. I have a brilliant idea that will make you both very happy. From today on, you will be the stray cat that Crookshanks found outside." I think Tom would be a good name for you." 0236 Meeting after years. When Brian returned to Hogwarts through the secret passage under the Shrieking Shack with two cats, the snow had stopped, but the sky remained gloomy, with the cold wind still howling over the flat lawn and playground. The snow crunched under his boots as he walked, leaving a trail of footprints behind him. He pulled his cloak tighter around him, feeling the chill in the air. Hagrid was walking towards the Forbidden Forest with Fang, his loyal boarhound. He waved his large hand at Brian and shouted something that was lost in the wind. Brian waved back and smiled, glad to see the friendly half-giant. He could see Professor Sprout in the distance, wearing a thick coat and a woolen hat. She was inspecting the greenhouse, checking on her plants and flowers to see if they had been damaged by the cold. She looked up and saw Brian, and gave him a nod of acknowledgement. Brian waved at her from a distance and hurried towards the castle, hoping to warm up. There was no shortage of diligent people anywhere. When Brian entered the entrance hall, he was surprised to see several seventh-year students already having breakfast. They were sitting at the long tables, chatting and laughing, oblivious to the cold outside. Percy Weasley was sitting near the entrance, holding a copy of Practical Defensive Magic and its Countermeasures Against Dark Arts, a thick tome that looked very advanced. He was devouring a plate of sausages, as if he needed the energy to fuel his brain. His red hair was neatly combed, and his glasses were perched on his nose. "Good morning, Professor Wadden," Percy said, noticing Brian looking at him. He quickly swallowed his food and eagerly approached. He glanced briefly at the two kittens in Professor Wadden's arms and then averted his gaze, as if he didn't want to be distracted by anything cute. "Is there anything I can help you with?" "I remember you were supposed to be on patrol last night, Percy," Brian said, clicking his tongue. "Didn't you get enough rest?" Percy took this as a compliment and proudly straightened his chest, displaying his shiny head boy badge. "I'm not tired, Professor. I'm planning to visit the library before the morning classes start. You know, the second half of the term is approaching, and I need to make sure I don't make any mistakes, if I want to work at the Ministry of Magic, that is. Of course, if you have any orders for me." He looked at Brian expectantly, hoping for some praise or guidance. "I don't need you to do anything, Percy," Brian said, patting Percy's shoulder appreciatively. He admired his dedication and his work ethic. People who have ideals and are willing to work hard for them are always worthy of admiration. The smell of food in the Great Hall was making the two cats in Brian's arms restless, especially the black one. After months of eating weird foods, he was salivating at the sight of the bacon, sausages and eggs on the plates. He could smell the butter, the cheese, the toast, and the jam. He meowed and struggled to break free, wanting to get to the food. Brian realized he couldn't let Sirius cause a scene in the Great Hall, where there were hundreds of students and teachers. So, he asked Percy to pack some food and bring it to his office, hoping to appease Sirius's hunger. He also asked him to bring some milk for Crookshanks, who was much calmer than Sirius, but still hungry. Percy agreed, and hurried to the kitchen, where the house elves were busy preparing the food. The last time Sirius infiltrated the castle, he was only focused on breaking into the Gryffindor dormitory, killing Peter, and leaving immediately. He had no interest in anything else. But now, the situation was different. Sirius was perched on Brian's shoulder, looking around excitedly and not paying attention to commands. He was fascinated by the castle, which he had not seen for years. If you don't behave, I'll lock you up in a cage, got it? Brian grabbed Sirius by the ear and scolded him, while also freeing Mrs. Norris, who had been trapped in a suit of armor. Sirius, meow. Translation, can't you see? Filch's cat was yelling at me for no reason. He pointed his paw at Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, who had been following them with a suspicious look. Brian rolled his eyes and sighed. Although he knew that animal transformation wouldn't cause any accidents, Brian still felt relieved when he entered his office, closed the door, and let out a sigh. Sirius was starving, and after taking a quick look at the wall covered by a large black curtain in the office, he pounced on the bag in Brian's hand, hoping for a good meal. He tore open the bag with his teeth, and started to eat the food that Percy had packed. Brian lit the fireplace, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. He pulled back the curtains, letting in the faint light of the morning. He slumped into his chair behind the desk, feeling exhausted and worried. After this night, his mission had taken a dramatic turn. He still needed to find someone, but now it had changed from Black to Peter. To be honest, this task had become much more challenging. Before, all he had to do was keep Black away from Harry, and protect him from harm. But now, he had to actively lure out a rat hiding in the shadows, and expose him for what he was. And this rat was extremely cautious and patient. There was no chance it would show itself easily. It had been hiding for years, and it knew how to survive. When we were at the house, you said that guy Peter wouldn't leave Hogwarts and would stay close to Harry, right? Sirius scratched his beard, signaling Brian to change him back. He felt uncomfortable in his cat form, especially after eating so much. He wanted to stretch his limbs, and to speak his mind. That's right, I can guarantee that, he said, as soon as he regained his human shape. Being in human form was more convenient for eating. With both hands holding food and occasionally speaking, Sirius said, I know Peter. Leaving Hogwarts means he won't enjoy the protection Dumbledore and the Ministry provide for Harry anymore. He can't leave here, and he must ensure he receives the latest news from the wizarding world in a timely manner. Brian nodded in agreement, and a vague idea formed in his mind. He wanted to know more about Peter, but Sirius clearly couldn't provide any objective evaluation. He would only rant about how Peter was a despicable, cowardly, and sneaky person who liked to follow powerful wizards in the hope of gaining protection. But was Peter really as bad as Sirius described? Brian didn't think so. Meticulous, extremely patient, quite cunning, and with a certain amount of courage. Based on sporadic descriptions, Brian formed his own opinion of Peter. Courage. Sirius didn't say anything about the previous points, but he couldn't tolerate Brian's last evaluation. Are you saying that bastard is also a courageous person, Wadden? That's ridiculous. If he had even a shred of courage, he wouldn't be a disgusting traitor. He shouted, his face turning red with rage. As you said, he is a traitor. But since Peter dared to betray his friends and secretly passed information to Voldemort under Dumbledore's nose for over a year, it proves that he is not a coward without any courage, Black, Brian said lazily, crossing his fingers on his raised knee. He leaned back on his chair, and looked at Sirius calmly. Sirius was about to retort, but before he could say anything, Brian suddenly stood up from his chair, waved his wand dramatically, and Sirius found himself transformed back into a small black cat. Remus is right outside, don't give yourself away, Brian said, in a low and urgent voice. Remus. The sausage that Sirius had been holding in his paw fell to the ground. He spun in circles on the couch and quickly darted under a cushion. But Crookshanks, who was crawling on the couch, swiped the cushion away with a paw, and his peculiar gaze made Sirius snap out of his thoughts. He realized that he wasn't in his wizard or animagus form, so Remus couldn't recognize him. Just now, Percy asked me a question about defense against the dark arts defense, and I learned from him that you had returned to the castle, Remus said as he walked briskly into the office. How are you, Brian? Do you have this cat? Remus quickly approached Brian's desk and noticed the two cats curled up on the sofa. He was momentarily surprised by Crookshanks' size, but when his gaze fell on the black cat, which seemed particularly nervous and tense, Remus suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his solemn expression subtly changed. He felt a strange sensation, a mix of curiosity and familiarity. He felt drawn to the black cat, and he couldn't explain why. It's strange, why do I feel so familiar with this black cat? I've never had any interaction with cats before. When their eyes met in midair, Remus felt an even stronger sense of sadness emanating from the black cat. But this was too strange. How could an animal have such complex emotions? And why did it make him feel so familiar? Remus thought in astonishment. Sirius tried his best to avoid making eye contact with Remus, but he couldn't help but take a closer look at his old friend. And in that moment, when his gaze fell on Remus, a wave of uncontrollable sadness surged from his heart, causing his cat body to tremble. Remus had aged a lot. His temples were grey, his cheeks were lined with wrinkles, and he looked frail and thin. Even his posture seemed slightly hunched, like an old man in his twilight years. Werewolves had a difficult time in the wizarding world, and Sirius knew that. But he couldn't pretend that he had no connection to Remus when faced with his current appearance. "This cat," Remus said, sensing sadness and guilt in the black cat's eyes. But this was weird. How could an animal convey such rich emotions? And why did it make him feel so familiar? "This yellow cat is named Crookshanks. It's Hermione's pet. Because it's not well behaved, Hermione left it in Hagrid's care. But it loves to wander around Hogsmeade, and I found it there last night." "The black one is an old friend that Crookshanks found in the wild," Brian explained casually. 0237 mistakes in the past. "Perhaps I have met him somewhere before." Remus smiled, looking a bit disappointed. His amber eyes searched Brian's face for a hint of recognition, but found none. He finally looked away and said to Brian, "So, you didn't find anything last night?" "Obviously not." Brian stretched lazily, walked to the fireplace, and poured himself a cup of tea from the hot teapot. The steam rose from the cup, carrying a faint aroma of mint and honey. He turned his back to Remus and said, "I have checked all the secret passages that Filch doesn't know about. I didn't find any clues related to Black. And I have sealed the secret passage under the Whomping Willow." Remus didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed with this result. He had complicated feelings about his old friend, who had betrayed him and his other friends so horribly. In any case, he left the office looking lost and reminded Brian that he would transform again in a few days and asked for his help with the class. Then he walked out of the office, feeling the weight of his secret on his shoulders. Brian held the teacup and looked at Tom, who was lazily hanging his ears, without saying a word. After a while, Sirius asked Brian to turn him back to his original form and asked in a gloomy tone, "So, you already know that Remus is a werewolf?" Since Dumbledore brought him in as the defense against the dark arts professor, he definitely wouldn't hide it from the Board of Governors and the Ministry of Magic. The professors at the school also taught him before, so they have known for a long time that Remus is a werewolf. As for me, Brian took a sip of tea and smiled. "I knew him before becoming colleagues with Remus." Sirius seemed very interested, and Brian briefly told him. "I'm sure you know about the underground world in Nocturne Alley. In recent years, Remus has been hanging out there to make a living. Of course, he hasn't done much illegal activities. When he transforms every month, he goes to the forest or the wilderness alone to endure that period. After the transformation, he would also gather some herbs from the forest to sell. However, he doesn't seem to be good at it, and most of the time, he can't sell much. He barely makes enough to buy food and clothes." Seeing Sirius listening attentively, Brian thought for a moment and continued. "In the early years, I mean when Voldemort just fell, the wizarding world had deep prejudices against werewolves. At that time, Remus was forced to follow Greyback for a while. But he obviously couldn't stand Greyback's cruel methods. He was just pretending to work for him. Well, that's about it. Before, I mean when we just graduated from Hogwarts," Sirius said with a gloomy expression. "Remus didn't have a good time. He didn't want to accept my help. James had some relatives who owned businesses and he wanted to introduce Remus to work there, but Remus was afraid of causing trouble for James and refused." Sirius took a deep breath and pushed those unpleasant memories out of his mind. Then, he looked at the young wizard leaning against the fireplace with a strange look in his eyes. "I suddenly noticed something, Watson." Brian made a questioning sound with his nose. "You graduated from Slytherin, right? That's quite unusual. How come a wizard from that house dares to utter Voldemort's name out loud?" Sirius said sarcastically. "In those years, Slytherin was almost a reserve force for Death Eaters. Many Slytherins we knew became core members of the Death Eaters after graduation, including that slimy Snape. You have a good relationship with him, right? Hasn't he told you about his glorious past?" "I don't see how you are qualified to mock Professor Snape, Black," Brian said coldly. "Indeed, Professor Snape may have made some wrong choices when he was young and ignorant, but he has been working for Dumbledore all these years, hoping to make up for the mistakes he made in his youth. And what about you, Black? After your foolish suggestion led to the death of the Potters, what did you do? To put it nicely, voluntarily entering Azkaban is an act of atonement. To put it bluntly, you just wanted to avoid the guilt on your conscience. In my opinion, Professor Snape is much braver than you, Black. If you really have the courage, why don't you take up the responsibility of raising Harry? As far as I know, you are his godfather, right? I did consider doing that." Sirius stood up with a bang, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger. He clenched his fists and glared at Brian, who was sitting calmly on the armchair. On the night the Potters were killed, I wanted to raise Harry, but Hagrid said Dumbledore wanted to arrange for Harry to stay with his aunt. Just as you intended, right? Brian said with a sneer. Compared to the responsibility of raising a child, it seems that seeking revenge suits your hot-headed personality better. He paused and added sarcastically. After all, you are the one who suggested the Potters to use the Fidelius charm and switch their secret keeper at the last minute, right? Unable to win a fight or an argument, and not even able to storm out, Sirius was so angry that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. However, before he could ask any questions, Brian's next words stunned him, and he fell into a long silence. Last summer, I visited Harry's aunt and uncle because of some things. In private, he told me that he had been living in a cupboard under the stairs before coming to Hogwarts. Obviously, the Potters were very happy to see Harry grow up in such a luxurious environment, right? Brian's voice was dripping with sarcasm, but also with pity and anger. The room fell silent, and the argument came to an end. For the rest of the morning, Sirius lay motionless on the couch, not even reacting to Crookshanks's curious poking. The ginger cat had sensed the tension in the air, and had decided to leave the two men alone. It seemed that Sirius had been deeply affected by Brian's sharp words. What are your plans for the Christmas holiday, Brian? After 2 classes in the morning, just before lunch, Professor McGonagall walked out of her office and went upstairs to knock on Brian's office door. She had a parchment in her hand, and a worried look on her face. Well, I plan to visit my orphanage, Professor. Do you have any suggestions? He is an orphan. Upon hearing the word orphanage, Tom, Sirius, on the couch raised his head, looking a bit stunned, and looked at Brian, who was standing at the door talking. Suddenly, he seemed to understand. Well, Brian. Professor McGonagall squeezed the parchment in her hand, looking a bit hesitant. This is the list of students who have applied to stay at school during the Christmas holiday. Considering that Black is still on the loose, so. Brian blinked, who are on the list? Mr. Potter is definitely one of them. Professor McGonagall sighed and said, this child has nowhere else to go. And then, Granger and Weasley will stay to accompany him. Malfoy and his 2 followers from Slytherin were not going home for Christmas either. There were also a few senior students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw who stayed to prepare for the NEWT exams. Gryffindor had the trio, and Neville was also forced to stay at school because of his lost wand. Speaking of Neville's wand, Brian suddenly came back to his senses and took out the wand from his pocket to show Professor McGonagall. I accidentally found it while taking a walk in the yard yesterday. Oh, thank goodness. Professor McGonagall immediately exclaimed with joy. I tried to persuade Mr. Longbottom for a long time, and even offered to write a letter to Augusta for him, but he just didn't dare to go back. Now, Mr. Longbottom can finally go home for Christmas. Well, as for taking care of the children during the holiday, since you have plans. Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment, I'll go ask Remus. He shouldn't have any extra travel plans. She smiled warmly at Brian, and thanked him for his help. Feeling guilty about Harry's situation, Sirius was once again struck in the heart by the conversation between them. Brian settled his lunch in the office. He had a simple meal of bread and cheese, and a glass of water. He was not very hungry, and he had more important things to do. During the break before class, Brian locked the door with a click and prepared to go to the Gryffindor common room to return Mr. Longbottom's wand and retrieve his own spare wand. The adorable Tom obviously wanted to follow along, but he was mercilessly rejected. Keep an eye on Tom and don't cause any trouble, Crookshanks. After giving this order, Brian locked the door and disappeared from the sight of the 2 unhappy cats. 0238 Festive Atmosphere. This was the penultimate week before the end of the semester. Unlike the tense and stressful atmosphere of the second half of the school year, when exams and assignments loomed over the students, the atmosphere before the end of the first half of the school year had always been warm and pleasant. Even the strict and demanding professors were slightly more lenient and forgiving of the students during this time. During the lunch break, the Gryffindor common room was more lively and cheerful than usual. Among Harry's roommates, Dean and Seamus had already started eagerly and excitedly packing their bags to go home. They were looking forward to seeing their families and friends, and enjoying the festive season. And Percy, the eldest Weasley brother, took advantage of this opportunity to persuade Ron to go home for Christmas. Fred, George, and Ginny are all going home. Even Charlie will rush back from Romania to spend Christmas with Mum and Dad. It's just you, Ron. After learning that Ron had signed his name on Professor McGonagall's form, indicating that he would stay at Hogwarts for the holidays, Percy immediately sought him out and said unhappily. Bill is also in Egypt, so he can't go home. Bill can't go home because he hasn't been able to get rid of the goblins at Gringotts, Percy said triumphantly, as if that was a valid excuse. But after Ron gestured to Harry to pretend he hadn't heard anything, Percy frowned and walked away reluctantly, muttering under his breath. You don't have to do this, Ron, Harry said sincerely, feeling grateful and guilty at the same time. This is a time for family reunion, and you should go home and spend time with Mrs. Weasley. She'll be happy to see you. Oh, you don't understand, Harry. Ron shook his head and pretended to be annoyed, but Harry could see the concern in his eyes. There are already so many people crowded in the house. If I go back, I'll just trouble my parents. Hey, Harry. Harry knew that Ron was doing this for him. He was about to say something touching, but Colin, the second-year student, suddenly came over with a camera, eagerly walking with Ginny, who was blushing slightly. Can I take a Christmas photo of you? My little brother Dennis will be of age to attend Hogwarts next year, but he's not sure if he'll be accepted. I want to give him your photo, maybe it will give him some luck and confidence. Oh, well, if you insist. Harry didn't understand why Colin thought his photo could bring good luck to people, but he couldn't find a reason to refuse. Harry let Colin drag him to the Christmas tree in the common room, which was decorated with mistletoe, holly, and many flying lights. The tree sparkled and shimmered, creating a festive and magical atmosphere. He let Colin fiddle with his camera for a long time, adjusting the angle and the focus, before finally taking a photo that satisfied Colin. Can I have one, too, Colin? Ginny's plea came softly from a few steps away. Ron chuckled mysteriously, making Harry's ears turn red. Where's Hermione? I didn't see her. Did she go to the library again? To avoid Ron bringing up Ginny's admiration for him, Harry quickly changed the subject. She's trying to convince Neville to overcome his fear of his grandmother and go home for Christmas. Ron shrugged and pointed in the direction of the bustling common room, where Hermione was talking earnestly to Neville, who looked nervous and scared. She always likes to take on these impossible tasks. She thinks she can change everyone's mind with logic and reason. Harry smiled, and the lively common room in front of him diluted the gloom in his heart. He tried to forget about the dark and dangerous things that lurked outside the castle walls, and focus on the joy and warmth of his friends. Speaking of which, seeing that Harry's mood was finally lifted, Ron also breathed a sigh of relief and casually asked, "Did you figure out about Professor Lupin's reaction yesterday?" "Not really," Harry sighed, feeling the gloom return. "I don't understand why he cares so much about the passage under the Whomping Willow, but he's my dad's friend. I think he's just like Professor Watson, who doesn't want me to use those passages to leave Hogwarts again. Maybe he's worried about my safety, or something." The portrait of the fat lady frequently opened to allow young wizards to enter and exit, but this time, the person who walked in quickly quieted down the noisy common room. Everyone turned to look at the visitor, who wore a serious and solemn expression. Brian looked kindly at the young wizards who showed surprise and curiosity on their faces, and then found Neville in the corner. He walked towards him with a gentle smile, and said, "It's good news, Mr. Longbottom." Without any pretense or hesitation, Brian took out the wand from his pocket and handed it to Neville. "Your wand has been found, Mr. Longbottom. You don't have to worry about your grandmother kicking you out of the house anymore." "Where did you find it, Professor?" Neville's mournful face suddenly relaxed, and he was so excited that he didn't know how to express his gratitude. He clutched his wand tightly, as if afraid that it would disappear again. Hermione asked this question on his behalf, curious and concerned. "I saw it accidentally when I passed by the yard last night. It was lying under a bush, covered with snow. By the way." Brian smiled and, after thinking for a moment, he lowered his voice and said to Hermione, who was standing next to Neville. "Last night, I found Crookshanks in Hogsmeade. He was wandering around the streets, looking for food. Considering the recent cold weather, I brought him back directly. If you're willing, you can come to my office and take him back to the dormitory." Glancing at Harry and Ron, who were peering over, Hermione's still young face showed a touch of sadness. She had missed her ginger cat terribly, but she had also felt guilty for leaving him with Hagrid, who had enough trouble with his own pets. It seems that Crookshanks doesn't like staying with Hagrid. "Professor, can you help take care of Crookshanks for a while?" Hermione quickly added, "I will visit him frequently." "No problem, Hermione," Brian nodded, understanding her dilemma. Crookshanks found a playmate for himself in the wild. It's a black cat. He's very friendly and smart. I brought both of them back, so you don't have to worry about him feeling lonely. You're such a good person, Professor." Hermione was so grateful that she was about to cry, and Neville, who was next to her, nodded frantically. This made Brian feel embarrassed. Fortunately, at this time, Harry and Ron also rushed over, as if they had something to say. "Let's talk outside, Harry." Brian knew what Harry wanted to ask, but this topic was obviously not suitable for public discussion. He didn't want to attract any unwanted attention or cause any panic. After giving an order, he turned and walked out of the common room, and Harry and the others followed without hesitation. Walking through the corridor, Brian stopped at the corner of the stairs. He looked around to make sure no one was listening, and then faced Harry and his friends. "Did you find anything, Professor?" Harry's eyes were burning, and he asked the expected question without surprise. He was eager to know if Brian had any clues or leads about the secret passage under the Whomping Willow. After receiving the answer, he could already foresee the obvious disappointment on his face. "Still thinking about avenging your parents by killing Sirius Black?" Brian asked, his voice calm and stern. "Harry wouldn't think like that, right?" Afraid that Harry would be stubborn again, Hermione hurriedly said. "I don't think like that, Professor," Harry said frankly, looking Brian in the eye. "I just hope you can send that criminal back to where he belongs as soon as possible. He deserves to rot in Azkaban for what he did." This is really a confusing situation. Looking at Harry, who was trying to hide his hatred, Brian shook his head in his heart. "Don't worry, Harry. I will find a way to make the real culprit pay as soon as possible." The real culprit? After Brian left, Hermione immediately frowned, her eyebrows trembling in confusion. She sensed that there was something more to Brian's words. What did Professor Watson mean? What's so hard to understand about this? Ron crossed his arms and confidently said, as if he knew everything. "Wizards in the wizarding world know that it was you-know-who who killed Harry's parents, but few people know that it was Black who caused their sacrifice. He betrayed them to you-know-who. So, Professor Watson said he wants to make the real culprit pay. By the way, I wonder if Professor Watson will stay at the school for the holidays. Maybe I should write to my mom and ask her to knit him a sweater too. I bet my mom won't refuse. She's very grateful to him for saving Ginny last year." "I don't think so." Harry, who was also puzzled by Professor Watson's answer, blurted out. "Normally, he goes back to the orphanage every year to spend Christmas with the kids." "Where did you hear that, Harry?" Hermione suddenly stretched her head over, staring at Harry suspiciously. This made Harry realize that he seemed to have said something he shouldn't have. His heart skipped a beat, and he pretended to be casual. "Oh, you know, over the summer, I spent a month alone with Professor Watson. He told me some things about his past." "Oh, you kept it a secret from us, mate?" Ron became interested and curious, and grabbed Harry's collar, forcing him to answer. "Tell us, what do you know about Professor Watson?" Ron demanded, his voice eager and impatient. "If you want me to die in the hands of Professor Watson instead of dying in the hands of Sirius Black," Harry said with tears streaming down his face. He was exaggerating. "Of course, then go ahead and force me." 0239 Thoughts. On the third floor of the castle, in the student safety office, a cozy and quiet room with a fireplace and a couch, two cats were resting. One was a ginger tabby with a squashed face and a fluffy tail, named Crookshanks. The other was a black cat with amber eyes and a silver collar, named Tom. But, Tom was not an ordinary cat. Since Brian left the office, Tom and Crookshanks had been lying on the couch, bored and dozing off. Tom silently thought about the encounter with Remus and Harry, who had nowhere to go for Christmas and had to stay at Hogwarts. He felt a pang of guilt and sadness for his old friend and Harry, who had suffered so much because of him. Additionally, the words Watson said to him kept circling in his mind. To be honest, Sirius had never thought of himself as a hero. Yes, he felt regret, deep and bitter regret for trusting Peter Pettigrew, the traitor who sold out his best friends to the Dark Lord. And in the 12 years in Azkaban, he constantly regretted his past mistakes, while enduring the torment of the soul-sucking Dementors. But he never thought of himself as a coward. After James and Lily Potter's tragic death, in order to make up for his mistakes, he immediately went to seek revenge on Peter. Of course, that cowardly rat fooled him by faking his own death and framing him for the murder of 12 Muggles. And then, because of people's accusation and prejudice, he was thrown into Azkaban by the Ministry of Magic, without a fair trial or a chance to explain. He bravely endured it, never thinking of defending himself, because even though he did not betray Lily and James, he still had an undeniable responsibility. He was the one who suggested to switch to Peter, thinking that Rat would be less suspicious. He was the one who failed to protect his friends and their son. But in Watson's eyes, his choice was a cowardly escape, even worse than Snape, that slimy git. Sirius didn't care about Snape's allegiance to Dumbledore. He believed that Snape was only afraid of being targeted by the Ministry of Magic after Voldemort's downfall, so he sought Dumbledore's protection. The idea of lifelong love was even more ridiculous, especially since Snape had called Lily a mudblood. But he couldn't deny that after seeing Remus up close and hearing about Harry's situation, he began to doubt himself. Sirius knew very well that for Remus, the greatest pain was not the poverty he lived in, or the discrimination he faced as a werewolf, but the fact that Sirius had betrayed James and Lily, and killed Peter. Because for Remus, it meant that their cherished friendship was all a lie, and all those happy memories were false. He had lost everything he cared about, and Sirius was the one who took it away from him. And as for Harry, Sirius didn't want to admit it, but he couldn't argue against it either. Compared to taking care of James's orphan son, who looked so much like him, he would rather die. Death was simple, but it took greater courage to bear the pain and move forward. In this regard, Watson's evaluation of him was not just a simple mockery. Compared to his previous form as a large black dog, Crookshanks obviously preferred the cat version of Sirius. It lay next to Tom, occasionally using its paws to play with Tom's drooping ears, thoroughly enjoying itself. "Do you think I'm a coward too?" Tom meowed, hoping Crookshanks would give it an answer. But Crookshanks only blinked at him lazily, and then yawned, showing its sharp teeth. Thinking about these questions, Tom became increasingly restless. Moreover, the fire in the fireplace was burning fiercely, making the room very hot. Tom stretched its body and jumped off the couch, agilely landing on the windowsill on the other side, hoping to open the window for some fresh air. He longed to see the outside world, the blue sky, the green grass, the snow-covered mountains. But as soon as its cat paw touched the handle, a black shadow flashed behind the transparent glass window pane. Before Tom could react, a gentle but irresistible force pushed it out, causing it to tumble a few times on the ground before finally stopping. "That guy!" Tom angrily meowed. To prevent him from running around, Brian had used magic to seal the entire office. At that moment, the red flames in the fireplace briefly turned green, and the outline of a head tried to appear, but before Tom could see clearly, the flashing black shadow blocked it back. He even blocked the flow network in the school, Tom thought with frustration. Isn't he a bit too cautious? Compared to other professors, Brian's desk was relatively simple. There was no clutter, no ornaments, just a plain pen holder with an extremely simple feather pen, a blue ink bottle and a photo of him and Grandma Farina on the right side. Apart from these, there was only a stack of parchment documents on the table. They were reports from the Ministry of Magic, letters from Dumbledore, and notes from some books. After jumping onto the table and taking a glance, Sirius lost interest. Boring. That was Tom's evaluation of the office. It crouched on the desk, scanning the room with its keen eyes. It had already explored every corner of the office, and found nothing interesting. It turned its head, and its gaze naturally fell on the black curtain that draped on the floor of the room. "What is that thing? It looks mysterious." The black curtain was the only thing that Tom had not touched. It was thick and heavy, covering something large and bulky. It seemed to be hiding a secret behind it. Tom easily made this guess. Should I open it and take a look? That was the subsequent question that popped into Tom's mind. If it were back at Hogwarts, this hesitation would never have occurred to Tom. He was always curious and adventurous, and never afraid of getting into trouble. But the situation was different now, and for the sake of his revenge plan, he had to avoid provoking Brian Watson as much as possible. Time really changes a lot of things. Tom thought sadly. It resisted its desire and prepared to return to the couch to pass the time by sleeping. But as it turned its head, it happened to see Crookshanks also curiously looking in this direction. A mischievous glint flashed in Tom's grey eyes, and its long whiskers perked up. After bidding farewell to Harry and Hermione, Brian didn't waste any time and quickly walked down the Gryffindor Tower to his office. He walked briskly through the corridors, greeting the students and the portraits along the way. Approaching class time, many young wizards hurriedly walked back and forth, turning the snow on the courtyard into solid ice. They were eager to get to their classes, or to the Great Hall for lunch, or to the library for study. A cold gust of wind blew through, causing the long icicles hanging from the eaves to crash down, but Brian quickly flicked his wand and sent a red light to disperse the sparkling ice into a flurry of powder before leaving. "That was really cool," Cedric Diggory, who had just been saved from the falling ice, said with admiration to his companion. "I really hope Professor Watson continues to teach us defense against the dark arts." His companion replied. "Oh, come on," the nearby Hufflepuff wizard said grumpily. "I don't want to spend most of the school year in the hospital. What are you up to?" Entering the hall from the back door, in the Great Hall, Brian unexpectedly ran into Professor Snape, who had just walked up from the basement, and smiled as soon as he saw him, but before he could greet him, Snape, who had just walked up from the basement, stopped in front of the Great Hall. With a red mark under his nose, he gritted his teeth and said, "I was about to send the potion for that werewolf through the flow network to you, but I found that you had blocked the fireplace." Brian couldn't help but smirk at Snape's disheveled appearance. "I just went to the Gryffindor common room to give Mr. Longbottom his wand," Brian said casually. "Pomona said you woke up early just to find a wand for the empty-headed Longbottom." Snape interrupted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "If you really have nothing to do, Brian, I think you might as well take over the job of making potions for that werewolf. Unless Dumbledore is willing to pay me overtime, I won't take this hard job," Brian said with a smile. "I accidentally found out about a secret passage under the Whomping Willow last night, so I went to check it out." Snape paused for a moment, his thin lips pursed tightly, and his face turned pale. The secret passage under the Whomping Willow. Snape's breathing became heavy, and he stared at Brian with a suspicious and fearful look. You that werewolf told you? What else did he say? So, you know about it too. Brian raised an eyebrow. That means you also know that there was a secret passage. Snape's eyes turned dark, and he didn't want to talk anymore. He looked away from Brian's probing gaze. Seeing his reaction, Brian didn't want to push it further. He just wanted to find an opportunity to ask Black about the story behind this secret passage. There's something. As he passed Remus's office, Brian suddenly asked casually, last week, when I was negotiating with Cornelius Fudge about the Dementors, I heard some things about Peter Pettigrew from Professor McGonagall. What do you think of this person? Peter Pettigrew. Upon hearing this question, Snape immediately saw a timid and cowardly figure in his mind. Always following behind those three arrogant and reckless people, agreeing with their opinions without expressing his own, and overall, having no presence at all. During his time at Hogwarts, when he was at odds with Potter and his gang, Snape didn't pay much attention to Peter Pettigrew. In his eyes, the small guy was just a lackey to Potter and Black, not worth much attention. But he never expected that this insignificant person would make such a surprising move and confront Black on that fateful day. He's decent enough. Snape paused, and a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. At least among that group of idiots, he's somewhat courageous. 0240 The Marauders Map. Brian had a clear understanding of the deep-rooted grudges between Snape, Harry's father, and their group of friends when they were young. So, for Snape to say that Peter was decent, it was already a high praise coming from his mouth. This made Brian feel a sense of unease, as this kind of person who was skilled at deceiving others and hiding his true intentions was very difficult to deal with. With a click, Brian pushed open the door to the office, and a warm breeze greeted him, causing a suffocating feeling. The black curtains were pulled back. Brian was not surprised by this. The cat, who had been staring intently at the screen, flicked its tail and arched its body, its black fur standing on end as it bared its teeth at Severus Snape, who had walked in. Snape also stopped in his tracks, standing at the doorway, his indifferent gaze shooting down from his crooked nose that had been hit before, staring at the black cat that seemed eager to scratch him. When Brian finished dealing with the overly vigorous flames in the fireplace and turned around, he found the two, the man and the cat, still locked in a staring contest. He could feel the tension and hostility in the air. He casually smiled and said, "Do you like my new pet, Professor? Where did you get this beast?" Snape asked in a disdainful tone, not taking his eyes off the cat. "A homeless stray cat," Brian replied, lying smoothly. "I found it accidentally in the wild. I was afraid it would freeze to death in the icy wilderness, so I brought it back." No wonder Snape suppressed the uncomfortable feeling in his heart, as he sensed something familiar about the cat. He shifted his gaze away and said bluntly, "This beast looks very uncivilized. Honestly, Brian, sometimes I think your sympathy is too excessive. Just like how you treated Longbottom, you didn't need to lend him a wand and help him find one. Some people will never learn unless they face some serious consequences." "I completely agree with your point," Brian warned Tom with his gaze, who had already extended its sharp claws and seemed ready to pounce on Snape's back, and changed the subject. "By the way, how is Draco doing? I haven't seen him much in the castle and on the surveillance lately." As usual, Snape sighed slightly when Draco Malfoy was mentioned. "I learned from Flint that he has been absent from team practices recently. During most of his free time, he stays in the dormitory with Crabbe and Goyle, except for meals. In addition, he seems to visit the Oloy every day. I guess he wants to ask Lucius how to regain everyone's favor." Snape nodded, but did not say anything more. After handing the Wolfsbane potion that Lupin needed to Brian, Snape didn't stay long and left. Before leaving, he also told Brian that Dumbledore would probably be back for Christmas. "How did he dare to say that I am an uncivilized beast? Then what is he? A slave who only knows how to grovel in front of Voldemort?" Sirius exclaimed angrily, as soon as the office door closed quietly. He roared at Brian across the coffee table. "Lend me a wand, Watson. I have to let this snot know, even if I was locked up in Azkaban for 12 years, I still have the ability to do the same as James did back then, and pull down his pants in public." Boom! Brian's eyes flashed with lightning like sparks, as if a real thunder shook the entire office. The books on the shelves rattled, and the papers on the desk flew into the air. In that instant, Sirius seemed to see a towering python rising up, looking down on him with cold and menacing eyes. He felt a chill run down his spine, and he realized that he had made a mistake. "Oh, have you also done such interesting things?" Brian asked sarcastically, his voice dripping with contempt. If you knew Snape's deeds back then, Sirius tried to defend himself. He was never one to accept being bullied. Brian's intimidation instead aroused his pride and temper, temporarily making him forget the fact that he was under someone's control. He stood up against the immense pressure emanating from Brian, his face full of defiance. "You will know how annoying he really is." Sirius snapped back, his voice full of resentment and bitterness. "Meow." Suddenly, a meow sounded in the quiet office, breaking the tense silence. Brian lowered his head and saw that Crookshanks, who had been sleeping soundly on his thigh, had awakened. It pressed one paw against Brian's right hand, its amber eyes filled with gloom. It seemed to sense the hostility in the air, and it wanted to comfort Brian. Who? Brian supported his forehead with his left hand, and his upright upper body slumped back onto the sofa. To be honest, among all the Slytherin wizards, Brian was a wizard with a broad-minded view. He did not have the sense of superiority that most Slytherins were criticized for, and he treated wizards from the other three houses equally. He did not judge them by their blood status or family background. Even for someone as dull as Neville Longbottom, he could see the shining points in him. But Sirius Black, this guy reminded Brian of Henry, who had destroyed his grandma's photo and memorials in the Forbidden Forest. Brian was starting to get a headache. If he let this guy stay in his office until they caught Peter, he would eventually annoy or anger him to death. He felt like he was doing a thankless and dangerous job, and he did not know how long he could endure it. Looking at Brian, who was still rubbing his temples, Sirius also showed a certain amount of surprise. He thought he would definitely be humiliated, but he didn't expect Brian to fall silent and not say anything more. Suddenly, Sirius thought of the conversation between Watson and McGonagall earlier. He had overheard them talking, and he had learned that he was an orphan. Sirius was familiar with the Slytherin style of despising others. He knew that they valued pure blood and power, and that they despised anyone who did not fit their standards. A wizard like Brian, with his background, probably wouldn't have a good situation in Slytherin. So, did Snape help him? Well, I can apologize, Sirius said gloomily. Maybe I shouldn't have been so sarcastic about Severus in front of you. He added, trying to sound sincere. Humph! Brian made an indistinct hum, too lazy to pay attention to him. He did not accept his apology, nor did he reject it. He just got up and walked to the surveillance wall, contemplating the flickering screens. Through the descriptions of Sirius and Professor Snape, Brian had roughly figured out what kind of person Peter was. To be honest, unless that rat exposed himself, it wouldn't be easy to catch him. He could transform into a small and inconspicuous animal rat, and he could blend in with the surroundings. Did you create this thing? Sirius asked curiously, after a while. He couldn't hold back anymore. After all, Brian was the only wizard he could communicate with in the castle now, and this surveillance video was indeed interesting. He had never seen anything like it before, and he wanted to know more about it. A genius idea, Brian. Your attainments in alchemy and transfiguration are astonishing, to be honest. I'm really glad I didn't try to break into the castle again after Halloween. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't be able to avoid this. Sirius praised sincerely, as he came up behind Brian with great interest. He stared at Harry and the others running all the way, watching them flash into the charms class. When James, Remus, Pet. We were students in Hogwarts, we also made something similar to this. It was a map that recorded every secret passage we discovered in the castle. Oh, it had a special ability too. No wizard appearing on the Hogwarts ground could escape its tracking. Their names would appear on the map in real time and their locations would be marked. We called it the Marauder's Map. Oh, what's wrong, Brian? Sirius said nostalgically, as he remembered the good old days. He had a fond smile on his face, and he did not notice the change in Brian's expression. At some point, Brian's gaze had turned towards him, wearing a pensive expression. Where is this map you're talking about? Sirius wasn't a fool. He immediately realized what Brian wanted to do. You want to use the map to find Peter? But, its location is not easy to determine, Brian. Before we graduated, Filch confiscated the map. We did plan to steal it back, but the deteriorating situation outside the school suddenly caught our attention. That was more than a decade ago. If it weren't for seeing this thing, I almost forgot about its existence. I think Filch might have destroyed it. 0241 search. Okay, wait for me here. When Sirius finished describing how the map was confiscated and what it looked like, Brian dropped these words and immediately walked to the fireplace, grabbed a handful of fluo powder from the shelf, and threw it into the fireplace. With a loud bang, the flames in the fireplace turned emerald green. Brian stepped into the fireplace and disappeared from Sirius's sight. He reappeared in a different room, one that he had not ever visited. The room was dim and dirty, with no windows, only a lonely oil lamp hanging from the low ceiling. The lamp cast a faint yellow light over the dusty furniture and the cobwebbed corners. There was a faint smell of fried fish in the air, and many wooden filing cabinets were lined up along the walls. Judging from the labels, these cabinets contained detailed information about every student punished by Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts. Brian knew that Filch kept meticulous records of every misdeed and mischief that happened in the school, and he often threatened to show them to the headmaster or the Ministry of Magic. On the wall behind the desk hung a set of shiny hinges and handcuffs. These things had been hanging there since Brian attended school here. Filch had hoped that they would be useful, but unfortunately, they remained mere decorations over the years. The Ministry of Magic had banned the use of such devices on students, much to Filch's dismay. Clang! Oh, damn it, what the... A phantom suddenly flashed out of the narrow fireplace, and misjudging the messiness of the room, Brian kicked Mrs. Norris's food tray. The tray clattered to the floor, spilling the cat food and water all over the rug. While scolding the young wizards, Filch instinctively cursed, but when he saw who the visitor was, his bulging goldfish eyes immediately widened, and his flushed and sagging cheeks turned pale. I didn't know it was you, Director Watson. Filch glared fiercely at the casually standing Weasley brothers behind the table, but then, realizing who the visitor was, he instinctively straightened up, and with a startled tone, said, I was interrogating these two troublemakers and didn't notice it was you, sir. It's all right, Argus, I came here uninvited and disturbed your work. Brian waved his hand and smiled. He was used to Filch's grumpy attitude and his constant complaints about the students. Then, he turned his gaze to the slightly uneasy Fred and George and asked, What's the matter, you two? Have you gotten yourselves into trouble again? Oh, it's not us who caused trouble, Professor. Fred closed his eyes and made a grimace, as if Professor Watson's words had deeply hurt him. He put his hand over his heart and said, Explain, George. Well, Professor, you know we'll be taking our OWL exams next year, and our classmates are all anxious. We can't just sit idle. So. Brian gestured to Filch, indicating that he didn't need to rush, and then crossed his arms, listening with interest to the Weasley twins' rambling. We've made up our minds to study hard and make up for the ignorance in our wasted youth, Fred innocently said, blinking his eyes. He looked at Brian with a sincere expression, as if he was expecting praise. We found a quiet classroom and were fully focused on magical research. But then, this Mr. Filch barged in with his cat and caused trouble for us for no reason. Nonsense. Filch's face twitched uncontrollably, and he angrily sprayed spittle at Brian's face. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said, Mr. Watson, don't listen to these two little brats' nonsense. They're lying through their teeth. Before Brian could speak, Filch, with a face full of anger, opened his hand, revealing a long, flesh-colored rope. He held it up for Brian to see and said, Look, Director Watson, this is what I snatched from their hands. It can shrink and stretch, and I haven't figured out what other things it can do yet, but at least, I bet it has nothing to do with studying. It must be one of those stupid prank gadgets. You simply don't understand, Fred retorted, so you're accusing us. Brian raised his eyebrows and said, Let me see, Filch. He beckoned with his finger, and the flesh-colored rope flew into his hand. He picked up a small section with his thumb and index finger and placed it in front of him. In his purple eyes, there were constantly fleeting flashes of lights. Fred gave George a look. What should we do, brother? We can't expect Professor Watson to be as foolish as Filch. George, just relax, brother. Maybe he's having a moment of confusion. Time passed by, and after about a minute, Brian finished his observation and looked at the resolute Weasley twins. He threw the object back to them and looked at them with admiration. This rope is intriguing. But, Professor Flitwick didn't teach you the imperturbable spell. Fred and George exchanged a glance and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Can you give us some guidance, Professor Watson? Brian didn't hesitate to impart knowledge, even though he was a part-time substitute teacher. He asked Filch, who was still confused, for a quill and quickly wrote down the names of several books on a form for recording crimes. Then, he handed the paper to the excited twins. The books had titles like Advanced Charms and Enchantments, Magical Theory and Application, and The Art of Invention, a guide for creative wizards. Your talents are undeniable, but relying solely on talent is not enough to support your wild imaginations. Knowledge is important. You're absolutely right, Professor Watson. Fred nodded seriously. We'll go raid the library. Filch watched this scene with a face full of disappointment, but when he heard his superior's words, he immediately became happy again. Anyway, Argus is not wrong about you two. You have caused a lot of trouble and annoyance for him and the other staff members. Now, I have something to consult with Argus. You two can come back here sometime this week and receive your punishment. Fred and George walked up to the room dejectedly and closed the door with a heavy heart. What can I do for you, Mr. Watson? Filch said happily after getting what he wanted. Well, Argus. Brian didn't dare to say that he was a rule-abiding young wizard when he was a student, but he was definitely modest and cautious. Apart from being locked up in Professor Snape's office for minor offenses, Filch had never caught him red-handed. So, he had only heard about this notorious office from his fellow housemates, and had never experienced it personally. He looked around, and his eyes fell on the cabinets full of labels. The labels had names, dates, and descriptions of the confiscated items. Some of them were familiar to Brian, others were unfamiliar, such as Luna Lovegood, 1992, a necklace of butterbeer corks that can ward off nargles. I came here to look for something, it's a blank parchment that looks very old, it's about this big when spread out. Brian gestured with his hand to show the size. This thing was probably confiscated by you from a few students about 10 years ago, it's been a long time, I don't know if you have any memory of it. What followed was a frenzy of searching. Filch opened almost every drawer in the room that could hold something. He pulled out all kinds of objects, some of them harmless, some of them dangerous, some of them bizarre. He found things like fireworks, dung bombs, quills, books, magazines, cloaks, hats, wands, brooms, and even a sword. Some of the things were even confiscated by Filch's highly respected predecessor, Apollyon Pringle, and had been lying in the unknown corners, waiting to rot into dust. Throughout the process, Brian didn't rush Filch at all, but Filch clearly felt immense pressure. He muttered crazily while searching. Damn it, could it be that there was a thief here? He couldn't believe that he couldn't find the thing that Watson was looking for. After an hour, Filch finally gave up searching. He straightened his sore old waist and said with a mournful face to Brian, "Please give me some more time. I swear I will find the thing you're looking for." This situation didn't surprise Brian. After more than a decade, a seemingly ordinary piece of parchment might have been used as a draft and burned in the fireplace. "Do your best, Argus. If you can't find it, it's all right." He said this with a gentle and understanding tone, trying to make Filch feel better. But this magnanimity made Filch even more uneasy. After all, Director Watson rarely gave him orders. It was a rare opportunity to make amends, and he had messed it up. "I'll go back to my quarters and search again, Director Watson. I will report to you whether I can find it or not." Before Brian walked into the fireplace, Filch anxiously called out. "Then, I'll leave it to you, Argus." Brian waved his hand without turning back, and his figure turned into a phantom and disappeared into the emerald flames. Behind a tapestry beside the grand staircase on the ground floor of the castle, Fred and George looked at each other, both seeing the unease in each other's eyes. They had hidden themselves there after escaping from Filch's office, using the extendable ear to listen to the conversation between Professor Watson and Filch. "This is not good," Fred said desperately while pulling the flesh-colored rope back. He wrapped it around his wrist and stuffed it into his pocket. "How did Professor Watson know about that thing? Could it be what Harry said?" Fred asked, his voice trembling. "We'll never figure out the answer to that," George urgently said, peeking out to observe the commotion in Filch's office. "But we need to give Harry a warning," George added, grabbing Fred's arm. 0242 hanging by a thread. After a while, Brian returned to his office and brushed off the ashes from his robe. He opened his hand to Sirius and said, "Filch said he will try to look for it again, but I don't have much hope." This result was expected, so Sirius was only slightly disappointed for a moment before regaining his composure. Perhaps because he had spent more time as an animal than as a human in the past few months, Sirius returned to the sofa, but instead of sitting down, he crawled on all fours like a cat or a dog. He felt more comfortable and natural in this posture, as if he had forgotten how to be a man. If it weren't for Brian's strange gaze, he wouldn't have noticed anything wrong. "Whether it's lost or destroyed, it doesn't matter," Sirius muttered to ease the awkwardness. "I just hope that thing doesn't end up in Peter's hands. Otherwise, he will be able to track all of us." Brian slowly returned to his desk. He had never seen the magical map that Sirius mentioned, so he lacked a certain understanding of its wonders. However, through the description, he could roughly understand how it worked. It was a map of Hogwarts that showed the location and identity of every person in the castle, regardless of their disguise or concealment. Just like during the time when Voldemort was active many years ago, people were afraid to even say the name Voldemort because for a long time, Voldemort had placed a spell on his name. Names have power, and Voldemort used it to locate and brutally kill those wizards who dared to speak his name. Over time, these three words became taboo in the wizarding world. People referred to him as you-know-who or he who must not be named or simply the Dark Lord. Only a few brave souls, like Dumbledore, dared to utter his name. Names and magic, you probably referred to this book's knowledge, Brian mused, stroking his chin, lost in thought. As far as he knew, among all the conventional concealment spells, the Polyjuice Potion and the Animagus Transformation were probably the most outstanding, especially the Animagus Transformation. Even with Brian's current eyesight, which was enhanced by his magic, it would be difficult to detect if he wasn't on guard. But Sirius claimed that the map could expose the disguises of the Polyjuice Potion and the Animagus Transformation, which was truly remarkable. "I can't tell you how we did it," Sirius said, surprising Brian with his level of wizardry. Sirius's face regained a bit of color, and he looked proud. He had a mischievous grin on his face, as if he was recalling some of the pranks he and his friends had pulled with the map. But in the face of Brian's subsequent questions, Sirius regretfully said, "In order to make this map work, the four of us spent a long time. Just designing the magical corridors related to alchemy took us several months in the library. And when it came to the actual production stage, names and magic was just the basic framework of the map. Each of us used our own expertise in magic on the map, some using incomplete ancient magic from the restricted section, some magic exclusive in our family library. You know, Brian, considering our magical abilities at the time, it was beyond our capabilities to contain so much magic on a piece of ordinary parchment. Some tracking spells failed, some merged together, so. Sirius spread his hands, feigning innocence. He shrugged, as if to say that he didn't know what they had done, or what they had created. Brian nodded. One of the wonders of magic was its unpredictability. So, there's no way to evade the tracking of the map? Brian asked, feeling less pleased now that he might be the one being monitored. Especially after what happened with Clyodna, he was wary of any means that could mysteriously find him. It's not like that, Sirius replied after a moment of contemplation. The long period of imprisonment had made his memory a bit fuzzy. He had forgotten some of the details of the map, and he had to rack his brain to recall them. He furrowed his brow and said, "We conducted experiments back then, and there were some specific spells for hiding names that could prevent detection. After all, the basic framework of the map is the power of names." "That reminds me," Brian said, suddenly realizing something. After July, both Golden Viper and Brian Watson, the information for these two identities were protected by his magic. Even if someone had the map now, they probably won't be able to detect his activities in the castle. But Sirius might not be so lucky. If the map wasn't lost, but was held by someone, it would cause him unnecessary trouble. A wisp of black smoke emanated from the tip of Brian's wand, darkening the room. The twisting smoke spun in midair, quickly forming chains that seemed both real and illusory, emitting a faint glow. The chains wrapped around Sirius's limbs and torso, binding him to the sofa. He struggled and cursed, but the chains only tightened around him. "Don't worry, Black, it's just a precaution," Brian said in response to Sirius's panic, and he lightly waved his wand. Gryffindor and Slytherin's charms class ended, and students poured out of the warm and cozy classroom into the cold corridor, where the biting wind felt like iron hammers pounding on their rosy faces. They shivered and rubbed their hands, wishing they could stay inside the classroom. But they had to hurry to their next class, or face the wrath of their teachers. Many people crowded in the corridor, hurriedly wrapping scarves around themselves. Harry glanced at Malfoy and his two lackeys, who were walking silently through the cold wind. They looked pale and subdued, unlike their usual arrogant and sneering selves. Harry wondered what had happened to them, but he didn't care enough to ask. During this time, his mind was filled with thoughts of Black's betrayal and the death of his parents. He came to his senses and realized that Malfoy and his two little followers had been strangely honest for a while. They hadn't tried to provoke or insult him, or make fun of his scar. "Harry." Harry frowned and stared at Malfoy's back, then suddenly heard someone calling his name from around the corner of the stairs. He turned and saw Fred and George Weasley, the twin brothers of Ron. They were waving and smiling at him, as if they had something important to tell him. "Fred and George?" Ron muttered, shivering. "That's strange. They specifically came to find you, Harry." Ron looked suspicious, as if he expected the twins to pull a prank on him. He knew his brothers well, and he knew they were always up to something. "Why don't we just go over and ask them directly?" Hermione, who had a bunch of things to do next, said impatiently. She was holding a stack of books and papers, and she looked eager to get to the library. Fred and George dragged Harry and his two friends to the other side of the stairs, into an empty classroom. It was time for class, and there were many students coming and going. George stood at the door, guarding against anyone who might eavesdrop on their conversation. He had a serious expression on his face, which was rare for him. Fred, on the other hand, looked nervous, as if he had a secret to share. "I don't remember inviting you to." Fred raised his eyebrows at Ron and Hermione. He didn't seem happy to see them, as if they were intruding on his private talk with Harry. "Black is still on the run, we don't want you to use some crazy ideas to lure Harry out of the castle." Hermione pursed her lips, displeased. She was worried about Harry's safety, and she didn't trust the Weasley twins. To prevent the Weasley brothers from getting into trouble, they had exchanged information about what had happened before. So, Fred knew what Hermione meant, but he didn't have time to argue with her. He just used as few words as possible to describe what they had overheard in Filch's office. "Professor Watson knows about the Marauders map." Ron looked puzzled. "But that's not possible, right? Otherwise, he would have confiscated it that night." "So, we came to ask," Fred said seriously, looking at Harry. "Have you talked to anyone about the map?" Harry obviously didn't make such a stupid mistake. He hadn't mentioned it to anyone except Ron and Hermione. He shook his head, and said, "No, I haven't. I swear." He looked confused, and said, "But how did Professor Watson know about it? And if he knew about it, then why did he let me keep it?" "Maybe Professor Watson found something related to the map, but the chances of that happening were slim. Harry had kept the map in his backpack, and he had never left it unattended. Maybe it's Professor Lupin. After a moment of silence, Harry, who was thinking, suddenly raised his head and said to Ron and Hermione. "Remember that strange question he asked me that night? He asked if I had any help in finding the passage under the Whomping Willow." Harry's guess was reasonable, but it raised a new question: how did Professor Lupin find out about the map's existence? "Is the map on you, Harry?" Hermione's question reminded Harry. He opened his backpack and hurriedly spread the parchment on the table, then tapped it lightly with his wand. He said, "I'll show you. Maybe we can find some clues." In an instant, fine ink lines spread like a spider's web from the tip of the wand, connecting and intertwining, expanding to every corner of the parchment. The lines formed words and symbols, names and locations, showing a detailed map of Hogwarts and its surroundings. The map was alive, and it showed the movements and identities of every person in the castle. Even though Ron had seen the Marauder's map before, he still looked at it with awe. Hermione, on the other hand, instinctively averted her gaze, but after a moment, she suppressed her thoughts about the map's mysterious origin and turned her head back. However, she suddenly noticed that Harry's face had turned pale, and something seemed off. "What's wrong, Harry?" Hermione's heart raced, thinking of the notebook from last year. "Nothing," Harry said, pointing to the spot where Professor Watson's office should be. He expected to see his name and location on the map, but there was nothing there, just a blank space. It seemed that Professor Watson and their suspected Professor Lupin were not in their offices. But the disappearing name. Was it my imagination? Harry thought, feeling a chill in his spine. 0243 Twist and Turns. The next 3 days in the castle passed by peacefully, with no unexpected incidents or disturbances. Most of the castle's young wizards and staff were eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Christmas holidays, looking forward to the festive decorations, the delicious feasts, and the presents from their families and friends. However, there were some people who were not having a comfortable time at all. For example, there was a semi-retired professor who had to share a room with a particularly energetic and argumentative cat, who kept jumping on his bed, scratching his furniture, and meowing loudly at all hours. Additionally, Harry had been feeling restless and anxious these past few days. The name he had glimpsed on the Marauder's map that afternoon was like a thorn in his heart, causing him sleepless nights and troubling dreams. Harry didn't tell Ron and Hermione about this because he could predict their reaction. They would surely think that he was under too much pressure and hallucinating. But to be honest, even Harry himself found it hard to believe what he had seen. The appearance of Sirius Black's name in Professor Watson's office was truly magical and confusing. It was hard to understand what had happened. How did Black manage to enter the castle undetected? What was he doing in Professor Watson's office? And why did he disappear so quickly? Outside the window, the moon was absent, and the dormitory was pitch black after the lights were turned off. The only sounds were the occasional hooting of owls and the rustling of leaves. After a while, lying in bed pretending to sleep, Harry heard the familiar and loud snoring of his dorm mates. He raised his head slightly and looked around. Then, he pulled out the Marauder's map from under the soft mattress and covered himself completely with the bedsheet. Ever since Fred and George had warned him that day, Harry had stopped carrying the map with him to avoid being caught during surprise inspections. Instead, he hid it in the dormitory, under a loose floorboard. Lumos. The map glowed and Harry whispered, using the light from his wand to examine it once again. Professor Watson's office was still empty, with neither the fleeting name nor Professor Watson's name present. This situation didn't surprise Harry. Every night after lights out, he would take out the Marauder's map to check, and he had never seen Professor Watson's name appear. It was as if he never stayed in his office, or he had some way of hiding his presence. What could be happening? After folding the map and putting it back under the bedsheet, Harry stared at the ceiling in the darkness, lost in thought. Furthermore, it was still a mystery how Professor Watson knew about the Marauder's map. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had discussed this, and the most likely possibility was that Professor Lupin had informed Professor Watson about the map's existence. And the reason why Professor Lupin knew about it could only be one thing: he had either seen it before or he was the creator of the Marauder's map. But these were just speculations, and Harry couldn't possibly go and ask Professor Lupin to clarify. That would be walking into a trap. He didn't want to risk losing the map or exposing his secret. Hermione still held her original view, hoping that Harry would hand over the map. But this suggestion was strongly opposed by Ron, and even Harry himself didn't want to do it. "Just think about it, Hermione." Faced with Hermione's angry protest, Harry said, trying to reason with her. "At the very least, I can use the map to monitor Black. If he has already infiltrated Hogwarts, I can get an early warning." Anyone could tell that this was just an excuse, but Harry didn't want to lose this interesting map. "How sneaky," Harry muttered as he turned over, not knowing who he was referring to. Then, the overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, and his conscious mind gradually faded away amidst the sound of snoring. Dumbledore was back. The next morning, Harry and Ron rushed to the Great Hall, excitedly asking Hermione about the news they had heard. "Is it true, Hermione?" Harry asked eagerly, scanning the staff table but not seeing the comforting sight of Dumbledore's silver-haired and aged figure. He felt a pang of disappointment and worry. "Where is he? I didn't see him. Dumbledore probably came back this morning. He looked a bit tired." Later, Professor Watson also came down. He talked to Professor Dumbledore for a while, and then they both went to the direction of the lawn on the playground. Professor Watson looked exhausted too. "I really hope it's not because of taking care of Crookshanks," Hermione said, her brow furrowed with concern. She wondered if Crookshanks was giving him any trouble or demanding too much attention. Due to the cold weather, the snow on the ground remained thick and showed no signs of melting. The top layer exposed to the air had even frozen into solid ice, making a creaking sound with every step. The castle grounds were covered in a blanket of white, sparkling under the pale winter sun. For Watson and Dumbledore, they both had ways to easily float on the surface of the snow, but they chose not to. Instead, they took one step at a time, steadily making their way towards the frozen lake. They wanted to enjoy the scenery and the fresh air, and also to have some privacy for their conversation. "You look exhausted," Dumbledore said, turning his face towards Brian under the dancing willow branches. He had noticeable dark circles under his eyes and a look of apology on his face. "I'm sorry for leaving you in such a mess, Brian. Just consider it part of the generous salary," Brian shrugged, sniffing the faint familiar scent emanating from Dumbledore's body. He recognized this smell. He raised an eyebrow and said, "I thought it was just my imagination, Headmaster Dumbledore, but did you go to the underground world beneath the Nocturne Alley?" "Hee, Mr. Viper, you are quite familiar with that place," Dumbledore said, not hiding his whereabouts. "Well, before I left, I told you that I was going to search for clues about some of Tom's Horcruxes. Well, this journey can't be said to be very smooth. I was delayed by Connolly, who asked me to accompany him in some difficult negotiations. Later, I followed some clues and found the place where Tom worked when he was young. I unearthed some secrets from there. There was a key figure, a house elf, who was sent to Azkaban by Tom. So, I had to turn back and go to the Ministry of Magic to apply for a visit to Azkaban. When the ministry checked the relevant information, they found that the house elf had been released after serving his sentence a year ago. You know, a house elf who has committed a crime will have hard time to find a new home. I guessed that he might run to the underground world to make a living, so I went to have a look." "Oh," Brian's expression suddenly became regretful. "You arrived a few steps too late, Headmaster Dumbledore." "Yes," Dumbledore chuckled. "I discreetly checked some memories and indeed found that the house elf had spent some time in the underground world. However, that giant. Fortunately, luck was on its side, and it managed to escape. It was quite a convoluted process." Brian pursed his lips. "So, did you find him in the end?" "Not yet, but I believe it's only a matter of time. Yes, I must make good use of my time. Considering the age of that house elf, I worry it may not survive this winter. Of course, I haven't forgotten my other responsibility, so I came back to take a look before embarking on a more difficult pursuit. Will you be disappointed when you see that Hogwarts was the same with or without you, Dumbledore?" Brian teased. "I feel genuinely relieved, Brian," Dumbledore chuckled. He was glad that Brian and the other professors had managed to keep the school running smoothly. Dumbledore only stayed at Hogwarts for 2 days. After dealing with the backlog of paperwork, he quietly left again. Professor McGonagall was furious about this because Dumbledore had informed her that he might not be able to return until the next term. During this time, she and a few other heads of houses, along with Brian, would be in charge of everything at the school. "Perhaps it's for the best," Brian said sympathetically to Professor McGonagall as he had to help substitute for a defense against the dark arts class for Hufflepuff. "I mean, Lucius Malfoy threatened the board to have Dumbledore removed earlier this year. It would have been a good opportunity to go along with it." 0244 Taking care. The gloomy weather that had lasted for almost half a month finally changed on a new day. The temperature was still freezing, but the dense clouds reluctantly retreated from the stage under the eager anticipation of countless creatures on the earth, and the sun reappeared, casting pale and feeble sunlight on the earth. After a whole term of training, the first-year students of Gryffindor were finally let loose. Under the supervision of Mrs. Hooch, they rode on the school's old-style broomsticks, flying and chasing the snowflakes that danced in the air like dandelions, cheering and jumping with joy. Cough, cough. After the exhausting transformation last night, Lupin's face was as pale as the snow on the lawn. He leaned on Brian's camp bed, covered with his own thick blanket, and tried to raise his head to look at the young wizards outside. From their expression, they seemed to be happy. "This thing really depends on talent." As Lupin gasped for breath, he muttered to himself while watching the little guys who had been practicing for half a year but still couldn't get rid of their clumsiness. I heard that when Harry first rode a broomstick, he flew better than many older kids in the team. He undoubtedly inherited James's excellent talent. Meow. A soft meow suddenly came from his knee, interrupting Lupin's gaze. He looked over and found that, the black cat that Brian had picked up from the wilderness and named Tom, had a look of joy and satisfaction in its grey eyes, and was nodding slightly. Do you think so too, Tom? Lupin smiled gently, thinking it was just a coincidence. But to his surprise, Tom nodded again after hearing his question. What a strange cat! Lupin felt a faint sense of confusion in his heart. He wondered if there was something special about this cat, or if he was just imagining things. Last night, Lupin had transformed in his own office, and to facilitate care, Brian had moved him to this office early this morning. When he first arrived, Brian even asked this cat, which always gave people a strange sense of familiarity, whether it needed a new place to stay since he would be living here for the next few days. At that time, Lupin thought Brian was joking with him. After all, sometimes this young wizard liked to play some nasty jokes, but he didn't expect Tom to hesitate for a moment and then shake his head. Brian must have seen that you are very smart, so he brought you back, right? Lupin smiled slightly, slowly reaching out his hand, wanting to touch Tom's furry head. But unexpectedly, this frightened Tom, and it swiftly jumped off the camp bed, leaping onto the opposite sofa. For at least 20 hours a day, it lay there, next to the fatty Crookshanks. The two cats seemed to get along well, often curling up together or grooming each other. Oh, sorry. Lupin showed a disappointed expression, sighed, and said, I thought you liked me. Tom crawled on the sofa, covering its face with its overly strong paws, afraid that Lupin would see the guilt in its eyes. At this moment, the bell for the end of class rang, and it reminded Lupin. He looked at the glass of black smoky potion on Brian's office desk and showed a bitter expression. I have reason to believe that Severus may be targeting me. Lupin supported his body with both hands, trying to sit up straight, but he was too weak. He tried several times, but his arms had no strength. This potion is several times more bitter than before. After struggling for a while, Lupin sighed and leaned back on the pillow. Helplessly, he took out his wand from his pocket. Wingardium Leviosa. Lupin muttered softly, but the glass of wolfsbane potion on the table only shook a few times, spilling a lot of liquid, without any sign of levitation. He cursed under his breath, realizing that his magic was also affected by his condition. This is really frustrating. Under the influence of the full moon's magic, the werewolf's body rapidly produced and multiplied the wolf poison during the transformation, and he needed to drink the wolfsbane potion constantly to kill the wolf poison, otherwise, he would become aggressive. Lupin didn't dare to joke about it. Seeing that he couldn't even perform a simple levitation spell, he put his wand back and struggled to sit up on the bed. He felt a wave of dizziness and weakness, as if his bones were made of jelly. He tried to hold on to the edge of the bed, but his fingers slipped and he lost his balance. After a while clang. Lupin fell off the bed and lay on the floor, his body sprawled out. He groaned in pain, feeling the cold and hard surface against his skin. Meow. Tom, who had witnessed Lupin's struggle, couldn't bear it any longer. It quickly jumped to Lupin's side and bit his sleeve with its mouth, trying to pull him up. It used all its strength, but it was futile. This action was too difficult for a cat with only paws, it couldn't even lift Lupin's arm. Huff, stay away from me, little guy. Remus, who was already suffering from a splitting headache, gasped and said, hoping that Brian's cat would stay away from him. But Tom didn't give up. Realizing that it couldn't help Lupin get up, it leaped onto the office desk, hoping to pick up the cup of potion. But this was also a difficult task for a cat with only claws. Ridiculous and laughable, two living wizards were actually stumped by a cup of potion. Damn it, Watson. Tom hated Watson so much that it showed its teeth. The transformation spell casted on him could only be lifted by human intervention, unlike Animagus, who could voluntarily change back. Lying on the cold floor, Lupin's eyes were bloodshot. He could feel that there seemed to be millions of tiny insect eggs hatching inside his body, rapidly absorbing the limited magic in his body and using it to grow. This pain made his consciousness blurry and extremely irritable. Fortunately, the remaining wolfsbane potion in his body was still working, helping Lupin maintain a certain level of sanity. Otherwise, he would have already started to go berserk. After an unknown amount of time, Lupin, who had been struggling with his hazy consciousness and bloodthirsty desires, suddenly realized that something wet was touching his lips. He instinctively sucked on it, and the cold liquid that entered his mouth gradually restored his consciousness. The wet and hard thing disappeared, but soon, it reappeared at his lips again. Having tasted that it was the wolfsbane potion, Lupin didn't hesitate and sucked on it again. This went on for several times, and the haze in his vision faded away, and Lupin finally saw who was feeding him the potion. It was the cat named Tom. It took a feather pen from the pen holder on Brian's desk and used the pen barrel to suck up the potion and feed it to him. Cough, cough, you're so smart, little guy. Lupin coughed violently after being choked by the potion, incredulously saying, I've never seen a cat with such a clever head like you, Tom. Crack. After a crisp metal collision sound, Brian, who had hurriedly returned from the auditorium with some packed food, pushed open the door and entered. He saw the scene in front of him and immediately understood everything that had happened in the room. Oh, stop making a fuss. Brian quickly walked in, put Lupin back on the bed, and fed him the rest of the potion, while angrily scolding Tom, who was meowing incessantly on the floor like a horny female cat. This is not my fault. I must have looked very miserable just now. After finally catching his breath, Lupin smiled wryly and said to Brian. Everyone has their moments of misery and embarrassment. Brian chewed on the grilled eel, nonchalantly saying. The situation of a werewolf cannot be described with words like misery and embarrassment. Lupin pursed his lips and suddenly reached out to touch Tom's head again. This time, Tom only hesitated and backed away half a step, but didn't avoid it, which made Lupin feel extremely relieved. Thanks to you today, little guy, otherwise I might have caused trouble. Lupin stared into Tom's grey eyes and said, but he noticed that Tom seemed to always avoid his gaze. Do you want to adopt it, Remus? Brian, who was watching the emotional exchange between the wolf and the cat, suddenly said with interest. Tom's body tensed up, its eyes fixed on the ground, not looking at Lupin, nor glaring angrily at Brian. If you're willing to bear the pain of parting, Brian. Lupin, who was hesitating how to make the request, immediately smiled. I do hope to be friends with this clever little guy.